out the window and they just say whatever the thing that Trump is doing is bad. Never fails every time. You can't help but laugh at these people because taking them seriously would mean you're just as crazy as they are. Okay. Now, this also applies to Israel derangement syndrome. That's a new one. It's pretty much Trump derangement syndrome, but Jews. And look, that's the thing. If you, I think personally, I think in, I don't know, 10, 15 years, whatever, 20, doesn't matter. But there, I bet you there will be like dissertations written on this. There will be like studies done. Like what the hell was that? what was that? That is like people were crazy. That guy made people crazy. Like it's wild that Trump derangement syndrome. It just it's already been categorized as a form of PTSD by the medical community. People have like, there has been like actual psychologists and people who work in that field who are like, yeah, this is like a real mental illness. It really is. I've described it before. If you guys are P1s, you've probably heard this where I say it's like, it's kind of like if you found your girlfriend or wife or significant other hooking up with your best friend and you walked in on them, right? For the rest of your life, you like that person can cure cancer, and you're like, yeah, but still a bitch, still a piece of crap. It's like cure cancer, horrible person. They cured cancer. Horrible person. No, he's not. He just, for some reason, and Trump didn't even do anything to these people, but they think he did. They really do. They feel slighted. They feel something. And he has broken the brains of hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, probably millions. I would say it's probably millions people. You mean that medical society that gave us COVID in the chat? I'm not listen, this isn't me doing an appeal to authority. I'm saying they're kind of making a point, aren't they? Oh, now you trust a medical institution? No, just hold on. Shush, too early. It's too early for that. All right, relax. Chill. We're having fun today. All right, it's TDS Tuesday. Knock it off. We'll jump through this chat box and wet willy you. Anyway, we're gonna talk about TDS. We're gonna show you some examples. We're going to go into the deal or no deal breakdown of the deal that we don't even know what it is. Right? That's the other thing. Right? A lot of panicans who are like, "This deal is awful." I'm like, "Have you seen it?" Like, I mean, you're hearing about it from both sides. Like, you're hearing small drips and drabs, but do you really know the actual agreed upon deal? So how can you say it's bad if you haven't seen it? I don't think that Trump has made very many bad deals. I don't think that that's happened. So, you know, if you're going off of his record, I wouldn't assume that it's a horrible deal, but you know, we'll see. If it is a bad deal, I'll call it out. I'll be like, nope, that's bad. I just don't, I don't like to freak out before I know facts anyway. Here we go. But we also have the Daily Breakdown. For those of you that have never seen the show before, the Daily Breakdown is when I go on the internet and I type in the word news. We do that daily, and then we break down the news, hence the Daily Breakdown. Whatever pops up is the stories that we cover. So the stories for today are... Top story from BBC World News. U.S. launches new strikes on Iran, targeting missile sites and boats. All right. So the U.S. said it launched new strikes on southern Iran on Monday, targeting Iranian missile sites and boats attempting to place missiles. But he said that the military was decimated. If the military was decimated, how could he possibly strike the military? Are you like, guys, are we doing this every time? This is like what I'm saying. We're doing this every time. Trump is a very hyperbolic speaker. Taking somebody who you know is hyperbolic, literally, right, means you're the dummy, okay? Obviously, Trump saying decimated does not mean that every single tiny little bit of a presence of a military is gone. It means that the majority of the Iranian military is pretty much crippled, right? And they are. You know, their navy is like small boats. Their navy is like boats that you go like on like a fishing trip with your family. Like that's their navy. So when you say the navy's decimated, that's what you mean. There were some small boats that were apparently trying to put mines in the water, and as a punishment, the U.S. apparently just said, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna get the ready. You know those little, you know those last few that you have. I'm gonna hit those too." Okay. So the strikes were. This is from the article. The strikes were in quote self-defense and designed to quote protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces. CENTCOM said in a statement. The IRGC said on Tuesday it had downed a U.S. drone and fired at a fighter jet and another drone that had entered into Iranian airspace. It did not specify when this happened, which means it could be complete bullshit. It added that Iranian had a legitimate and definite right to retaliate against any U.S. ceasefire violations. Okay, try. Go ahead, try, dude. Like, this is what people don't understand. Like, that's what decimated means. Decimated means you can't kill us. Like, you really, it's going to be real hard to kill us. Like, yeah, okay, you got a couple little rocket stations. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, have you seen the U.S. Army and the U.S. Navy? We're doing a lot better. CENTCOM continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. Iranian state media, by the way, if you listen to anything that comes out of Iranian state media and you take it as credible information, then I have a bridge to sell you. And then Trump will probably blow that bridge up if it's built in Iran. So, yeah. All right. But following the attack, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the deal was still possible and pointed to talks between Tehran's top negotiator and foreign minister and Qatar's prime minister. We'll see if we can make progress. I think it's a lot of talking back and forth, going on about specific language. He said Donald Trump has expressed his desire to make it. He's either going to make a good deal or no deal. This is important. Look, I'm not saying trust the plan, man. Trust the plan. I'm not one of those Q-tards. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is wait for the plan, right? Like, voice your concerns, voice your opinions, you know, speculate. That's your right, and you should do it. You should make sure that, you know, the administration hears your concerns so that when they're doing their deals, because like the will of the American people is what they're supposed to be listening to, right? Like, hey, I know I haven't seen the plan yet, but I really hope you're not going to do X, Y, Z, Trump, okay? Perfectly reasonable. It's not reasonable to go, oh my God, Trump's doing X, Y, Z. Well, you don't know that. That's the thing. Like, you know, just be, and by the way, it's also it's really counterproductive to be negative all the time. It really is. I'm not saying be a cheerleader. I'm not saying be a cheerleader, right? Like, look, when Trump has made mistakes, I've called him out, like, you know, bump stock ban, e-cigarette ban. He's very squishy on the Second Amendment. Pam Bondi, right? Me, Sean Farish, we were like, hey, man, one of the biggest things that I've criticized Trump for is the people he surrounds himself with. And we've been vocal, but we haven't been panicking. We haven't been like, sky is falling. We go, hey, I don't agree with you, Trump, and I hope that you're listening because MAGA doesn't like this, and I'm MAGA. Something like that. I just don't like seeing the people that are just like you go straight for the worst case scenario and you say it like it's already happening, right? It's like, why are you doing that? Right? Like, pull yourself together, man. We're going to be okay. There's a lot of good things that are happening, you know, like, I mean, you need to zoom out and by the way, I give reasonable expectations for my red lines, right? I said 6 months of this, quote, war. I said, if this war is still going on in 6 months, I won't be happy about it. It hasn't been 6 months, has it? If in 6 months, 6 months from, you know, January, what was it, March? Something. 6 months from whenever the start of the war was. February, I think it was. If at that point we are still in an operation and there's just there's a stalemate, you're gonna see me go, hey, this was an error in judgment, Trump. You got to pull out. You got to just cut your losses. But I'm not doing that yet because I haven't reached that point. Because I said where my line was, right? If anybody was like, said, this is a forever war, and it's like, it's been like 3 weeks, bro. Those people are crazy. I don't want a forever war either. That's why I said 6 months. So February 28th. Thank you in the chat. I think this my whole thing here is, guys, just woosah, all right? Like, everybody woosah. Just woosah. Just stop it, okay? Don't be a panicking. Okay, so look, here's the deal. The IRGC is split into multiple factions, okay? It's basically just blown apart. Their leadership, that they're saying now Khomeini died yesterday, and I think he died like weeks ago. The cardboard cutout, remember the jokes and everything like that. Nobody's seen him. I think that guy's been dead for a long time, but now they're saying he got killed yesterday. And there's unconfirmed reports, right? Bottom line is, the vast majority of the leadership structure that was in place at the beginning of this war is dead. Like, not resigned, not stepped down. Like, no, in hell, they're not here. All right, there's new people, right? And we don't even know who those people are. Ask one of these morons who keeps on saying the IRGC is doing well. Okay, who's the leader of it? They don't know. You know why they don't know? Because they won't. The IRGC won't say it. Right? They won't come out and be like, this is who our leader is. You know why? Because we'll shove a rocket up their ass. That's why. So, like, I don't think that you're doing well when you're too scared to say who's running your country. Right? I don't think you're winning the war when you're terrified to say who the leadership is, right? We're literally talking to, like, whoever picked up the phone. Okay? And there's also, there's going to be some fracturing where there's going to be power vacuums and some ambitious people who are like, hey, I don't care what the guy over there is saying. There's this guy, Muhammad, whatever. He's talking to the U.S. and he's saying that we're going to actually take this Iran deal. Get a boat and go drop some mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Right? This is hypothetical, but this is a possibility. This is plausible. All right? Follow along. So let's say you have a broken, fractured structure where there's no real leadership. There's no real pecking order, right? And let's say one of them doesn't want to take the deal and the other one does, then one of them might take a boat and he might go and he might drop a freaking landmine or a sea mine or something like that. And then Trump might go, all right, look, I blew up that boat and I blew up your military, rocket thingy. And then the other guy on the phone's like, but that wasn't us. That was the other dude. And then Trump's like, okay, fine, but you better get your crap in order. That's what I think is most likely going on, which is why it doesn't really matter. Like, we strike Iran, right? We're not striking the people. We're not striking civilian areas. We're literally hitting military targets, and they can't do shit about it. So I would just say, all in all, just stop panicking. Just stop panicking. We can't kill their ideology. I agree with you completely, but I'll explain that in a minute. Dave, for real. We're not killing their ideology, right? What we are doing is we are using it against them. We are going to judo the radical Islamic regime, right? Because, you know what, screw it. I'll get into it right now. All right. Here's what I'm hearing, okay? You can't leave any IRGC in place. You can't because of their ideology. And I agree with you, okay? However, If you try to take out the entire IRGC, first of all, there's like tens or hundreds of thousands of them. Like there's loyalists combined with actual military personnel. It's not a pretty war. It will be a forever war if you try that. Not a forever war. It'll be a long, drawn out conflict if you try that. That is guaranteed. If that is your plan, and the overwhelming majority of Americans do not want that, and Trump, he works for us. We don't want that. Maybe Trump wants that. I know the Iranian people want that, but we don't. So it's kind of, it would not be good for Trump to do that, even though it's what some people want. I think it would be better, hear me out, if we, and it's not Japan, by the way, it's two completely different situations. Because I see the nukem in the chat, and I've said before, I'm like, it's kind of a good idea, but in this particular situation, right? Hear me out. Think about this, right? What if you weaken the IRGC so much, and you create the division in there because, like I was just saying, you have some crazy radical loyalists who are like, no deal at all, and then some who are like, maybe we should take a deal, let's play the long game, let's screw them, but we're gonna have to give up the Iranian, and then the other guy's like, no. You create this fracturing, and you continuously put pressure in there, so it continues to fracture. Then you have smaller factions. Then you may have a chance for the Iranian people, in conjunction with the Gulf states that are going to be sort of jumping on board with this Abrahamic Accords continuation, that may be able to come in and take the IRGC down long game style, right? Because if you just go in and kill them all, which you kind of can't, create a power vacuum. It's exactly what we've done in the past, where a new regime just jumps in and takes its place. Okay, so look, I'm not a geopolitical expert. I just have a high degree of common sense, critical thinking, and deductive reasoning when I see the facts of what's going on, and that's what I would probably think the plan is. Right? I'm not saying trust the plan, man. I'm saying if that's the plan, pretty good damn plan. All right. Can we concede that that's a possibility, where it's like, yes, technically, right, the IRGC is in place. Same thing with Venezuela, right? Technically, the Maduro regime is in place. Are the Maduro regime doing what they were doing? No. So that's what I'm saying. I think that if you can get the same result without dropping bombs, you should. And I think that that's what Trump's plan might be. So if that's the plan, pretty good plan. Right? And we won't know until we see the plan, which we don't have. Right? And he's not going to tell us. He's like, you guys all want, by the way, you all want Trump to tell you the plan all the time. It's like, if he tells you the plan, you know who else he's telling the plan to? Freaking Iran. Don't trust the plan. Voice your concerns about what the plan might be, and then wait for the plan before you say the plan sucks. All right. Pope Leo warns of risks from who gives a shit. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so tired of this guy. I'm tired of the look. I've said this. This is pretty much one of the reasons why I left the Catholic Church. I've said this before. It's very hard to articulate, but I was raised Catholic. I was born and raised Catholic. I went to Catholic Mass growing up. Went and saw the Pope for Jubilee 2000 in Italy. I got my mom's rosary beads right here. I feel Catholic, but I can't get down with the church. Right. And that's tricky because Catholics are all about the church. I'm just saying I can't get down with the church, like this church. I mean, it's become a political organization. And I think it always was to a certain degree, but it's become a pretty heavily political organization. They should be talking about, Jesus and stuff, not AI. Why is the Pope talking about, what the hell does he know? what does the Pope know about AI? Right? Like, what is it? Why? What? Like, if you're like, if I try, no, let me try to think of a good analogy. Okay, yes, here we go. All right, your vet. Your vet takes care of your dog, correct? Or your cat, or your pet, or what have you, right? Do you call your vet and ask him how to change your oil, him or her? Do you call the vet? Do you say, oh, yes, is this the animal hospital? Look, I have a problem. How do you change the oil in the car? How do you replace your brake pads, right? It's like, the vet's like, I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. All right? What the hell do I know about cars? Do you have a dog question? Right? Like, why? Why is the Pope talking about AI? That's the God guy. Ask Elon Musk about AI. Don't ask the freaking Pope. Let me tell you about AI. What? I'm sorry. I thought this was church. What? Anyway, I mean, am I crazy for thinking that? It's like, maybe shut up and talk about Jesus, bro. Like, maybe do that. Maybe try that. That would be great. Thanks. Thanks, Pope. All right. Next up, Russia hits Kyiv. Have you guys noticed that nobody freaks out when Russia hits Ukraine or vice versa? Has anybody noticed that? Right? Russia hits Kyiv with hypersonic ballistic missiles and deranged attack, right? Nobody, you've been conditioned to have this, like, normalization of a particular war, right? And you've been conditioned to have this particular feeling anytime a different war, right, but a much smaller one, has any activity whatsoever, right? Where it's let me put it into perspective for you, right? Israel shoots a rocket at Hezbollah, right? What does Cenk Uyghur do? Right, like, yeah, and then honestly, like, even me, like me and Meg, even the people that support Israel are like, oh, you know, like, because, oh, what are they going to think about that? You know, like, oh, here we go again. Oh, but we shouldn't actually think like that, because, you know, Israel's firing rockets at terrorists, right? Like, they should. They should not have to apologize for how they can. They are a sovereign nation, and no, we don't fund them, and no, they don't control us. Just like it's an insane talking point. But no, what I mean is, right, when Israel does anything, right, and when the U.S. does anything, there's this, like, conditioning that's been going on both sides, where it's like, oh, right? It's like, dude, do you know how many people are dying in the Ukraine-Russia war? It's a lot, bro. And it's very strange that we don't have it's kind of like that scene from The Dark Knight where the Joker's like, as long as everything goes to plan, nobody freaks out. As long as it's part of the plan. Right? Like, you know? Yeah, so, like, I just find that interesting. I think that you should be cognizant of that, because if you are not having the exact same, like me, if you are not having the exact same reaction where I am of the belief that, hey, war's war, you know, like, when Russia strikes Ukraine, I go, yeah, that makes sense. When Israel strikes Hezbollah, that makes sense too. When the U.S. strikes Iran for, you know, dropping mines in the ocean, I go, yeah, yeah, right. I definitely want it to be over, but I don't have the, like, panicking thing where it seems like there's some conditioning going on. I think you're being groomed to be anti-war, and everyone should be anti-war. But you should not be groomed to be a pacifist, isolationist, non-interventionist, because, you know, there's always bad people in the world, and if nobody fights them, then they take over the world. So if you're a true Christian, if you're a true righteous person, the world needs very good men to do very bad things from time to time. It's just a fact. I saw somebody in the chat ask me a question, and I actually kind of want to address it, because, I mean, I don't want to turn this into Misfits faith hour. But Zach, don't you have a problem with some of the other issues with the Catholic Church, like idolatry with Mary and the statues? Yes, I do, actually. And that's the thing. It's like, that's what I mean by, I was raised Catholic, I grew up Catholic, and I got the rosary, but I just don't know if my whole entire ideology was based around these man-made, interpreted by man rules, right? And I honestly don't see how, why do I need to talk to a priest to talk to God? That seems a little bit, that seems like going through an operator. I don't get that. I can talk to him right now. I can, hey, what's up, bro? Like, I don't need to go into like, and who the hell is that guy? Like, I go into a little booth and I'm like, hey, all right, so I had some impure thoughts, and like, and then he's like, okay, do these chants, for Hail Mary, and then you're literally you're forgiven. It makes no sense to me now as an adult. So no, I really don't think I'm Catholic anymore. I don't know what I am. I just call myself a Christian. I read the Bible. I go to a non-denominational church. I love it. It's one of those, big churches with the rock band, and it's a community Bible church. So basically, it's the one. I wear these on my wrist. I wear my mom's bracelet because I took her to my church when she came to visit. My bracelet. This one's the Charlie Kirk Freedom. This one's the Israel High one that I just got at that combat anti-Semitism thing. I like that it's a community Bible church. It's not like a big mega church where they say, give me money, and they don't do anything. They actually, they do a lot of work in the community. They do a ton of work in the community. And my pastor is hilarious, Pastor Ed. And I just think that, I think that that's pretty much the best way to go. I think that's all you need to do. Read your Bible. Wherever two or more may gather, that's where you find me. That's what I believe the church is. Jesus said, wherever two or more may gather, that's where I will be, or that's where you'll find me. I think that's the church. I don't think it was some rock that Peter was standing on. So, yeah. Anyway, it's a little detour. I just wanted to address that because a lot of people probably don't know what my faith is, and that's what it is. That's what it is. Just a basic bitch Christian, and a bad one. I swear, all the time. I'm so. I call myself the. I say that there's sheep, there's wolves, and there's sheepdogs. But every once in a while, we're gonna need a wolf too, and then that's me. I'm that MRFer. Okay, let's see. Next up, what do we got? We're at 8:33. Okay. Russia used its powerful hypersonic missile, hit the city of Kyiv. Genuinely deranged. I think you guys are both pretty crazy. You guys should stop this. Like, Russia and Ukraine, you do not need to be fighting. Does anybody even know? Like, anybody in the chat, do you guys know what they're fighting about? Anybody? Right? I mean, if you saw Tucker Carlson's interview of Putin years ago, it's the denazification of Ukraine. Okay. By the way, they do have a pretty big problem. Look at the Azov battalion if you don't believe me. But what are they fighting about? Land? Right? You really think they're fighting? You think they're killing? You think that these two leaders are killing like 7,000 people a week over land? No. They both have similar ideologies, faiths, cultures. The demographics are very similar between the two countries. They're not fighting over land. They're not fighting. They're fighting because it's a political war where they are benefiting from it, right? And I believe that. I believe that it is one of these types of wars where the military-industrial complex is just going to keep it running, and it's a political war. I don't think that there's any ideology behind it, right? I don't think there is no ideology behind it, right? Like the war in Iran, there's an ideology behind it. You have to fight that one, right? You have to fight that one. These are two countries fighting over I don't know what, right? It's and you know what? Putin has a point. UN, he was like, hey, stop. I'm not a fan of Putin. Don't take that the wrong way. But it's like, you should have left that son of a bitch alone, dude. Like, you really should have. You guys kept on poking the bear. And he's a sociopath. You think he cares about his people? He's going to throw bodies at it, right? And for some reason, he thinks it's a good idea. So, and Zelensky, I think I know what his reasoning is. I think that his reasoning is he wants to stay in power. It's probably like literally, he suspended elections. He locked up political dissidents. He allegedly assassinated political dissidents. As long as the war is going on, he gets to keep being president. Boom. There's your reason for Zelensky. So I don't think it's ideology, is all I'm saying. And it's deadly. It is a deadly, deadly war. We should be way more pissed off about that war if we're going to be caring about what happens in other countries. And yes, it is part of our problem because we gave $200 billion to Ukraine. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, look, see, Netanyahu, next story. Netanyahu says Israel will intensify strikes against Hezbollah. And people are going to be like, whoa. It's like, bro, did you see the last story? The last story, people probably scrolled right by it. They were like, meh. All right. This one, somebody said, oh my God, I can't believe it. Why can't you just stop? Like, just shut up. Shut up. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Bomb the shit out of them. Do it all the time, every day. What they don't tell you in this headline that's meant to get you all freaking hot and bothered is freaking Hezbollah, Lebanon, is working with Israel to blow up Hezbollah. Hezbollah's in Lebanon. Earlier this month, Lebanon and Israel agreed to a 45-day ceasefire. Okay. The IDF said several strikes were conducted within seconds against Hezbollah. Israel military issued an evacuation order. Too far. You see, I think I talked about this the other day. Okay. So remember what I told you about people that are attacking they're attacking the symptom, not the disease. And you have to do both. You have to fight the symptom. You have to obviously address the symptom, which is the terrorists. You have to blow up the terrorists. But if you're not attacking the disease, if you're not actually doing a diplomacy structure behind it, where you're trying to put together like the Abraham Accords and what have you, then it's just never ending, right? Hezbollah is run by SPLC. You know, I think it's probably a good time to just jump in. So it's because we're going to basically be talking about this. What else? Sonny Rollins passed away. Record May high sweep. Okay, so yeah, weather in France and a jazz guy died. I think we can. I mean, rest in peace, Sonny Rollins. He was 95. If anybody that dies at 95, I'm like, I'm not, bro. You did it. You won. You won life. You made it. It was your time. Get out of here. Go to heaven. Bye. All right. Let me. Oh, I love this thumbnail. This is my favorite thumbnail. Okay. Let's start with TDS Tuesday. Okay. Here's some bookmarks for you. This is going to be fun. Anonymous update. Trump is still a stupid piece of shit. Kim.com, Trump is done. There's no coming back. Spencer, whoever the hell that guy is. The thing MAGA doesn't understand is nobody cares about their crusty ass cult except for themselves. Yeah, well, we won an election. Means that the majority of the country cares. Okay, never woke. This is one of those massy woke right people. It's funny, you're never woke. You're literally woke, right? Vote Republican. Do you want Democrats to win? That means nothing to me anymore. Both sides suck, and Trump has made it very clear that we're not on the same team. So essentially, TDS is in full swing. I have a response to this guy. Here. Both sides are the same. That's why I'm voting for the side that's worse. Right? That's basically what they're saying. They go, both sides are the same. That's why I'm going to vote for the side that's worse. Right? Let's do a couple of minutes of do a couple of minutes of comment scrolling. Let's see. I think as Trump has run out of ideas, I think he's progressively getting worse. Trump has always been a stupid POS. Man, Jesus. Sorry, not to use the Lord's name in vain. I do that all the time too, by the way. So apologize, but cheese and rice, isn't that what the old mom said? Cheese and rice. This is so crazy. Look at this is literally. If you guys have never scrolled through the comment section of somebody with TDS, it's my favorite thing to do. I love the internet. Some people get like bothered or tired with the internet, seeing all this craziness, and I'm like, yeah. Trump is done. There's no coming back. I go, yeah, it's his second term. I crack myself up. If not, hey man, if you guys aren't gonna make me laugh, I'm gonna do it for myself. If you live in New Zealand, put your mask on and Ash. Yeah, this is a great one. You are here. We got him now. All right. Well, let's do two more. Let's go through a couple more. Bananas and rice. Bananas and rice. Is that? No, it wasn't. It was cheese and rice because it sounds like cheese. You know what I'm saying. All right. Oh God. He's got a weird face. Bro, just because your husband calls you crusty doesn't mean you create less of a MAGA. All right, this one's underwhelming. And finally, the woke right. All right. This is what, so by the way, this is actually great. Take a good look at this. Take a good look at this little chart here, okay? So if you guys don't know, Massey is already saying that he's going to run for office in 2028. I would assume presidential office. All right, let me see if I can offer some insight. Here we go. Okay. They can't help tell on themselves. They really can't. Right. So this is 2025 Gallup Party affiliation: red Republicans, blue Democrats, yellow Independent. On the screen, you have a pie chart. It says 27.3% blue, 27.3% red, and 45.5% yellow or independents. And this is supposed to give you the impression that the majority of the country is independent, which it is. However, what this chart doesn't show you is how independents vote, right? Because I'm not sure if you know this, there is no independent ticket, okay? There's no yellow ticket. It doesn't exist. So this chunk right here of 45.5, it's split right about down the middle, and it's red or blue, okay? So like this it's so funny. I go, independents vote red, still vote either red or blue. You effing dummy. Right? It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Why are you so rude? It's obvious both parties are trash. People are kind of sick of it. Hey, you're not going to hear any disagreement from me that there are horrible, corrupt politicians on both sides, but both parties are not trash. Dan Bongino says it best. Republicans aren't the answer to your problems, but Democrats are definitely the cause of your problems, okay? What we have in this country is a constitutional republic, okay, with representative government, okay? And your elected leaders are not representing you, and that does happen on both sides. The answer is not, right, to vote for the party that's worse, right? The answer is to do what we have been very successfully doing this year in particular, and we are crushing primary challenges. You want to fix the country? Fix your party. That's how you do it. It's not the best system in the world because no system is perfect. It's the best one we got. It's the best one that anyone has. And look at this. The RNC has 123.9 million cash on hand. The DNC is negative $3 million. Do you guys understand how huge that is? We are poised to set up a Reagan era. And what is everybody focused on? They're focused on dividing the right. Oh, what a freaking coincidence. Thomas Massie comes out of nowhere and announces he's about to run for president in 2028 after saying if he loses his primary, he's done with politics. Why would he do that? Why would, pop quiz, why would Massie want to run? I'll show you. Here, that's why. That's why. They think that the Democrats are using Massie as controlled opposition to try and split the right-wing ticket because they are screwed. This is their plan. This is their plan right here on the screen, all right? They're telling on themselves. They know exactly what they're trying to do. They have no money. They're not going to be able to run candidates. They have no message. What's the Democrat Party's message? What's their policy? Anybody? Let's go. Let's take the chat. Actually, I want to put this on the screen. In the chat, what is the Democrat Party's policy position? What is their message? What is their agenda? Anyone? Can you like, all right, so like, okay, Trump, right? Make America great again through peace through strength, closing the border, lowering your taxes. Like there's energy independence, you know, peace through strength in foreign policy. What is the Democrats' agenda? Thank you. Thank you, Orange Man Bad. You guys nailed it. See, we have the smartest people in this show. In the chat, in this show, we have the smartest people in politics. That's what their agenda is. Orange Man Bad. Trump bad, Orange Man bad. That's their whole agenda. Is that working for the American people? Is their agenda, which is Orange Man bad, right? How does that help their constituents? What does that do for the? How does Orange Man bad lower your taxes? How does Orange Man bad, you know, raise your income? How does Orange Man bad keep you safe? How does Orange Man bad do any of this? It doesn't. And people understand that now. People have gone through over a decade of the Democrat Party's platform being Orange Man bad, and they are not seeing a return on their investment. The radical wing of the Democrat Party are the only people that are happy being unhappy, right? They're the only people that are like, yeah, I'm going to wake up tomorrow miserable as fuck, and I love it.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing.
So, yeah, sorry, guys. I mean, if we keep our freaking head in the game, recognize the op, recognize what they're trying to do, address the problem, and fight the disease while attacking the symptom, Massie, symptom, Democrat Party, disease, if we can successfully navigate that, we cure the cancer. Holy shit. There's your solution. Why am I the only person that sees this? Well, not only. You guys get it. Sean gets it. Well, I'm just saying, why don't other people see it? Why we unite like freaking Matt Walsh? Why we unite? Shut up. Shut up. Earmuffs. Sean's in the chat. Sean's earmuffs must have been burning because I just go, Sean gets it, and Sean goes, earmuffs. All right, but you guys understand what I'm saying, okay? Right? Like, basically, the reason why Massie is going to run, he's going to run on the libertarian ticket, thinking he's going to split the Republican vote, and the Democrats are going to win because they have no money, no message, no nothing. As long as we just focus and get out and vote, we can go through a Reagan era 2.0, and we can turn this country into a prosperous nation for decades. Just get your ass out and vote. Stop letting doomerism and blackpilling keep you in this doom cycle of panicking. That's all. That's all you have to do. All you have to do, right? Reagan, screw the noise. Put on your earmuffs, okay? Tune it out. Ground game. Who are your candidates? Why? Go get them. Today, it's Texas. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to the dentist. As soon as I'm done with the dentist, I'm going to the polls. I am voting Ken Paxton, Mays Middleton, Beau French, and some others. You know, it's a good day. You know what today's a good day for? And we're running out of time, but it's important. ActiveVote. We're going to show you. I mean, early vote action also works, but I like ActiveVote because it gives you a good visual representation of, like, you know, the. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so today, election day. Today, look at that. This is activevote.com. You can download the ActiveVote app. You can go in and take a quiz. You can basically, this is why I like ActiveVote, okay? It's not the best app, but it's the best one, I think. You go here, look at this. Wow, this is my ballot. I have already filled this out, right? I know who I'm voting for. You know when you go into the, you know when you think you know who you're voting for, and then you go into the voting station and they don't let you bring your phone in, and you go, who the hell was I going to vote for? If you get this, you can write it down in your hand. You might even be able to ask them, hey, I have my ballot on my phone. Can I look at it real quick? But yeah, here we go. And look, you guys might disagree with me on the Chip Roy thing. I'm not going to be upset if either of these guys wins. So, but I'm going with Mays Middleton because I personally don't, Chip Roy gives me the ick. All right. He's friends with Massey. He said MAGA can kiss his ass. He's gone after Trump. It's back and forth. I'm not saying he's a full-on rhino. I'm saying he's endorsed by some people that I like. And I personally want to vote for Mays Middleton. That's what I'm going to do. If you don't like that, cool, whatever. I'm not going to be unhappy if Chip Roy wins. I'm going to vote Mays Middleton. For my own reasons, that's my right. But yeah, I'm going Ken Paxton. I'm going Mays Middleton. I got Beau French on here. This is what you can do. You can download this app. You can pre-pick out your ballot. And then when you go to the polls, you'll know who you're voting for because you've already done your research. This is called ground game. This is called being an informed member of the public. We are not a country governed by the majority. We are a country governed by the majority of those who participate. All right? Good. Moving on. Okay, we got to get to this. We got to get to the deal or no deal. I should have gotten to this way sooner, but we got 7 minutes. Let's go. Okay. I see a lot of panicking saying Trump caved in Iran and was going to keep enriching uranium part of the deal. I believe the story came from the IRGC or one of their propaganda. I have an idea. Hear me out. Stop panicking every time goat effing terrorist regime lies to you. Okay. Here's what Trump would say. Trump, the enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over or brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction with coordination. Okay, let's get rid of this one because we got a lot of, yeah, there's that one. Okay, from Eric Daughtry. I got two tweets from Eric Daughtry, pretty good. And then I have an amazing breakdown that we're going to have to get to. It's very long. So Trump announced all countries involved in the Iranian peace deal should be required to join the Abraham Peace Accords. Okay. So it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, already a member, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain, already a member. Guys, if you do not see the long game strategy to this, if it does work out, it could be the biggest push, the biggest move, the biggest step forward towards peace in the Middle East in freaking, what, centuries? I don't know. This could be something big. I'm not saying trust the plan. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. I'm saying it could. And here's a really good breakdown. We're going to have to do this because I only have 6 minutes and this is long. This guy gets it. Okay. AJ Inapi, AJ_INAPI, shout out. Okay. Americans need to understand what's happening right now. Most people are still viewing President Trump's foreign policy through an old post-World War II lens. That lens is obsolete. Thank you. What Trump is attempting is not a minor policy adjustment. It's a complete restructuring of the global economic and geopolitical order. Read that again. For 80 years, America operated under a globalist framework. America paid the bills. America defended everyone. America opened its markets. America carried NATO. America protected shipping lanes. America subsidized allies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But millions of Americans watched manufacturing collapse. Communities hollow out, endless wars drain trillions. China rise, this is important. It's always China. China rise into a superpower using America's own economic system against itself. Freaking Amazon, right? Like they're buying farmland. This guy is nailing this, and this is a really long post, so we're going to keep going. I'm going to talk really fast because you have no idea how long this post is. President Trump is trying to replace that model with something entirely different: a transactional, America first economic coalition built around energy, trade, security, manufacturing, and strategic deals. This guy gets it. The Truth Social post about the Abraham Accords wasn't just another statement, it was a blueprint. If this succeeds, you are looking at the construction of a massive economic security network that could include the United States, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Parts of Latin America. Why is he going after Venezuela and Cuba? Because Trump knows what he's doing. If it works, right? I'm not saying trust the plan. I'm saying if it works. If this is the plan and it works, holy shit, it's really good. Okay. This is one of the most misunderstood parts of President Trump's geopolitical strategy. Many Americans still think in Cold War terms: America versus Russia, America versus China, permanent hostility, permanent escalation. But President Trump's approach is far more transactional and realist. Instead of trying to ideologically remake the world, the strategy appears to be focused on preventing direct great power war, reducing the chance of nuclear escalation, using trade leverage instead of permanent military occupation. Why don't people get this? Creating an economic independence where possible, forcing burden sharing among allies, and positioning America as the central negotiating power between rival blocs. This does not mean surrendering to China or Russia. It means recognizing in reality what many in Washington refuse to accept for decades. China is already an economic superpower. Russia is a military and energy superpower. We can't just... The question is no longer whether they exist as major powers. The question is whether America can position itself at the center of a new balance of power that benefits America instead of endlessly draining American wealth, trying to maintain a fading unipolar system. Love this guy. I love this guy. This is just like, this is all of my thoughts. This is all of my thoughts that they were typed out. So he typed out all my thoughts. President Trump is essentially trying to create an overlapping economic zone where America is no longer carrying the world for free, but instead sits at the center of the world's most powerful deal-making network. Combined economic power, potentially 65 to 75 trillion in GDP, over half the global economy, energy dominance, shipping lanes, critical minerals, AI infrastructure, manufacturing exchange, food security, military positioning, trade corridors, investment flows, currency leverage, stabilizing relations between major powers, where possible, isolating hostile behavior through leverage instead of endless occupation wars. Younger Americans need to understand this part. This directly impacts your future. If America remains trapped in the old system, debt keeps exploding, jobs continue leaving, house becomes less affordable, wages get crushed by global competition, endless foreign entanglements continue, America slowly declines in like other aging empires. By the way, isolationism leads to this. This is exactly what this is exactly what America First, Nick Fuentes, Massey, Dave Smith, this is exactly what happens under their ideology. But if America successfully repositions itself, you have industrial job return, energy prices stabilize, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right, look at how long this is. All right, Abraham Accords themselves are historic because they shift the Middle East, protection, blah, blah, blah. Peace through prosperity, trade instead of proxy wars, economic incentives. You get the point. Not a utopia, not a permanent peace, not the end of competition, but a system where economic incentives and strategic leverage become more powerful than endless military occupations and ideological crusades. Dude, somebody give this dude a freaking medal. He gets it. All right? And look, this is the post, right? An unparalleled world coalition, not a new world order. Not a new world order. Trump says unparalleled world coalition, right? Not New World Order, not globalism. We're in charge, but we want to bring you all to the table. That's how the leader of the free world operates. Okay, 9 o'clock, just got through that. Please go. I just reposted this. Go and read this for yourself. Burn it into the back of your frickin' memory because this guy literally nailed that. You, sir, You, sir, get a shout out. Okay. Sean Farish is coming up now with Ungoverned. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. I am going to vote. And if you're in Texas, you better get your ass off of that chair right now and do the same. Quick shout out. Bad Moon 101, Hip Hop Patriot Bumba, and T. Mitchell. Okay, we're out of time. All right. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
To the Ungovernables, the Captain Screw, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We're coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Tuesday to you. This close to saying Monday. Yesterday was Monday, and we didn't stream yesterday, so today feels like Monday, but it also feels like a Tuesday to me because I did 4 hours of radio yesterday morning. So it's like bottom line is, whoa. The bottom line is I don't know what day it is. I just didn't expect it. It's not that bad. Not that bad. We've already got an idiot in the chat who Jeremy put in timeout for 5 minutes. And we offered him the opportunity to call. Of course, he's not going to take it. So when his timeout ends and he comes back in, it's Dr. Mega something. If he comes back in spewing garbage, he's gone. That's the way that'll be. But I will open up the website just in case he does choose to call, but he hasn't, so that's okay. Today is Texas Senate runoff day. Very big day in Texas. Take nothing for granted. Take nothing for granted and get out and vote for Ken Paxton. He is the Trump-endorsed candidate in Texas, running for Senate in the runoff today. Ken Paxton is favored. He is favored to win this race. So hopefully he comes through, and we will see where he lands. But I do believe he's going to win. So there you go. Updates on Iran. There are updates on Iran changing every minute of every day. I'm going to caution you. I said the same thing on 1210 WPHT yesterday. I'm going to caution you against a very easy pitfall. If you're reading elements of a quote-unquote deal, and that quote-unquote deal includes giving Iran the opportunity or the ability to build a nuclear weapon, then it is not a real deal. Okay? I didn't think that this was a difficult concept. I don't know, maybe, holiday weekend, people kind of get a little out there. I didn't think this was a difficult concept. But when Donald Trump comes out and says, primary objective number one, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and then quote unquote details of the quote unquote deal start quote unquote leaking, and you start seeing Iran with the ability to enrich uranium and hold on to their nuclear material, and they'll still be able to, you have to, it has to set off like your BS detector, okay? Where you get like this, right? Like that's the BS alarm. And it should set off, a 5-alarm fire in your head. Like this is clearly BS. Yesterday on 1210 WPHT in the morning, I went through this and we were going, I was in an article, reading through an article from a Middle Eastern source. It was Amwaj Media. And they even said Arab and Iranian sources are the ones who are leaking details of the deal, which means it's propaganda and it's not the deal. So we've got to be smarter here before we start flipping out and panicking and running around. Cough, cough, Ted Cruz. Oh, this deal is a mistake. How do you know that? Nobody knows what the deal is yet, Ted. And I don't hate Ted Cruz. We don't need that. Mark Levin, I also don't hate him. He started panicking yesterday, too. Lindsey Graham, I can't say I hate him. I don't like him, but, we all know his deal. Just be very, very careful regarding, potential peace deals and things of that nature. The Iranians have done this before. We've seen this before. By the way, the cynic in me doesn't even think there's going to be a deal. We're doing the tail chase again. Here comes a deal. We're close. Oh, they went back on a couple of terms. We're going to bomb them. Here comes a deal. We're close. Iran went back on terms. We're going to bomb them. Here comes a deal. We're close. Iran went back on the terms. We're going to bomb. We've done this before. And I'm not telling you that I don't have faith in the administration. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to dunk on Trump. So before anyone starts clutching pearls over that, don't. I'm just telling you that this is a pattern that if you've been paying attention for the last month and a half, we've seen this cycle repeat itself over and over and over again. And at some point, you got to break the cycle. The cycle is either going to be broken with a peace deal or the cycle is going to be broken with the military operations in Iran resuming. Now, this go around with this potential peace deal that we're hearing about, as I said last week, it's a little bit different because you've got the Gulf countries involved, right? And as President Trump mentioned yesterday on Truth Social, the Abraham Accords are now coming into the fray here, and that is something that is a new variable in this cycle of peace dealings. So let's see. The reason, by the way, that I'm not optimistic that a deal is going to be reached is not because of Trump. It's not because of this administration. It's not because of the folks negotiating it on our side. It's because I don't trust Iran. That's why I don't think there's going to be a deal, okay? Or I don't feel confident that there's going to be a deal. But I hope there is one. You know that I wanted this thing wrapped up by now, so we'll see what happens. But we'll get to a few updates from that. Spencer Pratt is surging in Los Angeles. Maybe not necessarily in polling per se, although they have the jungle primary, it's a little too early. But from a donation standpoint, he is raising a ton of money. Now, because of social media, because of how he has, handled his advertising, it has become almost a national campaign. Now, he's not focused on national issues, but it's being watched nationally. And so that's, I think, a contributing factor to his huge donation success. Now, does money win you every election? No. Look what it did for Kamala Harris. It put the Democrats in debt. As a matter of fact, they're still in debt, right? So it's not that I believe because Spencer Pratt is raising a ton of money that I believe, again, that he's going to win. I think it's going to be very difficult for him to win, but we'll get into that. Plus, the difference between what he's doing in Los Angeles and what Massey did in Kentucky could not be more striking. Could not be more striking. The differences between those two campaigns could not be more stark. And speaking of Thomas Massey, I caught him in an epic lie once again, posted it on X last night. We're at 500,000 views at this point. He went from saying if he lost his primary in Kentucky, which, by the way, a week ago he did. He did. Yep, there's the results right there. Chew on that, you bunch of idiots. Look at that. That's never going to get old. Never going to get old. He said that if he had lost his primary on May 19th, that he would not do any more government ever. Don't worry, I have the receipts, as I always do. I have the receipts, as I always do. So we're going to dive into a little bit of that as well. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning. Her husband has a rare form of bone cancer. And so you have that news. She's releasing more documents before she leaves, which is pretty cool. That'll shed some light on some things that I think we're going to want to see. A couple of illegal alien stories if we have time to get to it this morning. And that will basically round out what we got on tap for you today. So before we get to any of all that good stuff, a lot of all that good stuff, I want to talk to you about our friends over at OFP Farms. That is OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Folks, Memorial Day is over. OFPFarms.com is an amazing place for you to get the greatest skincare products in the game, including soaps, lotions, lip balms, all natural pain relief, etc. It's the perfect time to stock up on your favorite OFP Farms tallow and goat milk skincare and take advantage of an incredible deal. They offer farm-crafted products in small batches to maintain quality, simple ingredients that your skin understands, and nourishing skincare that you can bring into your home straight from their farm in Northern California. They're amazing people, thousands of 5-star reviews. Check it out for yourself at OFPFarms.com. It's OFPFarms.com. OFPFarms.com. Use the promo code SHAWN for 10% off of your entire purchase. That's OFP, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 10% off of your entire order. See it on your screen. OFPFarms.com, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right, let's jump right into this. First of all, today is a very important day in the great state of Texas. I posted one of the short clips from the show last week on social media, did very well on X, and essentially said that the days of empty primary threats from GOP voters appear to be over. Okay? And the reason I say that is because you've seen it in Indiana. 6 out of 7 Senate primary. I saw 6 out of 7 Senate rhinos in Indiana were successfully primaried out of their seats. You saw Massey lose in a primary. You saw Bill Cassidy lose in a primary. By the way, did you know that Bill Cassidy's primary loss in Louisiana, Bill Cassidy's primary loss in Louisiana was the first time that an incumbent senator has lost a primary in 14 years. 14 years since an incumbent senator has lost a primary. Bill Cassidy. Now, that was what? That was last Saturday. Over the weekend, before Memorial Day weekend. Last Saturday. And it's probably going to happen again in Texas if and when Ken Paxton, who is favored to win, Ken Paxton defeats John Cornyn in the Texas Senate runoff today. That would be two senators, two Republican senators who will have lost their seats in a primary, something that hadn't happened in 14 years will have happened twice over the course of 10 days. The days of, we're going to primary you, and then primary season rolls around and nothing happens, those days appear to be over. I want voters to understand. I want Republicans to understand. I want you guys to understand. I want everybody who listens to this to understand, whether you're on audio, whether you're on video, rumble.com/LFA-TV, you're listening to it anywhere on your podcast, whatever. I want everyone to understand this simple fact. You have the power and the time to use your power to teach these lackluster Republican representatives a lesson is in the primary. It is not in the general. Okay? As I mentioned last week, you guys, all of you guys know that I am no fan of Thomas Massie. Not a fan at all. I think he's a fake. I think he's a phony. I think he's apparently leading a cult online. These people on the internet, they think this guy is some sort of divine figure. Well, I'm pointing out that he actually lied. April 6th, he said something, and then, yesterday he's doing something completely different. Oh, he changed his mind. No, he lied to you. He didn't change his mind. So, okay, let's play the he changed his mind game, shall we? Mm-hmm. Donald Trump campaigned on no new wars. Well, in fairness, Donald Trump campaigned on his track record of starting no new wars. He never promised that he would not start a war. That's number one. But even if Donald Trump did promise that he wouldn't start a war, can I use your excuse now? Well, he changed his mind. He's not a lie. He's not betraying us. He just changed his mind. Folks, let's get with it here, okay? People are crazy. Absolutely nuts. By the way, that guy never called, so if he does pop up back in the chat, we'll just nuke him. Oh, I'm not sure if Jeremy might have got him. He was in here.
I got him because he came in with no intention to call.
Okay, yeah, because
Jeremy was just being ridiculous.
Jeremy muted him for 5 minutes. And then he returned.
He came back in and I took him out.
Yeah, Jeremy's
I don't have the patience for these.
No, Jeremy's terms were if you're not going to accept the challenge to call, you're blocked.
Yeah. No,
so that's it. The law has been enforced. Goodbye. Do I have a goodbye? What do I have? I don't think I have anything that's goodbye over here, right?
Right to jail, right away.
That works. Yeah.
We also have a...
Hell no, to the no.
We also have...
You are not a smart person.
You are not a smart person. There we go. I love it. And you know what my favorite one on here is now?
Google.
And we also have Google what they said.
Google what they said.
We also have a...
You are gay.
Yes, and
why are you gay?
We were just going shot for shot here. So I added Don't Fall For It to mine also.
Good.
Because
Don't fall for it.
that's one of my favorites.
Mustard.
No, you have mustard. You have mustard.
But you do the radio, so you should
yes,
have it.
I should add mustard to this board. But Nick has mustard, so when I'm on with them,
Yeah.
I have Nick.
Where's the ball pit?
Where's the ball pit? All right, let's get back. Regroup, reorient. Redneck said, you're pushing my button. No, I'm pushing my buttons. Regroup, reorient, refocus the mission. Okay, or no, regroup, reorient, resume the mission. All right, let's get into it. We have Texas Senate runoff today. You guys know the deal. I think it's going to be Ken Paxton. Going to be great. People will say, oh, well, Ken Paxton's got a lot of baggage. Is he going to be able to defeat James Tallarico in Texas? I think so. As Trump said, he was saying it kind of, being humorous about it. But at the same time, how does a vegan run for statewide office in Texas? Federal office, but a statewide. How does that work? Isn't Texas the barbecue capital of the world?
There's a lot of it. So
right?
It could be.
There's
I don't know if that's what it's actually.
And they got them Longhorn, or they're like these Longhorn, them beautiful steak bearing, right? Them. They got those. How does a vegan run for statewide federal office in Texas? How does that work?
Well, are they running as a conservative or what?
A Democrat. James Tallarico. This is the guy who thinks God is non-binary. There's 6 genders.
Gotcha. So I
wouldn't
say a diet necessarily should make or break something.
Oh, it absolutely should. If you're a vegan, you can't win in Texas. In Texas, you can win in other states. You cannot win in Texas.
If you're conservative.
No, if you're a vegan, you cannot win office in Texas. Texas is the barbecue capital of the world. There's no such thing as barbecue that's not with meat. If vegans can't eat barbecue, okay? So if you're a vegan, you can't win office in Texas. You can't. This doesn't make sense. See, T. Mitch understands. No vegans in Texas, right? There's no vegans at the Texas Longhorns, right? We have the longest, the Texas Longhorns. We have the longest. You know what what I was thinking too? This is a way out of left field. I'm thinking I might actually record and use him on there. Put Mo on my soundboard.
But you have the actual
No,
Mo.
no. But I'm saying, like, if I'm talking about honking the hedgehog this way, I can say honking the hedgehog, press the Mo button. But unless we get 800, you don't actually see Mo. And that's how I win. I always win. You have to understand. I always win. All right. Texas, vote for Ken Paxton. The runoff is today. It would be the second Rhino incumbent senator to lose his seat in the last 10 days. And that is something that has not taken place in until 14 years ago. So it's been 14 years since one senator lost his seat. One incumbent senator lost his seat in the primary. Now you're going to have two over the course of 10, 11 days. So it is encouraging. Next, Iran deal. All right. This is a big one. Trump provided an update on the Iran deal and options for the disposal of the enriched uranium from Iran. So again, I want you to use your heads, use your noodles, use your noggin. If you got to use the goo, if you got to do that, listen, I want you to use your head. If you're seeing details of a peace deal that is leaking, and those details include anything that even insinuates or implies or leaves wiggle room on the nuclear issue, throw it out. That is not what we're signing. Okay? That should be the dead giveaway. If you're reading terms of a potential deal and that potential deal indicates or gives any sort of wiggle room or leeway to Iran regarding the nuclear issue and them potentially building a nuclear weapon or holding on to their nuclear material, throw it away, discard it. That's the end. Okay? Then it's not what you're reading is propaganda. What you're reading is speculation. What you're reading is a rumor, and it is not the real deal. President Trump mentioned a couple of days ago, people are criticizing the deal when they don't know what the deal is. Use the Bongino rule. Hold. It's fine to have an opinion. It's fine to say what you'd like to see in the deal, but don't start freaking out about the potential deal when you don't know what the deal is. Okay? Fair? I think that's fair. It's not like, oh, don't talk about it at all. Well, we can't have opinions about what we want to say. No. Have your opinions. Just don't freak out about a potential deal when you have no idea what the deal is. That's all. Well, I read on the, so-and-so website that Iran was going to be able to have a nuke. Well, then that's not the deal. Clearly, that's not the deal because Donald Trump's not signing that. Because issue number one is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, right? Right. President Trump on yesterday, provided an update on the U.S.'s deal with Iran and options for disposal of their enriched uranium. Iran is expected to agree to a 60-day memorandum of understanding, an MOU, that will ultimately end the war between the United States and Iran if negotiated terms are met in the coming months. It is now being reported that after Trump's conference call with Gulf and Arab leaders, and this is the variable that didn't exist before, that does exist now, the Gulf states are involved. Before we were going through Pakistan, okay? Which is like where 90% of Thomas Massey supporters are from. We were going through Pakistan. They were useless as tits on a bull, okay? Now you're dealing with these Gulf states. You're dealing with the Abraham Accords. You're dealing with these wealthy nations that are petrified of Iran because of their ballistic missiles program, right? Or not petrified, but they're a little annoyed with how unstable Iran makes the region with their terror proxies, their missiles, etc. They don't want Iran to have a nuke. So now that these countries are involved, that kind of changes the game a little bit. We're still in the same cycle, the same pattern. The U.S. is saying one thing, Iran is saying another thing. The U.S. is saying one thing, Iran is saying another thing. We're on that roundabout. We're close to a deal. Iran went back on their word. Now we're going to bomb them. Wait, we're making another deal. Iran's going back on around and around. The tail chasing continues. And by the way, I say tail chasing. I say it to kind of be funny. I'm not saying it because I'm annoyed with the administration. I'm frustrated with how it's playing out. I wouldn't have had this much patience, but I do commend Donald Trump for having this much patience, because the more patience he has, the less trouble that our men and women in uniform serving over there are in. But it's now being reported that after Trump's conference call with Gulf and Arab leaders on Saturday, Trump announced was a success. Iran's supreme leader has approved the deal. The supreme leader is the gay guy, right? That's
Why are you gay?
Mojtaba Khamenei.
What?
Mojtaba Khamenei.
That sounds like you're sneezing.
I know. Mojtaba Khamenei. Okay. Apparently he's like disfigured and all that. Iran has also reportedly agreed in principle to dispose of the highly enriched uranium. Quote, U.S. believes Iran's supreme leader has approved the broad template for draft deal with Iran. Iran has agreed in principle that in exchange for the United States lifting the blockade, Iran will agree in principle to dispose of highly enriched uranium. According to CBS News, this draft has to make its way through the leadership system, but the United States wants them to commit to dispose of the highly enriched uranium and commit to resolve other nuclear issues. Vice Presidents Steve Witkoff and Vance, Witkoff, Kushner are involved in negotiations. The United States is trying to involve every Middle Eastern ally. And that's the most important thing. If you can get all these Abraham Accords, these Gulf states involved, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Iran. It's going to keep them boxed in. Again, this is a variable that we haven't seen through this process, and that's why it changes a little bit of what we're seeing. And it changes how this could possibly go. Right now, we're still in the same tail chase. We may not be in the future. Trump said this yesterday on Truth Social. The enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or, preferably, in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we'll see where this goes. What makes me optimistic is the fact that the Gulf allies are involved. What makes me pessimistic is you can't trust Iran. Bucklebrush brings up a good point. I'm starting to feel like Trump would still be negotiating with Japan. Just get on with it. They are savages. And I don't disagree with that either. This is, though, Donald Trump's style. We know that, right? And I don't feel uneasy about the prospects of a peace deal because of Trump. I feel uneasy about the prospects of a peace deal because of Iran. Now, I will say this. If this round of peace talks does not produce a deal with the inclusion of all these Gulf allies, you've got to resume the bombing campaign. You have to. They've withstood the blockade for longer than we thought they'd be able to. You've got to resume the bombing campaign. Every time there's a threat of restarting the military operation, Iran panics and says, whoa, hold on, wait. We'll make a deal with you. Clearly that means that they don't want the military operations to begin again, right? So if that's what they don't want, that might be the best way to force a deal. Whereas I just criticized Mark Levin for freaking out over a deal that we don't know about yet, Mark Levin was right when he said the best peace deals are struck when the enemy is either defeated or surrendered. Okay? He's right about that. So if this round falls through, Trump is going to have to say, look, we've been trying for almost 2 months. We're resuming Operation Epic Fury. He's given them 5, 6, or 7 days to get through, to get this deal over the finish line. If it doesn't happen, then I think he's got to start. And I think he will. I think he's got to start. And I think he will restart the military operation. Okay? All right. Let us get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. That is CovePure.com/SHAWN. CovePure.com/Sean. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Folks, you know about your drinking water and the chlorine that's in there? You can sometimes smell it. Brennan, you can smell the chlorine in our drinking water. She's like, yes. It tastes like a swimming pool. It smells like a swimming pool. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you don't want chlorine in your drinking water, right? Brendan, do you want chlorine in your drinking water?
Hard pass.
Hard pass, right?
No,
If you were from Boston, you would say, had pass.
Why on earth do they talk like that?
I don't know. It's because they're idiots in Massachusetts, you know? That's silly. Most people don't know there's chlorine in their tap water. I mean, and some people do know there's chlorine in their tap water because they could smell it and taste it, like Brennan. There you go. Mm-hmm. But they smell it, they shrug, and then they drink it anyway because they've been told that it's what keeps the water safe. What they haven't been told is what the chlorine becomes after it's added to your water. And what we found out is why we now filter all of our water through Cove Pure. Chlorine itself is not the issue. Chlorine levels in your water are regulated. But what is not regulated is chemicals that form when the chlorine reacts with naturally occurring organic matter in your water. Particles from rivers, soil, plant matter that make it through the treatment process. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs. The government itself calls THMs probable human carcinogens, and they've been linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Those pitcher filters you get at the store won't fix this. They improve the taste of chlorine, but THMs require something far more powerful, and that's exactly what Cove Pure is. Cove Pure's Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. It is not just chlorine or THMs. It's fluoride, PFAs, pharmaceuticals. If it's not water, Cove Pure takes it right out. Brennan's been using the hot water feature on the Cove Pure every day. I love the fact that you can dispense a custom amount. It's cool for like measurements if you're doing recipes and stuff. Clean water is one of the investments that you can make for you and your family's health. And because I've partnered with Cove Pure, they're giving you $250 off if you use the link covepure.com/Sean. That is covepure.com/Sean. Don't wait. Take control of your water today. That is Cove Pure, covepure.com/Sean for $250 off the CP16. Covepure.com/SHAWN. Covepure.com/Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November.
Beautiful.
All right.
We
there
have
it is.
a person in the chat.
Whoa.
What?
We have a person in the chat. What's up?
That was my allergies.
Yeah, I got you.
DBGGS. In my brain, I hear D-Bigs.
D-Bigs. DBGGS.
I don't know if that's how they intend it. But
what up, D-Bigs?
I received my Cove Pure, and oh my gosh, water never tasted so good. I ordered another for my daughter-in-law to be for her bridal shower. She's that impressed.
So we give you a round of applause if you've ordered the Cove Pure. And if you're not ordering the Cove Pure, we give you the old Philly cheer. Right? Ooh. All right. Carla Harefor said Trump is bombing around. Is that not now? He did yesterday. They did some self-defense. They did some defensive strikes, but they both agreed that this wasn't a violation of the ceasefire. I was looking for the word. Violation was the word I was looking for. All right. Let's go to, let's do Spencer Pratt. We got to get this. Brennan loves herself some Spencer Pratt.
Yeah,
this is a great story in Los Angeles. Again, I'm going to be realistic with you and tell you that I don't think he has a great chance to win. However, I 100% support what he is doing, and I'm rooting for him, and I'm entertained by him, and we can learn from him. We could learn from him. So here's a great story out of Los Angeles about Spencer Pratt's campaign. He is, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, he's running an effective campaign, right? I think you can agree, even if you're on the left, Spencer Pratt is running an effective campaign. By effective, I mean the message is getting out.
Did you just recently see his sidewalk thing for running? The sidewalk was so dirty that they spray painted. Like, imagine if the sidewalk was always this clean. Vote
Spencer Pratt for clean sidewalks. Yeah, I remember
how dirty it is.
The guy is doing, it's common sense. That's what he's doing. It's common sense. Now, Spencer Pratt has made it clear that he's not running as a Republican. He's not running as a Democrat. He's running as a common sense guy. Obviously, this is showing you, though, look who's rallying around Spencer Pratt. Republicans. Why? Because we are the party of common sense. I'm not trying to say that Spencer Pratt is a Republican. He is what he says he is, right? He is, and let's look at this from a realistic standpoint. I know a lot of people, Spencer Pratt had a chance to kind of be like, I'm MAGA, and he's like being weak. He's not being weak. He's being smart. Okay? He's being smart. I mean, you want to talk about a guy running a campaign playing chess, it's this dude, okay? Look at this now. Again, money does not buy elections. It doesn't win every election that money is spent in, but it is useful. Spencer Pratt is seeing his donations surge right now. For the filing period, April 19th to May 16th, Nithya Raman had $401,000. Karen Bass had $280,000. And Spencer Pratt had $2.72 million in donations. That is basically 10 times what Karen Bass raised. It's pretty significant. Latest polling out of the race, Bass, 25, Pratt, 22, Raman, 18, Miller, 5, Huang, 5. Okay? If that holds, that means that Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass would advance to the general election, and then we'll see what happens. But let me show you This is one of my favorite Pratt clips from his whole campaign. And he looks like he's having fun. He looks like his heart is in it. And the best part about this is he doesn't have to do this. I bet you his inbox on social media looks like Misfits' inbox with the death threats and all the harassment and all the stuff that he's being called. I bet you it's not pretty in there, okay? Or if you're Misfit, it is pretty because he reads them like a bedtime. He said, sometimes I go into the inbox and I see all the hate that I'm getting and I read it like it's a bedtime story. He actually enjoys this stuff. I could picture Zach, by the way, laying in bed. Gatsby, his dog, is there. And he's sitting there with Gatsby. And he's like, yo, Gatsby, look at this. This guy called me a blah, 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 blah. I could see that. His dog is so cool, by the way. When he came through Tennessee, we went to Fozzie's. That dog was chilling. He was saying hi to everybody. He was drinking water off. It was great.
Yeah, I wasn't at that one.
Gatsby.
I saw him the next time around.
Gatsby is the coolest dog. I love that dog. All right. Spencer Pratt doing the complete opposite of what Thomas Massey did. What did Thomas Massey do in his race in Kentucky? I said this on 1210 WPHT yesterday. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring up my show notes now because I want to read these points verbatim that I said about Thomas Massey. 5 reasons why Thomas Massey lost his race in Kentucky. He lost because he was and still is disconnected from the real world. He was performing for an online audience. He had a poor track record for his time in Congress, 14 years in his district. He made the race about Israel, not Kentucky, and he got involved with some really bad, quote-unquote, influencers who were awful for his image. They want to throw around, Miriam Adelson, AIPAC, they spent all this money. It doesn't matter. Kamala Harris spent a ton of money and she got smoked. Just because you're spending money in the election doesn't mean you're going to win. Mike Collins, he just finished first in his primary, got outspent 15-1. Chris Rose, West Virginia. And his now co-senator, Toby Heaney. They got outspent. Rose was outspent 25-1. Heaney was outspent, I think, either 5 or 10-1. So it doesn't just matter that you're spending all this money. That doesn't guarantee you're going to win. You got to be a good candidate. You've also got to speak to what voters want to hear. Spencer Pratt is making a very common sense case as to why people should vote for him. So here he was on with the infamous Billy Bush. Remember Billy Bush, Donald Trump? You could grab him by the, they let you do it. We call it locker room talk, right? Locker room talk. Here's Spencer Pratt on with Billy Bush. This clip made me laugh because he's essentially saying, if you don't vote for me, it's because you're dumb, because you want bad things to happen to your state. Just listen to this. This is great.
Everyone's missing who's voting for me. The only people that aren't are the socialists, the lunatics, and the communists. But any normal functioning brain that doesn't want to step in human poop when they get their matcha is voting for me, which is a lot of people.
The only people who aren't voting for me are the socialists. If you don't want to step in human poop, you're voting for me. How could you not love what he's doing? Again, I love what he's doing. And if the only, if the silver lining of his campaign, let's say he doesn't win, because it's going to be tough. It's an uphill battle. I'm not telling you it's over. I'm not saying he has no chance. I'm saying he has a slim chance, which is the truth. It's just stats, it's numbers, it's the way that the place is made up, okay? But if he doesn't win, what is the silver lining? What can we learn? That is how you run a freaking campaign, okay? You got the snapshots and sound bites method, right? The Dan Bongino theory. And you've got common sense messaging. There's no focus group. I promise you, Spencer Pratt did not meet with some political consultant focus group and say, hey, when you go on with Billy Bush, talk about poop. I guarantee you that didn't happen. Spencer Pratt doesn't need a focus group. Why? Because he's running on common sense, and you don't need a focus group to find common sense messaging. He's from the area. He's been impacted by Karen Bass's incompetence and the Democrat Party's incompetence, and he's now showing everybody, hey, this is what's going on. And I also, the word poop is funny. So, there you go. Buckle Brush again says clean spots of your name all over a filthy city is brilliant. Yes. You pressure wash a sidewalk, you make it clean. It says Spencer Pratt. It sends
I
a
meant
message.
pressure wash. I said
Yeah.
spray paint earlier.
That's all right.
I think I didn't
Same.
mean that. I meant pressure wash.
I think you said clean or wash the sidewalk.
Okay, because everyone in the chat was like, "It's not spray paint." I was like, I didn't mean for it to be spray. I meant pressure wash.
I might have said spray paint.
Oh, okay.
But
well, whatever. We both know it's pressure wash.
It's pressure wash. We know he's not spray
We both
paint.
know that.
Yeah.
And we both meant that.
Exactly.
Said something else.
This is a stark contrast between two campaigns. Spencer Pratt is running his Los Angeles mayoral campaign on a common sense platform. He's not talking about another country. He's not even talking about national politics. He's not talking about the president of the United States. None of that matters in the Los Angeles mayor's race. None of it matters. He's talking about issues that matter in the jurisdiction where the race is being held. That is something that Thomas Massie could not do. Why didn't he do that? Because Massie fell for what a lot of people are falling for regarding the difference between the internet and real life. Thomas Massie and a lot of people on the right, the woke right, will see a post perform well on the internet. And because the post performs well on the internet, they will then determine and come to the conclusion that that's what I should say in the real world. Folks, if a post about Israel, AIPAC, the Epstein files, and I'm not saying, by the way, that these are issues we can't talk about, but if a post like that blows up on X, for example, that might be an indicator. It might mean that that idea is popular in that area, but it does not mean that the real world is going to react the same way. These people, the Massie campaign, the influencers that surged into Kentucky, they don't understand that. They truly believe the internet is real life, and what they see online is a direct reflection of how the real world will greet those talking points. It is not true. It was proven last week that that is not the case. Spencer Pratt isn't doing that. Spencer Pratt is talking about issues that matter in that jurisdiction where the race is being held. And as a result, because those issues in Los Angeles are hot button issues, and he's doing it in such a blunt, easy to absorb, easy to understand, and in many ways, entertaining way, it's catching fire online. But he's not veering off course here with his messaging. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to get to a word from our friends at Silent, and then we're going to do a little more on Massie, because look, this guy is just straight up lying. And we caught him. We caught him cold. And it was such a blatant lie that even the biggest Massie cultists online, they won't even address the fact that Massie, Trump, oh, really? But Trump? Okay, leftist. Got it. Quick break. A word from our friends at Silent. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Your phone is a tracking device. It's tracking you everywhere you go, and it's listening to you everywhere you are at. Probably getting those targeted ads all over the place. It's crazy. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology that's trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. All righty. Are you ready First, I want to get to this hypocrisy from Thomas Massey. He went on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker and complained about an AI ad that pro-Galrine PACs ran against him. Watch.
Its name on the ballot because he didn't even know I wasn't his congressman. That's how much they've bamboozled the people here in Kentucky. They used artificial intelligence to create a video, lifelike video, that showed me checking into a hotel room with AOC and Ilhan Omar and holding hands with them. It was actually very effective on the boomers. But here's the thing, Kristen, that's only going to work for a little bit longer. The boomers are going to, leave this country to the Gen X and the Gen Z and the Gen Y and the millennials. And those folks are the ones that I won overwhelmingly. That makes me really hopeful for this country. They don't get fooled by artificial intelligence, and they check the news. They get news sources like from podcasts and other sources. So they won this race by fooling my voters and expanding the base of people who vote to the uninformed voters. But look, I got 45% of the vote.
Okay. Man. There's only one problem with this explanation. You see how he said an AI ad fooled the older voters? And he may be right in some of that, but let me show you the ad that he's talking about. Brendan, pay attention to the screen here. Ready?
Yep.
Thomas Massey said they ran an AI ad in Kentucky that fooled a bunch of older voters.
Okay.
Because it depicted him holding hands and checking into a hotel with Ilhan Omar and AOC.
Okay.
Here's the ad.
Thomas Massey caught in a throuple.
What does it say on the bottom of that?
I can't read it.
This satirical ad was created with artificial intelligence. In nice big letters on the bottom, you moron. You know, if you're getting scammed by some Nigerian pirate who's like, you have won the lottery, give me your social security number. Right? If that phone call starts off with a disclaimer like, the following message is going to be a scam. The scam begins after the tone. Then you're going to know it's a scam. If you're trying to trick somebody, you don't tell them right off the bat that you're trying to trick them. On April Fool's Day, April Fool's is the punchline of the joke, not the first line of the joke. Hey, ready for an April Fool's joke? I took the COVID vaccine. No, it's I took the COVID vaccine. April Fool's, you dope. They fooled a lot of my voters. They fooled the boomers. How could you fool somebody when you're telling them that what you're seeing is satire?
Thomas Massey caught in a throuple in Washington.
What a moron. Stupid. This guy. You lost because you made the race about a foreign country. You lost because you had 14 years in Congress and did nothing. You lost because you performed for the online world and said basically double barrel middle finger to the people in the real world who want to hear what you're going to do for them. Not what you're going to do for Ryan Matta and Bobby Sausalito, or whatever the hell his name is, who don't even live in Kentucky. Speaking of AI ads, this guy's a freaking hypocrite. I can't stand him. He is such a hypocrite. And you have so many people online that genuflect in front of the divine figure known as Thomas Massey. I will never understand. Oh, he has principles. No, he doesn't. So he's mad about an AI ad that was run by a pro-Galrine PAC. Well, pro-Massey PAC ran this.
These Trump traitors, they can't stand our president and can't help but let it show. Like Woke Eddie Galrine. Woke Eddie left the Republican Party after Trump won the GOP nomination in 2016. Take a look for yourself. And when did Woke Eddie change his registration back to the GOP? After Joe Biden was sworn in, Trump was in the foxhole, and Woke Eddie Galrine tucked his tail and ran. Kentucky 4th PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Okay, so you see them now running an ad about Ed Galrine, depicting him as a deserter when he actually served his country proudly. Clearly, that was AI. There was no disclosure that it was AI. So Thomas Massey is upset that somebody ran an AI campaign and an AI ad in favor of his opponent, yet no criticism whatsoever. None. For the PAC, the Kentucky Fourth PAC, that ran an AI ad in favor of Thomas Massie. Rules for thee, not for me. I cannot stand this guy. And don't worry, the big one's coming in a second. But first, a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. All right. Here's the big one. Thomas Massie on April 6th said the following. April 6th, 2026, in his campaign for re-election in the Kentucky 4 primary, about a month and a half before the election was being held, Thomas Massie said the following, and it actually got me very excited. Listen.
I have got to get past May 19th. If I lose on May 19th, I am not doing any more government ever. I'm not running for president, not running for governor. It's a sign from God or the people or both that I, should go back to the farm.
If I lose on May 19th, I'm not doing any more government ever. Again, it's not my words. Those are Thomas Massie's words. If I lose on May 19th, I'm not doing any more government ever. Would you like to see that one more time? I'll do it one more time. Thomas Massie on April 6th said, if I lose on May 19th, I'm not doing any more government ever. His words, not mine.
I have got to get past May 19th. If I lose on May 19th, I am not doing any more government ever. I'm not running for president, not running for governor. It's a sign from God or the people or both that I, should go back to the farm.
Okay, that's not me saying it. That's not AI. That's Thomas Massie saying it. Very interesting, because yesterday Thomas Massie released information that he is indeed filing for 2028. Says he filed for the 2028 House race. This allows me to raise funds to continue my political operations. In other words, keep the grift going. I haven't made a final decision about which office to seek if I run. Wait a second. I thought if you lost on May 19th, you were not doing any more government ever. Can we please just acknowledge that this guy is a gigantic fraud? You know, he's supposed to be some sort of libertarian, right? They're not supposed to be obsessed with power. Meanwhile, that's all he's obsessed with. Term limits? Pfft, right. You just got term limited by the people. And let me tell you why I think he said this in the run-up to the election. If I lose, I'm done. You're going to lose me forever. You better get out and vote. That's all that was. It was a manipulation thing. If I lose, it's all over. I'm never running again. Then he lost, and he's like, I'll probably run again. How much more of this are you willing to take from this guy? I'm asking seriously. How much more of this are you willing to take from this guy? He is a total fraud. He's a liar. They're like, oh, it's not lying. Yes, it is. A month and a half ago, he said if he loses, that's it. He's done. He lost, and within a week, he said, well, I'm not really done. Yeah, that's lying. That's going back on what you said, kind of like when you were talking about principles and spending, and then you voted to suspend the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term twice, and you were the deciding vote in the House Rules Committee. But principles! And I get these people, oh, you're scared of Massey. Scared of what? Scared of this? I'm scared of the guy who got his ass kicked in a congressional primary, and what you expect me to believe that this guy has any chance to make a successful run elsewhere? Are you serious? Let's see. He goes from I'm not running again if I lose to I filed for 28. We'll see what happens. La hardcore. People are allowed to change their mind. Over the course of what, 45 days, they can make a total 180? What kind of weak moron are you? That you will allow somebody to completely reverse course. If Anthony Fauci did this crap and said, wear a mask, and then 45 days later he said, wear no mask, and then 45 days later he said, wear mask again, you would call it flip-flopping. But you're going to make an excuse for your golden boy. Give me a break. Give me a break. Come on. I mean, the amount of excuses that people make for this guy, I don't know. What? You think he's going to sleep with you too? Are you going to be the next Cynthia West? What's the deal? You want to see the pine cone? Is that the deal? I don't get it. Oh, he's just changing his mind. He's lying. Call it what it is. Stop being a weakling and call it out. He's a liar. He's a grifter. Oh, if I file this allows me to continue to raise money for my political operation. What operation? You're a lame duck. The excuses made for this guy, I don't get it. I'll never get it. And it's a good thing I don't get it. So I know I'm not thinking like an ass backwards idiot. Oh, well, he just had a change of heart. No, he didn't. He didn't think he was going to lose. And then he lost and realized he stepped in sugar honey iced tea. Oh, man, I said I wasn't going to run. Who cares? My followers will just eat it up anyway and lap up my slop like dogs. Finally, another final point with Massey. Now he's saying it again. Oh, I'm going to release the names on the House floor. Oh, okay. How come you haven't done it already? Are you protecting pedophiles?
A couple more here. I want to ask about the Epstein files. As you've noted, the speech and debate clause actually protects you from being prosecuted for whatever you say on the floor of the House. You have named names in the Epstein files in the past. Can we expect you to name more names in the coming weeks and months?
Yes. Todd Blanche is violating the law. There's still millions of files they haven't released. We know from talking to the victims' lawyers that their own 302 forms haven't been released. We know that files have been over-redacted. I have released at least 3 names of billionaires who are implicated in this. I don't think it's possible to get to convictions with Todd Blanche at the top and with the FBI director, Kash Patel, at the top.
Yeah, stop. You released 3 names? No, you're forgetting one, Tom. You're forgetting a few, actually. A few. 4 people whose names you released because you thought they were pedophiles and you ruined their lives. I am so happy he's not going to be in Congress come 2027. So happy. And hopefully he keeps his word and fades away But it doesn't look like he's going to do that because he's not actually a man of his word. Jeremy Herrell up next, rumble.com/LFATV, rumble.com/LFATV. Hit that thumbs up button for Jeremy, who is coming up next here on LFATV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV for Ungoverned. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody. It's Tuesday, May 26th, year of our Lord 2020. Miguel Ortiz, Jennifer Webster, and let's give it to one more here on Rumble. How about, let's see. I'm trying to look for a name I have never seen before. Well, let's give it to Carol126. How about that? Good to see you all. And for everybody over on YouTube, you know I got to give shout-outs over there as well. Let's give it to Jason Beatrice, Darren Connolly. Sheila is over there. How you doing? Good to see you. Another one, Bites McGrowan. Bowling, Reed C16. Thank you very much for being here. And Stephen Bryant. Thank you for being on the stream over there. You guys should do me a favor. Somebody said, please get rid of Jason. Well, the thing on YouTube is we're not going to get rid of anyone on YouTube. YouTube is one of those things that we're just simulcasting on because we got the page back. And I'm going to show people exactly how the left operates and how the American-hating, anti-Trump scum operates in real time. Okay? But you can block them so you don't see them. You can definitely do that. Now, if you're on YouTube and you hate this channel, hit the thumbs up twice. I mean the thumbs down twice. If you're on Rumble and you hate the channel, hit the thumbs down twice. Let us really know how bad we are. How much ass kissers we are of President Donald Trump, a cult that we're in. If you like it, please do me a favor on both platforms, share and hit that thumbs up. All right, yesterday was Memorial Day. Obviously, we were off yesterday, and we were, celebrating with memorializing the people in our family and friends that we knew that, fought for this country and are no longer with us. And some of you might have somebody more recent in your family, and it hits home a little bit more than others. But for all those who, what I noticed yesterday, Eli, and I don't know if you saw this. I know you were traveling yesterday, but what I noticed yesterday, and I think we'll really see it 4th of July, is I'm seeing more patriotism out there today than I have seen maybe since 2017, which was the year President Trump took office his first term. Patriotism came back in a big way. People were all excited that, you could say Merry Christmas again and not have eyes turn your way and give you the stink eye or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, maybe traveling, you saw it yesterday, but I was driving around yesterday. I saw more American flags. I saw more people celebrating. I saw more military men and women out there in uniform than I think I've seen in a decade or longer.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. From here all the way to Virginia. Oh my God, it was an 8-hour trip. Anyway, you're right. I saw American flags all over the place. People had peppier attitudes. They had more patriotic outlook on life. We were just, a lot more friendly to each other. I didn't see so many friggin' LGBT trans flags. A couple here and there, but it seems to be dwindling, and I love that.
That's right. And you know what? We're celebrating something else, too. 6 years, this last weekend, Eli, of George Floyd's sobriety. That was 6 years that man has been clean and sober from drugs, alcohol, beating women, and killing babies. Isn't that amazing? You can turn your life around.
Such good news, bro. It takes my breath away.
Takes his breath away, and he's got a lot to lear, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a lot to lear. But a big, big shout out to George Floyd, who is now 6 years sober. I wonder if everybody over at YouTube is celebrating that. You guys celebrating over there on YouTube that George Floyd is celebrating his 6 years of sobriety? I mean, this is big news, ladies and gentlemen. When somebody does this good with their sobriety, we've got to pat them on the back or put an E on it. Either way, Eli, either way, sobriety has been achieved. Whether you pat him on the back, whether you put a knee in the middle of it, whatever it is, it seemed to have worked.
Our hats off to you, good sir.
Absolutely. George Floyd. If George Floyd can get away from drugs, alcohol, killing babies, and beating women, then so can you. So can you. So, anyway, I wanted to start off today's show with a little tribute to Mr. Floyd, if it's okay, for his, for what he went through, for his sacrifice on this planet. George Floyd.
6 years ago, George Floyd changed America forever, mainly by creating the most profitable pandering and virtue-sidling opportunity Washington has seen in decades.
What can be, unburdened by what has been, began with Willie Brown and now kneels forward in honor of George Floyd through these Democratic knee pads.
Back when I was vice president, Corn Pop told me George Floyd represented the soul of that. You know the thing? Come on, man.
We honor George Floyd tonight with a traditional Somali dish and several federally funded learning centers. We pour this liquor out tonight for George Floyd, and for
liquor.
every NVIDIA share I somehow purchased 15 minutes before national emergencies. These arms represent resilience, dignity, and the upper body strength required to keep uplifting white liberals through every emotionally exhausting racial controversy.
I wear the tan suit in honor of George Floyd because both became national obsessions that cable news executives refuse to stop monetizing.
6 years ago, George Floyd changed America.
Hey, that, Eli, that is a nice tribute from some of his greatest supporters. Literally. Like lifting him up, the casket and all. What a great tribute to the man, the meth, the legend.
My God, that was good. It's time to stop messing around, though.
Yeah, seriously. Folks, let's get to the news. Time to stop messing around. The man, the meth, the legend, Eli. George Floyd.
That's just some good stuff. I loved Ilhan Omar's tribute with the bananas and rice. It looked delicious. It looked delicious.
Yes. She says, it's now time for us to honor you with traditional Somalian food here for you. Oh, unbelievable. That was a great, hey, on the real though, the man, the meth, the legend. As a matter of fact, Tim Waltz went down in honor of George Floyd and started dancing with the local folk there. I'm not kidding. Oh, break it down, Tim. Yeah. Stolen valor. Do the valor. Do the stolen valor. Do the stolen. Do the valor. Do the stolen valor. Now do the fraud. Do the fraud. And lean back. Lean back. Do the fraud. Lean back. Yeah, man. Look at that. Tim Waltz. That's right. He's cool. He's hanging with the blacks. Yeah.
All right, well, that's our time, y'all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's got a handicapped son that he beats. And he hangs with the blacks. Eli, what'd you think of that? Tim Waltz doing the moves, right? Doing the stolen valor and the fraud. Those are great dances.
I think I heard about there was some deleted scene we saw where his kid came up and said, "Can I dance too, Dad?" And he was like, "Get out of here. Quiet, you."
Yeah, grabbed him by the arm and said, "Get the hell out of here, you little witch." Remember when he did that, dude? Like, damn, man, that was ruthless. He grabbed his son didn't know any better. Gus, Eli, poor Gus, right? Long lives Gus, live strong Gus. Gus was coming out at the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, where there was no Democratic election to, finger Kamala Harris pick Kamala Harris as the nominee that would go on and face President Trump. There was no election, but Gus was at the DNC, right? He was walking around, man, because it looked all beautiful and there was balloons and confetti and music, and he was like, whoa. And his dad said, "Get the hell over here. What the hell is wrong with you?" So rude to Gus. Poor Gus.
I guess his dad didn't want to be embarrassed.
Oh, I guess not. Hashtag Gus Life Matters. Gus Life Matters. That's what it is. Gus Life Matters, ladies and gentlemen. And so do burning tires, by the way. It's also marked the 6th anniversary, Eli, since Tim Waltz's wife stopped sniffing the smell of burnt tires from the city burning down, which was mostly peaceful and patriotic, though.
All kinds of success lately. Congratulations.
Shredder said, "Jeremy, I love your show." Hold on, just Shredder. This is Shredder from the Ninja Turtles. "I love your show. Listen to you every day. You are very accurate in your info and know your politics. Love your humor." Well, thank you very much, Shredder. And guess what? They love my humor over on YouTube as well. And that's why they come in every single day to watch. Because you know what? Whether you love us or hate us, you can't get enough of us, right? And you know what I can't get enough of? That Rise Up coffee, baby.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
And you can get your Sumatra Gold or your American Pecan Rise Up Patriotic Roasted in Iowa Coffee today by going to jeremyherrell.com or lfatv.us. Please let's go to the Lord in prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. And by the way, speaking of the Messiah, if you did not get a chance to watch Rise Up this morning, woo! You're going to want to go watch that, okay? You're going to want to go watch that. All right, as we get started today, let's lift up our cups and let's have our first slurp of the day. Do me a favor, whatever platform you're watching on, share us out. We would appreciate it. We got a few thousand people on Rumble tuned in right now. Just got maybe like 100 people over on YouTube, if that. Share it out. Let's get going. By the way, did you see Patriot Pals on Saturday? This Saturday, we did our Patriot Pals was focusing on American ingenuity and American inventions. And we did Benjamin Franklin, Henry Ford, and Thomas Edison, the light bulb, electricity, and the car, and the assembly line, and making it affordable for people that, so they could buy a car and didn't have to be rich to do so. Things that really transformed this nation into, and part of being the most amazing nation to ever grace the soil of this earth. So awesome Patriot Pals, and we're just getting started there. We got some great mail today, some coloring books and things like that we're going to fit into the curriculum of Patriot Pals, and we are going to try to get that distributed to Homeschooling Network. So if you have a homeschool network out there, or if you belong to a homeschool network, then, stay tuned, okay? All right, first and foremost section of today's show, President Trump issues yesterday a savage Memorial Day greeting and nickname for his favorite Democrat enemies. We'll get to that in a second. President Trump woke up on Memorial Day in a fighting mood and had a message for his Democrat enemies after releasing a touching statement earlier this morning. Now, we are just coming off two major things. If you were in any way attached to the news this weekend, you saw there was another person in D.C. just right in the vicinity of the White House firing what I believe I think it was a long rifle, could have been an AR, but gunshots were going off in D.C. this weekend. We'll get to that a little later. At the same time, during this weekend, we saw President Trump call his cabinet back to the White House. J.D. Vance had to be ushered and rushed back to the White House because talks with Iran and including all of the neighboring countries, nations, into the Abrahamic Accords to put pressure on Iran. We thought that we might have seen an end to the conflict over there this weekend. Still going on, close to being done, but a very, very eventful weekend. And Eli, I just have before we get going more on this Memorial Day, shooter fired a revolver 3 times and then got lit up. Okay, it was a revolver. I thought for sure it was a lot more than 3 shots, though. I thought there was multiple shots that rang off. You can hear them in the background of the news reporters reporting. Skipped his son's wedding. Couldn't win that with the press. No, you couldn't. You know, they don't care that he's trying to end conflicts and end wars all over the world. Oh, but he did. He hates his son. He didn't go, right? But Eli, is it too much to ask? Hey, Democrats, can you stop trying to kill our president? Can you just stop? Can you freaks, you trannies, and you crazy pharmaceutical drugged up scumbags, can you just stop trying to kill the president? Can you just let him be president and let him do what the people elected him to do? Eli, is that too much to freaking ask?
No, it's not. Absolutely not. And every single time this happens, and it happens way too often, they come out and say, see, guns are horrible, guns are horrible. Who's the asshat behind the gun? It's always a Democrat or it's always a trans. So as few guys just stop. I mean, are the guns making you do these things? No, they're not. They're inanimate objects.
Yep. Are the voices in your head making you do these things? And if they are, then guess what? There is a place where people like you used to go to, which we need to bring back. Right? We need to bring back the scary-looking mental asylums. Throw these people in there. Let them rot. Now, if they get saved while they're in there, great. But their physical body needs to rot in these mental institutions until the day that they are worm food. Do you understand? I am so sick of every day hearing about another person who tried to kill the president. The president doesn't take a salary. He's the only president that walked away from the presidency poorer than he was when he went in. He's constantly under threat of dying. And he's got the strongest stock market the world has ever seen. Can you just stop? President Trump opened up on Memorial Day saying this: the greatest fighting force in the world has ever known is built upon the extraordinary service of selfless men and women who safeguard our liberty and preserve our way of life. Since the birth of our nation nearly 250 years ago, countless souls have lost their lives in this noble and righteous pursuit on Memorial Day. And we honor these American heroes. Do you ever remember Democrats honoring American heroes without at least accompanying that honor with an illegal alien somehow? Well, Democrat would come out and say, we honor our American heroes, but we honor the immigrants who make our country great as well. You know, they always just throw that in there. They've got to throw it in there. They can't just honor America. They can't just honor the men and women who died for this country without accompanying it somehow with some ridiculous statement about how immigrants make our country great. Now we'll get back to it. Oh, go ahead, Eli. Sorry.
You know, what really chaps my ass, too, is the fact that they died for these people's rights to act like an asshole towards them who died for their rights.
I know. That's why they're so honorable, right? Because they died for those people to have the right to bash them for dying for them. It was President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday. Taps and benediction.
Now receive the benediction. God of all creation, we pray you bless our nation, our leaders, and those who make decisions over us with wisdom, unity, and grace toward all. Now may the God of peace, who provides freedom to gather, equip us and guide us as we leave this place. May we carry the burden of the brave who paid the ultimate sacrifice by honoring their legacy through our pursuit of justice and compassion. In your strong name I pray, amen.
So that was Taps and Benediction yesterday. We also have just another quick video here as well. President Trump honoring the fallen yesterday. This was at Arlington National Cemetery, and this was another clip. We're going to go ahead and play clip number 2 from the Memorial Day.
6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence, something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history, and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice. Less than 6 weeks from now.
And that's the problem that I have with these people that are sitting there saying, you send our sons and daughters to war, this pointless war, this war of choice. How dare you do this to them? They signed on the dotted line to do this. Not trying to justify anything, but I signed that line too. And the biggest thing that goes through your mind is, am I willing to die for this country? Yes or no? And if I'm willing to die for this country, then I'm going to sign on this line and I'm going to do whatever I have to do in service of my country. That's it. Anybody else in this chat sign on that dotted line? What was the main obstacle? It's always that. Am I going to die? And guess what? We're all going to die. And if I have to do it in service of my country, then guess what? I'd be honored to do so. Like every man and woman who joins the military. But guess what? Joe Biden killed more Americans in a botched pullout than have died fighting these disgusting Iranian Muslim extremist cowards. Ilda Jaco says, my son did. He's currently serving. Hero. You know what leftists did yesterday? Tried to cause an insurrection. That's what leftists did around the world yesterday. Or simped for a drug addict, wife-beating baby killer named as George Floyd. Celebrated him. They didn't care about what made this country great. Happy Memorial Day to all, including the Democrats. I love that. Who disrespect our military. That's all they do. Who disrespect our military and all of the tremendous success that it has had over the last year. God bless those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I love you all. President Donald J. Trump. Why do you think recruiting numbers are through the roof? Hey, lefties over on YouTube, explain that to me. Why are recruiting numbers through the roof? And why is the military's favorability of President Trump over 80%? The people who voted President Trump in know he loves and honors the military, and the people of the military knows that he loves and honors them. They don't need YouTube's approval. They don't need TikTok's approval. They don't need the approval of some washed-up loser who peaked in high school and who's sitting on the couch right now, unemployed, with a Cheeto on his stomach and his finger up his ass, talking about how bad Trump is and how, he filed for bankruptcy 6 times. Loser. Eli. It's like that meme of that guy who's watching all those athletes do tremendous things but mess up a little bit, and he cuts back to him and he's like fingering his belly button going, what a loser. That's who these people are online.
I totally would have nailed that pole vault.
Absolutely. And you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. And you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. You see him every day. There's a person in the YouTube chat, Eli, named Illegal Alien, whose answer to what I just said is propaganda and lies. Propaganda and lies. Orange man bad. From the river to the sea. Put your penis inside of me. Because I'm gay. And weird. Don't have a normal real life. Never had a paycheck, never paid a tax. Just suck off the tit of the government and think I'm so cool. I've never seen bigger losers than TDS-ridden Democrats. They are such a waste of space and such a detriment to society. Nobody would ever marry them. Nobody would ever employ them. And nobody would ever be friends with them. Not even their own kind. They're that much of a loser.
Oh, absolutely. Damn Skippy. 100% agree. Earlier, that same genius said, impeach, convict, 86, and imprison 47 in his race of MAGA GOP sycophants. Good luck with that, you and whose army.
Yeah, exactly. You guys can cry, complain, shit yourselves all you want. Whatever you want to do. We're winning, you're losing. It'll never change. You're losers, we're winners. We didn't try to kill your president. We let him wander around, shake hands with dead people, ask who shit his pants, and eat ice cream. Our president's kicking ass and taking names, and you guys try to kill him daily. Isn't that weird? Your president let in 20 million illegals who killed Americans. President Trump honors those Gold Star families during Memorial Day speeches in Arlington National Cemetery. That's what he did. And I call them Gold Star families because I know that they're angel mom and angel dads, but hey, those families to me are Gold Star families, man. Family members who have just wonderful people in their that are growing up in their family and they die out of it. It's basically like a war that they didn't even sign up to fight in. Your president showers with his daughter and then jails the people who find the diary that she wrote it in. Your president auto-pen pardons people who he doesn't even know what he pardons them for. You're just pardoned for anything that you could have ever possibly done. Our president pardoned American patriots like the J6ers, who had an absolute and honorable right to be there protesting until your people shot bean bags and tear gas at them, funneled them into one area, then opened up the gates and unlocked the doors. Our president wins. Your president cheats. Our president escapes assassination attempts. Your president has dementia and cancer. Our president doesn't take a paycheck. Your president took everyone's paycheck. Our president gives you a retirement and a 401k. Your president destroyed all of that. Our president has a stockpile of energy and gas and oil. Your president sold it for pennies on the dollar. There's no comparison. We're winners. You're losers. And we love this country and you hate it. So suck on that for a while. And remember, Eli, ice cream doesn't have bones.
Not so sure about that. You better go ask Corn Pop.
Yeah, I heard he was a bad dude. Heard he was a bad dude. And the people over there on YouTube asking how you stop MAGA, you can't. You can't even kill us to stop us. Now, CBS's Margaret Brennan, you remember, Nobody Cares, Margaret? Oh, by the way, LFATV.us, official website. LFATV.us, that's where you can go get your news. Sign up for the newsletter, watch past shows, clips, and shop at the store. And guess what's on the store? This little shirt that says, Nobody Cares, Margaret. Right here. I don't really care, Margaret. J.D. Vance. Margaret decided she was going to try to trip up some Medal of Honor heroes yesterday and talk about how they hold so much optimism and so much hope for this country when this country has got so many problems. Trying to get them to say that the country was bad somehow. Trying to make it political somehow.
We are coming up on this 250th anniversary of the American experience. What specifically makes you optimistic? Because this country at times can feel dark these days. Yeah, There's a lot of darkness. What makes you feel optimistic?
Well, ultimately, because we're in Washington, D.C., and everything revolves around politics, we have to remember that politics aren't everything. American lives continue on. Children are born, children go to school, lives are achieved, dreams are achieved. This country is a great place. It's not politics. It's not just what's the news bites coming off of media. Ultimately, we continue forward as a country, continually imperfect, continually evolving forward, always trying to achieve a more perfect union. That's what's important to remember, what we can achieve aspirationally. No other place in history, time, or on this planet have ever gotten to where we are today. We need to be proud of that, and we need to remember that is what we stay focused on, what we can be.
What we can be, and the promise of it. What makes you optimistic?
It's so important to remember who we are as a country and take an opportunity to celebrate that and think about all the challenges that we've overcome, how far we've actually come. You know, I think if you frame it that way, you think very deeply about our trials and tribulations from beginning to today. We've made tremendous strides. Our country is, you know, we're a global superpower. Our economy is doing well. All those things are great. And take politics aside, out of this whole conversation. Be grateful for what you've got and the opportunities that it's provided for you. And if you do that, I don't see how you can't be optimistic about our future.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Thank you both. And
Yeah.
thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, she was so happy. Thank you. Oh, thank you both. I'm sorry I didn't get out of you what I was trying to get out of you, which is for you to say that the country sucks. But did that sound like a sincere thank you? Did that sound like somebody who was very gracious and honored to have 2 Medal of Honor recipients in her presence? What do you say about this country when it's so dark and gloomy and it's run by an Orange King freak? Well, we love this country and we would fight for this country, and this country is a lot more than about who's president right now. It's about the greatness that this country has to offer, the absolute, life of Riley, if you want it, if you work hard enough, you can obtain. Yeah, well, thank you. Ugh. Thank you for not saying what I needed you to say. This would have been a great dig at President Trump. Republican Michigan governor candidate John James goes nuclear on mainstream media for their incurable case of Trump derangement syndrome. Let's go to him now.
Because TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, is a communicable disease, and it's being spread by the mainstream, lamestream, fake news media.
Yep.
President Trump is literally spending his holiday weekend negotiating for peace in the Middle East. He had to miss his son's wedding because he loves this country, wants to keep us safe, and this is the 4th attempt on his life that we know of in the past 2 years. This is because you keep calling people, the lamestream media calls the president Hitler, makes comparisons, and would like to see him gone. And this is the type of thing that begins creeping into the mainstream and radicalizing these people who are taking attempts on the president of the United States. It must stop. It must stop now. And we need to remember the reasons why we're celebrating Memorial Day is bringing our country together. And the extremists trying to rip us apart need to absolutely be called out and held accountable for their terrible words and actions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Trump sue them for like millions of dollars too? Hey, Eli, I know we have a couple birthdays. I didn't see them all, but I did see one, Tammy's birthday. She's been watching since the backyard days. And it sounds to me like she would like you to sing a happy birthday to her. So, on you, my friend.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tammy, and whoever else's birthday it is today in the chat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Yes, and LJ Sin, it was her birthday yesterday. So, happy birthday as well. The director says John James is a loser. He won't win in Michigan. Perry Johnson has my vote. John James is a coward who has not been present at the Senate since he won his seat. Sound off in Michigan. Let people know about the people in your state. I'm not there, so I didn't have that information either. But he's not wrong in what he said. I wouldn't call this weekend that happened an assassination attempt. But you can bet your bottom dollar that if that guy who was shooting off those shots, those rounds in D.C. this weekend, if he had President Trump in his scope, he'd have shot him. Of course he would. Of course he would. Why do you think that guy's running around shooting multiple shots in D.C.? The guy was clearly crazy, right? By the way, almost 3,800 people watching live on Rumble right now. Big shout out to everybody watching there. Thank you so very much for being here. And about 70 people watching over on YouTube. So, not bad. Right now, we're number 4th on the leaderboard on Rumble. So, thank you guys very much. 69-year-old Army veteran, legal immigrant, and owner of what people know as the Trump House in Southern California, brutally beaten to death. To death. Carrie Sharon, the 69-year-old owner of the Trump House in Southern California, has died after being brutally beaten by a Navy veteran. Now, I know of this house. We've seen it before. It's been all over social media for a long time. Sharon or Sharon, I don't know the proper way to pronounce his last name. An Army veteran was violently assaulted by a 32-year-old Thomas Caleb Butler. Thomas Crooks, Butler, Pennsylvania. Thomas Caleb Butler. In an unprovoked attack on May 20th outside of Sharon's home. Kerry Sharon decorated his Escondido home with Trump banners and American flags. The Trump-supporting Army veteran died Sunday, Memorial Day Eve, a night after he was hospitalized and put in critical condition. Butler was previously charged with attempted murder, elder abuse, and making criminal threats and battery. His charges will be upgraded to murder after Sharon died in the hospital. Deputy District Attorney Ross Garcia said Sharon was violently attacked by Butler. Quote, it was a single punch to the jaw. The victim then falls to the floor, and there hits his head. The owner of the heavily decorated pro-Trump home in Southern California died later on after the charges were already filed. That's why the charges will now be upgraded. Butler, who has been described in local reports as a Navy veteran, has pleaded not guilty to the charges, including attempted murder, elderly abuse, and more. Not guilty. Let me guess. When a shooter shoots somebody with a gun, it's the gun's fault. But when a Democrat kills somebody with a punch, it's not his fist's fault. Isn't that weird? Somebody else must have magically made him do it, puppeted him somehow. Go to the local story there, local Fox affiliate there.
He was brutally attacked last week, with the suspect allegedly beating him and then stomping on his head before a witness stepped in. Our Sarah Barker spoke with the victim's wife and has more.
Right now, I don't know what I can say anything, only I feel a lot of pain in my heart. That's it.
Maria Sharon dealing with the heartbreaking loss of her husband, Kerry Sharon, a 69-year-old Army veteran.
Kerry was a Trump supporter, but he was a patriot first. And he was a strong believer in freedom of speech. And when people would approach him and give him any guff over his opinions, he didn't let it get under his skin. He would just say they're entitled to their free speech just like I am.
Kerry died from his injuries Sunday night after being attacked last week outside of his Escondido home. Known for its large American flag displays and supporting President Donald Trump.
If you don't agree, it doesn't give you the right to vandalize or do violence, and that goes both sides. Thank you. There's too much violence, so it's a sad day.
God bless Kerry. God bless Maria.
Now friends and neighbors are standing outside of his home, just as he would be doing this Memorial Day weekend.
Used to see him every morning when I'd go pick up grandkids, and I would stop by on the way back and talk to him sometimes.
We've had people drive by, lots of support, and then there's a few that drive by like they act like they're going to run into you, and they're flipping you off, or they're wailing on the horn all angry, and that needs to stop. It needs to stop. You can have a different belief, but you don't have to threaten people, intimidate people.
Even as Maria goes through the pain of
With
losing
a
her
legal
husband,
immigrant
she says she feels bad
wife.
for the suspect's family.
I feel bad for the mother, for the guy who do that, because for him too, because I ruined his life. Have a kid, have a girlfriend, have a mom. I'm feeling bad for her, but the stuff he do with my husband is terrible.
The suspect, 32-year-old Thomas Butler, pleaded not guilty in court on Friday when he faced charges of attempted murder.
Only want to say thank you for us, a sponsor, and all my friends coming, and thank you very much.
I reached out to the district attorney's office to see if any of the suspect's charges will be changed now that the victim has died. We haven't heard back yet.
He was brutally.
Oh, and by the way, Eli, I've been sick and tired of hearing the rhetoric on both sides, the violence on both sides. There is no both sides. If there was both sides, there'd only be one side. The other side would be dead within a week. The reason why there's not both sides of violence is because the right side actually has restraint, respect for the rule of law, and goes to work to pay taxes, so you broke-ass, lame-ass, fake American-ass Democrats can get government subsidies to go out there and do stupid shit like this. If there was a both sides violence story here, the left would be dead within a week. Period. If it really came down to it, and you had two sides ready to go at it, the left would be dead in a week. The only thing they have protecting them is the very police they want to defund. If there were no police out there, when all these idiots started to try to shut down ICE facilities and stuff like that, the right would come in and make them part of the street. They would fill the potholes in with the dead bodies and the bones of Democrat assholes. The last thing in the world you want is violence from both sides. It's bad enough to get violent from one side, the coward side. R.I.P. to that Army veteran, Carrie Sharon, a war veteran, a true American hero, as posted by this Instagram account here. Let's go ahead and play that video.
Neighbor here in Escondido, 69-year-old Carrie Sharon, who's an Army veteran who served in the war and fought for our freedom in this country. He flies the American flag around his house because he's proud to live in this country and wants to show support for our freedom. He was brutally attacked and unfortunately passed away on this Memorial Day. No matter what your political beliefs are, you should not have this much hatred in your heart or towards any fellow neighbor. On this Memorial Day, you'll especially be remembered, and we appreciate what you did for our country. My condolences go out to the family and friends, and thank you for your service.
Yep. Another lefty scumbag. Another lefty scumbag. Another coward leftist. Killing people they don't agree with. Sooner or later, there will be a both sides of things, you know. People can only put up with so much. Sooner or later, by the way, I want to go over to YouTube real quick because I saw some Mexicans and some illegals over there bumping their gums. I want to let you know, Carlos, escúchame. Sooner or later, there will be two sides of things. And you guys won't have a chance to post things on social media. You know those social media accounts that pass on to family members because there's nobody to operate them anymore? Those will be your social media accounts. Sooner or later. Somebody in the live chat over on YouTube said if there was violence from the right, the left would not even be a memory. You wouldn't be. You'd be a fart in the wind. Remember that. You're alive because we allow it. You're alive because we respect the rule of law. You're alive because we try to hold restraint. And we do. But sooner or later, just like that border got shut down, so will your ability to be able to fight in the streets. And for you illegals that are here, like the illegal alien in the chat there, we're coming for you. Don't worry. You'll be typing on YouTube from another country here shortly. You might want to use that CBP app and get your money and bounce now. That way you can come back legally. You scumbag, worthless, tit-sucking scumbag loser. How does it feel to know that Americans pay for the very life and supply the very country that you live in, that you ran to? And by the way, why'd you run from your great country? Maybe because it sucks? Just curious. U.S. Attorney Bill Issel exposes shocking leftist plot to give illegal aliens taxpayer-funded houses to replace the fleeing citizens from their shithole states like California. Oh, by the way, there's thousands. Eli, you know that thing that we talked about a couple weeks ago about illegal aliens? American citizens acting like illegal aliens, going to California and voting since they're not allowed to ask for ID? Apparently that turned into a real thing. Apparently thousands and thousands of people are actively and already have went to California and voted and said, you want no ID? You want to make sure that you verify and validate nobody? You want the wild, wild west of voting? So be it. And I personally know people who have done it.
Absolutely excellent. Damn Skippy. That's fighting fire with fire. And I give it about 5 or 10 more minutes until the scumbag dipshit Democrats say, okay, well, wait a minute. Maybe it's okay to start IDing people.
Yeah, they never will. They're too stupid. Former California Assemblyman and current top federal prosecutor Bill Issel just ripped the mask off Sacramento's radical open borders agenda during an interview with Prager. The son of lawful immigrants who did everything by the book is calling out the left's deliberate refusal to say the word illegal because they don't want to distinguish between those who follow the rules and the flood of lawbreakers that they're actively importing to prop up their power. Issel, who parents immigrated here legally, took the citizenship test and built a life the right way. Didn't hold back in recent remarks that perfectly capture the rage of millions of Americans tired of being second-class citizens in their own country. Eli, I'm going to go off on a little weave here. My son right now is taking citizenship test in school for his civics class. Okay? I saw the test. I can guarantee you 90% of people who run for office could not pass it. I can guarantee you. I took it. I didn't get enough wrong to fail, but I got plenty wrong where I was like, I shouldn't have got that wrong. Right? Now, there's easy questions like, what are the 3 different branches of government? Which branch does the judicial, who oversees the judicial branch? Who oversees the executive branch? How many senators come from each state? How many representatives come from each state? All these different, I would say easy questions. But then they get into what amendment allows you to do this? What amendment in the Bill of Rights allows you to do that? I would bet you right now, after seeing that citizenship test, 90% of elected officials could not pass that test. And I bet over 90% of Americans couldn't pass that test. And no illegal alien could pass it because they didn't assimilate properly. They didn't go through the proper channels of assimilation and immigration. They came here illegally and hence offer no progress to our nation whatsoever. The days of bring me your tired and poor are over. Those immigrants who came in Ellis Island, they came to create a better life for themselves, to actually work and do something, not to come and suck off the tit of the American taxpayer like these lazy third world shithole scumbags do today. There's a big difference. And I'm sick and tired of it. They always say the immigrant community, and this is Bill Issel talking, and I just find that particularly offensive, especially for people like my parents who did it the right way. They came here, they took the citizenship exam, and I remember my mom studying the test and learning about the branches of government and everything. They never wanted to distinguish between legal or illegal immigrants. And I find what these people are doing particularly offensive. He continued to talk about how now California, Bill 1840, California Assembly Bill 1840, legislation passed by the Democrat-controlled legislature in 2024 that would have expanded eligibility for California Dream for All Shared Appreciation Loan Program to undocumented immigrants. The good thing about this is that President Trump already came in and signed an executive order saying that banks cannot lend illegal aliens money. And they can't keep checking accounts. And they can't keep saving accounts. You want to keep it? Keep it under your pillow. Have a nice siesta. Adios. Immigrants today are lazy, worthless pieces of shit. Immigrants during the Ellis Island time were hardworking people, and we loved them. Spiritually, we can love them. Spiritually, we can pray for them. In this earth, Today, illegal aliens are the most lazy, worthless, non-loyal, non-dedicated pieces of shit on planet Earth. And it's time to start saying it loud. Eli?
I was just looking at the YouTube chat over there. Carlos says, "You are racist." I think he's feeling personally attacked.
Hey, Carlos. If the shoe fits. Eli, isn't Spanish shoes zapatos? If the zapatos fits, wear that mother. You know what I mean? Now, before we go on to the insurrection by Democrats' definition that happened this weekend, let's talk about done with debt. Like we're done with illegals, Americans are done with debt, right? And the more illegals we have here, the more debt we go into. Now, I don't know if done with debt can clear a path to financial freedom from illegal debt that we've been put into by subsidizing these losers. But if you, as an American citizen, have high-interest credit card bills that you had to rack up because Democrats stole the election, or if you have personal loans that you had to take out because Democrats released COVID-19 and destroyed the world and told you to stay home, 15 minutes to slow the spread, all that crap, right? Then you can call Done with Debt today, 888-322-1054. That's 888-322-1054. Your journey to financial freedom starts here. They can help you. They can cut your debt time in half and get you onto actually saving that money instead of giving it away to banks and people who come here to take it from you. Not anymore. Speak to a trained debt professional today. donewithdebt.com. Eli, did you see the insurrection that happened in New Jersey this weekend? Remember Queen Kong, LaMonica MacGyver? Remember she climbed the Empire State Building, fought off some planes, and then went to the detention center to try to release the illegals? Well, they were back. She was back. And they literally barricaded the ICE officers into the Delaney Detention Center and would not let them leave.
That doesn't sound legal.
Sounds a little insurrection-y to me, or at least by their account. Here is Queen Kong back at the detention center. Still, ladies and gentlemen, out on bail from her criminal activity.
Holding people hostage in facilities like this months after months after months after they have literally volunteered to be deported back to their country. Why is that? Ask yourselves. Why? Because it's about money. It's about greed. It's about this president constantly breaking the law and getting his friends and buddies rich and rich and rich. This is a billion-dollar industry. He is holding people hostage in facilities like this months after months after months after they have...
Month after month after month after they have... By the way, if there's any illegal aliens watching over on YouTube, be strong, be proud, brown pride, right? Most likely you're from South America or you're from Africa. You might be from Southeast Asia as well, but be proud. Tell us where you live. Don't be scared. Tell us where you live. Tell us where we can come and get it. Vámonos. Vámonos, aquí. Tell us where we can come get it. Tell us where President Trump can come and kiss your ass. How about that? This page says, breaking, New Jersey community blocks all exits of Delaney Hall ICE Center to stop the transport of detained hunger strikers. You know, Eli, in prison they do these things called hunger strikes. You ever heard of these things before?
Oh, yeah. They're stupid as shit, but yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, let them die. Kurt says you Israeli puppeteers got exposed. Cry about it. I don't cry about winning. And I don't cry about winning elections. And I also don't cry about collecting those $7,000 checks, Eli. You know what I'm saying? I don't cry about that. And if I do, I wipe my tears with my Israeli Jew money.
L'chaim. Damn Skippy.
L'chaim. Wipe your tears with that Jew money, Eli. I hear it's $7,000 per Israeli positive post. Go, Israel! Israel's great. Kiss the wall. Wear the beanie on top of your head. It's a good fashion statement. From the river to the sea, Jews shall be free. Eli, I just racked up like 50 G's right there. Run that. Run that, BB. I need that.
Netanyahu. Who?
Yeah. I'm going to check my Netanyahu worth over here.
I just don't understand it, dude. With how many times we should have been paid by now, we'd be off air and we'd both be retired.
Eli, that money just keeps coming in. That Jew money, good, bruh. Do you know what I mean? Come on. Hey, I would take all of Israel to live here over any illegal alien. How about that? Can I say that? Is that okay? Can I get money for that one?
Are you kidding? You got paid for that and they gave you a bonus.
Amen. Amen.
This is a waste of your time, a waste of taxpayer dollars. Who are you defending again?
Your family is ashamed
Who are you
of you.
defending again?
Your
We are
community is
citizens.
ashamed of you.
We are peaceful citizens. What are you doing? Why don't you join the army or something? Why don't you do something with yourself?
Hold on. We are peaceful citizens, Eli. Why don't you do something with your life? She screams at the ICE and border agent. Why don't you join the army or something and do something with your life as she stands there with a bullhorn like a retard talking about somebody who's got a very good job, great pension, doing something with their life. It may not be what she likes, but something. Meanwhile, she's in the doing nothing with her life while screaming about doing something with your life.
Screaming at people who are currently on the clock in that moment, getting paid.
Unbelievable. Rad Monsoon over there on YouTube. By the way, I love the word rad. It's been a long time since we've said that here in America. But says, too bad Trump is owned by the Jews. So are we. You didn't know? You didn't know? BB's the man, ain't he? He's giving us $7,000 every time I say the guy's good. You're good, BB, you're good. Man, Eli, I'm about ready to retire. One show. Now, even though BB's pretty pissed off about this whole Abrahamic Accord deal that President Trump is doing, and President Trump basically told him to shut up, too bad, you're going to get on board or you're going to be on by yourself. And, considering coming off of just last week when they said that we are going to start reducing the amount of money that goes to all countries, including Israel. Yeah, so owned. A lot of you guys need to play like Hines and catch up. You're way behind. You're like 3 weeks behind in the news. Here's a leftist rioter digging up cinder blocks to make his own wall. Guess he wants to, looks like he wants to build the wall, Eli. There you go. Yeah. Isn't it amazing that that's allowed? That you can just do this as a Democrat.
Build a wall, 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet tall.
You can just do this as a Democrat. But again, if it wasn't for the cops that you dumbass illegal aliens and Democrats wanted to fund, you wouldn't be able to do this. See, the cops are the only reason that you can do this. The people you're protesting. They're protecting you. Otherwise, people like myself and Eli would be giving you a facial on the pavement. It's called a pavement facial. See, what you do is you grab the head of a Democrat or an illegal alien. They're all weak. It doesn't matter. You grab them by the head and, oh, Dios mío, or help me, please, that I wanted to fund, whichever they're saying. And then you push their face down to the ground, like Sam Kinison would say, come here, look at this here. And then you just scrape their face on the pavement. Now, what you want to do is you want to make sure that there's gravel on that pavement. Because, Eli, if there's gravel on that pavement, then you can cause the harm to them that they've caused to this country. But if there's not gravel on the pavement, a good old hot asphalt sitting out in the sun all day, that would give them a nice third-degree burn. Either way, it's a free pavement facial. And if it wasn't for the cops that they're protesting against and defunding, that's what would happen to them. They'd be walking around like Harvey Dent.
Carlos says, there is no substance on this weak-ass racist platform. You're still watching, though, aren't you?
Mira mi programa. You're watching, though, ain't you? Must be some kind of substance. Actually, pretty much you're right, though. The substance that we're talking about right now is just straight-up bigotry. Straight-up bigotry. Nothing new. There's bigotry against illegal aliens. Can we say that? I think that's okay, right? I'm a bigot, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like illegal aliens destroying our country and sucking up the teat of the American taxpayer. Now, if those same people walked out this door and came back in the legal door, I'd shake their hand and I'd say, welcome, American brother or American sister. But since they refuse to do that, they're lazy pieces of third world shit.
I don't know if she got in though. I wasn't here yet. Okay, that's what I was.
I don't know if she didn't want to or they just let her.
I don't think they let her.
They're just allowed to do this. Eli, they called January 6th an insurrection. Actually, they called it an erection many times by accident, but they called it an insurrection. What these high school dipshit dropouts are doing is building a wall of garbage around the ICE detainment facility like it was going to stop the transfer of hunger strike illegal aliens in the facility that are not eating as a form of protest so that they can get their way. Let them die. Let them freaking die. We are offering the food. If they don't eat the food, that's not our fault. Let them just die. Trust me. Their instincts will kick in and they will eat piles of dog excrement before they actually die. For those idiots out there doing hunger strikes, give them what they want. Okay? Eli, the Zinn Krufer said for the last 25,000 years, Earth's not even that old, but anyway, the indigenous of the Americas are brown people. That's a fact. So tell me what happened to Mexico then. Tell me what happened to Mexico. You always call Europeans colonizers. And you say that Europeans stole the land, of which I'm quarter Cherokee, by the way. My people got decimated and eradicated because they lost. Okay? My other people came in and won. How come you never talk about Spain taking over Mexico? How come you don't talk about that? Spain colonized Mexico, took it over, killed all the indigenous people or bred with them and made them, something other. How come you don't talk about that? Eli, there's another comment. Jeremy is so mad. MAGA is so mad. They can't come on and debate. They have no debate substance. They have no receipts. They just say shit. Again, what about Spain? Did they not colonize Mexico?
By the way, do just a hair of a little bit of research, and you'll see that the Viking culture was actually first to colonize the Americas before whoever you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, but we don't want to, not them. Don't want to talk about them, though. You see, in order for us to be mad, we'd actually have to debate somebody who actually made us eat our words. Not our... And since you eat our... Well, there's enough eating going on for everyone, isn't there?
Abolish!
Yeah. Tell me what adult would ever look at that and say, this is proper behavior? This is proper behavior. And Eli, do you know that MAGA, which would be us, because we believe in making America great again, right? And that's including for the black people who actually had intact families, homes, life, hope, and jobs in the 50s and 60s. Remember that? Ask any older black man or older black woman about the 1950s. Were there issues? Absolutely. Were Democrats more racist than ever? Absolutely. Were Republicans, just like during Abraham Lincoln's day, trying to stop racism and slavery? Absolutely. But if you ask any black man who's over 60 years old, he'll tell you that black families were more intact and had more hope and more optimistic outlook on their ownership in America then than they do today. So yeah, make America great again. Then came Margaret Sanger, who said, let's eradicate this black population. Killed off all the black babies. And then the Democrats and the Republicans worked together behind closed doors to give you crack. Got you addicted to that. I believe it was one of your Democrats that said, I'll have these N-words voting for generations. And Eli, MAGA, the Make America Great Again podcasters like myself and others, we're the only ones that can literally keep an audience that hates us watching for 3 hours.
I will never understand that. Thank you guys for the views, but I don't go out of my way to watch something for even 5 minutes, let alone 3 hours in support. You're giving us a view. It's helping us. Algorithm. Thanks. Gracias.
When you realize that Malcolm X actually had his finger on the pulse of America more than Martin Luther King did, then you really see how screwed up things are. Somebody in the chat said back then black families hated the idea of welfare. Today, it's a whole different story. White families hated the idea of welfare back then too. Today, whole different story. Nothing but a bunch of anti-American, America-hating, scumbag, lazy losers who watch conservative programming because they've got nothing better to do in their hateful lives.
Why don't you get the agents to walk away and then we'll move on to
Every one of these people should be arrested immediately. Arrest them immediately. Taser each one of these people that are sitting with their masks on. By the way, what year is it? Eli, look at this. Look at these. Look at all these people with masks on and shit. Like, what year is it? I understand the, ICE agents and stuff being masked up for doxing reasons, but these people, they're masked up because of like COVID and the next flu strain that they're afraid of. But taser each one of these people, put them in prison. Don't let them out.
Well, we're also so proud of what they're doing and they feel like they're in the right. However, the masks are also so that they can't be identified in case they get in trouble later. And you know what really irritates me about these fat, disgusting, white liberal women who you can smell through the TV screen is they scream and they yell and they throw things at these guys and they push them. And then, law enforcement does what law enforcement gonna do and arrest them and they start squealing, "What the F is wrong with you? Is this what you do to people?" Yeah, when you break the law.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Somebody in the YouTube chat said Republicans have $143 million in the coffers. Democrats have -3. Isn't it weird that after USAID went away, all of a sudden the Democrats are broke? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that since you put a magnifying glass on Act Blue, all of a sudden the Democrats are broke? Isn't that weird? That's just so weird. Isn't it weird that after the EPA got a new administrator and after the Department of Education got a new secretary, Democrats don't have any money? Isn't that weird? Hey, Kurt, retard, what are you going to say when gas is down to $2 again? Seriously, I'm serious. Let's do a hypothetical here. If gas gets down in the $2 and $3 range, what are you going to say then? What are you going to say then? Because I remember when your bitch ass was crying about eggs. Remember that? Oh, eggs. Do you jump on now and say, this stupid gas, glad about those eggs, but how's that gas price, Trump? But wait, I thought presidents didn't control the price of gas. You know what's weird? In California, gas at Chevron is $6.60 a gallon. But isn't it weird that it's $3.38 in Louisiana? Same gas, same station. Isn't that weird? Almost like dumbass Democrat policies end up costing people more money. Isn't that weird? But, okay, Aztec, big if, right? In capital letters. Are you going to come back and are you going to say, I'm sorry, you were right and I was wrong? That's all I ever want to see. That's all I want to ever see. I know, hey, David, it's called English. Listen, okay, bud? I didn't say gas was at $2. I said when or if, hypothetically, gas gets down in between $2 and $3, are you going to come back and are you going to say you were sorry that I was right and you were wrong? Kurt says, cousin fuckers. Actually, those are Somalis. Those are inbred Somalis. Okay? Those are your inbred Ilhan Omars that do that. And by the way, they don't even wait for their cousins. They have their brothers and sisters. So the Democrats over on YouTube said if it gets down that low, they still won't apologize, Eli. course they won't, because you have no substance to your argument. But let's stay on task here. All these people that are causing what you call an insurrection, should they be put in prison? Or should they not? Now because they're on the other side. Anything? Can we at least get the Democrats in the YouTube channel? Can we at least find a base of commonality here? Do you think the people that are surrounding the ICE facility and blocking it and fighting with ICE agents who are federal officers, whether you like them or not, should they be imprisoned for what they've done? Yes or no? Anyone? Another one bites McGraw and said yes, but I'm waiting for, these other people. J6 should be in prison. Cool. They did. They were in prison for years. They're not now, but they were. Do you think that these people outside the Delaney detention facility should see the inside of a jail cell? Yes or no? Dave, Aztec, Rick, any of you. If they break the law. Well, they did. They did. They did nothing but that while they were there. Fighting cops, blocking an official federal proceeding from happening. Yeah, they did break the law. Yes, they're not protesting, they're rioting. Protesting is different. Protesting is legal. Fighting with the police and trying to block their movement? Terencio says no. Okay. There you go, folks. They should not. The other ones won't answer. They'll just say, what about the J6 rioters if they were pardoned? Well, they did time. They did 4 years. But that's not the question. The question is, if you believe the J6ers should be in jail, then you should definitely believe these people should be in jail, right? Aztec, yes, that's breaking the law. See that? Look at that. How hard is it to find some commonality here? I believe you think that you love this country. You believe I think I love this country. Rick says for surrounding the ICE officers, no. Well, then you are retarded because they're breaking the law. You cannot stop an official officer from movement, from doing their job. You can't do that. Can't do that. Unbelievable how anybody could say that they shouldn't be in jail.
Holy shit. What the fuck? Let's go.
Sit down.
We don't want ICE here! Holy shit! What the fuck? Let's go!
Sit down.
We don't want ICE here! Holy shit!
So, when you barricade with physical barriers, including your bodies, you are breaking federal law. Absolutely. When the police have to come out, physically remove you, physically remove barriers, fight with you, pepper spray back and forth, yes, that is breaking the law. Now, if you want to go and talk about the J6ers, let's talk about it. But we're going to have to find some common ground of fact here. The fact is, nobody at January 6th did anything physical or any kind of breaking into any Capitol until, and the video proves it, all videos prove it, until police officers started shooting tear gas and pepper spray, paintball guns, and everything else into the crowd. Nobody was doing anything. Was there heated screaming back and forth? Absolutely. But nobody broke in any barriers. Once shots start getting fired, everybody starts doing anything that anybody would do. But here's what happened. And we all know this. Police opened up barricades and let them in and didn't try to stop them. You got to ask yourself why. Now, if they were just saying, okay, do what you do, you'll get arrested if you go. Okay, but that still doesn't mean they were doing their damn job. And then the magnetic door that cannot be opened from the outside unless you've got a freaking jet with a missile on it was unlocked. The magnetic door was unlocked from inside. That's what the report reads. And then you have the constant refusal of the National Guard from Nancy Pelosi. So can we at least admit that there was a massive breakdown in law enforcement on that day? And that shit got out of hand? If you can at least agree with that, then you can say, all right, maybe some people deserve to be in jail, maybe some people didn't. But what about the FBI agents that were in the crowd that were also breaking the law? Should they be in jail? Should the DC police, the Metro police that were involved, should they be in jail? You're literally talking about two different things. You're talking about surrounding and not allowing officials to go in and out before any officer fires any gun or shoots any bullets or any pepper spray flies. No, not mine, David. The official federal report, the Howard's report, the report that came from the House of Representatives, from the Oversight Committee. No, not my report. But again, this is you just being mad at the facts. Don't be mad at the facts. Find common ground with us if we all love America, and let's figure out a way to say who's lying and who's not. Because this, according to Democrats who said J6 was an insurrection, this is an insurrection.
Get back! Get back! Get back!
Eli, I can see today how many people still do not know about what happened on January 6th. This guy Rick in there says they stormed the Capitol and broke down the door. If you don't even know that that's not true, then how are you going to argue anything about January 6th? I was there. I had the FBI come to my house. Were you there? Did you see what happened there? Did you see anything prior to or during it? Because that door to the Capitol building was magnetically unlocked. That has already been admitted. Everybody knows it. The people who unlocked it admitted it. The magnetic door was unlocked from the inside. That door couldn't be broke down. Now, were windows being broke? Absolutely. Come to find out, those windows that were being broke, majority of those people that were doing it were FBI undercovers and Antifa agents. So, yes, were there January 6ers that were right along with him? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if that was an insurrection, then this one is. And if you don't even know that there was a magnetic door that was unlocked, then you can't argue anything. Because that everyone should know. Eli.
Another thing that irritates the hell right out of me is when we've shown the footage, of
millions of
being
times
let in, the Capitol Police moving the gates, and then people on the inside of the Capitol peacefully walking through the rope days. Well, you guys cherry pick that footage. Even if that's true, and you guys think it was the most violent, bloody day in history, worse than the Revolutionary, Civil War, World War II, any war ever, why would there have been any moments of peace like that?
Yes.
Ask yourself.
Yeah.
Think. Question everything.
Yeah. If you see these people who broke in All of a sudden, you see footage of cops walking with them, unhandcuffing them, and then talking to them about how to identify other FBI agents and other friendlies in the crowd. I mean, we've played them for years and years and years. And now, you know what they're saying now, Eli? Play them now, as if I have them queued up to play for them now. But you can ask the audience. They've been here. They've seen it for years. Unbelievable.
We're still here at Delaney Hall. They have announced that they are trying to move the prisoners who participated in the hunger strike, and the prisoners have had a demand from the beginning, which is everyone with medical conditions should be immediately released. We have, stayed here. There are a bunch of ICE officers that are here that are armed. They've been escalating tactics with the protesters. They picked me up, they threw me to the side, they pushed us back several times. ICE is clearly here to cause chaos, and we are here to stand in solidarity with the people who are inside. We're on this hunger strike, and we are demanding that the people with medical conditions be released, that the people who participated in this hunger strike are not unfairly retaliated against. They are trying to take them and deport them out of here. They're trying to transfer them. We're still trying to get more information, but we are here with the people here at Delaney Hall. So we're still here at Delaney Hall.
Again, why are you trying to move them at all? Why are you trying to move them from one facility to another? Let them starve to death. Who cares? We stop paying for them. They die of their own volition. Who really cares? While trying to de-escalate the situation outside Delaney Hall, the executive director, Ben Drozbeck, was pepper sprayed, and this was an executive director of this this group that was trying to cause peace or bring peace to the two groups, I guess. You know how you bring peace? Stop breaking the damn law. Stop acting like, ooh, like you care. You don't know a single name of a person in that illegal alien detention center. I'll bet you if you walked around, Eli, and asked each one of those dipshit, no-job-having scumbags, name one person in this facility. They wouldn't be able to name one name. Just like the people that scream, you're sending our sons and daughters off to... Who? Who? Name one name. Well, Then you don't care.
I'm right here with you. I'm right here. There's more water. Ben.
All right. Look up a little bit more. Turn your head back. All right. I'm going to bring it down a bit. Okay.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Governor
Herrell, $30 million is a drop in the bucket for legal services. We are demanding that now. Okay, I gotta go. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, lefties over on YouTube, do you think that Nick Fuentes and Ray Epps should be in prison for inciting the January 6th riot? I think they should be. They were actually saying, storm the Capitol, drag them out. While your president at the time said, peacefully and patriotically, go let your voice be heard. Governor Herrell decided to show up for a publicity.
Herrell telling us she has been denied access to the Delaney Hall Immigration Detention Center after attempting to make her first visit as governor. We're on the scene here at Delaney Hall. The governor arrived here around 10:30 this morning. She has since left, but spent her time here on the scene outside the gates talking to family members of those that are detained inside. The governor says she's been trying to get into the facility for days now. And as for the broader context here, since Friday, protesters have been outside amid a reported hunger and labor strike inside, expressing concern for detainees' health, living conditions, and warning of potential fatal consequences. There have been several arrests made here as a result. Now, it's important to note that Herrell is a state official, so she does not necessarily have the right to go in, but the state's federal delegation does. Senator Andy Kim and Representative Bob Menendez visited twice this weekend and are still here now, along with several other officials. But Menendez says He's been out here all night and has still been denied entry today. Now, activists are telling us that those on the inside on that hunger and labor strike aren't going to stop until they're able to speak directly with the governor. Of course, still a very active situation out here. We'll continue to keep you updated. Governor Mikey Sherrill.
Oh, we're not going to stop until we see the governor. Okay, starve and die, you dipshit illegal alien. Then starve and die. Oh, we want to see the governor. We're going to starve ourselves until we get to see the governor. So that means your living conditions really aren't that bad because you're offered food. You have a roof over your head, and you are able and well enough and free enough to demand to see the governor of the state? Eli, if I went to go see the governor of the state, whether it be Kim Reynolds or whether it be Governor Mickey Sherrill, and I said, I demand to see the governor, there's a 0% chance that I can see the governor. And I'm a legal American citizen. But illegals inside a detention center say that their rights are being trampled on so much that they're going to refuse food until they get a meeting with the governor and she comes. They have more power than we do.
Yeah, seems like it. Screw it. Don't feed them then.
That's what I said. If anybody's stupid enough to do a hunger strike, then they commit suicide. And like I said, they will eat their own excrement before they die from starvation. At the beck and call of illegal aliens, Governor Mickey Sherrill shows up for a publicity stunt. When I was a kid growing up, they said that people in jail ate bread and water. That's what I remember. Feed them bread and water. And I would even go as far as to say, now I'm going to punish every other illegal alien in here because of you. They're all going to hate you now. Now everybody only gets bread and water. Hey, we have a law to feed you food daily. So give them, I think by law you're supposed to give them a nutrition balanced meal. So give them a couple pieces of fruit, a couple vegetables, bread and water. There you go. I want to go on a hunger strike until I get rights. You don't get rights. You came here illegally. You get none. Your due process is us not putting a bullet in your head for crossing our border illegally. That's your due process. Senator Kim of New Jersey came to try to cause some peace, to raise some peace to the situation. Although, again, you don't have to do anything on the Fed side to bring peace. They're not actively out there beating these people, or else they wouldn't be there. If the Feds were primarily, their job was to just beat protesters, the protesters would be beat down and run away. So we know that the unrest is coming only from the left. So you should talk to your own side.
Got out from Delaney Hall. I was in there with Congressman Menendez. We went in because we heard of the complaints, the people protesting, hundreds of them talking about the inhumane treatment that they're getting. We talked with dozens, if not 100 or more of the detainees. Often they were talking about the poor food that they're getting, really disgusting food, that they're not getting the medical treatment that they need and deserve. I talked with a pregnant woman that was not getting the care that she needed. I talked with an 18-year-old high school senior who should be at a school, not in this facility there. This place needs to shut down, and these people need to be able to get out, be back with their families.
Too bad it's not going to happen.
They are not even being given
you're wasting time.
The time in court.
Good.
If this administration is so convinced that these are people that are dangerous, give them time in court.
Nope.
I mean, this is a farce of a situation. It is not reflective of our Constitution, of our laws, of how people, anybody...
Actually, it's reflective of our Constitution to put these people down like rabid dogs. Because if George Washington was still alive right now, what's that shirt say? His homies would be stacking bodies right now.
This country should be treated. So that is why I was here with Congressman Menendez. We're going to continue to fight for their rights, fight for their treatment, and make sure that we can do everything we can to restore our country's rule of law and our belief in our values in immigration.
Okay, so then you support the Iranian conflict then? Because if this is a humanitarian thing here, if this is how of a decent country we are, that we got to make sure that people that aren't Americans get decent treatment and we stick up for those people, then you should be the first one voting for President Donald J. Trump to continue to do whatever he's got to do in Iran. If that's what you're talking about here, Senator Kim, is that what you're talking about? It's like the people. It's like those protesters that I came up on here in my town a couple weeks ago that said elevate humanity. I said I agree. Like getting rid of people who want to kill women and children, who do kill women and children, who traffic them, who sleep with the boys of the society, who throw gay people out buildings, who burn gay people alive just for being gay. You mean like ridding the world of those people? Lefties would side with the Iranian regime over President Trump. They are. That's why you see Anna Kasparian crashing out daily. They don't want to elevate humanity. They don't want to stop atrocities around the world. They don't want to do that. They want to stop Trump. Period. If you asked your everyday average lefty, if you had two choices and you could rub this lamp and you had a wish, would you wish for Donald Trump to be eliminated? Or would you wish for the Ayatollah and the Iranian regime who kills LGBTQ members, women and children daily to be eliminated? They would say Trump. They would say Trump. And then if you ask them, okay, let's say this. We'll get rid of Trump, but these people have to continue to rape women and children, traffic them, use them as human shields, and not accept gay people, but we got to get rid of Trump. Are you okay with that? They would say, yep, 100%. Because their hatred of this president goes beyond common sense. They hate his guts. So, Senator Kim got tear gassed, right along with the rest of the idiots.
I understand, but he's a senator. Respectfully.
Respectfully, still. You got the pictures over there. This is his picture. All right. You guys went over your eyes.
He's lucky he's Asian, Eli. He doesn't have as much eyeball to clean out.
Excuse me.
What? I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm just being real. Like, his eyes are, a little bit more closed than, like ours, we'd have the whole eyeball, right? Round eye. He had a little bit of protective shade there. Good on him.
I'm going to sound like the kids now when I say, that's for real, for real.
So then the left turns on him because he takes money from Israel.
So why did you tell us to move out of the way, to allow the ICE criminals to kidnap the strikers and move them to other parts of the gulag system? Yeah. We were the ones blocking them from doing that. Why did you scab for ICE?
Look, I was in there. I was there in where the transfer section is. I did not see, just 20 minutes ago, movements of people. I did not think and that there were.
You didn't think?
I understand what you're trying to do.
Kim, how can we trust you to make the right call about ICE when you take thousands and thousands of dollars from AIPAC that funds the same surveillance systems that ICE is using?
I really don't. But look, I get it.
You really
can be unhappy.
You told us because you were going to get in there if we moved out. And they used that to crush this strike.
The deal was for me and another person to be able to do that.
What side are you on? What side are you on?
I understand that you're unhappy.
You're on the wrong side of this struggle. You're on the wrong side of the genocide in Gaza. Where do you stand?
Senator Andy Kim, will you call for abolishing ICE? ICE just brutalized a U.S. citizen who you're standing next to right now. Will you call for a full abolishment of ICE? Senator Andy Kim, that woman was tear gassed. You're standing next to her as she's washing her eyes because she was tear gassed. Do you have anything to say about ICE? Will you call for an abolishment of ICE? Senator Andy Kim, you cannot come out here and cosplay community member when you are a key player in making sure this detention center stays open.
So why did you tell us to move?
See that? They hate Israel and Trump more than anything. If you are in any way a Trump supporter or feel that Israel has the right to exist and to fight off disgusting, stinky, third world shithole Islamists, then you're a bad dude, like Corn Pop. And you should be taken out. That is what the left believes. They don't care. You could say, look, I love killing babies. I'm all for open borders. But if you take money from AIPAC, now all of a sudden they don't care about the you getting pepper sprayed. Hey, Eli, do you want to hear something really cool? Check this out. Remember how the retard right? Remember how they were complaining about how President Trump is too pro H-1B visa? And President Trump is going to let all the H-1Bs in. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was losing her mind and flipping out and beating on a rock like a Cro-Magnon caveman. Remember that? H-1B visa applications crashed nearly 40% after President Trump reformed it. Hey, Alex Jones, what are you going to say about that now? Hey, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, what do you have to say about the H-1Bs now? I thought for sure that Trump was going to be the king of H-1Bs, that he was reviving the program and he was going to take it to heights never seen before. But here we have a dramatic collapse in H-1B visa applications ever since Trump did reform. I guess you were wrong and we were right once again. Eli, I got to tell you, it's hard being right all the time about politics. It really is. Especially when we are beating the brakes off the Democrats over on YouTube. It is very difficult to be correct every single time.
You're so mad right now, you maggot.
You're so mad? According to the reports, new data from the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services shows a 38.5% drop in submitted H-1B registrations for the 2027 fiscal year. Well, how about that? Applications fell from 343,981 to 211,600 in a single year. The sharpest decline ever marks the most significant resets in the program's history. Well, how about that? How about that? Alex Jones, wrong. Tucker Carlson, wrong. Candace Owens, wrong. Biggest decline in H-1B visa history since the start of the program. I guess we were right again. Illegal Alien says, but you are losing. Really? All right, let's check here. Let's see, Illegal Alien. Your name is Illegal Alien. Okay? LFA TV is currently number 6 in the world on the live leaderboard on Rumble. We won the popular vote, which means the majority of America believes what I believe. We won the Electoral College vote. We won the most counties ever recorded by a United States president, election winning, whatever. And Trump's not in jail. You didn't kill him 4 times. And he just went 37-0 on his endorsements, getting rid of more rhinos out of our party to beat more dumbass Democrats in November and in 2028. Tell me again, how are we losing? Oh, Trump's approval rating, 34%. What's the Democrats' approval rating in Congress right now? 20. You can't call somebody a midget when they're a foot taller than you. See how stupid that sounds? Every which way you cut it, we win, you lose. Every which way we cut it. How's the stock market doing? Isn't that an all-time high? Aren't people's 401ks an all-time high? Well, winning again. Just can't lose.
And yet another prime example of us winning, even aside from politics, is that you're still here. You've been here the whole show, bro.
Yeah. You know what's even best, Eli? Is when somebody like Rainbow says, you're hateful and racist with a Y-O-U-R. Look, and I just keep responding with the proper way to use grammar, okay? If you cannot speak proper grammar, what makes you think that you will ever be right about politics? If you don't even know the difference between your, and your, how can I take you seriously on anything that you say in the chat? You're just another bot to me. And a dumb one at that. You guys, you do have Google right next to you, right? You do have access to asking it questions. Am I acting like a retard or not if I say it this way? It's really not that difficult. Its page says, we stand with Ukraine. Oh, you're really going to hate the story that I have coming up in a few then. But breaking news, Eli, H-1B visas drop almost 40%. Meanwhile, you got this dipshit, Hakeem Jeffries.
That taxpayer dollars in this country should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not subsidize corruption of Donald Trump and his cartel. That taxpayer dollars to be used to make the lives of everyday Americans more comfortable, more affordable, give them the ability to experience a middle-class life and beyond.
That he doesn't have.
And that taxpayer dollars under no circumstances, which is one of the major problems with this reckless Republican budget, taxpayer dollars under no circumstances should be used to brutalize or kill American citizens or violently target law-abiding immigrant families. That's unpatriotic, unacceptable, and it's un-American. We believe that taxpayer dollars
should be, you know why they mad? You know why they, Eli, speaking of big mad, when you are negative $3 million and the Republicans have 143, you are F-U-C-K'd in the butt. You don't have a chance. You don't have a fireball's chance in hell, let alone a snowball's chance in hell. Donald Trump is going to win the midterms. The House of Representatives will stay ours. Hakeem Jeffries will be removed as minority leader because Democrats will have no confidence in him. We will regain the Senate, and we will continue to legislate, win, take things to the Supreme Court, and win. And pretty soon, Eli, when birthright citizenship comes down and the Supreme Court says, you're not just an American just because you're born here. Uh-oh. Then sugar honey iced tea is really going to hit the fan. Then you're really going to see the lefties freak out. Because now they've not only lost all their money through USAID and all the other places, now they're going to lose their future voters. And if the Save America Act passes, a Democrat will never win an election ever again.
Absolutely can't wait until we enact that one. I'm going to say it again, I wish Trump would have been a day one dictator and found some way to say, no, sweetie baby boy. Just because you were born here, you are not a citizen. Ship him out.
Well, he did executive order a lot of that stuff. And he has been fighting these idiots for the last year and a half and winning. By the way, how many Supreme Court decisions have we won? How many federal cases have we won? How many states have ours allowed to redistrict, but none of yours? It's so great. I love it. I love it. Here's a fed-up taxpayer in Cape Cod, actually, going off on the local city council there for prioritizing illegal aliens over Americans. Let's get to this.
And would you please
tell us your name and what community you're from.
Yes, my name is Andrew DeRogers. I'm born and raised on Cape Cod. I appreciate that many people here have different points of view, and that's fine. Many of them are very well spoken. Many of them are polite. I'm not going to be.
Yeah.
I am that taxpayer that several of the people who sat up here and spoke are talking about. What is on the line is very simple. It is a declaration of your allegiance either to the American citizen, the legal tax-paying American citizen, or the chosen community of foreign nationals who have been trafficked into this country for purposes of census data, for purposes of seats, for purposes of power, and for purposes of taxes. I am sick to effing death of paying for such bullshit, and I'm sick to death of being lectured about compassion, about patience and understanding. I have lived here all my life, and I have been required for all 40 years of that life to obey the law and follow the rules. There will be no Social Security check for me when I can't work anymore. I have never once received any of the benefits that have been spoken of here. Nobody is beating down my door to help me fix up my house so that it doesn't collapse on me or lower the cost of the electricity that I have to pay. I don't get health insurance. I can't afford it. But I am punished by this state for not being able to afford it so that people who are in this country illegally can benefit from it and go see the doctor whenever they want.
Absolutely.
And that is a fact, and I am sick of it. I am not an ununderstanding individual. I am not an uncompassionate individual. But my generosity has been abused, and I am sick of it. I am sick of being treated as an indentured servant to foreign nationals in my country and in my community. And I don't give a damn whose feelings that hurts.
Told you, it's all coming to a head.
So you can either approve this measure and show legal, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens that they do not matter to you, or you can reject it and show them that you are listening. Those are the only two options. And for the record, I traveled abroad to a foreign nation, and you would not believe the amount of documentation I was required to have on me at all times and show whenever anybody asked. And you can bet your ass if I broke their laws, they would have nailed my ass to the wall.
Yep.
And I was very well behaved over there, and I was very respectful to the people because I was a guest in their country. I wasn't due anything. Thank you.
Is that how you feel today? Is that how you feel today? Uncanny Mountain, you are a retarded person, and everything you're saying is a lie in the chat, by the way. 70% of farmers are not planting this year. I live in one of the biggest farm states in the country, and they're all planting. You're a liar. No, it's okay. By the way, ask the farmers who they love. They're going to tell you Trump. Now, it's okay that you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you're here watching. It's okay. We get it. But don't lie. Don't be a retarded person. Somebody also said that maggots will pay for this. Well, you have to win an election first. And if we win the House and the Senate, how are you going to continue to say that America is rejecting Trump's policies or that Trump is destroying America? How are you going to say that? You have to beat us first. And you're not going to be able to cheat while he's in office again. It's not going to happen. So how are you going to win? Funny how you all said that there's no illegals voting in elections, but yet then you turn around and make an executive order in Virginia to keep ICE away from polling stations. That guy right there is absolutely in the right to feel the way he feels and to say what he says. No more illegal aliens. Now, we know that we've shut the border down and they're not coming in, but we need to get the ones that are here out. They've ruined enough. They have killed enough. Sophie said, Alex Jones is telling everyone on the show that farmers aren't able to plant this year and we're going into a famine. Should I drive 20 miles in any direction in Iowa and ask the farmers if they're not able to plant this year? Because all of their fields are open and getting planted. Every single one of them. Every single one. Charles Farley for you says, Herrell proves why Christianity is so dangerous. Yes, to non-God believing people like you, it is. It is. You're absolutely right. To fall into the hands of the living God is very, very dangerous. And I wouldn't want to do that if I was you. Let's go thank one of our sponsors before we move on to the next rhino who's going to lose his election, and that is Golden Crest Metals. What is the price today? West Texas Intermediate crude oil is trading at approximately $94 per barrel. Okay, great. That's down. Let's see here. Silver. Where are we at with silver? Look at that. Up. 76.43. Where are we at with gold? 4,538. Staying strong. Well, the stock market's killing it. Gold up. Silver up for the year. Stock market up. Oil dropping. And when that strait is fully opened, then you're going to have Aztec and those guys in the YouTube channel apologizing. Your guide to gold and silver IRAs in 2026 can be yours by getting hold of Golden Crest Metals. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Rich and his team are always on standby waiting. And they say that the people that call from LFA TV are the most kind and generous and polite people that they've ever talked to. Get your educational guide today about which silver and gold to invest in, because there are differences between bullion and bars and everything else. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Debbie said farmers are planting, but they're also concerned about the water and the data centers, or that the data centers are taking. Well, this is why states should put data centers in places that aren't affecting anyone else. And a lot of the states that are putting data centers in are very, very, very conscious of the environment. There are other states that are not. And that comes down to the state. But as far as data centers go, you have two choices: have them or don't. If you don't, say hello to being a third world country. If you do, do it responsibly. Do it responsibly. But you have to have them. If you're going to be the leader in chip manufacturing, AI, and all that, you have to have them. Now, I wish we could go back to the 80s when this stuff didn't exist. But the fact of the matter is, it does. It's the way it is. It's like voting by mail and early. We hate doing that, don't we? But we did it and we won, didn't we? All right, hold on. I want to get to John Cornyn. Today is the day, ladies and gentlemen, that John Cornyn, another rhino, the second in 10 days, Bill Cassidy first. Now we're going to get rid of John Cornyn. Here is another rhino, Tom Tillis, John Thune, John Cornyn, Bill Cassidy, Langford. In a lot of cases, Tom Cotton. They're all cut from the same cloth. They're all cut from the same cloth. And we've got to get rid of these people. And we are. Here's Tom Tillis trying to stump for John Cornyn.
Last question, though. Is there going to be something of a you only live once, YOLO caucus of Republicans on their way out the door that President Trump has helped pressure and instigate?
It's, you know what I try to tell everybody, folks, if you're not running for re-election, then that one filter that you need to make sure your words are measured so that the Democrats can't use it against you and maybe some Republicans You've just got to have that extra filter. And I'm telling you, it's great not having it so that you can get the same point across, but now you can use unambiguous words. And I'm being unambiguous on Paxton. He is a failure. He doesn't deserve to be in the U.S. Senate. And John Cornyn is one of the most powerful, one of the most influential, one of the most patriotic members I've had the privilege to serve with over the last 11 years.
All right, Senator Tom Tillis, YOLO with the bolo. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
YOLO with a bolo, says Fake Tapper. What do you think John Thune is going to do once he realizes that two of his most trusted Republican establishment confidants have been primaried within 10 days of each other? What do you think John Thune is going to do when he realizes that his little establishment behind the doors, backdoor deal team is one by one dropping off? You think he's going to capitulate? You think he's going to sign, or I mean, not sign, but you think he's going to put the Save America Act on the Senate floor? You think he's going to get rid of the filibuster in order to pass it? Look, John Thune is not an old guy. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up how old John Thune is? I'm guessing John Thune's probably around regular retirement age, probably 63 to 65 years old. But relatively, in the since we don't have term limits in politics, it's a young guy. He has many years left in him, but he'll be gone too. Eli, how old's John Thune?
Born January 7th, 1961. He is 65.
Okay, 65 years old. He's a year older. He's a year younger than my mother. Trust me, he wants to stay in office. But if we want to retire, if he doesn't pass this, get rid of this filibuster, which the Democrats already said they're doing. Hakeem Jeffries is calling for it. Chuck Schumer said if they take back the Senate, they're getting rid of it. So Democrats can't even argue whether the filibuster should be there or not because they're actively calling for their party to get rid of it if they take power back. So let's get rid of it now and let's pass the Save America Act. If you don't, John Thune, you will be primaried. And we're not saying if you don't put it on the floor for a vote. If you don't get rid of the filibuster, you will be primaried. Period. And 2028's coming pretty quick. We'll get rid of you faster than you can say Trump derangement syndrome. Rick Young, again, another thing you're wrong. Tulsi Gabbard quit because she disagreed with the president on Iran. Wrong. Tulsi Gabbard said she left because her husband is in desperate need of her to be there. And she can't be gone 24/7. So I guess you're wrong again. Or do you know better than she does? Wonder Bread, Republicans don't care about the gas prices. She says it's funny to watch Republicans eat crow at the local gas station. We're not eating crow. We know what's going to happen. We know where we're going. We know you're going to forget about the price reduction just like you did eggs and you'll never mention it again. We're okay with it. We're not mad because of it. We're not eating crow because of it. We told you they were going to go higher. But you should be okay with that. With your president, they were right where they are right now. Matter of fact, they were higher in a lot of cases. So we're okay with it. It doesn't bother us. Not at all. I don't know why you guys think that bothers us. See, at least our gas prices went up for a reason that we chose at this time to do. Trump said, gas prices are going to go higher. It's going to hurt for a little bit, but the economy's strong enough to sustain it. And if we're going to do it, we're going to do it now. That's exactly what we said was going to happen on February 28th. You're just too stupid to remember that. It doesn't bother us. Now, Texas. Remember, Ken Paxton, Trump says, was a great attorney general, probably the best in the country. He was also very loyal to your favorite president, me, as the Democrats played their ultimate game of weaponization and failed badly. I love Texas, and I won it all 3 times, getting by far the highest A-record vote in the history of that great and beautiful state. Ken's opponent was very disloyal to me as president and didn't fight hard enough for the desperately needed Save America Act, voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with the exceptions for military, illness, disability, or travel. What more needs to be said? Vote for Ken Paxton on Tuesday. He will never let you down. President Donald J. Trump. See, we're getting rid of Democrats. How many Democrats have resigned in disgrace, quit, or did not, or announced they're not going to sign up for re-election? How many? A dozen or more? We've gotten rid of rhinos for the last year and a half. Where's Dan Crenshaw? How's he doing? Where's Marjorie Taylor Greene? How's she doing? Where's Liz Cheney? How's she doing? Where's Thomas Massey? How's he doing? You see, all you people who hate Trump on this live chat, funny thing about it is, America doesn't agree with you because America keeps riding with him. Matter of fact, CNN just put out a clip yesterday that said that 82% of Americans polled, Democrats and Republicans, say that President Trump has a better handle on crime than Democrats ever will. Where's all the crime again? Well, the crime is in Democrat-run cities. Can anybody in this chat or on the Rumble live chat or YouTube live chat, can anybody name me one Democrat major city that's prospering? One major Democrat city that is not in detrimental debt, and one major Democrat city that people are saying is prospering and they would love to move to. You can't name one. And they run them all. They run them all by promising, over-promising, under-delivering, and they own them all because of illegal aliens. You take away the illegal alien vote, and you take away the I promise you something vote and you never get it vote, they don't win the cities ever. That's how you turn the country around. You can't name one prospering Democrat-run city. You can't. They don't exist, not by the numbers. They're all in major, major crisis mode. All of them. Why? Could it be because they're run by Democrats? Now, the only thing that you can point to is gas prices. That's it. You can't point to anything else. You can't point to taxes because the big beautiful bill gave you a tax cut. You can't point to no tax on tips and all that because President Trump did that for you. You can't point to the border is open because it's not. The only criticism that you can have of President Trump is gas prices, period. You can't say protein prices because those were up under Biden. Can't say that either. The only thing you can say is gas prices. And as soon as that strait is open, what are you going to say then? Oh, and some of you might say Epstein, but yeah. How's that working out for you?
March, voters narrowed the pool of candidates down to 2 for this runoff primary election, Senator John Cornyn and State Attorney General Ken Paxton. In the first go-around on March 3rd, U.S. Senator John Cornyn secured the largest number of votes. A win today would help him get one step closer to a 5th term. The winner will face Democratic State Rep James Telrico in the general election, and both Republican candidates argue that their opponent would only help out the Democrats.
Were he to be the nominee and be exposed to general election voters, especially independents, I think it's going to be a very rocky time. There will be an incredible tsunami of Democratic funds coming in against Paxton were he the nominee.
This argument is made by John Cornyn because he's having trouble in his own primary. There's no data that suggests that he's right. As a matter of fact, most of the polling suggests I'll do as well or better than John Cornyn. Secondly, I've already won 3 statewide races in a row, some of them by large margins. So that's ridiculous.
Attorney General Paxton was the second-place finisher in the March vote, and last week he received President Donald Trump's endorsement, who had criticized Cornyn for dismissing Trump's 2024 comeback chances. Only 2 incumbent U.S. senators from Texas have lost a primary in the last 100 years. So again, polls open this morning, and they will close statewide at 7 p.m. this evening, local time. Carly Todd, back to you.
All right, Alex Hogan live for us. Alex, thank you so much. And Senator John Cornyn will join.
Somebody in the YouTube chat, Eli, said, I hate Trump. Let me hold on. I hate Trump. He disrespected the military service of John McCain. I won't say anything ill of the dead. What I will say is John McCain while he was alive on this earth was a loser. And there ain't no shame in my game for calling that. Heroes don't get caught. And when they do get caught, they don't spill the beans and get other people killed. Eli, have you ever saw a superhero movie where the hero gets caught and gets forced to give secrets that kill other people? Or is the definition of a hero somebody who wins and saves other people?
Saves other people. Now, by your very, feelings, words, whatever, about that, I want to know exactly how you feel about all the people on the left disrespecting the memory of Charlie Kirk after he died.
Yeah.
Let us know how you feel about that one.
Yeah.
Are you on that level too, or do you only hate Trump because Trump bad, he made me mad?
Yeah. And this is how dumb somebody like Dee is in YouTube. John McCain was a hero until Trump told you he wasn't. No. John McCain stopped being a hero when he started pushing the Ukrainian war in 2014 with Lindsey Graham. That's when he wasn't a hero no more. When he decided that the war with Ukraine was needed so badly that he was going to work with Hillary Clinton and the left, and him and Lindsey Graham, the warmongers of the Republican Party, were going to invade Russia and help Ukraine. That was 2014. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Dee, but wasn't that 2 years before Trump won the presidency? Yeah, we couldn't stand him then. Couldn't stand him then. And you can say Trump is a coward all you want, but he's still your president. He's a billionaire. Gives away all of the money that he gets for being in office. And people tried to kill him multiple times. And if somebody shot you and it grazed you and you were bleeding, guaranteed, Dee, you wouldn't jump up and say, fight, fight, fight. You would run. You would cry. You would scream. Most of you people couldn't live a half a day in Trump's life. Period. Eli?
Friggin' illegal over there. I wonder, and I bet you are, if you are an actual illegal alien. He said, what about a coward with daddy's bones to pay out? Did you serve in our military, dipshit? And please remind us, what branch Obama and Biden served in? Stop playing that card. It's pathetic, and so are you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what branch of the service did Obama serve in? Or Joe Biden? Or George Bush? Or Bill Clinton? Or Ronald Reagan? Wait, did Ronald Reagan serve? Eli, did Ronald Reagan ever serve before he was an actor? Can you look that up? I'm not sure if he did or not. But either way, you can't use that. You can use it all you want, but you sound like a retard. Eli?
Yes, Ronald Reagan was in the military. He served in the United States Army and Army Air Forces during World War II, reaching the rank of captain.
There you go. I figured that maybe he did once I said it. Somebody said George Bush was in the National Guard. Didn't know that. Guess you learn something new every day. Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, another Republican that I could do without. Don't really care for the guy. But Ted Cruz named the GOP senators, the 4 GOP senators who are opposing Trump no matter what. We all know who they are.
Just electorally, there are several Republican senators who are just really, really unhappy. Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana. President Trump endorsed against him. He just had his primary. He had 2 candidates, Letlow and Fleming, running against him. Cassidy came in 3rd, so he did not make the runoff. So it is 100% that next year Bill Cassidy will not be a senator in the United States Senate. Now, this is not subtle or rocket science. Bill Cassidy's pissed. He is angry. He's angry at the president. There
now
are consequences
unemployed anger
when you endorse and defeat a sitting Republican president. A second Republican senator who's unhappy is Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis, Republican from North Carolina, President Trump has been extremely critical of Tillis. He pledged to defeat Tillis in his election. And so Tillis dropped out. He's not running for re-election. He's going to be gone. Instead, Michael Whatley's a good guy, is running for his seat, but it's an open seat now. And Tillis did it because the president came out hard against it. But that's a second Republican who's pretty damn chippy.
Cornyn's gone next today.
A third Republican who was not there for this meeting, but is my colleague, John Cornyn. So John Cornyn, the senior senator from Texas, he is in the middle of his primary right now in Texas. The primary is next Tuesday. We are right now, as we speak, in the middle of early voting, so Texans are voting right now. And this week, President Trump endorsed Cornyn's primary opponent, Ken Paxton. Now, that is going to have a massive effect on the election. We talked about this in the last podcast, how President Trump's impact in each of these races had a really bigger impact. But, and I will say Cornyn was not there, but I think it's fair to expect, and I say this without John having expressed this, but it's fair to expect John's going to be less than thrilled. And then finally, Rand Paul. So we had a Kentucky primary with Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is a House member. Thomas Massie is very, very closely aligned with Rand Paul. Thomas Massie is a libertarian. He's a really smart guy, MIT graduate. But he is someone who, number one, has been passionately anti-Israel in a way that I think has been pretty extreme. But secondly, Thomas Massie has voted against Donald Trump over and over and over again. The biggest legislative accomplishment we've had of the second term, which is the One Big Beautiful Bill, also called the Working Families Tax Cut, Massie voted no. And Massie has voted no over and over and over again. I like Thomas. He's a really smart guy. He's an interesting guy. He believes in what he's saying. But President Trump is understandably pissed because Massie votes no and votes against President Trump over and over and over again.
See, Ted Cruz learned something. Ted Cruz learned. I'm a rhino. But I know that if I go against the base of the Republican Party, I have no chance. Trump is the base of the Republican Party. You have no chance when you go against him. You have no chance. And when I say when you go against him, I mean when you go against us. We put him there. He's trying to do the things that we want him to do. And when I say we, people over on YouTube, I mean most of the people you know. Because a majority of the country voted for Trump. And a majority of the country, the primary reason they voted for him was the border. That means illegal aliens. That means that we're coming and that are here. That was the primary reason. One thing I admire about Barack Obama is he deported far more people than President Trump. Why? Because the courts have President Trump locked up every which way you can go when it comes to these deportations, and he's still deporting millions. Well, more are voluntarily leaving than involuntarily. I want to see the involuntary ramp up. I want to see grabbing people off the streets, throwing them in the back of paddy wagons, giving them a nice plane ticket, and sending them back to where they came from. All day, every day. I admire Barack Obama for being the deporter-in-chief. Although those numbers were skewed, they weren't actual deportation numbers. They were counting people that were turned away at the border as a deportation. So that is why his numbers looked as high as they were. But I still envy the fact that he's nicknamed the deporter-in-chief. So the majority of the country voted for Trump on illegal immigration. So that is why what goes on in the Delaney Detention Hall, majority of Americans look at that and say, that's retarded. And that's why the Democrats have a 20% approval rating if you believe the polls. That's why they also have negative $3 million, because nobody's donating to their dumb asses. They can't steal it through USAID anymore. Explain to me about that, lefties that are watching on YouTube right now. How did Democrats go from out-raising Republicans for the last 30 years to all of a sudden not be able to raise a damn dime? Tell me how that is. Instead of saying Trump is bad, let's talk about your party for a minute. Your party can't raise enough money to win dog catcher. How is that the case? What happened? It's almost like when COVID came and all of a sudden there was no flu numbers, but the COVID numbers replaced the exact number of flu deaths that there were? Let's think logically here. If you love America, at least find some common ground on that as well. And the common ground is what? And the other thing that the American people voted for President Trump on, the second thing was affordability. Affordability. Gas prices were, under Biden, what they are right now. But everything else was through the roof as well. Inflation was a lot higher. Taxes were a lot higher. Remember? If you did you already forget that in a year and a half? Interest rates were higher. And by the way, not one Epstein file was released under Biden. Not one. America said MAGA isn't Republican. MAGA is the party of Trump. Exactly. Exactly. We took the Republican Party over. Just like we're going to take everything else over too. We don't bow down to weaklings like you. Aztec is laughing on affordability. What is higher outside of gas and certain protein? What's higher? Aztec, tell me. Because you get to keep more of your money because the tax break and the big beautiful bill. People that have Social Security, make money on tips, and work overtime, bring more money into the house and give less to the government. So, name me the unaffordability outside of gas, which is the same as it was then. Instead of laughing, Aztec, with your stupid laugh faces, speak. You have the freedom to type. You type stupid shit all day. Speak. Trump dodged the draft. And the Stormy Daniels payment, he says. Cool. Now speak. My Whataburger meal? Maybe you should skip a Whataburger meal. Maybe you should cook at home. Maybe you should stop being a lazy DoorDasher. Cars aren't more expensive. Cars aren't more expensive. No, and nowhere did car prices automatically go through the roof. As a matter of fact, used car prices hit an all-time high in 2023. Rick says the cost of rent and housing through the roof. Same as it was a year and a half ago. No different. As a matter of fact, it costs less to buy a house today than it did then because the rates are down. So you're lying there. Anything else? David, continuing, the cost of gas is climbing. Hey, how many people in the chat said their gas went down over the last 2 weeks? We just saw hundreds of people say that, by the way. You can't say everything is more expensive, Dee. You have to give specifics on what's more expensive. So I can either say you're right or you're wrong. Baha, only laughing. That's all they give over there, Eli. That's all they give over there. They can't give any specifics because it's almost, let's move on. Speaking of elections, Thomas Massey files FEC paperwork for 2028 House run or something else days after the crushing primary defeat. He lost by double digits in his own state, and he's filing to run again, and his followers are pushing him to run for president of the United States of America. Thomas Massey, the pedophile protector, right? Thomas Massey, the pedophile protector. Now you may say, well, why is Thomas Massey a pedophile protector? Wasn't he on the steps of Congress talking about release the files, release the names, release the files? Sure was. Sure was. Standing there with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ro Khanna, and a bunch of victims who said they were raped by high-profile names, big-name people who run the world. Hey, Eli, if you knew the names of a bunch of pedophiles who, if it was told to the world that they were pedophiles, that they would go to prison, would you keep it quiet or would you say who did it?
I would obviously say who did it.
Yeah. I think most people would, right? Hey, Aztec, Rick, or any of you other dummies in the live chat over there. Quick question. If you knew somebody was raping a little kid, or if you knew somebody had raped minors, would you tell the world? Aroha still. You seem to want to bump your stupid young female gums in the chat. If you knew the names of people who banged kids, would you not say who they were? Because Thomas Massey knows. He says he does. He says he is going to name names on the Congress steps before he leaves office. Well, that means Ro Khanna knows, Marjorie Taylor Greene knows, Lauren Boebert knows, and anybody who's had a declassified briefing on these names, they know. So how come he doesn't release them? He calls everybody a pet. Guys, by the way, I'm proving you wrong here in the live chat, in the YouTube chat, just so you know. You know, you the way you're trying to agree here is comical, because my point that I'm trying to make here is that no Epstein files were released under Joe Biden. None. Even though we all called for it. None. As soon as they started getting declassified by the intelligence agency, names were put out. Right? Now, names were redacted. And only the people on the Oversight Committee, the Judicial Committee, and the Epstein Task Force saw these names. Democrats and Republicans. But the funny thing about it is the whole play here is Republicans are pedophile protectors. How about almost everybody in D.C. is a pedophile protector? And everything that there is to release has been released. Do you know what hasn't been released that would put all these people in prison for life? Files that were taken, that were destroyed in burn bags by James Comey's daughter in the Southern District of New York. James Comey's daughter, Ro Khanna, Hakeem Jeffries, they all know. How come they don't say them? I mean, isn't that a good question to ask? And the people who are screaming pedophile protector and know the names, are protecting pedophiles. It's amazing. So Thomas Massey is a pedophile protector who says he possibly could run for the president of the United States of America, but lost his home state by double digits. It's amazing. Really is. Maureen Comey, you guys should look her up. She deleted a lot. Thomas Massey, when asked if he's going to run for president, refuses to say whether he's going to or not. And this is what happens in the new MAGA party when you go against the people. You get voted out. And now he'll just be an unemployed. Well, he has a massive farm. He sells cows. He makes millions of dollars. He got paid a lot of money by billionaire donors for his run that he lost. So all this is a grift. All this is to keep money coming in for himself. I will guarantee you he doesn't run for congressman or president.
Congressman, I want to ask about your political future. Some of your supporters were chanting "President, President" as you delivered your speech on Tuesday night. Are you considering a run for president in 2028?
I will not rule out anything, and right now I'm not going to rule in anything. Look, I've spent the last 5 days on my farm with my grandkids and my cattle and my peach trees, and it's a pretty nice life. I don't know if I want to screw that up again. I've been in Congress 14 years fighting. Every hour that passes, I get decompressed a little bit more. It's like coming up from the bottom of the ocean. And I'll take some time and decide what's next. But I think I will stay engaged in some way or shape. Maybe it's from the outside. I've been exposing what's going on in Washington, D.C. for years, and I'll keep doing it.
Congressman, I hear you not ruling a potential run for president out. Would you run as a Republican?
I won't rule anything out. I won't rule out a run for county commissioner. I used to be the county judge executive here. That was probably the best job I ever had in politics.
He won't run for anything. Nothing. He's too weak. Wonder Bread says that it's crazy how a guy can speak so much but have no value in what he's saying. But I'm mentally dominating you right now because you've been here for 2 hours. You can't get enough of it. You can't stop watching it. You love the content that we're producing here and the message that we're talking about so much, you can't leave. That's called mental dominance over you. This guy lost. This guy is lost. This is where Thomas Massie vows to read the names of all of the Epstein file, the lists on the Capitol steps. Say them now. Say them now.
I want to ask about the Epstein files. As you've noted, the speech and debate clause actually protects you from being prosecuted for whatever you say on the floor of the House. You have named names in the Epstein files in the past. Can we expect you to name more names in the coming weeks and months?
Yes. Todd Blanche is violating the law. There's still millions of files they haven't released. We know from talking to the victims' lawyers that their own 302 forms haven't been released. We know that files have been over-redacted. I have released at least 3 names of billionaires who are implicated in this. I don't think it's possible to get to convictions with Todd Blanche at the top and with the FBI director, Kash Patel, at the top, because they've effectively both perjured themselves by saying that there's nobody else in the files. Even Melania doesn't believe that. The First Lady knows that Jeffrey Epstein didn't act alone. And here's the great thing, Kristen. Whether I'm in Congress or not, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is a law, and it goes on for years. So if we can't get this Attorney General and this FBI Director to do the right thing, the next ones who take those seats are obligated by law to release the files that these individuals are not releasing now.
Congressman, I want to ask.
Just release it. Everybody wants to know. Inquiring minds want to know. I believe this is one thing we're all on the same page. All the lefties, all the righties, all the MAGA, all the far left retarded people. I believe we are all on the same page. Release the names. Get it out there. Stop waiting for the damn files. Just release the names. Nobody cares about the files that may or may not ever be released, that may or may not were destroyed. We care about the names. So why not? Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's a Democrat. Thomas Massie's a Libertarian. Marjorie Taylor Greene was a Republican. Rick said what you're saying about Comey's daughter is unfounded rumor on the internet. Actually, it's not. Have you heard the burn bag report? Have you heard about that? It's an official report. The FBI and the CIA, and the NSA and the DOJ put out reports on the burn bags they found in the Southern District of New York. So I think we can all agree, right? I think the people that hate me over on YouTube, I think we could all agree, just release the names. Why is that so difficult to do? Why do we have to wait for a file that may or may not exist? He clearly knows there's names, so let's name them. I'm all for that. I think most people are. And if you're not for naming names, then you are also a pedophile protector. Period. Eli, have you seen some of these people's pictures over here on YouTube, by the way? Have you looked at any of these people over here? They look exactly about how they speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And most of the ones arguing against Trump and hating Trump, they've got a picture of the doll from the Saw movies or something completely different. Not their face, because they're not proud enough to show their own face.
Jules Patriot says in the Rumble chat that Massey is being funded by the Islamists and the DSA. Truth. He was. Absolutely. R-Star says Massey is a creep. MTG was with Code Pink, funded by NGOs and USAID. Absolutely. You wonder where all these people's money came from, right? Thomas Massey is exactly what he calls other people, a pedophile protector. AOC and Kamala Harris both leave the door open for running for president. I'm just going to tell you this right now. If AOC, Gavin Newsom, and Kamala Harris all run for the Democrat nomination for president of 2028, I support that. I support that 1,000,000%. I want them to run. I actually would love if Obama and Trump were able to both run for a third term against each other. That would be great. To watch Obama get spanked by Trump, I think Trump would want that too. But if Kamala Harris, AOC, and Gavin Newsom run for president, I'm all for that. I'll take that all the live long day. All the live long day. Now, speaking of Gavin, he declared a state of emergency in Orange County. As experts warn, a chemical tank could explode while firefighters find a crack in the tank. And there is an update on this. Let's go on the scene with the fire department there.
I'm TJ McGovern, interim fire chief for the Orange County Fire Authority, and I want to give you a quick update of an operation that we did last night. Yesterday we built a specialized team with subject matter experts. We developed a plan to go do an operation last night, late night, to go get eyes and do a recon mission on the tank. During that operation, our firefighters went in and they were able to visualize the tank. What they found was a potential crack in the tank, which could potentially be relieving some of the pressure in there. We took that information, we got data on it, and right now this morning what we're doing is we are vetting and validating that information. With this new information, it could change our trajectory and our strategy to this event. Last night was a successful operation for this emerging incident and this ongoing incident. There's going to be a lot more information coming today as we sit here right now and vet and validate all that information that we got last night. I want to thank the public for their patience. I know this is a disruption. Your protection, your life safety is our paramount responsibility right now. We know you're out of your homes. We want to get you back, but we cannot do that until it's deemed safe. But I want to reiterate, last night, this operation that we did gave us positive intel to make educated decisions today in the positive light. We're not there yet, but this was a step in a right direction, and there's going to be a lot more coming shortly. Thank you.
So there was a state of emergency declared over that, and his actual state of emergency is, I'm proclaiming a state of emergency in Orange County as California continues to respond to the hazardous chemical incident in Garden Grove. And, that state, California, more people have left that state, even percentage-wise, not even overall number, percentage-wise, than any other state in the nation. Why is that? Well, it goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show. You cannot find one single major city that's thriving. And the common denominator is they're all run by the left. All of them. It's sad. California was such a great state at one time. I don't know if it could ever be again. There are people staying there fighting it. Hats off to them. I don't know how you could stand it. You know what's funny is the people in California crying about Trump and the gas prices. I think that's hilarious. These gas prices in California are horrible. Thanks a lot, Trump. That's why I said earlier that the same gallon of gas costs $3 less in the Midwest and the South than it does in California or New York, because the gas taxes are so incredibly high. Same people that also said that Joe Biden doesn't control the gas prices, by the way, which we said president's policies do control the gas prices. Is gas up right now? Eli, can you do me a favor? Find out what the lowest price of gas was under President Trump in this term. So after he took office in January of 2025, what did gas get down to from January 2025 until now? This will prove it right here. What is the lowest it got down to? Do you have that?
Well, what I asked was, what was the lowest price of gas under Trump in his current term? This is what I got. During his first term, 2017 to 2021, the national average price of gas hit at its lowest point at roughly $1.77 per gallon in April 2020, driven by the COVID-19 pandemic. During his second term, starting in 2025, the national average hit a 4-year low of about $2.98 per gallon in October 2025.
Okay. Stop. How did gas go down from being the price that it is right now under Joe Biden to $2 and whatever, he's just $2.90 something cents, national average? How did it go down like that? If presidents and policy do not control the price of gas, how did it possibly go down? You mean to tell me that everybody just started not driving when President Trump became president and the supply and demand changed so much? So I would say to you, yes, the reason why gas is where it is today is because President Trump decided to wipe out the Ayatollah. You're 100% right. If you want to blame President Trump for the gas prices, you can blame his policy for the uptick in gas. Prices, though, where they are and why they are where they are, those are set by the oil executives and the gas companies. Does the president's policy sway it? Absolutely it does. And on February 28th, when President Trump said, we are going to hit Iran, we're going to hit them hard. This is going to hurt for a while. We are going to see some short-term pain for some long-term gain. You are going to pay more at the pump. Did you not see the speech? Not a bot GPT said Biden's lowest was $1. And that is why nobody takes you seriously. Eddie says, you're full of it, pal, but with no argument to say why I'm full of it. What was the highest price under Biden, Eli? Can you look up that? The highest gas price under Biden. We'll stay in California here for a minute. California Democrat candidate Tom Steyer says, I'm totally in favor of trans athletes in school. Well, guess what? That is another subject that American people are not behind. Americans as a whole do not want trans people in sports, meaning trans boys in girl sports. Eli, what'd you get for gas prices under Biden?
Highest national average price of gas during the Biden administration reached an all-time record high of $5.02 per gallon in June 2022.
No shit. No shit. Where were you dumbasses on YouTube crying? Where were you crying then? I remember what you were crying. President doesn't do gas prices. No shit. So, even with these higher gas prices, Eli, Joe Biden's gas prices were much higher. By a lot.
It would appear so.
Well, look at that. I guess you retards are wrong again. Proving myself right even again. You just hate Trump.
I'm totally in favor of trans athletes in high school. I think when you understand the vulnerability, the stress, the danger of being a trans kid, and you understand that almost half of them try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community.
Yes.
We're going to cut them off from fun.
Yes.
It's like, no, we're not.
Yes, we
No,
are.
we're not.
Yes, we are. And we did.
And, you know, as someone who played sports my whole life and loved sports and loved playing sports, they're more important things than whether you start on your high school basketball team.
Oh, are there? Are there more important things than a man who is boxing in a women's division and beating her to death, or MMA? Is there more important things than working your whole life to go to the Olympics to possibly win gold, bronze, or silver and win none of those because men beat you out? Or how about women who say, I'm not gonna compete against men. Are you out of your mind? And then everything that they've ever worked for gone in an instant because you want men to compete against women. By the way, what'd the Olympics just do? No men ever will compete against women ever again. Good on them. I love sports. Nobody should be able to not participate. They should if they're fighting or playing or competing against people who are far less physically able than they are, yes. Eli, can I just go into the Special Olympics and dominate? Let me go into the Special Olympics and dominate. Why not? What's the difference?
Yep. I'm absolutely getting so sick and tired of these tired-ass arguments and scumbags like that who twist the words. Do you want to know why there's an elevated possibility of these kids committing suicide? Because you twisted their friggin' minds up to begin with by telling them they should lop off their you-know-what, or lop these off, and now they're all screwed up in the head. And now you're telling you can be in any sport, you can be anything you want. You've destroyed the minds of these children. Now you try to stand by and say, oh, we're trying to stand up for them. They can do whatever they want to do. Screw you.
Oh, and by the way, to Not a Bot said Biden's lowest was 234. That was when nobody was driving and everything was locked down, and the supply and the demand was at a complete all-time low around the world, and he still couldn't break down lower than $2. You dipshit idiot. I love when these people argue themselves right into a corner. It was at its lowest when everybody was locked down and not driving. Dumbass. Stock market was at an all-time low, too, at that time. Dumbass. Unreal. Spencer Pratt. What's up, Eli?
And sorry, why are you trying to give Biden kudos over that? The president doesn't control the gas prices.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You went in one moment, you just said the president doesn't, and the next moment you tried to argue how great he did during COVID when everything was locked down. Amazing.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts. Most of these people are addicted to fentanyl and meth.
Right.
This isn't Spencer
making it up. Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse. This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There's spots for all of these people. They are choosing because they're an addict, and you can do fentanyl and super meth on the sidewalk with no repercussions. These places are not as they have to follow some rules. You can't torture a dog in some of these houses. You can't just attack people. You can't just be naked.
Where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video, so you can.
I think I saw your video.
Yeah, so it's very detailed.
But it's going to take time to build the facility and money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
These people can literally. I went to Washington and I saw miles of the most insane prefabricated housing and building. I asked all the CEOs of these companies, I said, how long does this take? I met with FEMA and HUD. 3 days. 3 days. And all of this is cheaper than trying to take over, kick senior citizens out of their buildings. Is what happens. They kick them out, and then the NGOs come in and they spend 4 years. This is LA. This is LA's timetable.
Where is this facility going to be?
It's on beautiful federal land property.
Where, in LA County?
Well, when I'm mayor, I'll go meet with the federal government and I'll get the property. Right now, I'm just running, so I can't give you the exact address because I don't have the legal responsibility to go represent Los Angeles and say, can I have this land? But when I'm mayor, I promise you, because we have the Olympics coming and everybody in the government wants LA to be the #1 most beautiful city, they will work with me to give me the land I need.
So you're going to move these 40,000 people somewhere, and you're going to have this facility up in, you said, how long?
Here's what you got to realize.
90 days?
Let me explain something. These 40,000 people, 60% of them, City Watch just announced this week, are not from Los Angeles. They're not from California. These people have been bussed in by scam rehabs, scam NGOs, scam homeless nonprofits. Yeah. These people, when I unplug them and say, we're not taking our tax money anymore, they're all going to Seattle, where the mayor will welcome them. These are products to a lot of people. So the people that want to keep doing drugs and live on the sidewalk, a lot of these people are going to leave. The other ones, there's a lot of criminals. There's people that are getting naked in front of kids. They're going to jail. The people that are torturing animals, they're going to jail. So not everyone goes in the same box.
That's right. Sarah, the retard on YouTube, says, so people just choosing to be homeless? Why would anybody choose to be homeless? Yes, they are. Did you hear what he said? They don't have to live on the streets. They choose to live on the streets because that's where they can do all the drugs and drinking they want with no rules and no oversight. There was plenty of money for these idiots to be taken off the street. They don't want to be because they're addicted to drugs. Yes, most people choose to be homeless. Now, I told you real quick I would tell you about the Ukraine and Russia war. Funny thing about that is, enough is enough. UK, France, Spain, Italy, and Canada reportedly reject NATO's plans for any more funding for Ukraine. Go Putin. Time for Volodymyr Zelensky's reign to be over and for the people of Ukraine to have democratic elections again. Because, they've been suspended since Zelensky has caused a war and has done nothing but rape every country for money. Give me more money, please. Give me more money, please. No more money for you, you gay cokehead. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Will Johnson is coming up next, though, here on LFA TV. And I am sure the YouTube crowd has got something to say about him because, leftists are racist. Anyway, Will Johnson is coming up next here on LFA TV, so make sure you stay tuned. Eli, I don't see him tuned up anywhere, just so you know. Making sure that Will's coming in before we hand it off to him. Yeah, he is. Okay. They're gonna hate this. Will Johnson coming up next. Hey folks, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. Because guess what? You believe in Jesus, you're a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. If you don't believe in Jesus, you're probably a Democrat, and you're lost. Have a great day, everybody. Keep your family and friends close. Keep your pets close if you live near Haitians. And whatever you do, never stop fighting for this country and making America great again. And always spread the gospel. Love you guys. Peace.
We won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living in
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
The Democrats have a weird
a weird candidate.
God is non-binary. There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity. Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front. No need to sit and cry over, your whiteness or your masculinity. They're gonna call me a radical leftist.
Something that you love, that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
Low T Tallarico, too weak for Texas. Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Tallarico and the Democrats, they think they're going to pull this through. They think they're going to knock it out the park. What's going on, everybody? Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Let's share the video. Let's get it out there. Texas, I'm in Texas. And today is the last day to vote between Conan, right? And Paxton. Just to let you know, I'm going to vote for Paxton. Just to let you know. And actually, I sent a different title and a different, it's kind of still the same image, but I was asking Eli to create the thumbnail. And I had a different name, but this one just fits better. Texas Showdown. And that's exactly what's happening. And look at this. They're both pulling and say, oh, I want your vote. I want your vote. And I don't know about you, but Conan, he's just like a Democrat. He's completely against President Trump. And there's actually a video, and I started to get it, but I didn't have time to get it. And I saw this video with Charlie Kirk actually talking about Conan and how, or is it Cornyn? How Cornyn was completely against President Trump, how he's a total snake in the grass, how he's completely against President Trump. And then all of a sudden he comes out and trying to convince all of us that he's MAGA Republican even. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of these rhino demon rats trying to act like they're for the American people when they're quick to kick us to the curb. They don't want to have anything to do with us. They don't have nothing to do with us. Then they get upset when we don't want to support them, when all this time they had to do is the right thing. And you know what? It's not that President Trump is looking for loyalty to him. President Trump is looking for people who's loyal to the country. That's the difference here. If you're loyal to the country, you're all good because you're going to say the same things. You're going to support the same things as President Trump. But they can't wrap their minds around it. All they can think about is how to stop Trump, and that they're going to throw this dude Tallarico out there. And of course, the Democrats, along with the Rhinocrats, are trying to convince us that, hey, if you go with Paxton, it's going to be a sure win for James Tallarico. James Tallarico is pure evil. I've actually talked to some Democrats here in the Texas that call themselves Christians. They even question James Tallarico. They're even questioning him because James Tallarico said what? God is non-binary. He's all about the trans, butchering kids. And a lot of these Democrats that call themselves Christians, they'll say that they're not for abortion. They're not for same-sex marriage. They're not for castrating children. But yet they still go and vote for these people, which at the end of the day, they are for it. But openly, they'll say that they're not for it. So it's going to pull on them when it comes to James Tallarico. Well, when President Trump put the endorsement out there for Ken Paxton, it's pretty much a done deal. I mean, it really is. But Conan, he's going to still try. And there's a whole bunch of radical, stupid people here that pretending to be Republicans, I'm all Republican, but when President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton, I'm not going to vote for him. How are you a straight up Republican that loves this country, that wants America to be great, and then turn around and say that you're not going to support the candidate that aligns with President Trump, who's putting the country first. Make it make sense. I'm going to show you an example of that, but I want y'all to listen to President Trump here. I thought it was really good.
Every one of them. And we have a great candidate, I believe, in Texas. And I believe the Texas candidate, who's Ken Paxton, I think he'll win. I think probably he'll win very substantially. And I think he'll go on to defeat a very defective candidate, a candidate that believes in 6 genders. And he takes hits at Jesus Christ. And he's wearing a mask 6 months ago. Whereas anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it. And he's a vegan. He's a vegan in Texas. And you can't get elected as a vegan in Texas.
I didn't know that part. I'm pretty sure President Trump is just taking a jab at him. He's a vegan in Texas. Now, when I was living in California, I remember going to steakhouses, and if I asked for my steak for it to be medium rare or medium, right, or well done, medium in Texas is medium rare. They won't allow, well, some places probably will, but for the most part, if you come to Texas and you order a steak and you say you want it well done, I don't think they'll allow it to happen. They said you'll cook it and you can take it home in the doggy bag and you can cook it more. But we refuse to just destroy this steak. If you want some beef jerky, then go to the store and buy some beef jerky. But nonetheless, I mean, he's a vegan. Is he vegan? I didn't know he's vegan. Maybe he is vegan. I don't know. Really don't care. I think he's actually James Tallarico. I'm talking about James Tallarico. I think James Tallarico bats for the other team as well. But he's telling everybody that he has a girlfriend. And I think it's only kind of, like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. I think that was just prearranged. Look, we need to get together and act like we're together because, we're in the political spectrum, political realm here. We got to have people believe that we're a happy couple. Why James Tallarico is talking about all the transgender and the homosexuality, why don't he just come out and say that he loves boys? I mean, really? Why not just do that? The reason why he won't do that, because he knows that it does go against the Bible. It goes against God's word. He knows that it does. Even demons know this. He's a demon. They know this. But he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it because he doesn't want people to know the truth about him. When people are watching him, I don't know how they don't know the truth about him. As I mentioned multiple times before, they want people to believe that Christianity has changed. And James Tallarico is that false prophet that they've been looking for. And they love it. They love it. But look, if you listen to the lying liberal media, if you listen to them, they'll tell you that James Tallarico is in the lead, that he's going to beat out. How many polls do y'all believe, especially when it comes from CNN? And he says, well, I looked at every single poll. I looked at every single one of them, all of them. Right? How many of you believe the polls? Remember during the 2016 election, they're telling us that President Trump is 92% chance to lose that election. 92% chance to lose. Hillary Clinton was like a 98% chance to win. This was the 2016 election. Just like going into 2024 election, they had this lady, I can't remember her name, don't really care to remember her name, but she put a poll out there saying that President Trump was going to lose in Hillary Clinton. Might as well be, right? Pantsuit. And then Kamala Harris was going to win. And they were all pushing, oh, this is wonderful news, wonderful news. Same thing here. We are in Texas. Now, I know a lot of these communist idiots moved from California and even New York down to Texas, wanting to turn Texas into the same thing that they left from. But there's still a lot of people here that are not dumb, like these idiots that moved here. But they want everyone to believe like, oh, it's in the bag for James Tallarico.
Choice for Texas Senate. You got Tallarico here at 44%. And then look at here, Ken Paxton, a Republican in Texas. The best he can do at this point is averaging 40% of the vote. I mean, I was looking at all the polling I could find. This is the best that a Democrat for Senate has been polling since like 2000 and
2. That is a very long time ago. When you have to go all the way back since I was in middle school, you know that the Democrat in this particular case is polling well in Texas.
Polling well in Texas. The Democrat is polling well in Texas. They want everyone to believe that the Democrat is polling well in Texas. Among other Democrats. Now, if you went around and just asked straight up Democrats, hey, what do you think about James Tallarico? All these Democrats can be like, yeah, James Tallarico. Yes, James Tallarico. He's the one. He's the man. Why? Because President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton, and Cornyn being a Republican, you know, in name only, he still has the R next to his name. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. He has an R next to his name. He thinks if he voted with President Trump at any point, that is terrible. Like Fetterman. Fetterman has a D next to his name, but Fetterman here lately been talking common sense. And because he's been talking common sense, that's a problem. Now, I'm in Texas. I'm going to vote today. As soon as I get done with my show here, I'm going to hit the road and go vote. Okay? I'm going to go exercise my civic duty. And it's really nice for me being who I am in Texas that I get to go vote for the Republican that I want. Even with the lines being drawn the way they are. Imagine that. When I get in my vehicle and I go down the street, I don't even see those lines. All I want to see is where can I go vote? That's all it is. But of course, the Communist News Network, they show up here in the state of Texas and they start asking people about who they're voting. Now, personally, I don't think CNN should be anywhere close to any poll. If they're going to be doing anything about the polls, they should be 2,000 feet away from a poll. They should be anywhere close. Because, you know, they push a certain narrative. They're all anti-American. They hate Trump. They want the Democrats that's been destroyed this country to win. Now, listen to them questioning people here in the state of Texas. And I'm thinking to myself, how come they never ask me? Why don't they ask me? I want to know. I want to know why.
I was torn because I was going to go with Cornyn. Mm-hmm. But when Trump backed, and I like who he backs, and so I went Republican.
So it's interesting. She was going to go with Cornyn, but then President Trump endorsed Paxton, and now she's saying that she's going Republican. What was Cornyn before? I mean, did you pick up on that? What was Cornyn before? She's saying now she's going Republican. Now, because President Trump endorsed Paxton, she likes who President Trump endorsed. So now she's going Republican. What was Cornyn before? I don't know. But listen to this next one.
So the president's endorsement was the deciding factor for you?
Yeah, it was.
I made one vote, and that was for Cornyn.
And why is that?
Primarily because he's not supported by Trump.
Oh, so President Trump's decision to endorse Paxton went against
Absolutely.
him. And why is that?
I think he's ruined my Republican Party. I think he's divided America. I think he's bad news. And I still lean Republican, so I voted for Cornyn.
So I have to ask everybody that's watching. I have to ask you. Is President Trump ruining the Republican Party? I mean, seriously, is President Trump ruining the Republican Party? Please let me know. I have the beautiful chat right here. I'm looking at it. Has he ruined the Republican Party? I don't think so. What I've constantly said is that President Trump is taking the Republican Party back, and sometimes I would say black, to its original roots. President Trump is taking the Republican Party and not reshaping, reforming. He's not doing any of that. President Trump has reinstated the Republican Party to its original glory. a party that represented all Americans, that fights for all Americans. That's what President Trump has done. And these idiots out there that call themselves Republicans, they're nothing but straight up rhinos. These are the same idiots that wants to vote for James Tallarico. And of course, the Communist News Network is happy to show them and say, oh, look at this. We got Republicans not going along with President Trump in Texas. Are you kidding me? For all we know, dude was staged. Hey, let's get you to say this. Let's have everyone believe that you are a Republican and you're not going along because President Trump endorsed them. President Trump is not destroying the Republican Party. He's actually giving the Republican Party the backbone that they so needed for so long. The Republican Party is actually fighting for Americans. The Democrats aren't. The Democrats refuse to stand for Americans. And that should be on every single person's mind when they go vote this November, that the Democrats will not stand for you. If you're an illegal, they're all about you. But if you're an American citizen, they say, the hell with you. This is what the Democrats are saying. They don't care about us. The Democrats, they look down on us. The Democrats want us to be servants to them. When you become elected official, you're supposed to be the servant. You're supposed to serve the people, but they have it in their minds, and some of these Republicans do too, that they become kings and queens. My time is my time. I reclaim my time. When all this time, we are the ones that gave them the time. So we should be the one to take the time away. I get so sick and tired. It's my time. I reclaim my time. Who gave you the time? We did. We the people. No one says that for some reason. I don't understand that. Somebody has had to say that in the past, right? Somebody has had to have said that at one point, but I have not heard anybody. Have you heard anybody say it? It's not their time. We gave them that time, so we can take it away from them. But anyways, back to Cornyn and Paxton here. And this is going to be a really interesting race. It's going to actually weed out, it's going to show exactly how many rhino Democrats that we have, demon rats, R-A-T, Republicans against truth, or in this case, Republicans against Trump. That's just my labeling. But we're going to actually see how many demon rats vote for Cornyn when President Trump has endorsed Paxton. For me, I wanted to be consistent and say that it's a done deal. Paxton is going to be it for me.
Here we go. Cornyn versus Paxton. And the reason why you have this runoff is because of what happened on the 3rd of March. All right. Here were the results. Really good race between the two men at the top, but neither achieved 50%. Cornyn edged out Paxton by 26,000 votes. Look at the bottom candidate. That's Wesley Hunt, congressman, right? He had about 13.5 percentage points. Where do his voters go? There's some polling suggesting they go to Paxton, but you really don't know until the vote is taken. And we will find out later tonight. A couple keys right now. You always have to think about Houston, number one in terms of population at 254 counties. A lot of people living down there. You can see how the vote was split pretty evenly between Cornyn and Paxton. The other area, Dallas County up here. This is the second most populated county in the state of Texas. Cornyn was an easy winner there, despite the fact that Paxton grew up just north of Dallas in Collin County. But in Dallas County right now is Brooke Taylor, and she picks up the reporting to tell us what's happening so far today. Hey, Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Well, tonight is going to be a good old-fashioned Texas showdown here, and also really a test of President Trump's influence and the strength of the MAGA base. So, four-term Senator John Cornyn, he is going to fight to survive a major challenge from Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's writing a late endorsement from President Trump. Cornyn running on experience and conservative results, while Paxton has embraced released a more hardline Texas First MAGA message. President Trump calling Paxton a, quote, true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas.
It's definitely provided some new energy to my campaign, which was going well already, but we're kind of at a new level with his help.
And Cornyn, on the other hand, argues that Paxton's legal controversies and past impeachment make him just too risky for a general election.
Yeah, they're digging up the past on Paxton. You know, Paxton, they tried to impeach him, to remove him. Didn't they impeach President Trump twice in the House? No one's brought that up yet that I've heard. They impeached President Trump twice. So to me, that's kind of like a plus. If they're going to go out of their way to try to impeach you and you're still there, I mean, hello. Eli said, how dare you assume Will is black? I love it. I love it. Oh, my goodness. You know, the trolls, they can't help themselves. The trolls, they get mad. They get mad. You know what it is? They get upset because a black person is voting for a Republican. Like, just because I'm black, that I have to vote Democrat. No. I should be able to vote who I want to vote for. That is such a racist thing for these people to think. You're just black. I don't care who it is. If you just assume that, well, this person is black, so they have to vote Democrat. I don't belong to any Democrat plantations. I don't belong to any plantations. I only belong to our Lord Jesus Christ. I don't belong to them. But they would like for me to believe that. And I guarantee it. They hate the fact that I'm on here and I'm supporting. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to go vote for Ken Paxton. Let me say it again. I'm voting for Ken Paxton today. And then when the midterms come up this November, I'm voting for Ken Paxton again. I'm not going to vote for a Democrat. The Democrats, they don't care about you. They don't even care about your children. And I guarantee some of these people that are on here upset with me supporting the Republicans probably don't even have any kids. Or if they do have kids, they have probably butchered their kids. They probably have put their kids on drugs, puberty blockers, and they don't want to be reminded of the evil, wicked things that they have done. So what do? They support the Democrat Party. That's what they do. They support the Democrat Party because they know the Democrat Party is all about the wicked things that they're doing. They don't want to stop doing it. They don't want to stop doing it. Not at all. Let me share this with you.
The polls are now open in my home state of Texas for the Republican Senate primary runoff as Ken Paxton takes on incumbent John Cornyn for a chance to face Democratic State Representative James Tallarico in November. Paxton going after Cornyn's record on Fox and Friends yesterday.
He fought Trump on the border wall. He did not want the border wall. Now, supposedly in his new campaign, he's for it. But for the last couple of decades, he's been against it. He's pushed amnesty. He helped Joe Biden basically pass the most restrictive Second Amendment bill in maybe decades. So there are many things that John is running on now that are so different from how he's governed, and it's time for a change in Texas.
The senior senator from the great state of...
And absolutely, it's a time. Now, you want to hear his response? You want to hear his response? Look, let me share what he had to say, Cornyn. And again, Cornyn, he's against President Trump. And then he comes out here and tell everybody that he is. If he wasn't against President Trump would have endorsed him. I mean, really, can you imagine how he felt when he found out that President Trump didn't endorse him? You know he's angry about it. Can't be happy. I wouldn't be. I'm just going to be honest with you. I wouldn't be happy. But see, I would never be in the position that he's in. I would support America 100%. That's all he had to do. But he refused to do it. And now I'm telling you, now he's upset because President Trump didn't endorse him.
Well, the problem is, Lawrence, that Ken Paxton will be on defense
the whole time between now and November, if he is the nominee, it'll take hundreds of millions of dollars to try to save him, and it's likely not to be successful because the mainstream media loves Tallarico. It's like the second coming of Beto O'Rourke, and you remember what that was like. And so I can help the ticket. I can help down ballot. I know the president cares a lot about the congressional races that are right below the Senate race, and I won by 10 points in 2020. So I think I can be the most help to the president and his agenda in the last 2 years of his term of office and all the down ballot races. And Ken Paxton will be an albatross.
Why wasn't he a help to President Trump's last term? Why wasn't he a help to President Trump the past 2 years right now, since 2024? How come he hasn't been a great help to President Trump then? I mean, so now all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that he's going to be helpful to President Trump and the American people to push the agenda, America First agenda. Now we're supposed to believe that he's going to be helpful. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm, you know, one thing, I'm happy that people are finally starting to realize what is happening in our country. People are starting to recognize what's been going on. I'm really happy about that. And they're all upset. Tonight, Ken Paxton comes through. It's going to send a huge, I tell you, it's going to say something to the Democrats and to the Rhinocrats and to Thune that they never saw coming. It's going to be huge. And I want to show you what the Democrats have to say about all of this when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
I think President Trump is sending a message to Republican senators that say, if you're completely loyal to me, you'll be rewarded. And if you break from me, whether it's personally or on policy issues or votes, I may let you go. And Cornyn, while overwhelmingly has stuck with the president and with the Republican Party on issues, there have been times when he has been critical of President Trump and on a policy perspective after the shooting in Uvalde, was in favor of some restrictions. And so,
and you know what those restrictions were? Red flag laws, apparently. You see, they don't go into the details of everything that Cornyn was against on President Trump. They just said a few things. But, he was a Republican, so he supported the Republican Party for the most part. For the most part, he did. But there's just a couple things. She didn't say Cornyn was all for the red flag laws, which should send off red flags for everybody. Red alert, red alert. Dude is a straight up rhino. They want him. They actually do. They want him. They have a problem with Ken Paxton, especially after President Trump endorsed him.
As you say, look, this is where the rubber meets the road, and we're going to find out what happens. But the betting markets have already made up their minds. Not that we should judge elections based on what the betting markets do, but overwhelmingly predicting a Paxton win. And we saw former Senator Phil Gramm from Texas actually choke up a little bit in introducing Cornyn at an event the other day to his supporters. So there is a lot of concern among not just Phil Gramm and John Cornyn, but like literally every Texas incumbent and former politician who have overwhelmingly lined up behind Cornyn, that all of their combined endorsements and Cornyn's quarter-century record of leadership in the Senate will not be enough to survive this primary. So it's not.
No one cares. No one cares. There's very few people that's going to go with Cornyn now because President Trump has endorsed the candidate that he wants. And you know what? President Trump, my personal opinion, and y'all can tell me if you think I'm wrong in the chat, but my personal opinion on this is that President Trump would not have the power that he has in endorsing somebody had the Democrats not tried to kill President Trump. If they never did the 4 indictments against President Trump, the 90+ charges, raiding his home, removing him, trying to remove him from ballots, the beautiful mugshot, the 34 fraudulent counts, had they never done all of that crap to President Trump and just left him alone, he probably would not have the power that he has today. Because see, look, we like underdogs. I mean, we do. When we watch, like, for example, if you're watching sports and you like both teams, right? And you like both teams, or you don't like both teams, you don't know about the teams, because I don't really keep up with sports like I used to. So when I go and watch the Super Bowl, I always ask the question, well, who's the underdog? Who won last year? Or if one of them did win last year, who's the better team? Typically, I'll end up supporting the underdog. Let's go, because I want to see the upset. The federal government coming down on President Trump was the underdog. I think we all can admit that. So what happens? We want the underdog to win. That's the reason why President Trump won overwhelmingly. They tried to put the man in jail, but we, the people, said no. Where the Constitution 100% worked in our favor. It's such a beautiful thing. And I still don't hear anybody talking about that. 34 counts for a misdemeanor that they never tried anybody on. And then all of a sudden they said, yep, he's convicted. He's going to go to jail. But we, the people, said, no, we're not going to allow you to do it. The Constitution actually worked. This is the reason why the Democrats want to do away with it. Now, boom, another one. I'm telling you tonight, Ken Paxton wins tonight. It's going to send a big FU to Thune. It really is, because Thune didn't want Ken Paxton. He wanted Cornyn. And of course, the media was asking him, well, how do you feel that President Trump just endorsed Ken Paxton? How do you feel about it? Tell us how you feel.
Given that you've spent months trying to persuade the president to endorse John Cornyn in the Texas primary, and given that the NRSC has invested heavily to help Cornyn win that primary, how personally disappointed or frustrated are you with the president's decision to endorse Ken Paxton today?
Well, I think you all know my position on this issue. I've made it very clear for months now. And Senator Cornyn is a principled conservative. He is a very effective senator for the state of Texas. But none of us control what the president does. He made his decision about that. That doesn't change the way I feel. I am certainly supportive of, will continue to be supportive of Senator Cornyn in his reelection.
How much harder has he made it to keep the majority? How much harder has the president's decision here made it for you, the number one job, to keep the Republican majority, given your concerns about Ken Paxton's viability as a candidate?
We look at lots of races around the country. And the majority runs through a lot of different states. We have 24 seats up this time. The Democrats have only 9, so we've got a lot more ground to defend. We also have a couple of offensive opportunities. So, one state doesn't determine the outcome of this election, but obviously we care about every state, and we care about helping see our incumbents succeed.
And he cares about the rhinos. He reminds me of Kevin McCarthy. I mean, he really does. Mitch McConnell. It's the same tiring, no backbone, weak in the need, bend over for Democrat Republican. That's what he reminds me of. He could make sure that America is saved come November. But for some reason, He doesn't want to make sure that America is saved. President Trump is telling him, do away with the filibuster. You're going to have to do it because the Democrats, they've already threatened to do it as soon as they get the opportunity. They tried multiple times in the past. But as soon as they get the opportunity, they're going to get rid of it. And then we as American people are going to be in a world of hurt. President Trump is trying to encourage him to do it. If any time in the history of this nation where we're going to do it, the time is now. But Thune refuses to do it because he want to make sure that the Democrats have an opportunity to do what they want to do to the American people. Take our guns away, take our free speech away, take our liberties away, take our rights away. The same Democrat Party that constantly talks about how, my goodness, the Republicans taking our rights away from black people, which is the most ignorant, dumbest statement. If that's the case, then how am I going to be able to vote today? Please explain it to me. I hear it all the time. Especially on social media, on Threads. I don't know if y'all ever get on Threads, but on Threads, oh my goodness, it is so bad. They're taking your rights away as a black man, and you're okay with it? And then I ask the question, which I always tell you, please, by all means, tell me what rights is it that I'm about to lose that I currently have? What rights? F you! Like, what? What is that? What is that? Enlighten me. I mean, by all means, inform me, tell me what I'm about to lose. What rights am I about to lose? If you want me to understand where you're coming from, then don't leave any details out. Tell me. But they can't ever do that. They can't ever do it. They can't ever do it. Now, I want to change the subject up just a little bit here. Because they know they can't beat Trump, their next thing is to try to convince all of us that President Trump is declining. President Trump's cognitive ability is gone. This is what they want us to believe. Let me show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
I do want to see this, during this examination, a credible explanation for his visible health concerns. His bruising, which initially was described as due to vigorous handshaking, which is not credible. His severe edema in his ankles, which was described as, chronic venous insufficiency, when just 3 months before, 1 year ago, his examination disclosed that he had no edema, which would then make it acute venous insufficiency, which is an entirely different thing. And finally, the president has severe daytime somnolence. He falls asleep very often. He's fallen asleep in the Oval Office on multiple occasions with people talking to him in the cabinet room, and was concerned yesterday that he might have fallen asleep at Arlington National Cemetery during Memorial Day observances. And chronic insomnia is a severe illness. It can result in an increase in risk of dementia, decrease in cognitive.
So he's making suggestions that something's wrong with President Trump. This all speculation. This is what he's doing, speculation, but the way he's pushing it as if it's factual. You notice they didn't say anything about Joe Biden, who was clearly having issues, clearly not knowing where he was more than half the time. Remember one of the biggest ones when Obama had to direct Joe Biden off a stage? Do you remember that? How many times did Joe Biden reach out to shake invisible hands? They had nothing to say about it. President Trump is going to be 80 next month. 80 years old. 80 years old. It happens to people when they get older, when they take aspirin or anything, they get bruises. I mean, it happens. That's nothing unnatural. That's a common thing. I bet you more than half the people watching right now that's close to President Trump's age, you're experiencing it too. It happens. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing's wrong with you. But they want everybody to believe that something's wrong with President Trump. They didn't say anything about Joe Biden when he was going through all those issues. Nothing. Oh, he was sharp. He's running circles around everybody. Remember that? So now they want everybody to believe that something's wrong with President Trump. So here they are talking about it on the Communist News Network, and here they are talking about it on NBC.
Into Washington now, President Trump heading to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center this morning for what the White House calls a medical and dental checkup. It's his third visit in 13 months and puts a spotlight on the president's health ahead of his 80th birthday next month. NBC's chief White House correspondent Garrett Haake has more. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Look, the White House says this is just a routine doctor's visit for President Trump, but as he approaches that 80th birthday, his physical and mental health are under a growing spotlight. Now, the president has had some visible health issues that he and his doctors say are minor. He's been seen with bruising on his hand, which he says is from aspirin usage and too many hard handshakes, and there's swelling on his lower legs, which his doctors say comes from a common vein condition. He has also appeared to doze off in some recent White House events, which he and the White House say are not actually what we see. The president receives regular medical care here at the White House, but some specialized testing, like the CT scan conducted on his heart and on his abdomen last October, can only be done when he's off-site. Now, this all comes as recent polling from the Washington Post and ABC shows that 40% of Americans believe the president has the mental sharpness to do what is one of the world's toughest jobs. That's a 7-point drop from September. And in terms of his physical capacity, that number stands at 44%. That's a 10-point drop from 8 months ago. For his part, the president said back in February that he feels decades younger than his 79 years. Savannah?
Garrett Haake at the White House. Thank you.
I mean, really. Of course, they want us to believe that something's wrong with him. It's not a routine checkup. He's going because something's wrong. They refuse to release anything on Joe Biden because they didn't want us to know the truth. They refuse to release any of that. Like, nope, you don't get to know anything about Joe Biden. You get to know nothing about Joe. Nothing. Just like the 2024 election. This is so huge to me. And I'm talking about the 2024 election, how the Democrats have said that they don't even know why they lost. They're ignoring the reason why they lost. After all of this time, like, we ran a solid campaign. There's no excuse why we didn't win. This is what's in their minds. In their minds, they believe that they should have won because they put in all of the check boxes. They had a woman, check. DEI, check. Fake black woman, check. Democrat, check. Lying to the American people, check. Never doing her job, never fixing the southern border, check. They had all of the prerequisites that they wanted for a Democrat to win the election, and they lost, and they can't wrap their minds around it. So they left out all the information about why they lost. They're basically going to repeat history. They can't even write their own factual history down on what happened to them in the 2024, but they want to write the history for the American people, what they want us to believe. This is like bizarro world. It really is. These people are nothing but lunatics. They lie to the American people, then they turn around and expect the American people to believe the lies that they're telling us. They're lunatics. Lunatics. Let me give you an example. Because it's just the way these Democrats are, they can't grasp what they've just done to themselves.
In your book, you say is that Democrats need to speak in plain language. Yeah. And stop using all these fancy words.
Cisgender and food security.
Yeah, and food security. Just say you're hungry. And when I saw that, I thought of Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky, who has the same message that Democrats need to speak in plain language, so that way folks don't think that Democrats are professors in a classroom and the rest of America are lowly students.
Yeah, we don't need this language and these policies that have been cooked up in ivory towers at Harvard or Yale spread across the entire.
Not that there's anything wrong with Harvard.
Right. Harvard. Look, that was my safety school. Nothing disparaging about that, but you have to speak to people on their level that they understand, and they need to feel like you connect with them. And the Democratic Party has lost that by trying to talk either above them or down to them, and they feel that. Folks feel when they're being insulted. Even my dog, the saying, even my dog knows the difference between being tripped over and being kicked. Yeah. And Democratic voters feel like they've been kicked time and time again.
Yeah. See, now they're on here on MSDNC talking about this, but they're not going to change. They were actually saying this before the 2024 election, not these idiots here. But a lot of Democrats were telling them, Stephen A. Remember, I kept telling y'all, Stephen A. is like the light bulb is on, the light bulb goes off. He was trying to tell them, you have to stop doing what you're doing. Trump is not the only thing. You need to talk about how you're going to help the people. And see, in their minds, they believing helping the people is stopping Trump. In their minds. That's what they believe. In order to help the American people, you have to stop Trump from doing all the positive things that he's doing for the country. That's in their minds. Here's another one.
The level of corruption is just so outrageous right now. And I just want to point something out here. These January 6th insurrectionists, a lot of them had previous criminal records.
See? Same thing. Same thing. Let me ask y'all a question. What is worse? Butchering children or what happened on January 6th? Which one's worse? Let me say it again. Butchering children, meaning cutting off little girls' breasts or cutting off the testicles of little boys, or what took place on January 6th. Which one is worse? Which one is worse? Now, we can say both are bad, but on January 6th, people showed up there because they wanted to have their grievances heard. I was there. I was on the steps. I was there that day. I saw it all happen. I saw it all unfold. I saw the feds were there destroying stuff, making it look worse than it actually was. People singing hymns. It's not what the media has been portraying it. But of course, they bring it out there, trying to have everyone believe that President Trump incited the violence on January 6th. They don't have anything else. That's the only thing that they have. It's like they can't learn. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over, thinking that they're going to get different results.
A lot of them were guilty of violent crimes before, and a lot of them, since being released by Donald Trump, have gone on to commit additional crimes, including child pornography, child sexual assault, rape, assault. Really? These are not good people, and there are people right now who have gone and done the worst things after being pardoned by Donald Trump, who are now set to receive millions of payments, $1 billion in payments, and that's just wrong. And that's one of the reasons that Senator Welch and I decided that we needed to go after this pardon power. One thing we're considering doing is talking about doing an op-ed around the pardon power, because it really hasn't been researched enough.
Oh, so now it's an issue with the pardon power. They want to go after the pardon power, but they didn't have any issues when when Joe Biden was doing the auto pen, or he wasn't even doing the auto pen, his administration, people in the office. And apparently, to my understanding, they were selling access to it. Okay. I got one more thing I want to share with you, and I got to share it with you before we get out of here. Here's something else. Now, how many of you, before I play it, how many of you tune in on Saturdays for LFA? Because on Saturdays, if you tune in on Saturday morning, Jeremy has created a show geared towards children for educational purposes. It's pretty awesome. Absolutely awesome. So if you have children, grandbabies, you should get them to tune in on Saturdays. Why am I talking about it? Well, for one, because it's LFA, we want to promote it. Two, because if your kids are not watching something that's educational, that shows factual information, they, being the Democrats, will show you crap like this right here. They'll show you crap like this. They want to indoctrinate your kids, especially if your kids are white, into believing that they're already racist or that you can be racist and you have to fight racism. Watch.
Did you see that video? Yeah, I just watched it. It was awful. I can't believe someone would be hurt like that just because they're black.
Racism is so unfair. No one should ever judge someone by the color of their skin.
But how could it happen here in Elwood City, right outside the Sugar Bowl?
Buster, it happens every...
This is them talking about George Floyd, everybody. George Floyd, the criminal thug George Floyd.
Everywhere. I was talking to Mrs. McGrady the other day. She said there's a really long history of black people not being treated fairly in this country.
It has to stop.
We have to do something.
Yeah.
Why does this keep happening, Mrs. McGrady?
Well, racism is like a disease. If you don't treat it, it's just going to get worse.
Wait, if racism is a disease, can I get it?
Buster, don't worry. This isn't about you.
Actually, it is. It's about all of us. It's not enough to just say, I'm not racist. It's not my problem. We have to actively fight against racism.
Oh, my goodness. So, do you want your children watching this crap? You see, they're targeting children. The only reason why there's any racism in the country is because of Democrats. And the only reason why black people have been treated a certain way, not being able to achieve anything or get ahead in anything, is because of Democrats. Democrats are the one that created the projects. Democrats are the one that created the ghettos. Democrats are the ones that want to keep people on the EBT cards, on welfare, depending on the federal government. The Democrats are the one that's doing the redistricting, the maps based on color to keep segregation. The Democrats realized and figured out how they can segregate black people, and these stupid black people keep falling for it. Who do you think wanted segregation? The Democrats. Who do you think was fighting for everybody to have rights in the country? Voting rights. The Republicans. There's something truly wrong in our society when the truth is right there for everybody. And then they just don't want to look at it. They don't want to hear it. And it's primarily because, and I learned this some time ago, that these people, they love the lies. They like the way it feels. They like the way it feels. And black Democrats, they live in the past. They're slaves in the past to where for something that they've never experienced themselves, but they live in that time. Look how the white people did us. Look how they did us. Not a single black person alive or white person, not a single white person owned a black person, unless you're a Democrat, you own these illegals and you figure out how to own black people today. Keep it up under the table. But slavery has been abolished by the Republicans. All of those people that were enslaved during that time, not a single one of them, not a single person alive today was a slave. Not a single one. Now, there's black people that want to remain on the Democrat plantation because they like it there. They like the idea of them coming, tickling their ears every 2 to 4 years, telling them something. Oh, it's so nice to hear this. It's so nice to hear. So nice to hear. They want people to believe that they are still being tormented by white people when the white people that are doing it are Democrats. But they want us all to believe that the racism is only coming from President Trump and the Republicans. And it's all to control. And it's not just to control black people, it's to control white people too. Because white people, a lot of these white people that are on the Democrat ticket, on the Democrat side, well, I don't want to be associated with white supremacy, so I have to be on the Democrat side. They don't know any better. White supremacy was created by the Democrats. Did you know that the Democrats, the DNC, was sued to apologize for all of their racist tactics that they did in the past? Did you know about that? Did you know? They were sued. And you know what they did? They lawyered up so they would not have to apologize for all of the racism that they have pushed onto this country. They lawyered up. Look it up. Look it up. True facts. True facts. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Mr. Kevin Smith is coming up next right here on LFA TV. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. Stay right there. We're going to be live and direct. And I will see you tomorrow in the Culture War.
What's happening, everybody? Tuesday, May 26th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We've got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Big day in Texas. Big day in Texas. If you are in the Lone Star State and you are watching this, take the show with you to the polling location and go vote for Ken Paxton. Do that. Also, we've got major redistricting news as 2 states fail to join the party in redistricting in the South, 2 for very different reasons. So, as I predicted, I don't want to do that thing where I say I was right, but I was. South Carolina and Alabama fail to redraw district lines ahead of the 2026 midterms. Will Texas and Florida be enough to make up the distance? Also, a wild story put out by O'Keefe Media Group about how the Washington Nationals are doing everything possible to make you gay and a communist. Not my words. Those are the words of the head of the Public Relations Department. That's a real thing. Also, we may have a tentative peace agreement with Iran as markets have, boom, took off today. Giddy up, let's go. I'm liking it. I am liking it a lot. Before we get started, guys. Oh, and my New York Knicks, baby. My New York Knicks sweep the Cleveland Cavaliers, and everyone in New York handles it with grace and a bit of a subdued amount of emotion. We'll show you some of the scenes from outside of Madison Square Garden. Just how well New Yorkers are handling it. All I can say is thank God they won last night, and there is no game tonight because immediately following this show, I have to go into the city, and I really don't want to get caught in this stuff. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling. Let's say hello to everybody in the live chat. How is it going? How's it going? Somebody wants to know where my hat. I don't know where my hat is. I don't know where my hat is. Somewhere around here. What are you going to do? How's everybody doing? I hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. It rained here the entire time, so any sort of Memorial Day festivities totally canceled. So that sucked. That absolutely sucked. But let's dive right on in, Texas, baby.
For U.S. Senate. In March, voters narrowed the pool of candidates down to 2 for this runoff primary election, Senator John Cornyn and State Attorney General Ken Paxton. In the first go-around on March 3rd, U.S. Senator John Cornyn secured the largest number of votes. A win today would help him get one step closer to a 5th term. The winner will face Democratic State Rep James Telrico in the general election, and both Republican candidates argue that their opponent would only help out the Democrats.
Were he to be the nominee and be exposed to general election voters, especially independents, I think it's going to be a very rocky time. There will be an incredible tsunami of Democratic funds coming in against Paxton were he the nominee.
This argument is made by John Cornyn because he's having trouble in his own primary. There's no data that suggests that he's right. As a matter of fact, most of the polling suggests I'll do as well or better than John Cornyn. Secondly, I've already won 3 statewide races in a row, some of them by large margins. So that's ridiculous.
Attorney General Paxton was the second-place finisher in the March vote, and last week he received President Donald Trump's endorsement, who had criticized Cornyn for dismissing Trump's 2024 comeback chances. Only 2 incumbent U.S. senators from Texas have lost a primary in the last 100 years. So again, polls open this morning, and they will close statewide at 7 p.m. this evening, local time. Carly Todd, back to you.
All right, Alex Hogan live for us. Alex, thank you so much. And Senator John Cornyn.
So things looking good for soon-to-be Senator Ken Paxton. Now, I do want to warn everybody. I do want to give everyone a quick warning about what is going to happen one way or the other. Now, if John Cornyn wins, we get the same old, nothing really happens. Many members of the Senate are incredibly happy. He probably wins the seat. If Paxton wins, which I think that he will, you're going to have 2 lame duck Republican senators, which, I got to tell you, is not great for the president's agenda as we continue in this midterms year. What do I mean by that? Well, Bill Cassidy's out. If John Cornyn's out too, that's two people who don't have to do anything. Like they don't need the president for anything else. They're pretty much done, so they can just vote in. And obviously, Trump endorsed both of their competitors. So they're probably going to be a little pissed, which, I mean, makes sense. Makes a whole lot of sense that they'd be a little bit annoyed. So what does that do for the Republican majority moving forward, at least in this year? We shall see. We will see exactly what happens. Do they go out of their way to be a dick and vote against the president's agenda out of spite? If you've ever met a politician, if you ever met anyone that works in politics, you know exactly how that's going to go. They're going to do whatever they can do, sell out whoever they have to sell out in order to secure their next gig, whatever that may be. And look, if you're a John Cornyn fan or you're a Bill Cassidy fan, they will be just fine. Bill Cassidy will probably get some job in the pharmaceutical industry, lobbying Congress to help poison us a little bit more. And John Cornyn will go work for Big Oil. He'll probably be a new character on the next season of Landman. Let's be honest here. They will be absolutely fine. Or maybe they'll both go work for defense contractors where we can start a war again for no reason. Well, that war that we started for questionable reasons, they can't get a nuclear weapon. I don't care. It may be coming to an end. So perhaps we may be running out of countries to bomb, which would be a great thing. Which would be a spectacular thing. We got some Iran war updates over the course of the last several days.
The United States conducted self-defense strikes near the Strait of Hormuz Monday.
And Iran's supreme leader is calling for an end to U.S. military bases in the Gulf region, saying, quote, the hands of time will not turn back.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Ying's joining us now live from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM says these strikes were defensive in nature and went after mine-laying vessels along with a surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May. A spokesperson for Iran's armed forces said any new aggression will be met with a far more severe response. The strikes come amid the backdrop of ongoing diplomatic efforts to reach an agreement between Iran and the United States. Overnight, President Trump laid out a condition that he has, saying on Truth Social, the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The other key issue has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reiterated the Trump administration position on this critical waterway during a gaggle today.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful, it's illegal, it's unsustainable for the world, it's unacceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything.
We're also tracking developments in the conflict between Israel and...
So there is your update. There were defensive strikes over the weekend following President Trump's announcement that a peace plan may be in the works with the majority of the Gulf region nations. Now, following this, oil prices continued to drop a little bit today, about 5% now, with the Dow Jones being down slightly less than 0.5%. The NASDAQ reaching all-time highs, adding 1% with the S&P up about 0.5%. Markets continue to boom despite this ongoing conflict in Iran, which, of course, to my mind, would say that they're going to continue to go higher. Because once this thing is ended, and at some point it's going to end, at some point the Strait of Hormuz will be finally open, you're going to start to see those oil prices. Right now they're at I think last time I checked, they were at $94 a barrel. Once they start getting down into the 80s, the 70s, and back into the 60s ranges, I really think that there's going to be a substantial market boom. Now, that comes as Kevin Warsh was sworn in over the weekend as the new Federal Reserve Chair. We're waiting for inflation numbers to come in over the course of the next several days, which could lead to a Federal Reserve rate hike. We shall see. Kevin Warshaw tends to be a bit hawkish on interest rates, which is primarily why he got the job in the first place. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what those interest rate or see what those inflation numbers look like. Of course, this comes at a time where people are still freaking out over the price of gas. One of the biggest economic drivers that people look to is the price of gas on Memorial Day. With the national average sitting somewhere in the 440 range, obviously that's going to have to come down if the president is going to have success in the midterms. There's just no question about it. If this sort of thing drags out, we start to get into the summertime, and you start to see $5, $6, $7 a gallon, particularly not only in blue states, but in red states all over the country, just based on a demand problem that happens over the look. Doesn't matter who's in office, what's happening globally. Gas prices go up in the summer. So the fact that they are continuing to rise throughout this entire conflict is incredibly troubling. Here's another update on Iran.
Linked an expansion of the Abraham Accords to his negotiations for an Iran deal. The president writes, during my discussions on Saturday, I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try and pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain. Most should be ready, willing, and able to make this settlement with Iran a far more historic event than it would otherwise be. If Iran signs its agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it will be an honor to have them also be part of this unparalleled world coalition. A major feat if achieved. We will keep you updated as we learn more. Cal Bush's family making...
So President Trump is, of course, trying to get the majority of the Gulf region nations to sign on to the Abraham Accords. Of course, those were the historic peace plans that he had put into place in his first administration. And things seem to be looking well in that sort of area. Perhaps President Trump could actually bring peace to the Middle East at some point, which would be a great thing to see, which would be a phenomenal thing to see. And I certainly hope he can do it. Before we keep rocking and rolling, guys, do me a favor. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. Once again, guys, that's loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. So, earlier today, J.D. Vance held a roundtable with his fraud task force, people like Stephen Miller, and he met with, I think it was 12 states attorneys general. You got to make sure you say that correctly. States attorneys general to see how they can clamp down on fraud. Now, obviously, we've seen huge developments in this area over the course of the last several weeks, but J.D. Vance is going to target the places that are going to have the biggest fraud schemes in the nation. And one of them, of course, is California.
So let me just recap for the benefit of our friends in the media. In just 2 months, we exposed billions of dollars in benefits that have been stolen from the American people. We referred over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans back to the Treasury for collection. We deferred more than $1.3 billion in fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements that were coming from various states, particularly California. We put a 6-month hold on enrollments for new hospice and home health care providers because so many of the newer hospice providers were not actually providing hospice services, but were just focused on fraud. So we're going to cut that out for a little bit and try to get to a place where we can actually certify that the people providing hospice services are actually providing those very necessary and important services. We recovered taxpayer funds from the $135 billion stolen after the floodgates were open in the immediate aftermath of COVID. We have found $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts, which were mostly awarded during the last administration, and that has stopped. And finally, we blocked $60 million in student aid fraud that should have gone to young people trying to get an education, but instead we're going to fraudsters. And I think the theme here of...
Here's the theme that needs to be discussed. And Stephen Miller gets into it in just a second. The big problem with this fraud scheme that goes on is that our system is based on the honor system. The fact of the matter is, America is just too damn big with way too many people to be able to check into every single one of the programs that the government provides. Now, I would say, as a person that would like less government intervention in almost everything, I would say that we should just have less programs to begin with, therefore less fraud. Give me my tax dollars back. Let me do with it as I please. But of course, that is a pipe dream when I wake up in the middle of the night dreaming about the world in which Milton Friedman would create. But when many of these programs are exploited, and they are getting exploited every single day. Every single day, they continue to get exploited. All it does is take away from the people who actually need it. Because let's say some of these programs, let's use a small number. Or you know what? No, let's use a big number. Let's say 50% of the people who are getting federal hospice care aid actually need it. But 50% are stealing from it. Well, now the whole program is going to be shut down, and it's going to hurt the people that actually need it.
All of the systems in our country, whether you're talking about voting, whether you're talking about entitlements, whether you're talking about welfare benefits, were set up based on the honor system. They're set up based on the idea that you could trust the average person through their own morality to abide by the rules and comply with the law. And so the way most welfare works in most states and most places is we take your word for it. If you fill out a piece of paper and you say your kids are hungry, you are going to get food stamps. We don't check as a country if you even have kids. The fact is basic as that. We don't even check if you even have children. You will just start getting the checks. And so what's happened to our country is we became a society, as we've seen with the Somali refugee problem in Minnesota, where you have a large number of people that are not following the honor system, they're not playing by the rules, they're not abiding by our laws, and the amount that has been fleeced from us is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. I believe, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, is that we could balance the federal budget if the only dollars that went out of the Treasury went to individuals who are properly, lawfully, correctly eligible to receive them. And that ultimately is going to be what we have to do as a country. In the meantime, because of the Vice President's leadership, you are seeing the most muscular, robust, aggressive, dedicated, determined, and speedy effort to shut down criminal fraud that has not only ever occurred in the history of this country, but in any developed nation.
I mean, it is wild. I think the claims that we could balance the budget if we got rid of fraud perhaps might be a little overblown. But you know what? I would take the opportunity to give it a try. I absolutely would. Because the fact remains is that when you have a system that is as giving as Americans, it only works if there's enough oversight in order to stop people from robbing it. People often say you can have open borders or you can have a welfare state, but you cannot have both. You can't have both. Of course, Democrats don't want to hear any of this. No. They wouldn't, because, they don't believe any of this is even happening. And because of that, well, one of the best ways to root out fraud in this country is to deport the people who ought not be here in the first place. I don't think, if I'm being honest, I don't think our prisons should have to house the fraudsters who come in this country illegally. I think our prisons should house Americans who commit fraud, and only Americans who commit fraud. But when you have an ICE facility out there, turns out Democrats are going to show up. And why are they going to show up? Well, it turns out the weather's getting nicer. And when the weather is nicer, out come the protesters, as routinely seen in America. Naturally, they all have their keffiyehs on because they just left the pro-Palestine protest, so they didn't get a chance to change.
Behind them! Behind them!
I mean, look, I'm not for police beating the shit out of people. I take that back. I absolutely am. I absolutely am. Because it turns out there are some people out there who deserve a good beating. I'm going to show you one in just a second because this is kind of like a new, not a new Democratic tactic, but we're beginning to see a hell of a lot more of it. Where a person will have a whistle or a megaphone or some kind of an air horn and they blow it directly in people's faces. Now, firstly, aside from being aggressively obnoxious, it is dangerous. It is dangerous to the hearing. It is also dangerous because you cannot hear what is going on around you. And, well, here's one of them.
Attention man, all the way attention man, or shame! That's it. Yeah, oh, what do you do? What are you going to do? Back up! Let me see. Where's the megaphone? Where's the megaphone?
Naturally, a giant transgender decides to jump in front.
Children!
How very chivalrous of you, sir.
You will not touch these children!
And they just load up and grab another one.
Batons down! Whole bunch of kids! Children! Lost your children and just touch them! Shame on you! Shame on you! Step back! Step back! Shame on you! Shame on you! Back up! Back up! Fascist! Back up! Back up! And we should be ashamed! Back up! You're not ashamed!
Of course, these are the scenes they are hoping for. These are the ones they want. They want to get the charade, and they're getting it. Like over the weekend, when New Jersey Senator Andy Kim got pepper sprayed outside of that very same facility. Now, I really don't mind watching Andy Kim get... why isn't that working? Damn it. Can I pull it up here? Here we go. I don't really mind watching Andy Kim get pepper sprayed because he's doing it to himself. Here's a photo of them pouring water on Andy Kim's face. First off, obviously you guys aren't professional protesters because professional protesters know that water doesn't do anything against pepper spray. You need milk. That's right. The enzymes in the milk help to break down the pepper spray. Anybody who's been out in the streets knows that. We got the story from NJ.com. Federal agents fired pepper balls at protesters outside of the Delaney Hall in Newark on Monday following days of unrest outside of a privately run immigration facility. New Jersey Senator Andy Kim said he had trouble breathing from the cloud of pepper spray deployed as growing crowds of protesters responding to an inmate hunger strike demonstrated outside. Well, I got to tell you, I think that the best way to end the inmate hunger strike inside of the Delaney Hall facility in Newark, New Jersey, is to make sure they get as many empanadas as they want in the country they were born in. Adios, muchacho. Goodbye. What we saw here is unfortunate. is unfortunately just what we see all over the country. It's a sad, sad day. No, it was a sad day when you let in 5,000 people a day into America, Andy Kim. You did that. None of this would be happening if you guys hadn't broken the laws in the first place. But I found out over the weekend that it turns out I'm a bit of an extremist when it comes to immigration, and I don't care. I don't care. I don't care one way or the other. Democrats want these scenes, and they're getting them. Now look, you attack a bunch of cops or blow an air horn in their face or stick a megaphone in their ear and they crack you upside the head with a billy club, I don't really, okay? Have a good time. But, of course, the ACLU will come out and all the Human Rights Watch and all the rest of the nonprofits that we haven't really extinguished yet, that our taxpayer funding goes towards. We haven't gotten rid of them yet. We should. Considering they're the ones funding all of this nonsense. But it's not just the nonprofits. No, it's the for-profit companies as well. One for-profit company in particular is doing everything they possibly can to undermine every single value we hold sacred in America. And it is no closer. Someone named Mikey Parson said fascism because I can't think of anything valid to say. You wouldn't know a fascist if he slapped you in the face. So, there's your response to that one. Speaking of, you know what, Mickey Parsons, how about this for fascism? What if there was a company out there who did not allow their employees to go on social media and monitored their customers' Google searches upon entering their facility? Would you consider that to be fascism? Would you? I give you the Washington Nationals. Yep, I said it.
I am on the community relations team, so like corporate social responsibility.
The director of community relations for the Washington Nationals of the MLB reveals unethical behavior within the management of the Washington baseball team, including religious discrimination against a starting pitcher.
One of our pitchers, dude, Trevor Williams, he is very Catholic. The Dodgers had a group out to the stadium who were drag queens who sometimes dressed up as nuns. He went on like a social media like, this is wrong, this is my religion, you all are mocking it. Because of that, we don't use him on social. Like when they're like, is a hot dog a sandwich? And like the players come up, you know what I mean? Like we don't ask him.
Potentially a violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Sean then also reveals the Nationals Park is executing a surveillance strategy on Washington Nationals fans.
If you ever come to a Nats game, there is someone on our team who is responsible for figuring out everything about you. We're getting the plethora of your Google history.
And claiming they're, quote, using baseball to make money by selling out to Palantir-like defense contractors.
We're trying to use baseball to make money. And a lot of that is like defense contractors, the Palantirs of the world.
Then he goes on to claim that some corporate meetings are segregated as women only or gay only.
They would be well within their rights to say if you don't identify as a member of the LGBTQIA plus population, you shouldn't be at this specific meeting. There are some spaces that should only be for those people.
And even discloses that he has a secret agenda to promote communism to Nationals fans.
There is a Join the Communist Party poster up in my kitchen. I would love to find ways to, every home run is a $100 donation. That's communism, you know what I mean? That's redistributing someone's wealth. And a lot of people will tell you when I come to a baseball game, I don't want to think about that shit. If you're a sports fan and we piss you off, where else are you gonna go? Either way, I don't give a shit. I am on the community relations team, so like corporate social responsibility. And my job is to help our 9 silly men wearing the same costumes score at least one more run than the other 9 silly men wearing costumes of their own. So the best thing I can do for the organization is drive revenue, right? Like make money. Like like any other, like we're a private organization who wants to make money.
Sean Hudson is the Director of Community Relations for the Washington Nationals and has been there since 2023. He wastes no time mocking the team that pays his bills, describing it as, quote, 9 silly men wearing costumes, and acknowledges that all he cares about is making money. Almost immediately, the Community Relations Director reveals that the Washington Nationals will intentionally leave star pitcher Trevor Williams out of any and all social media promotion. The Nationals apparently keep the spotlight off of Trevor due to his Catholic beliefs and as retaliation for his disapproval of the infamous drag queen debacle with the LA Dodgers.
It's a blatant anti-Catholic message that they're sending, regardless of how much, quote unquote, good they've been doing in their community. But when I saw how deeply offensive it was, doing awful things to the cross, doing awful things about Stations of the Cross, like it became a point where these negatives are not, they shouldn't be honored, and they shouldn't mock a certain group.
You guys have to kind of like squelch or like calm down really like conservative players.
So it's interesting. One of our pitchers, dude, Trevor Williams, he is very Catholic. He has I'm not religious at all. He's super Christian Catholic. All these tattoos that mean a lot. Last year, I don't understand the full scope. The Dodgers had a group out to
I don't understand the full scope, so let me comment on it.
The stadium, who were drag queens who sometimes dressed up as nuns. He went on a social media this is wrong, this is my religion, you all are mocking it. So we don't use him because of that, we don't use him on social. When they're is a hot dog a sandwich? And the players come up, you know what I mean? We don't ask him.
This is a potential violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which states, "It shall be unlawful for an employer to limit, segregate, or classify his employees in any way which would deprive or tend to deprive any individual of employment, opportunities, or otherwise adversely affect his status as an employee because of such individual's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin." Not only does Sean Hudson take pride in discriminating against his Catholic players, he's also very proud that he uses his position to inject communist ideals into the promotion of Nationals games. Hudson boasts about having communist propaganda posters, discussing how far left he is with his coworkers and supervisors, pushing for redistribution of wealth, and describes his influence as a, quote, opportunity to be the voice of reason. The director even acknowledges that when people come to a Nationals game, they, quote, don't want to think about that shit. But if we piss you off, where else are you gonna go? I don't give a shit.
I always just cards on the table, would define myself as very far left-wing. There is a join the Communist Party poster up in my kitchen. When we go to my boss's holiday party, we all talk about how left-leaning we are. I would love to find ways to, every home run is a $100 donation. That's communism, you know what I mean? That's redistributing someone's wealth. So...
And that goes on for another 10 minutes. There's also a part in there about how when you go to a Washington Nationals game, the team is surveilling your Google searches. Right. Luckily, I don't go to a Nationals game because that park is disgusting. And it's always cold. It's always cold for some reason. I don't know why. It's always freezing. But that's what happens. That's what baseball has turned into. There are very few owners of major sports franchises that actually care about putting on a good product on the field. I'm talking to you, Steve Cohen, of the New York Mets. I know you want to be a casino owner, and the cheapest way to do that was to buy a baseball team first. But some of us actually care about our local sports. So we're going to get to that at the end of the show, because I'm going to show you some people that really, really, really care. But that's what these sports teams have become. They've become vessels for other things. Now, will this guy be fired? Probably not. Probably. Let's see. Who owns the Washington Nationals? Who owns the Washington Nationals? Here we go. The Lerner family. What do we know about the Lerner family? Oh, it's a real estate group. Great. Mark Lerner. Let's see. Let's check out Mark Lerner. Boom, boom, boom. What is? Oh, there's really nothing. There's really nothing on here about him. Lerner Enterprises. So yeah, he's a real estate guy. Redistribution of wealth on teams where players make hundreds of millions of dollars in their silly costumes. Very odd. But speaking of redistribution of wealth, well, it wouldn't be communism if we didn't have a Zorhan Mamdani clip. Zoltan, who is now straight up saying he's going to confiscate your property. Like, straight up saying it. And I'll actually be at a protest in Manhattan against Zorhan Mamdani in 4 hours. So if you're in New York City, come on out for that one. Here's Zoltan letting you know that if you own property in New York City, he's just going to take it from you.
Through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves.
Now look, Zoltan, look, if you want to take property away from people and redistribute it to nonprofits, I have an idea on who you might want to start with.
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, Vermont. We live in a middle-class neighborhood. Nice house. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C., as do most senators. You know, you live there year after year. When I first went to, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. But I got elected. Okay, you got a 6-year term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house. And guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it.
I don't know. Maybe you could take Bernie Sanders, one of his 3 properties. Maybe I'll take the lake house up in Vermont. I don't know. Something to think about. Something to consider. Maybe take his. No, you'd never do that. You'd never advocate for that because he's a comrade in arms. He's out there campaigning for Graham Plattner in Maine. Graham Plattner, of course, the guy who made fun of a Purple Heart recipient who was shot 4 times saving his battalion against the Taliban in Afghanistan, said that he hoped he didn't make it out. Also, Graham Plattner, the guy who's got a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and I'm sorry I have to repeat this bit of information to you, but I feel it's important when you hear about Graham Plattner, the man who openly admitted to routinely I'm just going to say it. The man who routinely admitted to jacking off in porta potties at work sites. I'm not saying that. Those are his words. First off, don't do that at work. Wait till you get home. Second off, in a porta potty, bro, are you an animal? That's the new standard for the Democratic Party. That is who Democrats are putting forward. That is who they want you to believe are the moderates out there. That's who they want you to believe is the future of their party. Of course, he's not the only one out there with this preposterous sort of mindset. There's James Tallarico, who very, very openly and very bluntly stated that God is non-binary and that there are up to 6 genders in one of the weirdest rants I think I've ever heard in my entire life. But that's the Democratic Party for you. And they want you to believe that someone like Spencer Pratt is the strange one. They want you to believe that Spencer Pratt is the problem. Oh, no. I digress. They are, in fact, not. Democrats continue to push a more and more radical agenda, and as they do it, the Overton window continues to close, such that you think it's normal. You think it's normal to elect a guy with a Nazi tattoo, and not like Democrats think everything in the world is a Nazi tattoo. I mean, it's actually like a Nazi tattoo. He admitted it was a Nazi tattoo, said he didn't know what it was when he got it, but refuses to get rid of it. I'm not really sure what else to say on that matter. And every radical Democrat is up there campaigning for him and doing everything they can every possible thing they can do to promote this guy. It's absolutely bananas. Bananas. We'll get to more of it in just 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's the Democrat Party for you. Actual Nazi tattoos, seizing of property, no plan, tax and spend, force everyone to leave, and then take money from the middle class. Because when the billionaires go, and they will, they already are, there will be quite literally nobody left to tax. But, you know, that's why we have a two-party system here in this country, or we used to have a two-party system in this country, as we're beginning to see many Republicans around the country just not being able to figure out what war we are in the middle of currently. As a matter of fact, as we see redistricting battles going on left, right, up, down, and sideways all over the country, there are now 2 Republican states that will not be redistricting ahead of the 2026 elections. I sort of knew this was going to happen. As a matter of fact, I told you all it was going to happen. But everybody said, Kev, don't worry about it. No, they'll come through. Oh, and are they like purple states with Republican governors? No, Alabama. That's right, Alabama, and Alabama District Court has said that the new maps they have drawn cannot be used. Alabama. That's right. Also, the state of South Carolina has failed to come to a redistricting compromise ahead of the 2026 primaries. So there's two seats gone off the potential redistricting map at a time that I still think it's going to be an absolute Republican bloodbath. An absolute Republican bloodbath. But hey, I don't want to be down about it. No. I would never want to do that. Alex saying, how about them Knicks? We're going to talk about the Knicks at the end of the show. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about them Knicks, baby. Because, well, it's fun. It's just a lot of fun. Before we do that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFATV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFATV. That's the best way to keep the lights on over here, guys. Head on over to lfatv.us. Let's check in on our daily how's things going in Los Angeles play. Here's Spencer Pratt.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, well, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts. Most of these people are addicted to fentanyl and meth. This isn't Spencer making it up.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They are choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse. This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There's spots for all of these people. They are choosing because they're an addict, and you can do fentanyl and super meth on the sidewalk with no repercussions. These places are not as they have to follow some rules. You can't torture a dog in some of these houses. You can't just attack people. You can't just be naked.
Where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video, so you can.
I think I saw your video.
Yeah, so it's very detailed.
But it's going to take time to build the facility and money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
These people can literally. I went to Washington and I saw miles of the most insane prefabricated housing and building. I asked all the CEOs of these companies, how long does this take? I met with FEMA and HUD, 3 days. 3 days. And all of this is cheaper than trying to take over, kick senior citizens out of their buildings. Is what happens. They kick them out, and then the NGOs come in and they spend 4 years. This is LA. This is LA's timetable.
Where is this facility going to be?
It's on beautiful federal land property.
Where, in LA County?
Well, when I'm mayor, I'll go meet with the federal government and I'll get the property. Right now, I'm just running, so I can't give you the exact address because I don't have the legal responsibility to go represent Los Angeles and say, can I have this land? But when I'm mayor, I promise you, because we have the Olympics coming and everybody in the government wants LA to be the #1 most beautiful city, they will work with me to give me the land I need.
So you're going to move these 40,000 people somewhere, and you're going to have this facility up in, you said, how long?
Here's what you got to realize.
90 days?
Let me explain something. These 40,000 people, 60% of them, City Watch just announced this week, are not from Los Angeles. They're not from California. These people have been bussed in by scam rehabs, scam NGOs, scam homeless nonprofits. These people, when I unplug them and say, we're not taking our tax money anymore, they're all going to Seattle, where the mayor will welcome them. These are products to a lot of people. So the people that want to keep doing drugs and live on the sidewalk, a lot of these people are going to leave. The other ones, there's a lot of criminals. There's people that are getting naked in front of kids. They're going to jail. The people that are torturing animals, they're going to jail. So not everyone goes in the same box. So we have the money, we have the resources, and we have the facility.
Now, on some level, I don't think this reporter is so stupid that he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, where's it going to go? On federal land. Which federal land? Well, I'm not the mayor yet, so I haven't negotiated with the federal government in order to pick out the land. No shit. And the reporter knows that. You don't get to interview mayoral candidates on local news by being dumb, but he's pretending to be dumb. Why? Because the average Democratic viewer out there is really dumb. Some of them are in the comments section on my Twitter page right now. Pretty wild stuff. But speaking of people who are actually dumb, speaking of people who are very, very, very dumb, well, if you watch this show enough, you know exactly where we're going. And of course, that would be the 11 a.m. hour on ABC. Let's check in on the ladies of The View, because they are miffed. They are befuddled at the fact that Jackson Dart, oh my Lord, Jackson Dart would dare introduce President Trump at a rally. Now, I know this is going to come as a shock to the midwits on that show. But it turns out a 23-year-old guy who looks like Jackson Dart with a mullet who grew up in Utah and played at Ole Miss might be a Republican. He might be. I don't know. But the ladies of The View, they're confused.
New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart surprised a lot of fans and some of his teammates Friday for this appearance off the field. Take a look.
What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
I want to thank Jackson Dart. This is going to be a future Hall of Famer in my book. Thank you. Thank you, Jackson. Great. I'm looking at Jackson. I'd like to know, is there any woman in the audience that thinks they can tackle that guy? Because I'd like to meet you. I'd like to shake your hand. I don't know. Jackson, you think you could play against women okay?
I don't know what all that was.
Well, that's because you're an idiot, Whoopi Goldberg. You see, on shows like this one, and I assumed on The View, when you cut a clip and you play 5, 15, 20 seconds of it, you usually watch the full clip in order to get the context so you would understand it. That came in the middle of a rant about men playing in women's sports. And President Trump was asking the question, do any of the women in here think they could tackle Jackson Dart? But Whoopi Goldberg must have her braids tied too tight because she just doesn't seem to be able to understand what that had to do with. Then they went on to talk to Sarah Hayes. I know you don't know who Sarah Hayes is. She's the relatively attractive blonde lady that ABC can't make famous. Then they got football analysis from Joy Behar, which is hilarious. I'm not going to make you all sit through that because we've only got about 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure that I get to the part of the show that I've been looking forward to the entire time. Before we get to that, guys, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sale because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, let's have a little bit of fun, shall we? Let's have some fun. Because my New York Knickerbockers beat the shit out of the Cleveland Cavaliers over the course of the last week, being the first team in many decades to sweep 2 NBA playoff series in one postseason. The best part about it, of course, was that during Game 3, the cancer that is Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were sitting courtside to see the New York Knicks kick the crap out of the Cleveland Cavaliers. We even got to see Travis Kelce chug a beer because apparently he's 19 years old. But I do want to congratulate the New York Knicks fans. I really do. Die in the wool, New Yorkers, baby. We've been waiting for this for a long, long, long time. We sat through Isaiah Thomas trying to end the franchise. And I want to thank the New York Knicks fans out there for handling this sweep with elegance and grace. I'm only kidding.
Right now, we're not going It's the king of New York. I love you. This is insane. This should look like the Christmas parade. How the fuck did he even get up there? Let's go.
Let's go, Knicks! Let's go! Now, Zorhan Mamdani tried to shut down the after party in New York City. Of course, that was unsuccessful because everything he does is unsuccessful. And I can't imagine why he'd want to do that. Just to be clear, those people are like 3 stories in the air. It was a party on 6th Avenue, for sure. And once again, I'll say it again, I want to thank the Knicks fans for handling it. Clear that we haven't won anything yet. We haven't won anything yet, so to see scenes like this one is a little bit odd of a man crowd surfing on top of a barricade down 6th Avenue.
Oh, no, look at this guy. Oh, my.
Yeah. Oh, 7th Avenue, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. He's on top of the street pole. He's on top of the street pole. I also saw... I also saw a midget being thrown off of the top of the taxi stand, and then I saw a guy in a wheelchair being carried throughout the crowd. We're just different here. Guys, it's 4 p.m. and I've got to go to that hellhole right now, so I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Welcome to the show, everybody. We've got big news over the Memorial Day weekend. First, sensational reports that claimed an Iranian Revolutionary Guardsman plotted to assassinate the president's daughter. Then, the next day, President Trump signaled peace in the Middle East was coming, or it was at least close, after he spoke with allies from Arab nations. And then this news sent Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, and Mark Levin into a panic. All of this happened after Tulsi Gabbard suddenly announced her resignation to be with her sick husband. And then, of course, Vice Admiral Robert Harward's bizarre appearance on Fox News where his mask was slipping. Some say literally. It's also primary day in the state of Texas, where Rhino John Cornyn and Ken Paxton face off in a runoff election where President Trump's endorsement streak is once again on the line. We've got a ton to get to in the short days that we've been absent here, plus the holiday. So stick with us. We're going to try our best to get to it all. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV. And in the co-host seat, we've got Rob Spencer is with us. Rob, how you doing?
Paul, just an honor to be here with you, man. I feel like it's been a while. I just really do. And I saw all this stuff happening over the weekend, and I thought, oh my gosh, like you wanted to just say, hey, let's go live. Let's go live right now, because it was just happening. So much craziness. My goodness, man. And so glad to be on with you. Excited to talk really all through these. I've got a lot of thoughts, and there's a few things that make me angry.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what's Rob mad about today.
Well, I think what's obvious to me, just based on, and it's not anything breaking news, it's not anything like a new revelation, but it is that, no, there are really people out there, like the Ted Cruz's, your Lindsey Grahams of the world, that they just want war. And if the war isn't exactly done, exactly the way they want it, then they want the war to continue. And we're over here, looking at $5 a gallon gas or something. Yeah. I saw somebody over in California paid $8.
Well, that's California's nuts, right?
But still, it's just this is a conservative person over in California on Twitter was saying, they paid $7.99.
Right. If we're $4.20, I think is what we're like. We're $4.19 here in the state of Arkansas. That means that it's higher in other places for the most part. Because we just have a really low cost of living here. But I'm pretty sure that the feelings on war were solidified, like the feelings of the masses were solidified in a song that went, "Wall, huh, good God, y'all, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing." Right? Yep. I mean, Lindsey Graham, the only reason that he wants the war, let's just be honest, Lindsey Graham is getting rich off of wars. Lindsey Graham is a warmonger. I've said it. I've been screaming it. I pray Mark Lynch somehow knocks him off the perch, because Mark Lynch is an absolute hammer that would be fantastic in the United States Senate. But I don't know. And that's in South Carolina, that primary. When's that election
So that
coming
primary
up?
is June the 9th.
June the 9th.
So 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, so we're coming up on that. Huge primary today in the state of Texas. We've got to get rid of these warmongers and rhinos. Now, I like Ted Cruz overall for the most part. And I know that probably he's coming from what I would say a place of, hey, we've got to make sure that the threat is completely knocked down. But what are you going to do? You're going to blow up the whole damn country?
That's the thing. It's like, I know that's what you want, but that can't happen without either nuking them or going with ground troops, which are going to cost thousands of American lives. Like, it's obviously a stalemate. It's obviously a quagmire, and Iran is not Afghanistan. They're not Iraq. They are a different type of country. They also clearly have, ironically, the topography advantage. And I say ironically because I've made this, this comparison before. The Strait of Hormuz is not unlike the Hot Gates of Thermopylae with Leonidas, the mighty 300. I know that's a physical battle, but this is an economic one.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're like sending it into this kill zone.
And it's ironic because the Iranians are the descendants of the Persians, and they're using a Western tactic.
With Xerxes,
yes,
and he was very effeminate.
And it is what it is. And look, people said that this was not going to be quick and easy. But I think there were some that thought it would be quick and easy, and here we are. And
what conflict? I mean, very few conflicts actually are. I mean,
Venezuela.
We had
think that's like that. Venezuela was, we were in and we were out, but that's Venezuela is not Iran.
You're an ant. Like a Venezuela is just an ant that could be squashed at any moment. It's not Iran. Iran is a power. It's got a lot of weapons. Far as we know, it doesn't have a nuclear weapon, and that's what Donald Trump is trying to prevent. And you gotta ask yourself, like so many times, I think we all get just really frustrated at the no new wars promises of Donald Trump. You think he just forgot that when he saw something there in the intelligence that he was given, whether it be bad or not, I don't know. Like, or what's the word? Like it was like agenda driven. right? You've got these warmongers who are providing intelligence that is agenda driven. But suffice it to say, in my opinion, that Donald Trump believed that it was necessary. I don't think he's doing it as just some nod to Benjamin Netanyahu. We can do a postmortem about all of that stuff, but I think that we forget. I saw a video that forgets that why Donald Trump is doing this. He ran for president now 3 times. He won. Well, let's just be honest. He won 3 times. Donald Trump won the presidency 3 times. He was given it twice, and he's not taking a salary for this. And he is he benefiting because it's the most power? You're the most powerful person in the world. Yeah, I mean, any businessman wants power. It's at a certain point, money just becomes a number. It doesn't really matter if you're a billionaire or a multi-billionaire or whatever. But anyway, I caught myself over the weekend saying, this is the man that I have voted for 3 times. Do I agree with everything? I wish he would stay off Truth Social at midnight. Stay off there. Quit calling these people just because they disagree with you. Lauren Boebert, I don't agree with everything that she's ever said, but I think that she's a patriot. I believe that Lauren Boebert has the best interest at heart. If she was in Arkansas and she was running in Arkansas, I would definitely vote for her. I would have no problem voting for a Lauren Boebert. Do I agree with everything? Do I agree with her backing Thomas Massie? The more and more I see about Thomas Massie, now he's coming out and saying, hey, he said he was not going to run for political office again, but now he's filed for political office to run in 2028. So, and for him to have these principles that he had, I'm going off on all these side tangents here, Paul, but stick with me.
It's been a busy weekend.
It has been, but
There's
this is
so
all
much
this
news.
Yeah, all this stuff just kept going through my mind, and I just said, you know what? For Donald Trump to come out so hard against Thomas Massie, it was not because he just disliked him personally. He was coming after him because you are not fulfilling the obligations that the American people elected us to do. They gave us all 3, right? They gave us the Senate, they gave us the House, and we already had the House, but they made sure that we kept the House and the Senate and the presidency. And Thomas Massie was a no vote on all of these times. Like when we needed you the most, you were a no vote. And I found myself increasingly getting frustrated with Donald Trump about some stuff. And then I thought, man, even in our own marital relationships, do you absolutely just love every single thing about your wife?
Yes.
Right? Right? Like, let's be honest. When you have 2 human beings that are different, when like you're in a relationship, like it's, they call it the 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule. And I think I'm closer to a 95-5 with Donald Trump versus a 199 with Kamala Harris, right? I'm a 95-5. Like I agree with 95% of the things that he does, but this 5% gets so amplified by the leftist media and even by the people on the right who just hate Trump and all of that stuff. This 5% just becomes so, the lead. It becomes the story, right? It becomes the feature. And I just found myself following in that trap, I guess is what I'm trying to say. This weekend reminded me why I voted for Donald Trump 3 times.
Yeah. Well, I think the 5%, though, is, I don't know what you want to call it, what will, this is on the, Iran war, so I guess we'll just say that's part of the 5%. That's a big one, right? The constant Middle East wars.
Yeah.
Israelis' foreign policy being baked in with American foreign policy. It's a big one that, again, we don't have troops on the ground yet,
Sure.
So yeah, I
have concerns
understand
the
that,
Eric
right?
Kushner thing.
Yeah,
I get all that.
But that's
Jared Kushner.
That's kind of a policy that has been a both party thing for a long time, and so the idea of moving on or doing something different is a big deal, and saying that it's not going to happen, and then we are where we are right now.
Yeah.
in what to me just kind of at this point looks like a stalemate. And I think President Trump knows that that's what it is. I mean, look, I know we can talk about how Iran's decimated, but the word decimated should mean like defenseless. Okay, well, so we've won then, and we haven't because we're not putting ground troops in, and I don't want to put ground troops in. I didn't want this thing in the first place. So I think President Trump is wanting to get something done here. If anything, he knows that this is an unpopular war right now. Polling is showing that. There's a Fox News poll that we covered on Thursday or Friday at a Fox that was showing this now, which I think is significant. So what the events that unfolded over the weekend, I guess I wasn't able to do a show Friday. Obviously, we were off Monday. The events that unfolded over the weekend, I started, and this was, I think, on Friday, I started seeing these stories and everybody retweeting them. It was going crazy that, oh my goodness, there is a rogue Iranian National or Revolutionary Guardsman who has been caught. He has been caught trying to plot an assassination against Ivanka Trump. And, this was a dime a dozen. This is Eric Metaxas' tweet.
Who says he's rogue?
Well, let me just see here.
Right. I mean, like this is the New York Post, but as
an assassination by a terrorist in a twisted plot of revenge. This guy's an Iraqi. He's from Iraq. Mohammed Bayer Saeed Dawood Al-Saadi. It's a long one.
Sorry,
2, 3,
man. I'm not trying to be racist, but that's just what
you got. Five. You got five
ever.
Names I can't pronounce. But anyway, so this is the story.
How many names do you need?
And you got Eric Metaxas. It's time for President Trump to pull the pin on the grenade and obliterate the Iranian regime. Now, what would that mean? Okay, are you talking about going after their infrastructure? That's what some people say. Obviously, then you have others that are going to be like, well, that's going to permanently hurt the civilians there. They would murder millions of us if they could. It's time for regime change, even if that might mean boots on the ground. Destroying them is America first. So you had stuff like this. You had stuff like this going on, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to be real. Like, this is, what I thought when I saw, and this wasn't the only one. You know what I thought? I was like, man, we must be really close to a peace deal. I mean, that's what I thought, because all of this stuff gets amplified as another reason. We've got to give President Trump a reason
war machine.
to turn it back on, to get back to bombing, to get back to fighting.
That's a great point.
It was everywhere. It was like a light switch went off, and everybody was talking about this plot.
Yeah.
And I think I'm right in this, because it wasn't until the very next day, on Saturday. By the way, Luke Radowski says, if there is a ploy to get Trump to bomb Iran, they would make a story like this possible. This story could absolutely be true, but I want to know more details. Me too.
Everybody knows that Ivanka is the apple of his eye.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knows that. Following it for years, and if you want to float that out there, like, he's a big fan of Barron too, right? He really likes Barron. Yeah. But Ivanka, if you want to float that out there, if you're a war machine that's saying, oh, you don't want to do a peace deal with them. They're trying to kill Ivanka.
Yeah, they're trying to kill your daughter.
Yeah,
so
it's clever.
So that was the day before. The next day, I'm at my dad's birthday party.
Yeah, you
right?
were texting us.
And it was that afternoon. It started to come across. And by the way, it was very interesting. Diverse group of people. Friends, family, getting their take on the war. Guess what? Boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, they don't like it.
Yeah. So you had all these generations.
Yeah.
You're like, I got everybody represented.
Some of the boomer sentiment was shocking. Was not what I expected. Anyway,
were they like enough is enough? Let's.
Well, yeah. I mean, and specifically mentioning Netanyahu's influence over Trump, and then I was like, wow, that's coming from somebody who is 65 or older. You don't see that a lot. Anyway, this is a post from President Trump. So this kind of gives us more context to this other news that we had with Ivanka. He says, I'm in the Oval Office at the White House where we just had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. Mohammed bin Zayed, I'm not going to read it, the United Arab Emirates. They've got all these other names. I'm not going to go through. Pakistan, Qatar, Turkey,
Everybody.
Egypt, Jordan, the Arab states.
Yeah.
Okay, the Arab states concerning Iran and all things related to a memorandum of understanding pertaining to peace. An agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the various other countries as listed. Separately, I had a call with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, which likewise went very well. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So this goes out, and we immediately start getting reactions from people like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Mark Levin. By the way, here's this one from this morning, which is John Bolton, of all people.
Hadn't heard that name in a while, ever since his house was raided.
Townhall.com, former Trump advisor says he wants peace talks with Iran to fail. Imagine
Go to
that.
hell. Go to hell. John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, and even Ted Cruz, if he wants this, as much as I like Ted Cruz, y'all can go to hell. Because what are we talking about, Paul? We're not talking about their children going to Iran and invading this country and putting their life on the line for what? Because they might get a nuclear weapon? I think you can do the majority of that with drones if you want to really keep them at bay. But I think that the smartest thing that Donald Trump has done here, sorry about that, I think the smartest thing that Donald Trump has done is listing all of the countries and the leaders and these influential people that are in these countries that are saying they are with me. Iran, you are on an island alone. Supporters of obliterating the nation of Iran, you are alone, because there's no need to do that. The leaders in the surrounding countries are in agreement. Will they break this agreement? Will Iran break this agreement? Yes, they're going to break it. They're going to break it. But however many years of peace, can we just thank God that we got that? Because these terrorist, crazy people who want to obliterate the West for very simply, they want to obliterate us for who we are, what we worship, all of those things. They want to obliterate us. But why the hell are these people wanting to vote to send ground troops, our children, into this country? Because they might get a nuclear weapon and they might be dangerous. When Japan bombed us at Pearl Harbor, it was black and white, folks. And that is the last time. Paul, don't go into conspiracies here.
No, you just raise up. You know what?
We were attacked here.
No. What I'm saying is, you're right. And
where was that attack? At Pearl Harbor.
Right, but what I'm saying is that motivation right there, that black and white event that gets us galvanized and says, okay, we'll send, is that what it takes to get Americans to say, okay, we're on board?
No, because we've had countless wars since then.
Right, but my point being is like that's just the stage that we're at. We're at the stage of it doesn't appear that we're going to put ground troops in, and it appears that President Trump is trying to get peace.
Yeah, but it's going to be at the begrudging whatever of John Bolton and Lindsey Graham, and it sounds like Ted Cruz as well. They're so pissed.
Well, here's Lindsey's.
Pissed off.
Lindsey's, if a deal is struck to end the Iranian conflict because it is believed that the Strait of Hormuz cannot be protected from Iranian terrorism and Iran still possesses the capacity to destroy major Gulf oil infrastructure, then Iran will be perceived as being a dominant force requiring a diplomatic solution. This combination of Iran being perceived as having the ability to terrorize the strait in perpetuity and the ability to inflict massive damage to Gulf oil infrastructure is a major shift of the balance of power in the region, and over time will be a nightmare for Israel. Also, it makes one wonder why the war started to begin with if these perceptions are accurate. I personally am skeptic of the idea that Iran cannot be denied the ability to terrorize the strait and the region cannot protect itself against Iranian military capacity. It is important we get this right. So while we're trying to get peace, you have Lady Lindsey Graham out here counter-signaling Trump, undermining Trump, trying to say, no, we can't do this. And fundamentally what it's about? His whole worldview was dependent on the idea that America is a superpower and Iran is a third world country with that doesn't have a conventional military. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Iran does have a conventional military.
Yes.
They have been planning on this. Now, we're not to the level where it's mutually assured destruction, which is one of the reasons they probably want a nuclear weapon, because then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now the whole world has to say, you're allowed to have your borders, you're allowed to have a country. Now, I know there's the whole, are they theocratically crazy and nuts and want to bring it the end times? Like, I get there's that whole other thing. But of course, my position is I'm skeptical of that. I just am. At least I think the radicals in the middle and in the very low believe all that. But I think there's something called self-preservation with these people, and just like with anybody else, I really do. I think there's a self-preservation aspect to it where you want to stay in the lap of luxury. You want to keep control of your country, and if you were to actually nuke another country, it would literally mean the end of your civilization. For real this time. But anyway, that's honestly another argument for another time. But the fact is, President Trump is saying, he's the guy who's trying to say this is the direction we're going. And over the weekend, he was completely undermined by somebody like Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham, Lady G. I hope that people of South Carolina, I think it's amazing that he continues to show his true colors, and I love it. I love that he's showing his true colors, because I want you to think about this. If you have a 19-year-old enlisted son or daughter in the state of South Carolina, you need to be watching this man's tweets. You need to be watching this man's post. Because if that is the elected representative that you are sending to Washington to continue to send to Washington to beat that war drum, if that's who you are doing, you are putting your children, your grandchildren, your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, all of these people that are enlisted, that have the potential to go over to seas to fight this, whether they are boots on the ground or not, they are in danger if they are enlisted. If they can be called up at any moment, whether they are literally having boots on the ground right now, they are in danger. I pray that the people of South Carolina are looking at this crap, and that Mark Lynch is a great alternative for the people. This man must have massive padding of his pockets from the war machine, because there's no other excuse for why the hell he wants to keep attacking everybody. Hell, he wanted to blow Russia. He wanted to go after Russia. And what did he say?
Putin. He wanted to assassinate.
He said we
Putin.
need to blow them. We need to blow them all, right? Yeah. Right? And there's all kinds. There's all kinds of sexual references when he did all of that stuff. But he wants to just blow up Putin. What the hell? That man has the most nuclear weapons of any country on the face of the planet. What are you doing? Quit listening to Lady G.
It just shows you how fragile, too, his whole worldview is. Like, the idea that this ends with, oh, yeah, this country is still a country with its own borders and sovereignty is unacceptable to them. But it also goes to show you how the whole Lindsey Graham's entire plan was all about escalation. This was not they all knew it. This was, well, let's get involved and let's start dropping the bombs, knowing that they can't actually get the type of regime change they want with just bombs, knowing that this will have to cost American lives. And it's already cost 13, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm remiss that I didn't mention that as we were celebrating Memorial Day or going into Memorial Day weekend, because that's 13 that we know of.
Yeah.
But here's Jack Posobiec in response to this. Many of the people who urged the president into Iran intervention in the first place are the first to oppose his negotiations.
Yep.
Not only is this ungrateful, it undercuts all of Operation Epic Fury's military successes.
Thank you, Jack. That is exactly my rant. My whole rant could be solidified right there. The same people who are pushing us into a war with Iran are the same ones who don't want it to end. Those people are not good for this country.
And again, I have intentionally not covered what's going on with Iran. I don't know if you guys noticed. The last show we did was probably a month or so ago when the Strait was open. It was closed. It was open. It was closed. And I got so frustrated with this Middle East fatigue, I made an intentional pivot on this program to stop talking about it and start trying to highlight the domestic issues and even some of the small successes that we're having here domestically. And on this show, because it was a big news day, we're talking about it. But again, like, the longer this goes on, the harder it is to win the midterms. The harder it is for us to have any chance at whatever's left on the agenda. For us to have any chance of it getting codified or passing,
there's nothing.
Trump doesn't need to be impeached. Okay, like that's where we're at with that as well. So again,
they've already said they're going to do it, Paul.
Yeah, they are, and so we need gas prices to come down. We need folks. The inflation at the grocery store is insane. I saw a guy post a video today. He bought one onion. He bought it was a $37 roast. It was like $36 roast. He bought that, an onion, a couple of cans of canned vegetables. It was like $47. He was like, folks, we can't do this.
Yeah,
I bought 6 things. And I paid $47 for it. It's insane. And with the gas up, obviously that translates to food, down the road. Oh, Mike Pompeo. Okay, the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay the IRGC to build a WMD program and terrorize the world. So Mike Pompeo comes out of the blue. Mr. Ozempic himself.
Oh, he's hurting. His feelings are hurt.
Yeah, he is.
He's in his feels. Mike Pompeo, I was a fan of him in Trump 1.0.
Yeah, but he ended up being a snake.
He ended up being a snake, and we didn't know it.
Yeah,
we didn't know it. Donald Trump Jr. said it best. He goes, as crazy as it was that we didn't win in 2020. Right, we did, right? Like the conservatives won, Donald Trump won in 2020. But as crazy as it was, he goes, I wouldn't have had it any other way, because what it did is it allowed us to get even more swamp creatures out of D.C., or at least out of Trump's administration. I've not really seen a whole heck of a lot of swamp creatures. I've seen people who are inept, i.e. Pam Bondi, right? I've seen that, but I haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of swamp creatures, but they all came out. John Bolton? How the hell was John Bolton ever trusted with anything? That dude wants to blow up the damn world.
Well, and then why again? I know he's been indicted, but it's so frustrating. Like, Bolton's been indicted, and yet these people are still going on CNN to give comments.
That just blows my mind.
Like they're still legitimate. And it's absolutely maddening.
Yeah.
Aaron McIntyre. So we're primarying Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and everyone else who turned on Trump tonight, right?
Well, listen.
No.
No. I mean, yeah, we are primarying Lindsey Graham.
Right. But Trump has still endorsed Lindsey Graham, right? So that's another. I don't know what you want to call that.
I don't know. I will never understand.
I'll never understand it ever. Derek Evans, former J6er, crazy to see how many U.S. senators are upset with potential peace. I hope everyone sees them for exactly who they are. I can't believe the way some of them are acting. Looking at you, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz. Then we get to Mark Levin. Now, this is interesting. At Retard Finder, or at I Find Retards over on X, notes that liberal beta male Harry Sisson and Mark Levin seem to be aligned on their outrage over the proposed peace agreement.
Yeah, Mark, I'm looking at you, Mark. If you are aligned with that butt pirate there, known as Harry Sisson, if you are aligned with him,
now he's straight, right? Is he straight, or is he officially out of the closet? I guess I should say. Like, is he?
Paul.
Is he?
Paul.
Okay.
Paul.
Look, I mean, I'm totally fine with making assumptions like this. I did the other day on who's that guy on Tupac. And Justin.
Oh, I heard that. That wrecked my world when
Justin
I heard that
Pearson.
Tupac was gay.
Well, he could have been. It was, very interesting. But anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, regardless, Harry Sisson, he may present as a person who likes women.
There you go. He presents.
Okay? He presents as a person who likes women. Mark Levin, What you need to do your Mark Levin. You haven't done that in a while, you know. But Mark Levin.
History teaches us that peace deals are best made after the enemy is defeated or surrendered.
Oh my God! Mark Levin is one step from Adolf Hitler with his with his we gotta destroy him. We gotta do this. We gotta do that. And I'm like, Mark, I agree with you on a lot of things, dude, but you got to chill the hell out. We can't blow up the entire world when the enemy is defeated or surrendered. What does that mean, Mark? What does that mean? Are you standing in the Capitol with a weapon drawn directly on the leaders?
Yeah, I mean, and again, at some point you've got a problem with topography. I mean, I'm sorry. The Strait of Hormuz is what it is.
What is defeated, Mark?
It's not very wide. They have control of it. It is what it is. And if you take out unless you are standing, and by the way, we're forgetting that the nation of Iran is the size of Western Europe. This is a giant country.
Yes.
So even if you got one of the cities or the main city, Tehran, and you were, you had our flag waving about it, you destabilize it to the point where then it becomes sectarian, and then you don't have any strongman that can tell people to not drone the ships coming through. Yeah. You still have to have some form of government there that can control. So your only other option is nuking them or literally fighting another 10-year war at least, and going town by town and costing thousands of American lives. And you know what? In the meantime, the Strait is going to still be bombed.
So what do we have? We have the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, which we don't hear much about, right? The Civil War. And all of these wars in the 21st century where there has been some sort of surrender, right? Okay. Adolf Hitler's surrender was down in that bunker and put a bullet in his head, allegedly.
Actually, there's documents now that suggest he did make it to Argentina.
He's alive. Him and Ava Braun.
I don't know about Ava.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, he's not alive now.
But regardless,
yes,
Germany.
I see what
Germany
you're saying.
surrendered.
I see what you're saying.
Mark Levin has got his head in the past here on this whole thing, like where you surrender and you send your sword. You send your sword to the other side. That just doesn't happen. The supreme leader of imperial leader of Japan, whenever Japan surrendered, right? What did he say? The war effort has not gone on in our favor, right? But they surrendered. They gave up their arms. So Japan doesn't. Iran is never going to do that because we're the devil. We're the devil to them, right? These Muslim terrorist Muslim nations, we are the devil. There is this mythical, historical version of surrender doesn't happen, and that's where Mark's at. He thinks that that's what happens. Yes, Donald Trump, we'll give you whatever. Yeah, they might say that behind the scenes, but they'll never say that publicly, ever. And so you think that they're going to do that? Mark, you got your head in 1865, in 1812. You got your head all the way back in all of these wars where that type of surrender just doesn't exist anymore. The surrender for Iran is, what other options do we have here?
This was on the 23rd. Israeli officials say U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is trying to secure an agreement at any cost and is the one pressing President Trump not to resume fighting. Mark Levin.
Houston, I think we have a problem.
It's like, come on, man. What are you talking about?
You have a problem. You have a problem because you just want to blow them off the country.
This is just a result. It's showing.
I'm just done.
It's showing what we already know.
I'm just done with the warmongers.
No, I know. But this is.
I've said it a million times.
Look, this is a reason why Nikki Haley did not get the nomination for president of the United States.
100%.
Right, and yet we're already way further in than we should have been. And and it's totally derailed a lot of the domestic agenda.
Well, as I said, I've got a 15-year-old son who talks about joining the military. That's all he wants to do is to join the military. And I don't want people like Lindsey Graham and certainly Mark Levin with his bull crap. You know, this is terrible. You know, and does he still get a Fox hit? I don't even know if he still gets a Fox News hit.
He still has a Fox show on the weekends.
Oh,
man.
Lord have mercy!
It's very, very poorly reviewed.
I can't stand.
Very
I can't
low
stand
ratings.
listening to him. But Give me a Brett Baer. Get just the news, man. Just give me just give me that any day. But anyway, I've got a 15-year-old son who talks about going to the military, and I don't want a Lindsey Graham in charge of my son's future. I just don't.
Amen. Absolutely. I mean, and it was everywhere. You had so many of these tweets. I'm just letting you guys know. It was the knives were out over Memorial Weekend. David Vance, Lindsey is right in what he is saying. Read it. No matter how you try to cut it, any deal. Listen to how crazy this is. Any deal short of the total destruction of the regime is a betrayal.
A betrayal.
A betrayal.
Oh my God.
Any deal. Do you realize how many American lives these people are talking about playing with?
What are you doing, man? Yeah,
I don't know
what are
who
you
this
doing?
is. If President Trump signs the deal, he may as well have never exited the JCPOA because this one is worse in every possible way.
Who is that person? I don't even.
I don't know. I'm just somebody compiled
Saeed
these. If the U.S. agrees to release funds or lift sanctions in exchange for the regime reopening the Strait of Hormuz, then Washington will have effectively accepted defeat, and there will be no way to spin it.
Yeah,
I don't even care.
Saeed.
I don't care what the spin is, honestly, at this point. And then you had, along with that, you have people like this. Let me see. So I don't know who Max Twain is, right?
It's not Mark's brother,
but you had people starting to attack Trump with this AI image of him bowing before an Iranian Ayatollah. Right?
Oh my!
This is
my God.
This is what was going on over the weekend, and I just thought this all because you had a conversation with the Arab nations, said it went well, had a conversation with Israel, also said it went well. And said that, hey, we think we've got something here. And X went absolutely nuts. And again, keep in mind of the timeline. It is the timeline here that has me. I'm sorry. This is what I think happened. There were rumors that peace was near. So all of a sudden, we get this story about Ivanka Trump potentially getting assassinated.
It's almost like the October surprise.
Yeah,
it's in that same mentality.
Oh no! You don't want to do this. Look, they'd kill your daughter. If they
kill
could.
Your daughter.
Then we have the what do we got? We have the news. Okay, well, we may have peace. Then you have the total meltdown. Then you have this. And by the way, all of this was happening on the heels of Tulsi Gabbard announcing her resignation, which was
awful.
Which was awful. Yeah, and
we understood why.
Matter of fact, we're going to take a break. We're going to reset. We're going to come back and talk about Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay.
Sound good to you?
Sounds good.
Okay, don't go anywhere, folks. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Back here in just a moment after a quick break. Thanks so much for being with us.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba. So we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had a fantastic Memorial Day weekend. I know I did. Barbecued my little socks off and had a blast. Rob, did you spend any time? What'd you do on Memorial Day?
Okay, so on Saturday, I smoked a Boston butt. On Memorial Day, yesterday, I grilled out and got myself in my feels a little bit about something, and wasn't planning on talking about it. But since you brought it up, I'm going to talk about it.
Go for it, brother.
We've got this great back area with a deck and this pergola and these lights and all this. So it's really cool. So my wife adds this great birdhouse out there to bring in the birds, right? And then several weeks later, she adds 2 cats to our house. Okay, and I just said, listen, honey, I'm worried about these. It's like the lambs to slaughter here. You've brought these birds in here, and now we've got these predators. And sure enough, it happened, because those cats will bring you. They bring you the carcass, right?
Yes, yeah,
they bring it to you.
Good servants.
And they brought this little bird up there, and he was all bloody and all that stuff. And I just said, well, I'm a 46-year-old man, and I'm about to cry about this bird because I feel guilty because we brought this bird, we brought this bird in here with this bird feeder. It's like we brought them in here to our predators. And I got really upset about it. And so I had about an hour there where I just kind of zoned out and got real frustrated. My wife had to come ask me if I was okay. And I just said, I'm really disappointed in us. I'm disappointed in what we've done, And so, yeah. Has nothing to do with it. Memorial Day has nothing. It just happened yesterday.
You just had a wake for a bird.
I'm still a little salty about it today. Just to be honest with you.
Well, it's one of those things. This circle of life, as they say.
No, that's what my wife said. She said it's the circle of life, and I said, listen, are those cats going to eat that bird? No, they're not going to eat that bird. They just killed it for no reason. Just to say they did it. Just a trophy.
Wow.
Move on. I can't handle this.
That's great. So real quick, I don't mean to belabor the point.
Right.
So you want the cats and the birds to be separate. You want either no cats or no birds.
I can't stand cats. I don't like cats anyway. We got a dog. We got a lab, Bucky boy. I go get him on Wednesdays. We know now. I don't have to miss the show to go get him. But
anyway. Okay. Well, anyway,
you understand. I want these cats to stay away from these birds.
I got you.
Leave them alone.
I understand.
If you're going to kill them and eat them, okay. Oh, even though these cats are well fed, you're going to kill them and eat them. All right, well, what can I say about the circle of life? But you're just killing them to be killing them.
Yeah. Well, so we got a cat. I'm not a cat person at all. But this
somebody said give Rob a tampon. I can't deny that. I can't deny that.
I think most men listening to this are like, what in the heck is going on?
I was just listen, that cute little bird. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, man.
Well, so we got a cat. I went on a deer hunt for 4 days and came back, and there was a cat that my family had picked up. And they know, I mean, if I'd have been there, there's no way. But this cat, I've always not liked cats because cats are not like dogs. But for whatever reason, this cat is like wants affection, will come when you call it. And we had some snakes. We had some rat snakes, that got born in the spring. And she ferreted those things out. So, if anything, that's a good service because I hate snakes.
They've killed about 5 moles in my yard, and the moles in my yard make me feel unchristian-like. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I hate them. We got
say
a mole
some
problem,
unchristian-like
too.
things with moles.
Okay, so Tulsi Gabbard, we got news over the weekend. When was this? Was this on Friday too?
That's right. Yeah, tell us how you feel about this in the comments, and I will try to read some of those on air as we wrap up the story.
So, as we've said, Tulsi Gabbard has been really just a consistent bright spot within the Trump administration this entire time. Under Tulsi Gabbard, we have found out about the Obama and how he ordered the fake intelligence assessment that basically corroborated the lies of the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Mm-hmm.
We know also now about Eric CIA Ramella, who, by the way, I think was involved in that, but also involved in Trump's, Ukraine impeachment over the phone call with Zelensky and everything else, and how that was moved on without evidence and coordinated with the Democrat chairman of HIPSI, Adam Schiff. So we know a ton, and there have been criminal referrals referred to the DOJ. Tulsi Gabbard has done her job, and she's not finished yet. She's got another 34 days left on her job. She says she's going to continue to unveil and uncover a lot of things. We hope that she does. There have been people, the same people that are all for a war with Iran, that could spiral and out of control, are also ones that appear very skeptical of Tulsi Gabbard because she is obviously has been an anti-war voice, somebody that fought in Middle Eastern wars herself and went over there and served. She has a perspective that a lot of this is should be handled diplomatically, and it is what it is. So you had the reports that she was going to be fired. You even have some people say that that's exactly what this news was, that she was actually fired, but this was President Trump being gracious. I don't know. The official line is her husband has a rare form of, is it blood cancer or bone cancer?
Bone cancer.
And he's got to fight this, and so she's going to resign to be with him during this treatment.
Well, in a government job, if you're not familiar, especially if you're a cabinet person here, a government job is just it's a lifestyle. It's not a job.
Right.
I mean, you live and breathe this thing. There's really not days off.
Yeah.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders, our governor, she wrote a book about, basically a car pulled up. She got a call on Christmas Day, and a car pulls up and says, "Hey, come get in the car." And it was taking her to a plane. She couldn't tell her husband or her kids. She was leaving on Christmas Day. She couldn't tell them where she was going because she didn't know. She didn't know until she was in the air and they were going over to the Middle East to celebrate with the soldiers on Christmas Day. She had no clue, right? That's what it's like to be a cabinet person, or in her case, press secretary. But that's what it is. So if these reports are true, which it sounds completely legitimate to me, that if your husband or your spouse of any kind is dealing with a rare form of cancer, what are they going to do when you're just not there?
Yeah.
Right? You're just not there. And then, so what I look at is Donald Trump's post about her versus other people who have left his administration, whether it be Trump 1.0 or the second one.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's literally no way you could be mad. If you're President Trump, there's no way you should be mad at, or unsatisfied with Tulsi Gabbard, because she's literally proven that you were framed for treason, and that there was a color revolution run by the intel oligarchy against you and the American people.
Yeah.
We now have that. Now we're going to be sitting down soon with the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Congressman Rick Crawford. We're going to be sitting down with him soon, and I believe next week you'll get to hear that interview here on LFA TV and YouTube and Rumble.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who the replacement is.
Well, that's the thing is Congressman Rick Crawford is on a short list
of 4 names that I saw.
Yeah, of potential replacements.
Now, whether that's the real short list or not,
who knows? He would be a great fit because he's already worked well.
Do you think he would take it?
I think he would. Yeah, I would hope so. Just the fact that it was Rick Rick was the one sitting on this report that he and Devin Nunes compiled, but Nunes could be a replacement. By the way, Nunes could replace Tulsi as well.
He's definitely a favorite of Donald Trump,
and he stepped down a couple months ago from the Truth Social job that he was at, CEO, I think.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of moving pieces here. I am upset. Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed. I'm going to take the reports at face value. I think, obviously Tulsi Gabbard now has a pathway to go run for whatever she wants to run for. And the neocon pro-war in the Middle East, flank of the party, they're not going to support her at all, right? Obviously.
Right. But I think that the true conservatives, the true patriots realized what she was doing. Like the people that that elected Donald Trump and all of these people are like, hey, we're tired of the swamp.
Yeah, well,
give us a Tulsi Gabbard.
And to actually highlight all of the great work she's done, we can best do that by showing you a report about how the CIA was spying on everything she was doing, even down to the keystrokes on their computer. Independent journalist Catherine Herrell filed this report over the weekend as well. Headline, exclusive, strong indicators CIA was tracking DNI Gabbard team emerged months ago. Based on my reporting, she writes, it was well known in national security circles that a CIA investigative unit had sent emails to several members of DNI Gabbard's Directors Initiative Group, or DIG, demanding they come in for questioning. While the CIA unit routinely conducts polygraphs and investigations, the timing of the request was concerning. It did not appear to be part of a standard security clearance review. The alleged CIA monitoring of Directors Initiative Group was described by tracking every keystroke on their government computers and devices. Now, we know these programs exist because of Edward Snowden. He revealed a program called X-Keyscore that does just that, even your delete button. So while there is no expectation of privacy on government computers and users often see a login on warning, it did not appear to be routine counterintelligence work by the CIA. In recent testimony before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, chaired by Senator Rand Paul, CIA Senior Operations Officer and whistleblower James Erdman III alleged that the CIA illegally spied on the computers and phones of Directors Initiative Group, along with their investigations and contacts with whistleblowers. The DIG investigated. Now, what were they investigating? JFK assassination, RFK assassination, MLK assassinations, the origins of COVID-19, Crossfire Hurricane, how Obama framed Trump for treason, the Biden administration's domestic surveillance, and then anomalous health incidents and unidentified aerial phenomenon. So UAPs and anomalous health incidents have to do with supposed direct energy weapons or these next-gen weapons, Havana syndrome. And we'll talk more about this. So Erdman, the whistleblower, provided detailed testimony about the DIG's investigations into directed energy attacks, also known as Havana syndrome or anomalous health incidents. This was not the first time the CIA appears to have been monitoring DIG communications. Individuals involved in our AHI investigation discovered third parties were listening in on secure phone calls at intelligence community facilities. In one instance, it was during a conversation with a whistleblower. These incidents were also reported in counterintelligence channels, and DNI IT experts confirmed that reproducing what occurred on the secure phone calls required an IT engineering work order. Someone had to request a technical change to the infrastructure. During its investigation of AHIs, again, directed energy weapons, My reporting reveals additional allegations that the CIA denied DNI Gabbard's investigators access to key analysts and officials still working in the CIA building, as well as relevant, highly classified intelligence held in compartmented programs. I also understand that requests to review internal CIA correspondence communications regarding the Biden-era AHI intelligence assessments included whether the intelligence was manipulated and the findings altered. That was blocked.
Wow.
The Biden-era intelligence community assessments concluded it was unlikely that a novel weapon or foreign adversary was responsible for the debilitating brain injuries suffered by spies, diplomats, military personnel, and some civilians, injuries that can lead to brain cell atrophy and death. As I reported in February, a dig report and findings into directed energy attacks were finalized and prepped for release, but there was strong intelligence community resisting it. We're still hopefully going to get that report between now and when Tulsi Gabbard leaves. The report is still not public. Judicial Watch is suing for the records. She goes on, based on her reporting, DNI Gabbard's task force into weaponization and politicization found that the analytic tradecraft used by the intel community under Biden was defective. And it just goes on and on and on.
So Catherine, a lot of us remember Catherine Herrell. So she was on Fox, and then she went to, was it CBS?
I think so.
And then she poked the bear at CBS and lost her job.
Yep.
And so I have seen very, very few reports from Catherine Herrell that I would question, because she's just got really good sources here, and she seems to be at the bottom of it. But it goes to the overall point here that the swamp doesn't like it when they're being monitored. And Tulsi Gabbard was coming in. She was coming in as the hammer. And what did we see? And so we're seeing this in the comments as well, and I'm going to read some of these in just a second. But what did we see Tulsi do? She almost immediately confirmed what we all knew, that Barack Obama had ordered this fake intel report. She confirmed all of this. Now we're still waiting on the perp walks, but the DNI doesn't arrest people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So she's got to send that to the Justice Department. But where is that accountability? I hope that it comes from all of the work that she's done.
Yeah, I mean, like you're exactly right. In a perfect world, you already have a DOJ. Pam Bondi wouldn't have dragged her feet. I don't think Todd Blanche, I mean, he's done some good things that are surprising, but I don't trust Todd Blanche. The point is, she has fulfilled her role in the way that Republican voters expected her to do.
Correct.
Now, are there more conspiracies? Thomas Crooks, everything else? Yeah, there's more stuff, but she has fulfilled her role in a way that I think most people who believe that the government is corrupt and constantly lying to us and they always get away with it. And so she's performed that role well, and it's up to the DOJ to do something about it.
Right, and Rick Crawford sat in that chair and said, I was so relieved that finally I was asked about this information, because Rick has been on the Intelligence Committee for how many years since
he was on the committee during the first Trump administration.
I want to say 2018. That's the date that comes into my head. I feel like that's what he said to us. But regardless, he's been on there for 8 years, so he had all this information. He was so frustrated that Adam Schiff would get this intelligence, many of it classified, and then go out and speak to the gaggle of reporters. And he was so frustrated by that. So Adam Schiff needs to be arrested as well, as we've talked about. But anyway, so Rick Crawford said he was so relieved that the DNI would actually, hey, let's investigate this further. And she requested some information. He said, I'll bring it to you right now. Right? And so that's our local Congressman, Rick Crawford, and he's right in the thick of it. Also, Tom Cotton, our Arkansas senator, is also the Senate Intelligence Committee. So we're all involved in all of this stuff. Tulsi was such a huge, important part of that. And I don't think that people truly realize how much of a shakeup she was doing behind the scenes.
Well, normally, yeah, you're exactly right. Normally, I mean, I can't say it's unprecedented because I don't know. I think it's unprecedented in terms of public reporting. the DNI, which is supposed to be able to monitor the intelligence from the CIA and the other redundant intelligence agencies, most of the time, from what I can tell, the CIA knows that the DNI is on their side.
Oh yeah.
Because
they're kith and kin.
The NSA knows the DNI is on their side.
Yeah.
But this was the first time where it was very obvious that no, the Director of National Intelligence knows there's corruption, illegal activity, and wants to know where the bodies are buried, and are now going to use her access because she has access to all of what they have. And the CIA said no. In this instance, the CIA always wins.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. But what Tulsi was doing was she was airing dirty laundry, and they didn't like it. There's dirty laundry that exists, of course, that we know that it exists, but it happens behind the scenes, and they cover it up. Tulsi was airing that dirty laundry, and it's so disheartening because to have somebody like, do you think, I feel like the next person is going to fall short of what Tulsi was doing. I'm going to read some of these comments here. Logan 23 was like, Tulsi was amazing. Wanda Wilson, she was saying that I really hate that she's leaving. She's one of the good ones. And, others going on. No Wimp say, I hate to see her go. Also, I'm so sorry. No Eva Braun, which is funny that,
that's funny.
That's somebody's handle. No Eva Braun. I'm so sorry about Tulsi's husband. That's awful. I also think it's possible to give someone cancer, given the dedicated of research. I'm sure. Just saying. So there's another conspiracy theory. Like, hey, we can't kill Tulsi? Maybe we could take her out. I don't know.
Who actually said that? Who said that in the comments?
Ava Braun is the person in the comments.
All right, no Ava Braun.
So.
I'm just going to keep it real.
Yeah.
That was my first thought.
Are you serious, Paul?
Yeah.
You thought somebody gave her husband cancer?
That was my first thought.
Okay.
There's been a long-standing conspiracy theory that Ronald Reagan was given Alzheimer's after he left office, so that he would no longer be a political force.
That's incredible. Yeah.
So I don't know, but the idea that they don't have weaponized forms of cancer is naive. I would say they 100% have weaponized forms of cancer. If that's your goal, I mean, that would be like one of the first things you would study, try to develop if you're an intel agency and you're going against theoretically you'd be going against foreign interests or the Soviet Union or whatever, and then of course it gets weaponized against un-Americans because no government, and I'm going to say this again, with maybe the exception of a few, like North Korea, but governments are not monolithic, and we forget that. We like to assume our government's not monolithic. Our government's in this soft civil war, a cold civil war right now. Other governments are the same way right now.
Well, we've said it. We've said it a million times. Do you think that the senators and members of the House and the president are actually in charge?
Yeah. No.
I mean, because there's this behind the scenes swamp. Whatever you want to call these bad names for these individuals, but they've got agendas, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to, and it's all about power. It's all about control, and it's all like, yeah, we'll let you be a senator. We'll let you, or no, we don't. We don't have enough dirt on you to allow you to be a senator.
Yep.
Bad Moon said, I was talking to my barber yesterday, and we decided that the America is on the road to recovery if we can hold the nation good for the next 24 years. And I'm assuming that's in reference to, maybe J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio for 8 years. Like if there's some math there or something, I don't know.
Interesting.
But anyway, our chat is overwhelming. Like, I don't see anybody that's against Tulsi here whatsoever. I mean, everybody is.
Well, and I think that's that's why we were. When the news first broke, I assumed she had been fired, but I didn't know the details. I had just heard, and I assumed she'd been fired, and I was like, wow, that's a terrible mistake, just with the base. But apparently she wasn't fired. Obviously, President Trump tweets or posts on Truth Social
Yeah.
that he wishes her the best and that she's done a good job.
Well, what was that movie where someone was given a fake AIDS diagnosis and they killed themselves? Oh my gosh! Somebody help us in the comments there. There was a movie where there was an individual that was given this fake AIDS diagnosis so that he would be out of the picture, and he killed himself. And he was, whatever, and he was like standing outside of his car, and there's like a lake in the background. If this is striking,
I don't remember that movie.
I really just can't remember what it was, but essentially, like, I wonder, how far they would go. Would they give him a fake diagnosis, or would they go through the effort to, actually give him the bone cancer here? I don't know.
Senator Rand Paul, based on Catherine Herridge's reporting in our CIA whistleblower's testimony, the CIA appears to be illegally spying on Tulsi Gabbard's team, interfering with investigations on COVID cover-up, JFK, MLK, and RFK assassinations, UAPs, etc. We've got to get to the bottom of what they're hiding. Yeah, well, isn't that the whole goal? I mean, JFK famously, reportedly said, I want to shatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it through the winds. I mean, that is the goal here. That's been the goal since his assassination. And Tulsi Gabbard represented the culmination of that. Let's hope it's not the zenith of that. Let's hope that there's more to come, because our nation is run by the intelligence agencies, and until they are brought to heel and publicly put in jail.
The Net is what they're saying that movie is.
Yes,
I remember that movie. The
Julia
Net.
Roberts, right? Sandra
Bullock.
Sandra Bullock, her competitor at the time.
Yeah.
Yes, Sandra Bullock and The Net, when she, in the beginning of that movie, ordered pizza online at the very beginning of the movie, she was able to order pizza online. That was like
the first iteration of
it was like getting beamed
ordering
up onto the Enterprise. Like, that's how crazy it was. Yeah. This lady's so technically savvy that she orders pizza on the internet.
Yeah. I love our chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, they help us anytime we're stuck on, just these.
Okay.
The remembering of this.
I agree. The chat.
Let's go on to this
awesome.
crazy story. My 15-year-old son has got theories about this. He's bringing this up. I was like, dude, your algorithm is showing you this. He's like, yeah, I went down a deep dive of it, and I was just going on all this stuff. Yeah, he's
all right. So here's the deal. This is Vice Admiral Robert Harward. And he went on Fox News over the weekend, or maybe on Friday. No, this was Thursday. This happened because Eric and I did the show Thursday, and this came on my feed right before we went live. And I said, "That's a mask." Eric and I sat right here and had a debate about it. He was like, "No, that's not a mask. That's a shadow or whatever." And I was like, "Eric, no,
you called
it's a mask." And there are still people out there, and I get it. Like a lot of people don't want to say that this is a mask because of the other questions that follow. If it is a mask, it's like, why? How? Like, and I get it, but forget that. Forget the why, although it's incredibly entertaining to think about that. Let's just establish what this is and what it isn't, okay? So he's on there stumping for the Iran war, by the way. And what people have done is, they've looked at this.
So that was 3 days prior?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like he went in and had plastic surgery in that short amount of time and
Couldn't
they
have.
botched his neck.
Couldn't have. Let's see. I don't even know if there's audio.
I get involved, but again, their interests are at play here, but so are European interests, the rest of the Gulf nations, and so far, every has time on his hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows.
I mean, the respiratory action here, when he inhales and it's moving, and the guy underneath there clearly looks a lot younger, just based on the skin there. And this, people try to write this off. Well, it's a green screen and it's a shadow. I'm sorry, man. This guy's flapping in the wind, and he looks totally different. Look at what his neck looks like 3 days earlier. It's all wrinkled the way you would expect.
He looks 15 years younger on the right.
He doesn't even look like the same person.
Right.
And so, there's been, by the way, this is a very well publicized version of this, but there's other instances that have happened. I don't have them pulled, but there's other instances that have happened, not necessarily with him, but with other people where they've thought, hey, is this a Mission Impossible style mask? The CIA, back on the CIA, it's documented that they put, they're artists that put people in disguise. It's part of statecraft. It's part of espionage. It's what they do. And so I don't have any answers other than You know, here's another one. Let's go into a zoom here. So here's the clip.
Term effects on the regime and the people of Iran. So
Bro.
he's been very astute in leveraging that time.
Bro.
And so I don't see it
That's
as
a
negotiations.
mask.
It
Oh my
really
God.
is capitulation.
That's a man, baby.
Yeah,
That's a man.
And so what was interesting about this, Rob, as Greg Stitchfield, he said he said that he was going to have the Admiral on his show.
Yeah.
He told me personally he is not wearing a mask. Yes, Robert Harward. We called him. We asked him, what is up with this video online that shows this wild cut across your neck that looks like a Hollywood mask? He says he doesn't know what it is. He said he's not wearing a mask. He wished he had a mask, but he agreed. Yes, it looks crazy. So I said, hey, come on the Real America's Voice show tonight. Prove to us you're not wearing a mask. So you know what? The Admiral said he's in. He'll be on tonight, Real America's Voice, 7 p.m. Eastern time. This interview, I'm looking for.
Except for what happened.
He canceled.
He canceled. He's like,
he canceled.
He told me personally he is.
It's like the mass conspiracy gets bigger. Admiral Robert Harwood canceled his appearance. He told Grant Stinchfield directly that he would do
Lord.
it. So yeah, he canceled. And this is what Greg Stitchfield said. So adding to the conspiracy, the Admiral canceled.
Mm-hmm.
He canceled. Decided not to do it.
Well, a lot of people said that Biden was wearing a mask for, but I would have imagined he would have been better. If he was wearing a mask, wouldn't he have been better?
Well, it depends. I mean, again, this gets into motivation. Like, why do you do it? Like, if it's some giant demoralization psyop where, and I tell you why. If Biden, if there were actors playing, like for example, when Biden had the Las Vegas medical emergency and he was rushed to the hospital and then rushed to Air Force One, they didn't get to the hospital. The guy that came out the next day was like 6 inches taller than he should have been.
Yeah.
I've often wondered if it was James Comey himself. But then, honestly, I've just often wondered that. I think that'd be hilarious.
Like, hey, I got this tall guy here. But I don't know how he would have changed his voice, though.
But
voice modulators.
The technology has got to exist. I mean, but anyway, the point. Look at what AI can do right now. I mean, right now. I was given a piece of software the other day. I can tell you about Proposition like radio. Hey, we can use your voice for news stories. Anyway, just speak in, do 5 seconds. It was crazy. I did not agree to that. But the point is, when he came out there, you say, well, if he's wearing a mask, why wasn't he better? Well, the reason is because it was if you are the puppet master. Joe Biden was like a totalitarian's dream because he's in charge.
Yeah.
But he can't
He's
be
not
held
really in charge.
He can't be held accountable. So you are literally able to do all of the evil things you want to do with government, blame it on Biden, and then he's a bumbling idiot and so you don't really know who. He's the shield for the people behind him. And so it's perfect where he gets all the blowback for the open border, but he's a bumbling idiot that can't even, when he's interviewed by the inspector general, he's clearly not mentally fit to be held accountable by the DOJ. That's what they said. So it was a perfect dream. So that's why the characterization of him would still be, bad, would still be, I'm an Alzheimer patient, because it only helps those who are truly in charge never have to face accountability for their own policies.
Yeah, they're saying in the comments too. John Yarder was saying, don't forget I guess it's broken chin, then normal chin, then broken chin again. Like, do you remember anything about the chin with Biden?
No, I remember him having like a weird clump of skin that shouldn't have been frozen, like wrinkled, and then he had like a tab on his ear. I remember that one.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I said before any of the mask talk, I was like, that Joe Biden has different earlobes than the Joe Biden that, debated Sarah Palin.
Oh, sure.
Go back and watch the Sarah Palin-Joe Biden debate. He doesn't look anything close to the president of the United States.
Yeah.
that we saw for 4 years.
Well, I mean, it's amazing. You can go back to the 90s and how, I thought he was stupid, but Biden was a totally different guy. Like, if you were going to fast forward 30 years, you wouldn't have imagined that the Biden who ended his presidency in 2024, well, really 2025, that's what he was going to look like. He just looked like he looked like a walking zombie, in my opinion.
So, question though, why? Now we could get into the why. Why do you think, if he is wearing a mask, if Harward is wearing a mask here, why do you think he's wearing a mask? I can list off what I think.
Okay.
You want to go first?
You go for it.
All right. I don't know. I can just give you a few possibilities. Okay. Let's go with worst case scenario. It's probably somewhere in between these two. Worst case and best case scenario. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario is that this guy is been unalived and is now being used as a mouthpiece to promote, in this particular interview, to promote more and more war in Iran or wherever we're going to go next, okay? I think that's the worst case scenario.
Okay.
Best case scenario, actually, I'm going to amend it. Worst case scenario, that's some sort of alien underneath there, like not even a human being. I think that might be the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is that Hayward, and again, this is all speculative, that Hayward and others that do this actually have sold their likeness. That Hayward's on a beach somewhere sipping Mai Tais.
Could be.
And says, hey, you want to use me for, pay me X amount and, do a mask. I don't care. I don't have to be there. I don't care what's said in my name. But I do have this career as a vice admiral. I'm credible. But I don't want to have to do the work. And so it's a service that's offered by these media companies that are actively deceiving us, or maybe not even the media companies, but, the intelligence services. So I think that would be the best case scenario for why he's wearing a mask, if he in fact is, and I believe in my own eyes, and I'm telling you, I believe that is a mask. You got anything?
I just...
Or it's going to be one or the other, or a bunch of in-between possibilities there.
It just could. It literally could be all smoke and mirrors, and the CIA, controlling things.
Mockingbird Media,
correct?
Yeah. Operation Mockingbird.
And so, could that be it? I've seen some extremely realistic looking, masks. They're. If you ever want to commit a bank robbery, just order you some of those masks and go in there and do all of that stuff. But anyway, I just think that that looks way too weird.
I mean, his eyes look totally different.
Yeah.
The eyes on the left are not the same eyes.
Like, I would imagine a few less wrinkles, right? Because when you're on television versus on a podcast or something, of course, I don't remember, like the one that's the with the turkey neck here. Where was that? Was that on television or was that a podcast? Or do you know?
Looks like, just by the lower third.
Yeah, it looks like it's television as well. So maybe they just got different. Fox News. If it's Fox News on the right, we've seen all those anchors, and they're all filtered up. Have you ever seen Martha McCallum, like a real picture of what she looks like versus how she's filtered up on the story with Martha McCallum? But anyway, so that's not a surprise that there's less wrinkles, around his eyebrows and all of that stuff. But the neck, I don't know how you could filter all of that, and certainly I don't know how you could make it look like a mask.
Yeah, this guy, could have gotten. The mask alone. You can't get the neck is what it is. The other stuff would have to be a ridiculous amount of Botox. But I think the eyes are different, and I think he's got a wrinkle. He's got these wrinkles right here, right above his eyebrows, that are for the most part totally gone.
Well, Wanda
ears appear to be the same.
Yeah, Wanda Wilson in our chat there brought up a good point. Why is he wearing the same outfit 3 days later?
Ooh, that's a good point.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, he is wearing the same shirt.
That's the same shirt, same jacket, Paul.
Mm-hmm, yeah. I don't know, man. But
I don't know.
I mean, we're to the point where, just you got to believe your own eyes, and then you formulate your hypothesis after the fact. After we establish, that's not normal. That's not a shadow. That's not some green screen messing up or a lighting thing. And by the way, even if it was, also let's just contend the fact that these guys looked like totally two different people, regardless of the neck flap.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't think they look the same. So, I don't know. Okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, maybe we'll figure it out a different day.
Speaking of a different day, it'll be great tomorrow if I get to wake up, or later tonight.
Later tonight, maybe if it's called.
If John Cornyn is officially retired from the United States Senate.
You have to, I mean, if you're a John Thune and all of your allies are being systematically destroyed and taken out of office, like at a certain point you got to look up and say, well, with my self-preservation, I get it that the people behind the scenes here don't want me to pass this Save America Act, but my self-preservation, like this is my job. I'd like to not be primaried in 2028, and unfortunately for him, he's going to be primaried in 2028. Scott Pressler has moved from Pennsylvania down to Texas, and he's heading up to, what is it, North Dakota, South Dakota?
It'll be very interesting to see what happens when it comes to the voting fraud. And the reason I say that is because in the primary the last time, this program covered with Dr. Andrew Paquette, his reporting on what happened in Bexar County, Texas, where I don't think, I honestly don't think John Cornyn would have beat Ken Paxton in the first primary had there not been that fraud that was at the county level that Dr. Paquette exposed. So what kind of funny business is John Cornyn going to potentially do tonight? Now, some tweets have said that they're looking into independent voters. So because this is a runoff election, if you voted in the Democrat primary between Jasmine Crockett and Talrico in the first primary, you are not allowed to vote in the Republican runoff, okay? But if you are an independent or a Democrat for that matter, or I don't know, they may have closed primaries. But if you are an independent in Texas and you did not vote in the first primary, you may go vote in the runoff. So the Cornyn campaign reportedly has been targeting, very specifically the independent vote that did not vote in the initial race, trying to get them to come out and vote for Cornyn.
Which if you can't win in your own party, right? If you can't win the majority of Republican votes and you've got to step outside of your own party, that should tell you something about whether you should go or not. I have no problem with John Cornyn losing his seat. Somebody would say, well, he's bipartisan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And we need more bipartisanship rather than polarization. But I can say this. The Democrats don't know the word bipartisanship unless they're in the minority. They don't work with the conservatives unless the Republicans unless they have to, because their party's not falling in line, which does not happen very much at all.
Yeah.
Right. Most of the time they fall in line. The very few exceptions that we saw there were the 7 senators who joined to break cloture so that we could get the big beautiful bill passed. So there's going to be some that break ranks, but honestly, I think that's the left allowing it to happen. But Chuck Schumer saving face, being like, "Oh, these 7 Democrat senators, I wish they wouldn't have done that." But when he allowed it to happen,
right,
because if that's not, other than Fetterman, I think Fetterman's kind of walking to his own beat. But if you are an independent who is really left leaning and you're going to vote for Talrico, who would you rather run against? Would you rather run against Ken Paxton or John Cornyn? I would surmise that you would rather run against a Ken Paxton. And the reason being is because he is a true conservative Republican. He is America first. Ken Paxton is can be, and I keep using this word sledgehammer, but he can be a sledgehammer in that Senate, not a John Thune lackey, right? So if I look at it, and if I'm an independent who really is not really an independent, I'm a leftist, but I say I'm an independent because you don't want the moniker of being a leftist. Then I would rather my candidate run against Ken Paxton. A John Cornyn is harder to beat. He's an incumbent, and he has worked with the left on some things. So Cornyn can tout some of that stuff, that bipartisanship. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it's hard for me to think that you're so desperate that you're going to go for independence, because an independent would have to lean right to want to go for you, right? If they're leaning an independent who's leaning left, you got no chance with them.
Here is John Cornyn from yesterday, Fox News Digital.
You saw what happened to your friend Senator Cassidy a week and a half ago, what happened to Congressman Massey just the other day. How do you prevent suffering the same fate this week?
Well, my situation's different. President Trump has called me a friend and a good man, and we've worked with him closely for both terms of office. So I don't see my situation as the same. But, you know, in the end, it's Texans who are going to make that decision, and we're encouraging everybody to get out to vote during early voting, and it's looking positive. And, of course, tomorrow is the big day, Election Day. So we're working that as hard as we can.
I know you've gotten along with the president. You've helped pass a lot of his agenda over the years. Yep. But just in the last week, obviously, he endorsed your rival. And just on social media, just in the last 24 hours, he called you again very disloyal. How do you push back, or how do you convince voters in a Republican primary that you're with him?
Well, I don't know how much more with him I could be than 99.3% of the time. I can't interpret what's in the president's mind, but I have been supportive of him because I want him to be successful. I want America to be successful, and I want Republicans to be successful. But, you know, in the end, as I said, Texans are the only ones going to be able to make a choice, and I think Texans can be pretty independent.
Yeah, so
you saw what happened.
Polls close in 2.5 hours.
You're listening in Texas, folks. I'm sure if you're listening, you've already voted, but call somebody. Make sure they go out and vote.
Yeah. Call your friend. Call your neighbor.
Here he is from today.
Can I say something just negative about I hate to speak about somebody's appearance and all of this stuff, but he just looks like a swamp creature.
Maybe he's wearing a mask, Rob.
Maybe, and he sounds old. He looks old. He just Why the hell do we keep electing? And no disrespect to
it is what it is. I mean, people are just so. You're right. I mean, it's ageist. It is ageist to think this, but there's just this increasingly obvious that they're disconnected from reality, the reality of the American experience for Gen Xers and millennials.
Sure.
They just are totally disconnected from it.
Yeah, man. Give me the Tulsis. Give me the Brandon Gills. Give me the J.D. Vances, the Marco Rubios. These people that are still, they're old enough to have some experience, although Brandon Gill is really young. He's 33. But Tulsi, she's getting close to 50. J.D. Vance is in his 40s. Marco, I can't remember how old Marco Rubio is, but I would say he's around 50.
Yeah.
All of that. Old enough to have some experience, but not so old that and again, I'm not trying to say anything about just being old. I'm talking about this guy's length of time in Congress. And how many? I mean, how many terms as senators does freaking Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumers and Elizabeth Warrens and how the hell? I mean, Nancy Pelosi is still in office, right? Ever since freaking 90s. When is it going to end, man? Let's have some new blood in there, and that swamp will have less control, in my opinion, over these individuals because they just don't have as much long-term dirt on them.
Here is more from Cornyn from earlier today.
Ronald Reagan famously said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction, so that each generation must fight and defend that freedom. Edmund Burke said, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil over good is for good men and women to do nothing. So let's do our part by voting May 26th in the Republican primary runoff. I would appreciate your vote."
So, quoting Reagan
That's just
I mean, to your point, that is exactly the speech I would expect somebody from his generation to give at this point in time. As if it is like 2000 or 1990.
Correct. Like, I mean, how many people are going to be voting in this primary today and, early
I was
voting
on the
and all
fence
of that
until
stuff?
he quoted Reagan, and I just that's what won me over from old Cornyn.
He keeps saying Donald Trump likes him. He said Donald Trump called me a friend. Like, listen, I don't know why Donald's being so mean to me. He called me a friend. Like, dude, it's because you are seen as part of the problem. You are seen as part of this. Like, John Thune. Is John Thune the most... I mean, Mitch McConnell had a lot of people frustrated with him and all that stuff, but when the chips, like, for the most part, Mitch McConnell did, in my opinion, did the right thing. Oh gosh, now I say that I start thinking of three or four different things.
The only thing I can give Mitch McConnell credit for is the Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Okay,
but I'm not a fan of a lot of these justices and what they're saying now. I think they're going to screw the country on birthright citizenship.
But will you give Mitch McConnell one thing? He could rally his people. Mitch McConnell was pretty good at getting all of his people to vote the way he wanted them to vote. He was the leader of the party. I don't think John Thune is the leader of the party. I don't think he is the head senator. I don't think he's the one that is in control of the Republican Party.
You may be right. Or John Thune himself doesn't want the SAVE Act to pass. That's what I've been talking about with Eric. Have you ever considered that he does control it? But John Cornyn, Lisa McCaskill, have you ever considered that John Thune is a liar and that he actually doesn't want the SAVE Act to pass, and he's in league with these other senators, the other holdouts, and it's by design?
Politicians aren't liars, Paul. Come on.
I think
you're speaking foreign talk here.
Maybe it's something we should consider. So CNN is at the polls, and they have interviewed a Cornyn voter and a Paxton voter. Let's listen to this coverage.
Let's hear it.
I was torn because I was going to go with Cornyn. But when Trump backed, and I like who he backs, and so I went Republican.
You know what? Screw you, CNN. That is not the average Texas voter. Screw you. I hate CNN. I hate CNN. But that's well played. That's well played. Like, if you've got that in your pocket, if you're CNN.
Yeah, I was going to vote for Kronos, the Titan that
Lord have mercy,
that was defeated by Zeus. But I decided because Trump said Paxton, I voted for him.
No. She didn't just say because Trump said Paxton. She goes, because Trump, backed Paxton, so I voted Republican. Bitch, they're both Republicans. Knock it off.
All right, one more time.
I was torn because I was going to go with Cornyn.
Mm-hmm.
But when Trump backed, and I like who he backs, and so I went Republican.
So the president's endorsement was the deciding factor.
The power of Trump's endorsement.
I made one vote, and that was for Cornyn.
And why is that?
Primarily because he's not supported by Trump.
Oh, so President Trump's decision to endorse Paxton went against
Absolutely.
him. And why is that?
I think he's ruined my Republican Party. I think he's divided America. I think he's bad news. And I still lean Republican, so I voted for Cornyn.
Yeah, I mean, so somebody brought up in the comments, one thing I did think, this lady in the Beatles shirt, which awesome shirt, by the way, but she, may just been really nervous. You're being interviewed on live television here.
This is true.
I've never ever been.
It does
on
show you.
live
I'm sorry.
television.
It doesn't give me great confidence in like independent thought at all. When she's like, well, it's going to vote for that guy, but then Trump backed him, and so I'm vote this way. But it does show you. You can't deny, it shows you the power of President Trump's endorsement. And
Sure.
President Trump says, hey, this is where we're going. And so I think there's going to be a lot more ladies like this than there are men men like that.
She's not the only one who has voted that way. And CNN wants to, put her out there as some sort of representative of the average Texan in the voting in this primary. But how many times have we see, good grief, let's talk about 2024 and people that were interviewing black women and just saying, who are you voting for? Oh, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Well, why are you voting for her? Well, because she's a black woman. Well, yeah, but why are you voting for her? Well, I like her views. Like, what are some of your views? I just, they can't answer it. They're just voting for her because she's a black woman. Well, or Indian or whatever she is. Let's not go down that rabbit trail here, but we could talk about that a different day. But so we got the uneducated voters, the uninformed voters on both sides of it here. But you cannot deny, to your point, Paul, the power of Donald Trump's endorsement. He still has a hold of this Republican Party, whether that second guy, who I really question whether he's a Republican or not.
No, I agree. I think he was one of those independent.
Yeah, he's an independent. He's left-leaning. He hates, if you call yourself a Republican and you hate Donald Trump, you're probably not a Republican.
Yeah.
At least not anymore.
Yeah. Right.
And so, that's the two people that they chose to air. I'm sure they interviewed some other people that probably gave way more insightful answers, but they can't do that. They can't be CNN.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and reset here, and when we come back, we're going to talk about Alabama and how a 3-judge panel has now ruled that Alabama's new congressional district, the other one was redone because the Supreme Court said, hey, you can't have racially gerrymandered districts, and so the court allowed Alabama to change their map. They changed it. Now a 3-judge panel is saying that map is discriminatory, enforcing the old map back on the state. The old map that the Supreme Court said could be changed in light of their ruling in Louisiana that said you can't have racially gerrymandered districts. So we're going to talk about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Thanks so much for being with us.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around, 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back, folks. Thanks so much for being with us. Want to make sure that you like and subscribe to the LFA TV Rumble channel. And if you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe to the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. We would very much appreciate it. Paul Herrell Program. You can also find us on Rumble. Would appreciate it. A three-judge panel has found Alabama's 2023 map as intentionally discriminatory, issuing a preliminary injunction blocking its use for the 2026 midterms. The map flipped a blue-leaning seat to a red-leaning seat. I don't know why they tweet says 2023 because they just literally did it today. This month. Alabama's done that. So it's an interesting conundrum, Rob, because we're basically in a situation where the Supreme Court said you can't have racially gerrymandered districts. And so now they're coming to Alabama and saying, no, you can't use this. You can't use this map.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, it's going to go to the Supreme Court, but it's going to have to go on emergency because we got an election coming up.
Well, this is so weird because if you are a state Supreme Court and you are specifically passing something that goes against the United States Supreme Court, as if you're passing something that's in a direct contradiction, how can there needs to be something that just immediately strikes it down, right? Because this is like, whoa, this has already been handled, unless they're presenting it from a different way that the Supreme Court addressed it in the recent decision here. So I don't understand what these, and I don't know what the makeup of this. I would imagine an Alabama Supreme Court is going to be right leaning, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go to SCOTUS. I mean, I think it's going to, because
that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, this is the United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama. They're the three-judge court that
so it's not the Alabama Supreme Court.
No,
it's a district court.
It was a federal court, and so it will go up to John Roberts' court. And this says here, Alabama is appealing this morning's three-judge redistricting ruling. Now, so we're going to watch that. I mean, you knew this stuff was going to happen. They're going to try to do everything they can not to let the South govern itself. It'll eventually work itself out.
Well, the AOC says you just need to pull up on Alabama. Goodness. Just pull up on Alabama.
Can we find that?
It's
I meant to pull that
thing. Like, what is she so? She is that. It just goes to show the northern elitist thing. Like, you have no idea what you're dealing with in the South. We all have guns. We all have guns.
Yeah, listen to this. This is absolutely
multiple
incredible
guns.
When I heard this.
It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama.
Do you know how many Southern boys have been waiting for somebody from the North to say this.
I've been waiting on this my whole
you know
life.
How many people have been like, oh, yes, they're finally saying it.
Come on down here, Yankee.
The Northern War of Aggression is back.
Lord have mercy.
Part 2.
Hey, listen. Hold up. Pull up for our for anybody that's unfamiliar. It's a term that's coming from mostly from the African American community, and it's like you want some, pull up, and it's derived from like, hey, I'm coming to you, I'm gonna pull up where you are, and I'm about to beat your ass.
Or to me, I just think drive-by shooting.
Well, it could be that. Like it's all together there. But essentially, what she's trying to say is, let's get in the face of these Alabamans and these Southerners. And it's just so ironic that she's talking all this trash while she's standing behind a bulletproof
I
glass.
saw that. I was like, what is wrong? Is she the Pope now?
It is time for the North to pull up to the South.
It's to me, Paul.
It is time.
Hold up, just a second. To me, it's like the yapping dog who's barking at the bigger dog behind the glass.
Yes.
And then somebody opens up the door and that dog shuts up. She's the ankle biting yapping dog.
That's exactly right.
For New York to pull up to Alabama.
To
it
Alabama.
Is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened.
Man.
Yeah, I believe it.
Not intimidated at all.
Notice she didn't say Arkansas.
No, I noticed that. She didn't. She left it out.
Some would argue that we're insignificant, and she just didn't think
and
about
that's
us.
fine, That's perfectly fine.
You know what? Pull up to Arkansas. See what happens, sister.
Yeah. Then pull up to go research the Battle of Helena. You go for it.
Listen, Paul, this is the same type of trash. What's that dude? He was running for re-election in her district in the Bronx. And this was, I want to say it was in 22, but it may have been in 2024, but she was stumping for him and came up, and they were like throwing F-bombs during their like rally or whatever, and the dude lost in huge, just massive fashion because people are like, oh, listen, man, this is just ridiculous. So she speaks in a lot of bluster. The only reason that this lunatic still gets elected, well, there's two reasons. Number one, she has a national name. Right, she has thrust herself onto the national name. Now, it's not a national electability. We understand that. An AOC, I would love it. I would love it if they try to run her for president. My God,
boy, it would be fun.
I'd be salivating.
It would be a fun campaign
because
to cover.
She does not have a national electability. She's number one that, and then number two, she's in an 89% Democrat district. So as long as she's running for re-election, unless there is an extremely strong primary, candidate, she's going to keep getting reelected. Yeah. They said that she was potentially running for Senate because she wanted to take Chuck Schumer's job, but I don't think she's going to do that. I think she would go straight from here to running for president, which I believe that she is going to do.
But just the rhetoric, pulling up, the North's got to pull up to the South. I mean, I've even seen viral videos from black women that are like, you have no idea what she talked about that the South has plenty of YNs that will turn you into Swiss cheese, and then there are the rednecks that shoot birds out of the sky going 50 miles an hour in their sleep.
Yeah, just for fun. Well, the other thing, do you remember the video where she had her fiance, who's white, sitting next to her on the couch, and he's like reading this statement about white privilege and stuff, and I'm like, dude, get your balls out of her purse, because she's got them right there. She's got your balls in her purse. This is the most emasculating thing I've ever seen in my life. You want to talk about me being upset about the dead bird? Okay, my wife is not making me read a statement, on
white privilege.
On white privilege, just because I'm a low testosterone leftist.
Matt Gaetz said that when he was in Congress that AOC was actually, a lot chiller off the camera and would actually
a lot of this is for show.
But she would actually talk to younger members on the Republican side, like Matt Gaetz. But then January 6th happened, and she refused to talk to any of them all of a sudden.
Well, it was their Super Bowl. And they still talk about January 6th, man.
Yeah.
They still talk about it 6 years later or 7 years, however long it's been.
In other news, Eric Daugherty says there's been a rhino betrayal in South Carolina. The state Senate there has blocked the advancing of the 2026 redistricting map there. It would have been a 7R0D map. The vote was 20-24. Nearly a dozen Republicans joined Democrats. People are now saying to Indiana, South Carolina. It appears this will fail, and Democrat Clyburn, who's held a cheated-in seat for 33 years, will get to keep his seat for 2 more.
And that dude's like 88 years old.
Yeah, and this is the list, apparently. We have whoever the senators are in South Carolina. Eric Daugherty says Bennett, Campson, Cash, Cromer Davis, Hembry, Johnson, Massey, Peeler, Rankin, Stubbs, and Zell. These are the Republican senators in South Carolina.
They're state senators here.
Yeah, state
obviously.
senators that have essentially, they've done this to save a Democrat seat, and
Clyburn's.
I don't know.
Do you think it's more about Clyburn or it's about the Democrats?
I don't really
because
know.
Clyburn has we can't be naive. Clyburn has a strong hold of the Democratic Party. In that state.
Everybody has, and maybe it changes with the day, but most people, when you come to an issue, you can kind of have the minutia view and the 30,000-foot view.
Okay.
I don't know what the 30,000-foot view, political view of these Republican senators are, but I know what it isn't. It is not a 30,000-foot view that believes that their voters' lives are their way of life is under threat by living under Democrat rule. They do not believe that threat is great enough to redistrict out the Democrats when you have the political power to do so. They do not believe that a Democrat-controlled Congress would be a terror to the people of South Carolina, not just the ones in Clyburn's district, but all of them. They don't believe that. They don't believe it's time to use the political power this way. They don't care about their own voters in the way that other people do. I mean, they actually hate them. There's the other. We're assuming that they're voting on principle here and not an actual malicious. It's not. Is it a malicious vote where they actually? No, I'm sorry. We don't want one party rule in our state because I don't know. Fill in the blank. I just think it's insane with the modern iteration of the Democrat Party as it currently stands that Republicans would ever do this and not use their power to protect their own voters. It's insane to me.
I completely agree with you, Paul. I just don't think that I believe in coincidences anymore. Certainly not in politics, political coincidences. And if I remember this correctly, this vote was after Clyburn announced his reelection bid, right? And Clyburn runs unopposed. And if you're in our comments or if you're a viewer here and you don't realize the power that Clyburn held, he handed the presidency to Joe Biden. He handed it to him because Joe Biden was getting slaughtered. Super Tuesday hadn't happened yet, right? But the early primaries. What are the first ones there? New Hampshire,
Iowa,
all of that. So Joe Biden was losing. The dude was about to be out of this thing. And then Clyburn came out and endorsed him. He won. Joe Biden won South Carolina, and then he just took off from there. Clyburn delivered the presidency to Joe Biden. That and the 81 million fake voters, however many were fake. Not all 81 were, but anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. Clyburn has a huge thing there. So I wonder if that decision was more about Clyburn's control versus them trying to do the right thing. I don't know. But regardless, I think that those are the same people that will have a masked gunman at their front door and say, hey, do you want to come in for coffee and let's talk about it? They're the ones that are going to invite continue to invite this enemy in. And right now, the Democratic Party and their ideology is the enemy. And you can mince words about it all you want to, Paul, but the Democratic Party and their sick ideology, not every aspect of it. Like you want to care for the homeless and care for all this stuff. I get what you're trying to say. Like, I'm not trying to say that that's sick, but when you want to talk about the indoctrination, the sexual indoctrination of our children, when you want to talk about just the absolute dissolving of the nuclear family and the importance of the nuclear family, you want to talk about that and just allowing this third world ideology to come in here, these Islamic people that want to absolutely destroy our way of life, and they want to destroy us as human beings, can't stand us, hate us, want to steal our money. You want to talk about that as the Democratic Party's platform, and yet you had a chance to snuff one of those votes out and you didn't take it. You have a gun at your head and you're wanting to talk the gunman down because you don't really think that it's a threat, and you're going to lose your life over it.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I know this is figuratively speaking. Yeah. Mark Lynch sums it up. He says, if Lindsey Graham wanted South Carolina to pass redistricting, then it would have passed. Lindsey doesn't want it passing because Lindsey is very close with James Clyburn. Very astute political instincts by Mark Lynch to bring this local issue into the statewide Senate race. Really,
South
really
Carolina,
good there.
please vote for Mark Lynch.
Amen.
And get Lindsey Graham out of there.
Folks, that's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. We really appreciate you being with us. And we will be back here tomorrow. I want to give a shout out to Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
You know why America's great?
Why?
Because not all the Americans that started were great.
True.
Every single boat that came over, that did a little thing, there's a couple of great ones, and there's a bunch of people that are kind of along for the ride.
Yep.
When our founding fathers began to say, hey, this is taxation without representation, and why are we not everybody was upset. It's like a 10% tipping point. It's always kind of been that way. It wasn't like, we kind of picture it like everyone was all together.
Yeah.
No.
I heard General Flynn say one time there was like 3% of American revolutionaries were actually wanting a revolution at the time, like they were fighting for it and stuff, but that 3% were vocal on it and kind of tipped the scales in the right direction.
They were openly loyal to the government overseas.
Yeah.
Much like some of our members of Congress today. And not everybody was all on Make America exist, in the beginning. And so the reason that this continued on is because there was a small number of people that said, no, we're going to wake up, speak up, and show up. We're going to keep our thumb on the scale, and we are going to be great. America's great because there were some Americans that were great. They were dependent upon God, and they said, hey, this is a nation founded on these principles, and God's principles are great. They're not any new Make America Great thing. It's all traced back to God being great.
Yeah.
Period.
Amen.
And we line with that. It kind of lends itself to conservatism, entrepreneurial endeavors, and nobody does a better job than the host of the Thrive Time Show, the author of this book called How to Build a Successful Business, Mr. Clay Clark.
Yeah.
Greetings
Welcome.
and hello.
A
from
truly great
Tulsa,
American.
Oklahoma.
We love having you on the show, Clay. This is truly a highlight for our listeners. They love Fridays with Clay, learning business tips. And I can't think of a better person for them to learn from is you, because truly you are anointed to help people build businesses.
Saturday is one of the saddest days, because it's so far from Friday. So I start counting down the days from the moment the show ends until the next
It's like
Friday.
the day after Father's Day.
Yeah. Oh man, we got
a
wait
whole
another
year.
December 26th.
I have a fun story for you. There's one of the listeners out there who is a guy named Robert Cassius, and I have a video we're going to play here in a minute. Robert Cassius has a business in a distant land, if you're watching from the Midwest, from California. I know a lot of your listeners are from California.
He's a missionary.
California, what happens is when a lot of people go to thrivetimeshow.com and they reach out to me, a lot of times I hear from these business owners, they say, it's hard to grow a business in California because of, and they'll list off some of the political issues facing the country. But this guy, he said, you know what? I'm in California, and my cousin, I believe if I'm getting it right, my cousin is a client of yours, and his drywall company is growing despite the crazy economy, despite the ridiculousness of regulation. His drywall company is blowing up, and I have a company that does exterior cleaning. So we do the power washing and the soft washing. And he said, I don't know exactly how you do it, but I'd really like to schedule a call with you. But I love the attitude coming into it. He's like, California's crazy, but my cousin is blowing up his business. And I thought, well, why can't I? And so he reached out. He went to thrivetimeshow.com and he scheduled a free consultation. And I want people to understand the turnaround here. This guy went from losing north of $20,000 a month to profiting a lot. And if we can pull up this video clip, again, I'm saying this because some of you are watching this, you're in New York, you're in California, you're in some state like Minnesota where there's a lot of reasons why you could say, well, this is why I'm not successful. But in spite of all those reasons, this guy decided not to become a victim. He decided to become a victor. And I think somebody's going to be fired up. So I cut together some stuff. So the first, I think, 90 seconds, you're going to get a lot of information from this guy. Robert Cassius, his business is located out there in sunny San Diego. And I think it's going to inspire somebody out there.
But yeah, night and day difference. I kind of got to a point last year where maxing out credit cards, locking up bank accounts, it was kind of scary. And I was spending on average, I think $20,000 in paid ads a month. And the theory was more you spend, the more you'll get, which was completely wrong. So from just deciding to go full on Thrive Time, we've completely turned off paid ads and we're doing the same in revenue, but the profit margin just in that alone has more, it's doubled, tripled. Well, we lost 100 grand last year. And now we're at 55% profit margins. My name is Robert Casillas and San Diego Soft Wash is our company. SanDiegoSoftwash.com. I think tracking is key. I think knowing your overhead's key. You don't know how much you're making or if you're making money. I think that's where I failed last year, where it's like I'm just trying to scale a limit and I don't even know what I'm doing. I think you before you got to learn how to walk before you run.
What do you guys do at SanDiegoSoftwash.com there, sir?
Yeah, we're the safer alternative to pressure washing. Pretty much using a mix of soaps and solutions to clean rather than high force water. All of San Diego County. So we'll go up all the way up to Oceanside, all the way down to Chula Vista. We'll go to Fallbrook area. So all of that, pretty much our radius.
Can you describe maybe the ease of the search engine or lack thereof, the system that we're coaching you through on a weekly basis?
Yeah, Vism. So video, images, reviews, and SEO. We're just, well, it's pretty easy on my end. I just post images and then photos to the Google page, and you guys are doing all the SEO. And then I'm just get reviews, ask every customer. But yeah, just that's it. It's pretty straightforward. I think for me, it's just had to believe it was going to work and start pulling back on the ads. So now, yeah, completely turned off ads. So just keep on posting images, videos, and getting reviews. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, like $20,000 on average a month, and we've been in business for 5 years. So we've been sending it. We tried everything from Facebook ads to mailers. I think the big thing is like cost per acquisition. I think with your guys' system, the cost per acquisition, it's hardly anything. I was paying $400 to acquire a customer. Now I'm paying like a few bucks. Like it's 9-day difference. The first thing we did was cut.
Wow, Clay, that is awesome.
Of course he's doing well though, because that's a good-looking dude. He's in California, so it's probably he'd be probably the best-looking guy in Missouri. You know, if he moved to Missouri, he would instantly be like people would know him just based on his looks. Was he a part of a boy band or something before? What's his background?
He might have been a USC quarterback. I just know that he reached out to us, and again, when people think about growing a business, and I'm going to go through these 5 areas, and I really want to make sure everyone takes notes and dials in, because when people think about growing a company, Stacy, they often think about marketing. They think about branding and websites and growth. In this guy's case, we started on accounting. Everything was accounting and bookkeeping, because when I did my 13-point assessment with him, I recognized, wow, you're spending over $20,000 a month just on advertising, and you're spending another $10,000 plus on employees that don't have a discernible task. And so when we talk about how to grow a company, there's 5 areas I want everyone to write down. There's offense, there's defense, there's special teams, there's the daily huddle, and there's expert coaches. Sounds a lot like football. There's offense, there's defense, there's special teams, there's daily huddles, and there is expert coaching. And Stacey, I want to get your thoughts on this, because you and David have run successful companies and ventures. Why don't most people, in my world, this is my normal, 21 years, most people don't bring up accounting. They don't want to talk about accounting. They don't lean into accounting. They don't call me and say, hey, could you help me with my accounting? But that is one of the biggest things that we do with every client right away, is help them clean up their books and cut waste. Why don't entrepreneurs typically say, hey, could you help me with my numbers? Why is there a bias to not talk about accounting?
Man, I think it's, first of all, intimidating for a lot of people. A lot of people, it's hard for them to track, like tracking it, writing it down, staying on top of it. That's a hard thing for people. It's not sexy, talking about it. But like you said, it is important, because look at all of the money that he was losing that you were able to help him with. So even if he didn't gain anything new, but he just stopped the holes in his bucket, the turnaround's huge.
Yeah.
And it's every time, Dave, with every client we work with, every time, literally every time we look at their expenses. There was a dentist in Washington who I think knows of your show or watches your show. So if he's watching, big shout out to this guy. We were looking at his numbers, and Andrew came in because we got the numbers from the client, and we went through every line item, and Andrew comes in looking like a kid, moments before Christmas, like a 6-year-old kid, an hour before Christmas Day. And he comes in, he's like, I think we found $16,000 of savings, $17,000, and I'm not even done looking through the report yet. I just want to get your thoughts on this, Dave. Why is it that dentists, doctors, lawyers, no matter what business they're in, they just don't have a natural desire to talk about or think about or look at accounting?
Well, part of it is even the numbers he mentioned there, the cost of acquisition at $400 per person. There's this idea of like, well, then I need to do more and keep it going. That's what got him to the 400. If it's $400 per customer, you better be selling like cocaine or something. I don't know what product has a margin to justify, that kind of cost per acquisition. But there's this idea to a lot of these folks, you mentioned doctors, kind of lump them all together, but there is a little bit of a blind side bias that's created by greatness in one area and what got you there. And then you go into another realm and it could be a tad of hubris and arrogance as well that kind of rolls over and thinks, well, I'll spend my way to the next step. And they kind of don't want to do the blocking and tackling fundamentals down below. It's not sexy. There's not a lot of big viral Alex Hormozy videos, do your books. But everybody that's successful does. They look at them. They that's why, bringing the Doge team to DC and those things was so revealing, because our leadership class in Washington, DC and the Beltway, they don't manufacture, they don't do anything, but they're successful in something else to get there. But they have that blind side, it's easy to get fraud, waste, and abuse in those environments. Ironically, doctors and a lot of successful people. You have to be pretty successful to be losing $20,000 a month. I mean, that requires you're not a couch potato. You're a doer.
Banks don't usually give you $20,000 a month.
No, you have to really hustle to be able to do that. But there's often that blind side, that you're missing.
Colton, I want to get your thoughts on this offense. Almost everybody, when they call me, they go to thrivetimeshow.com and they schedule a 13-point assessment. Almost always, people say, I'm trying to get more business, trying to sell more stuff, trying to get more customers. Why do you believe, Colton, that 90% of the people that reach out, that's where they want to focus on to start? Why do you think there's a bias towards marketing and branding and logos and mission statements and sales? Why is that part of the entrepreneurship equation, the offense, something that most entrepreneurs reach out for help on immediately?
Well, like you said with this client here, a lot of times people think their biggest problem is they don't have enough leads, they don't have enough revenue. But like you said there, if that bottom line is creeping, no matter what the top line is, then you're always being chased by a clown. It's like it never actually gets like the goal. And I remember you told me this one time. You're like, the goal of a business is not to make revenue; it's to make profit. And I was like, that's such a good line, because if you make $1 million worth of revenue and you only have $20,000 worth of profit, it costs you $980,000 in order to make that business function. You have a really bad life. But in going to $2 million of revenue and $1,980,000 worth of expenses doesn't make your life any better. That's still only $20,000 worth of profit. So a lot of people think if I go to two, now I'll make $1 million a year. But if you don't fix the holes in the bucket, it doesn't actually fix anything as far as that goes. Now, if you can control your expenses, then there's nothing more fun than actually expanding the business, because every new rung up that ladder increases your total profit as well, which is super fun. So if you have a business that's driven based on profit, not just based on top line revenue, that actually produces freedom. So they both are important. The offense should not be angry at the defense. The defense shouldn't be like, the offense is not important. It's both, and it kind of takes like switching of the brains. I love offense, man. I love sales. I love calling people. I love getting on the phone. I love selling. I think it's super fun. I love advertising, marketing, thinking through creative ways of doing something, how we put this in front of more people. But at the same time, pretty much every day, you got to, as a business owner, you got to switch over the brain and be like, okay, now where are the holes in the bucket? How do we fix this? And your legal side, okay, are we, how are we doing on the legal side? Do we have enough on that? Our accountants, our bookkeeper, I talk to the bookkeeper regularly, like where are we at on the defensive side? And you're able to switch that brain, and that allows that bottom line to not keep creeping up as well.
Offense, defense, special teams, daily huddles, expert coaching, offense, defense, special teams. What's special teams? Dave, when I sit down with a business owner, I like to ask them during that 13-point assessment, that initial consultation, I like to ask them, how many employees do you have? And I hear a lot of people say, we have 50 employees. We have 25 employees. And I say, okay, I'd like you to rate your employees on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being their all-stars and 1 being they're terrible. Now, look at it like a football team, though. So imagine you had a running back that wasn't good at running, and he was your running back. Imagine you had a quarterback that wasn't good at throwing. Just take their names out, be objective, forget about the relationship for a second, and I want you to rate your team. And I had a dentist. For some reason, I work with a lot of dentists, but I had a dentist in Texas, and she said to me, my front desk woman is probably the worst employee in America.
Oh, that's the first person people see.
Yeah, and I go, really? She goes, yeah, I'm always back seeing patients, and I guess I haven't thought about it. But she could just tell she wasn't filtering. She's like, I honestly think she's probably the worst employee that America's had. I mean, I go, why? She's always late, so she greets patients. If she does, she's always behind. And then I tell her every day, you need to stand up and say, hi, welcome in. And she won't do that. So you have to come in, you'll grab a seat, and you have to say, excuse me, can I get help? Because she's trying to do email or trying to do invoicing or whatever. Right. And she acts like the customers are an annoyance. And I said, wow. Really? Okay. And I said, what percentage of your customers does she see? And she says, well, all of them. You know, and that was a big, that was a real epiphany. You know, I talked to an auto mechanic here just a few weeks ago. Pretty radical story. The guy whose job it is to invoice the customers and collect payment after the work is done for major diesel repair doesn't often invoice people. So when we were going through the numbers and going through that 13-point assessment, we found out that a lot of your accounting problems are related to this guy who simply won't invoice people, aka charge them the final amount when they. So a guy's picking up a major diesel vehicle that just got repaired. We're talking about $5,000 and $6,000 repairs. The guy gets in the diesel, the semi, drives off, and he's not paying anything. You know, the guy says, "Hey, I'm here to pick up my vehicle," and then the front desk guy goes, "Oh, here's your keys," and then, "Oh, I forgot to bill him. Oh, I forgot to send him the invoice. Oh, man." And so, again, when you have somebody looking at this from the outside that has an emotional bias to come into a common union with you as the owner and help you have success, a lot of these things might seem obvious on a show like this. But for the entrepreneur, Dave, that's in the forest, figuratively speaking, working 90 miles an hour, they often go, I don't know why I didn't think about that. I want to get your thoughts on that, Dave. Why is it that sometimes somebody from the outside, in this case me, just by talking to you and asking you these questions, you're able to find the answers sometimes yourself that you weren't able to see when you're in your business every day?
Well, most people's, daily flow, we've talked before about, the blind spots that are created by, you do a remodeling project and you don't finish one thing. And after a couple of weeks, you no longer see, there's no switch on the black. Things become familiar, but we kind of know how we look because we have a mirror. There's a point of reference. You finish. It's fun to do it at the airport. Sometimes I sit there and think, people looked in the mirror, yep, that looks good, and they're going to the airport. I'm like, you're wearing pajama bottoms and your stomach showing, and it's December. What is your deal? But they looked in the mirror one last time, top to bottom. That's what you got. But the mirror is important because the mirror gives you a point of reference of this is what I'm dealing with. Otherwise, if you didn't know, you're camping or something, you kind of do your hair, it might, you might shave, miss spot, you don't know. And so the mirror gives you that. You need this outside reference. Colton started doing 2 years ago, kind of this big health journey, started doing weightlifting, and then he did a marathon last year. Now he's training for an Ironman. He's got a half an Ironman in June and a full one in November. And we had the Kansas City Triathlon this last weekend. There was 800 participants, and he came in 14th. The reason he had such a rapid increase is he got a coach in each area. One, he got a coach. He has to go at 5 o'clock on Thursday mornings, but there's this grumpy old guy named Bill that barks at him. And Colton started out in the loser lane, when they went to swim practice 5 o'clock on Thursdays. Yep. And every week he was moving up. But Bill would tell him things like, do you realize when you put your head underwater to take your stroke, your feet stop? And then when you bring up, take a breath, and your feet start kicking again. Like Colton was swimming, but it's kind of hard to be aware of all the things you're doing, yourself. You got somebody outside of you that says, hey, every time you breathe, you stop swimming. He didn't know that. All of a sudden he started, I'm going to kick all the time then, and start working on that. And his swimming, he was the fastest guy out of the water in the Kansas City Marathon. So having that outside reference to see something that you can't see yourself, even his own life was on the line. Your face is underwater. You think you'd want to instinctively keep moving forward. But even in a swimming situation, he was detrimental to his own health. You need an outside person to see that, point it out, you make the adjustment, and you get massive improvement. More than he could have ever just swimming on his own for years.
Yeah. I have something kind of interesting, Clay, just to add to that. We were actually, this is many years ago, we were skiing with a friend of ours that he's bald. We all know he's bald. But
he's
we
like
got
90% bald.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 90% bald. We got down to the bottom of the mountain. You know how they take a picture of you at the top of the mountain? And we were all looking at the picture at the bottom of the mountain. And he looked at the picture and he goes, "Oh my gosh, I'm bald.
I don't have any hair.
I don't have any hair." And he was shocked. And we're like,
no crap, Sherlock.
Dude, everybody knows. I mean, you could see that. But it took a picture, instead of just looking in the mirror, it took a picture, something outside of himself to actually notice that he had lost his hair.
Now, Stacey, this is a confession I have to make. Dave, we're in a world where people are so tired of the surveillance technology. Just a little rabbit trail for a second. People are tired, Dave. People are saying, I don't want a camera in my truck turning my car off without my permission. I don't want a camera on my iPad always taking video of me. I don't want. But I got some photos. I sent it to your producer of Colton here. This is you talk about the transformation. This is Colton. Do we have the picture? Can we pull it up here? There's Colton. That was before his last event.
How did you get that? That is so good.
I didn't ask.
Cabio.
I just knew he was performing, so I kind of creeped out. I got a photo. I think I have another photo. I don't know if our producer can pull it up. I got a couple here of Colton. I'm sorry, Colton. I was trolling you. I was stalking you. Yeah, there's Colton again.
Oh
just right
my
before
gosh!
The triathlon. The only thing, but his trainer pointed out your hair is it's causing drag in the water.
Yep.
Well, when he puts the swim cap on, he looks like those ancient Egyptian kings with the swollen skulls they were speculating on. It's like that guy's brain is huge. It's his hair.
I'm coachable. Coach said chop it off. I said okay, let's do it. Luscious locks are gone.
Look at that. It's an unbelievable transformation. Okay, we continue here. So offense, defense, special teams. It's so important you have great people on your team. Okay, we'll teach you how to market your company. We're going to teach you how to generate more leads. True. We're going to teach you how to manage your expenses. True. We're going to teach you how to find great people. True. Now we talk about daily huddles. Daily huddles. Today, I'm just going to tell you. Today, we have a great team that's headed out of town to go to a trade show, to work that trade show for our great client. So this morning at 5 in the morning, because that's what I do at 5 in the morning, I called my teammate and I said, hey, does our client remember that we're going to the trade show for them this weekend? And my teammate said, I believe that our client believes that we're coming to the trade show. I said, I know that, but it was a daily huddle, daily. Let's call the client, just verify that they know that our team is going to their trade show this weekend, because we're flying there right now. We have teammates in the air as we speak, flying there. Get a hold of the wonderful client. They said, oh, no. Is that today? I go, no, it's tomorrow, but you're setting up today. They go, oh, really? May? I thought it was June. Okay, I'll take care of it. And again, not that my clients, are not that they're not perfect, or not that I'm not attacking my clients, I'm not attacking myself, not attacking my team. What I'm saying is that by having a daily huddle where I'm looking at this information every day, we were able to catch it today. And my wonderful client, who, by the way, background story, is super busy, a very successful home builder who's building hundreds of houses simultaneously. They booked it in the calendar for the wrong date, but we were able to catch it. We were able to go. So right now, my client's going to the storage facility, getting their trade show stuff. Our team's on the way. Crisis avoided, but that's why you want to have a daily huddle. Now, if we didn't have a daily huddle, if it was a weekly huddle or a monthly huddle, we would have missed that. Now, you say, if I'm a business owner, I do a daily huddle, what should I look at? What am I doing in my daily huddle? What you want to look at is you want to look at your calendar, your to-do list, and your metrics. Don't overcomplicate it. Your calendar, your to-do list, and your metrics. And that way you can see weird things or weird anomalies. Another example, yesterday for the Reawaken Tour, we had the final event coming up June 19th and 20th. I noticed an anomaly in a good way. I noticed that, wow, we had an uptick of a few people that bought some VIP tickets. And I thought to myself, who is buying those tickets? So I went to James. I said, James, who bought these VIP tickets? He said, oh, we've got a generous guy. He told me the guy's name. He said he bought a handful of VIP tickets for himself and a few other people in need. And I go, oh, that's awesome. But if I wasn't looking at the numbers daily, I would not have recognized that anomaly or that uptick in VIP tickets. Thus, it would have, long story short, I did a follow-up call with this guy and thanked him for buying this disproportionately large number of VIP tickets to support the Reawaken and to support a few people in need. And all I'm saying is, if you're not looking at the numbers daily, things are going to drift. If you're not looking at your to-do list daily, things are going to drift. If you're not looking at your calendar daily, things are going to drift. And Dave, I believe that drifting is more dangerous than just outright quitting. I believe that when you're drifting, that's more dangerous than quitting, because you don't know that you're bald, back to Stacy's analogy, and you don't know maybe that your tires are bald. Maybe you don't know that your bank account's looking bald.
That you've gained weight. Yep, that's common.
You don't know. And so it's just important that we're looking at it and going, any area, and none of us are perfect, but any area that we treasure, we have to measure, because where we don't track, we will slack. Dave, I want to get your thoughts on that. We just got to measure what we treasure, because where we don't track, we are going to slack.
Well, it's in every area, and people know this instinctively. This happens. You mentioned the weight loss in other areas. I was reading a marriage book, and this was by a marriage counselor. A guy who'd worked with thousands and thousands of couples, conferences individually. And one of the things, like, people don't drift apart in a day. It's like, you start out, you're dating, and every minute, hey, can I text him, leave him a note, whatever, and stuff. One of the metrics in there is kissing. And one thing he said is most couples that go through divorce had stopped kissing over 2 years previous that ever happened, which means their kissing connection stopped even before sexual connection stopped.
Wow.
You know, and it's like, we'll probably stop date like these metrics, like the things that make things work don't stop in a day. They slowly drift apart. We didn't reconcile that disagreement. You know, we didn't go back. We'll stuff that and do it later. You know, and then you never go back to it. Things just drift. They drift in your relationships. They drift in your health. They drift in your weight. They drift in picking up your house. And all of a sudden you're having company. It's like, oh, man, we better pick up, you know, or whatever. Like things just naturally drift in every area. That's why when it comes to business, people typically have a strength and they have other weaknesses. If they didn't have a strength, they probably would have never had the gumption to start something in the first place. They were great at welding and they got their company shut down. They went off on their own, or, you know, whatever. They have an area of strength, but that's why having a coach to look at all these metrics, because it's easy to be strong in your strength and then you drift in your weakness. The coach draws attention to the weaknesses and gets them to become a strength. And then, you know, you're not just, you know, one-legged.
Clay, do you mind if I share something that I know about your website that probably a lot of people don't know because you don't have it on the front-facing side of your website, but I happen to know it in my secret little noggin here? Are you okay if I share a little tidbit with people?
Absolutely.
Okay. If you go to thrivetimeshow.com/treasure-trove, treasure and then the little slash.
It's insider trading
trove.
here.
Treasure trove. I'm telling you guys, I have downloaded this entire page here. So you put in your information here, you get a treasure trove of information. So what I did is I downloaded all of them because I'm like, at some point in my business career, I'm probably going to need all these things. And then I literally pulled out certain documents that I'm like, we need to take action on this right away. One of the things at one of your conferences you were talking about was this daily huddle. And I found in your treasure trove here, you actually have an outline. Basically, everything you ever talk about, you can find something to document in your treasure trove, something you guys have already built. I found this to be an incredible resource because in less than 20 minutes, you can pretty much identify every single day. This isn't the kind of thing like one day that makes a huge difference, but over the course of a cumulative effect of 20 minutes a day of checking up on your team, introduction, hey, get everyone, you know, energized, get them all fired up, rounding everybody up, 2 minutes. It takes about 2 minutes to get everybody rounded up, sitting down, fired up, and then 5 minutes of the big wins. If you start out and it's like, well, Janet didn't do the thing again. She dropped the mop again. Oh, no. Like, energy drops too fast.
And when it drifts, you just stop talking about it.
Yeah.
And it just becomes the normal.
But big wins, it gets everyone in this, like, momentum, creative energy, excitement, kind of gets everybody going up. So I love that that's part of your checklist. 5 minutes. What's a big win? Share a big win. Hey, what's your big win of the week? 2 minutes. And then also kind of gets people looking for big wins because they know they're going to get called on the next day. Like, hey, if I'm going to get called on tomorrow, I need to make sure I'm looking for the big wins throughout the day. So they're already thinking about big wins. 2 minutes. Resources. Does everybody have everything they need? Imagine, because that might be the first time that employee thought of, do I have everything that I need today? Because if they get out to the job site and they're like, oh, I didn't know we were going to need hammers to frame the house today. Like whatever the thing is, like, oh, I don't have the hammer. Oh, the hammer broke yesterday. I need to make sure I have that. In 2 minutes, you can clean up all the slop that might happen throughout your day.
And I want to interject something real quick, Colton, because what you're saying is powerful, and I just want to put a little meat on that. If your producer could scroll up a little bit so I can see this here. So, you know, getting the team energized. Andrew does that every morning in our office at 7, does a phenomenal job. Big wins. We shared the San Diego soft watch story with our team. On resources, does everybody have what they need? We had one employee whose computer quit working before the end of the last shift. And so Andrew said, does anyone need anything? And she goes, well, my computer doesn't work. And she's a video editor. You know, so we caught that. Now you talk about, so that's a big thing. And then that nugget of knowledge, Andrew did a very good job talking about resources and how it's very important that you tell him if you need something, because we don't want you wasting your time. And then hands in the middle, Andrew always brings it in and says, 3, 2, 1, boom. And we end our meetings like that. And it just works, Colton, because again, it's just a daily thing that really creates the momentum. I can't celebrate more what you're talking about, Colton, because this is the stuff behind the stuff that people probably wouldn't do by default.
Yeah, and maybe if you did it one day, you're like, wow, that's great. But imagine your business just operating like you said, Andrew runs this meeting now. Like eventually you can have this thing where it's up and running and you can remove yourself from the equation because the systems are so good. Again, you have a profitable business that serves you, not you serving the business. And so I just love your systems. This treasure trove, I found it one day. I don't remember exactly where I was sitting when I heard somebody oversay it, and I was like, I'm going to look that up. So audience, that is a gift to you guys because I'm telling you guys, there's literally like hundreds of documents there's hundreds of documents on the treasure trove page.
Remember where you were, Kennedy assassination,
you know, and the day you found the treasure
Space Shuttle 9/11 and the huddle sheet.
The treasure trove is amazing because it's like the huddle sheet and then there's like all these different documents in there. It is a treasure trove truly of awesome documents.
Now, I will say this, when you talk about the good energy and create the energy on that checklist on Tuesday, today's Friday, so on Tuesday, I noticed that one person in the meeting, you could tell they're on the verge of crying, but they weren't crying. And so a teammate and I pulled this person aside, and I'll be kind of vague about what company it was with, but I said, "Are you okay?" And it turns out her mom recently passed. Her dad is in prison. And she just found out that the boyfriend, that thing isn't working, so she's got to find a house or a place to live or a thing to do or whatever. And that was her night before, and it was like, okay, we already had a loss recently. We've already lost a parent. Now the other one is, and so if you don't have that daily huddle, you might be so busy you miss out on that stuff. So again, we're able to help this person land on their feet, and we're able to figure out, okay, let's find you a place to stay. This is a good person, a diligent person. We can't control the families we're from, but if we hadn't done that daily huddle, we would not have caught that situation, and we may have lost a great teammate, and maybe more importantly, left a great teammate in a bad spot where we could have helped them. And then the final thing I wanted to hit on here was investing in solid coaching, or invest in expert coaching. I'll put some links so your producer could pull it up there. CCK, that's the accounting firm I use. I don't make a commission, although I keep asking. But CCK, the reason why my wife meets with them every month and why I meet with them every month is because I don't ever want to have a tax problem.
Yeah.
I don't have a tax problem. I don't want to have a tax problem, and I'm not going to have a tax problem. So I stay on top of it. I'm not looking for any super creative, ultra unique tax strategy that might work. I want to go with a proven system that does work. I don't like paying taxes. I need to pay taxes. I'll pay what I need to pay, but I don't want to be in a situation where I'm not paying enough, or I get in a bad spot with the United States government. So I want to make sure I'm always paying my taxes. Second, and you say, well, why do I pay every month for this company? Why do I pay? I mean, I'm not kidding. I literally pay, a moment of transparency, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars per month to CCK. And you say, why am I paying almost 10 grand a month to an accounting firm? Well, because I don't want to have financial problems with my companies. Second area, winnersking.com, winnersking.com. You might say, well, Clay, you're a law firm. Are you making a commission to pitch these guys? No, I don't, although I have asked. With these guys, they represent, Joel Osteen, T.D. Jakes, Joyce Meyer, Craig Rochelle, insert the name of household name, pastor guy. And these guys, I reached out to them because they were a client of mine. These guys are clients of mine. They're hiring me to help them grow their law firm. And I said, you know what? I'm not super happy with the law firm I'm using now. I'd like for you guys to help me. And for more than 10 years, they've helped me. And why would I pay? Again, a moment of transparency. Why would I pay these guys more than $3 grand every month? Because I don't want to have legal problems. And so, Colton, all those documents you talked about, these have all been approved, crafted, helped, created by legal teams that know what they're talking about. So again, offense, defense, special teams. People say, well, why would you, Clay, why do I invest in coaching in these areas? Because anybody who wants to be a professional has a coach. Amateurs do not. Professionals have a coach. Amateurs do not. And so I would just say this, Dave. One, if you're watching the show today and you feel stuck in any way, shape, or form, head on over to thrivetimeshow.com. Head on over to thrivetimeshow.com. And kind of a segue there, we've had, I want to say, I can think of maybe 10 people that I met through the Reawaken America tour that are now great longtime clients that came to the Reawaken tour to learn about Kim Clement, or they came to learn about Julie Green, or they came to learn about Elijah Streams, or they came to see some of these wonderful speakers we have, General Flynn. They wanted to see Roger Stone. But as they were wanting to learn about the geopolitical issues, I met them. And they asked me, they go, do you help companies? And I go, yeah. And they said, well, one guy in Florida, he's in Florida, he builds boats, custom wood boats. And he says, I have a boat business that never makes money. Could you help me? I go, yeah, sure. And so a lot of people come to these conferences and they go, I have a power washing company in San Diego, and could you help me too? So again, if you're somebody who wants to participate in the Reawaken tour, that's going to be June 19th and 20th. It's going to be a great event. However, if you're there to learn about business too, we're doing a free business conference for all of the attendees to the Reawaken America tour the day before. So on the 18th, we're having the business conference. June 18th, we'll have the business conference in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then June 19th and 20th, Dave, we're having the Reawaken America tour event. And you can name your price. You can pay whatever price you want to pay. And Dave, we have an all-star lineup of people that are all individually worth seeing.
They are individually worth seeing, and people travel great distances. They fly. In the past, we're kind of, I want to say conference people, but if anybody's done something, one of my philosophies in life is like, okay, I can learn from everything they did and condense the time frame for myself to do the same thing. Whether I'm trying to grow in an area, spiritual, I'm trying to understand end times. I'm trying to understand the prophetic. I want to go to a business conference. I want to learn about this. I want to learn about marriage. We did a marriage thing every year for 30 some years. And so, like, what is an area that I want more fruit in my life in? So I seek out these individual people. So, regularly in our life, I'm like, man, I'm learning a lot from this person. I hear they're going to be at this place. We go hear that person speak. What I never really had the time, they used to do these, Peter, forget what's his face. He would do these like energize events, and they would come to your town. There'd be a bunch of famous motivational speakers, and they would go on stage for like 15 minutes, basically selling their $12,000 program to learn how to do something successfully. I'm like, some of those things were a complete waste of time because it was just like an expensive infomercial to say, I saw, Brian Tracy or whoever. And so that's kind of my history. So when I see you do an event and you stock it full of individuals that people spend money, fly, buy a ticket to go to a church, to go to a conference, to go to a place, to go to a medical thing, to see a panel, to see this person on. People fly and go see Dr. Brian Ardis. Yep. People fly to go see Del Bigtree. Yep. People fly to go see an event that has David Harris Jr. People fly to go see, Robin Bullock. They fly to go see the people that you have, Steve Schultz and the things there. We've emceed events where people flew just to see this one speaker. And so
Julie Green.
We
were at an event that had like thousands of people just for Julie Green.
It's just Julie Green. And that's phenomenal. But when you put on an event, you have the ability to have a big enough tent to get 40, 50 speakers. None of them are presenting, hey, go buy my $12,000 program. They're coming and they're like, okay, I'm competing at the All-Star game. I want my best 20-minute keynote, my best 15-minute keynote, whatever time that you give them. And they come on and they're slinging their biggest nugget, their best thing, because there's kind of a green room competition going on there. Everybody wants to show up and be on par with Laura Logan or whoever went before him or is coming right behind him. And so you get the best out of these people in a condensed time frame. It's the most efficient use of your time and energy because there's nowhere on the planet, and I didn't know there was ever going to be another one. So I doubt there'll be, maybe Clay will do one in a year. I don't know. But this isn't a frequent thing anymore, right, where at one time it was. And so this is an opportunity to come and hear from Del Bigtree and Dr. Brian Ardis and Mel K and, so on and so forth, all in one setting efficiently. I've never seen anything like it that was all value, no takeaway.
If you're watching this show right now, I encourage you to go to timetofreeamerica.com to learn more about the Reawaken Tour, or you go to thrivetimeshow.com. If you either way, thrivetimeshow.com or timetofreeamerica.com, you can learn about the upcoming events. But let's say you went over to thrivetimeshow.com, you're there. You say, well, how much are tickets? They're $250 or whatever price that you want to pay. And you say, well, how does the lineup work? Well, we start off at 7 a.m. and we go until 5 p.m. each day. So from 7 to 5, there's back-to-back speakers, and there is a VIP dinner for those that choose to invest in that on Friday night. There's VIP tickets, and we've got a handful of tickets remaining right now. And if you use promo code FLYOVER, what that does is that helps Colton buy more protein bars. So if you want to help Colton buy more protein bars for his Ironman competitions, you can go
like Fabio.
Promo code FLYOVER. That's exactly right. So Fabio wants to look like you at this point here. This is he's a great swimmer, but to help him swim even better, folks, use promo code FLYOVER, and it helps support the program. It also helps support the Reawaken event. And then my final call to action I'd encourage everyone to do is go to thrivetimeshow.com and click on the testimonials button. Because I've been doing this for 21 years, we now have, and I'm not exaggerating, over 2,000, so 2,000 video case studies of real business owners that have gone from struggle to super success. And I have found, I keep hearing from listeners, and they say, you know what? Once I found that treasure trove of testimonials and I began watching those on the way to work, it totally changed the way that I perceive the world. And I go back to where we started. This guy, he's in California, and I can tell you all the reasons and all the reasons why a business couldn't or shouldn't be able to make it in California today. But he just knew that his cousin was successful because he had seen his cousin's success story. And he thought, well, I just saw a video of my cousin. I didn't know he was doing that well. Holy moly. I should call you guys. And so, again, I just encourage everybody, if you need a checkup from the neck up, if you need some encouragement, go to thrivetimeshow.com, click on the testimonials button. And again, thank you guys for carving out time. I always value every moment we're here, and hopefully everybody out there learned something. And if you did, subscribe to the Flyover Podcast on Rumble or iTunes or X or wherever you watch podcasts. Click subscribe, click share. That helps this program reach more people. Thank you guys very much. I really do appreciate you.
Clay, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Every once in a while, something really interesting is taking place, and you're like, I gotta feel it, but I can't put my finger on it. There's economists that are digging into it every single day, and I'm treating this episode as almost a little bit of a emergency public service announcement for information you need to know. We brought in the author of the book Thriving in the Economic Tsunami, a guy that has not one but two PhDs on the subject, because we want you to know about this information. If you're busy, pause this episode, come back to it later, listen to it, save it, download it, text it to yourself so you can watch it again later, because you want to hear what we're about to dive into. It is pertinent and it's very urgent. Dr. Kirk Elliott.
Yeah. I mean, if you're busy, pause it, watch it later, because this is going to be short and sweet, right?
Yep.
But here's the thing. There's two types of analysis you can look at in any market. You've got the fundamental analysis that makes a chart look like a chart.
Mm-hmm.
That's the how and the why things happen. And then you've got technical analysis, which is the when and where, right? So you're looking at the charts. It's like, when should I allocate? Is it low? Is it high? Right? And, which market should I go into? So,
right.
So what I'm going to talk about right now is the charts are reflecting fundamental analysis, right? The charts are reflecting the how and the why. So let's look at silver real quick, because that's what we talk about a lot. So there's some big changes happening under the covers that you wonder, why is the chart consolidating? And it's gone sideways for a while after it grew robustly for the last 2 years. same in any time. It's like this isn't the first consolidation we've had in silver. We had one last year. We had one the year before. It just happens, right? So went sideways since the beginning of the war in Iran. Great. We needed that foundation to act as a trampoline for future growth, right? Nothing can go straight up. Nothing can go straight down. You ask yourself, did anything change in the markets when Iran started? No. You still have low supply and you still have high demand. What changed is people's perception, not supply and demand. So it goes sideways for a bit. That's about to change, right? Because under the covers, we're seeing an increase in options activity. We're seeing an increase in futures positioning. We're seeing an increase in physical demand. We're seeing an increase in leasing markets. The overall structure of the market itself, right? This is all changing. So you look at these people who trade futures, right? Which are like these big hedge funds and everything like that. And even COMEX, LBMA, right? All of these things, they're dealing with paper, which is the problem, right? Because when you have exchange for physicals and physical delivery, there's only 1 ounce for every over 300 ounces of paper contracts. Okay, that's not enough for physical delivery. Doesn't take much to really impact the market. But on the futures markets, the call volume, which is people who expect silver to go up, 62,000 contracts. Put volume, people who expect it to go down, 29,000 contracts. Okay, that's like 2/3 of them expect bullish activity in silver. Now we're talking about traders here. They wouldn't invest in something like that if they thought it was going to go down. So you look at this, it's 2/3 to 1/3 of the professionals are now expecting it to go up, right? So this SLV, which is the silver ETF, right? That's just being followed closely by hedge funds, institutional traders, volatility desks, large speculators. They're expecting silver to go up, so they're investing into it. You know what? Always follow the big institutional guys like Warren Buffett and others, right? Don't follow the retail investors. Retail investors are usually the last to arrive. Once a story hits the front page of Investors Business Daily, it's too late, right? At that point, it's like, okay, that's the last people getting in.
The average person is looking at the price go up. Oh, I need to get in on that. You know, not buying it at the base of the consolidation. If you want to know the truth, like, you know, like I watch a lot of NFL teams going into the draft and out of the draft, and it's like they're talking about Mahomes and Bo Nix, you know, the Broncos and the Chiefs. Well, maybe they'll be ready week 1. Maybe they won't. We don't know. We have a schedule. If you want to know the truth, look at the NFL. When the NFL put out the schedule and they put the Broncos and the Chiefs on premier Monday night game on opening week 1.
Opening week.
They're not thinking we're watching backup quarterbacks and we're going to get low ratings. You know, like they're like that's the truth. The coaches can do coach speak all they want, but when you look at the NFL schedule, putting the Broncos and Chiefs together on Monday Night Football week 1, it's like we're going for ratings. We know the schedule, what's happening. We know who's going to be starting. Like that's the truth versus the smokescreen.
Yeah. This is the truth. And what else is the truth? Remember when silver went up 147% last year? We talked a lot about the lease rates, right? And so how much were the exchanges basically paying to get people's silver so they could send it out, right? This is the lease rate. It skyrocketed. It went through the roof. And what happened to the price of silver? Went up 147%. So what's happening right now? LBMA's lease rates are rising rapidly again. This tells us they're running out. When anything runs out, the prices are ultimately going to rise. We've already seen it since the correction on January 30th when silver went into the mid 60s. Well, it's almost 80 right now. I mean, it's up since February, a lot, literally almost a third. But the lease rates story is a big story that we need to watch because this means these exchanges, these markets are willing to pay a lot of money to get silver out of people's hands into the exchange so they can send it out to the buyers, right? So let's look at gold, right? So we just talked about silver. Gold is another story that's a very interesting one because central banks are buying over-the-counter OTC gold under the radar. It doesn't show up when you buy it OTC, right? So you're seeing, there's no really activity that we can follow, but why is London running out of gold, right? I mean, you would think, all right, if it's running out of gold, you're going to be able to see the market activity. Well, not if central banks are buying at OTC. You can't really track that. So here's what's happening. They're secretly buying gold and silver, right? But we're talking about gold right now. They're buying it. China has gone aggressively into buying gold again. And to what end? Why? Because they probably want to back up their currency with gold, right? You can have all kinds of reasons as to why, but all we know is it's not showing up. Inventories are being depleted, and central banks are buying at OTC under the radar, right? So the why could be all kinds of different reasons. My guess is you need credibility to back your currency at a time when the rest of the world no longer wants other countries' currencies because they have too much debt. So it's just going back to what's old is new. This is what kingdoms have fought after for millennia, is gold. That's why King Solomon owned a bunch of gold. It's the only thing that makes sense in times of crisis. And we're starting to see this, and it's not being measured on the numbers because they're kind of doing it secretly. This is wild to me.
On Friday, I talked to two different, what I consider very wealthy individuals, multi-millionaires that manage large portfolios personally. They have family offices. They're telling me, I just jotted this note down. Central banks bought 244 tons of gold during the first quarter. So you look, if central banks are buying hundreds of tons of silver, they're like, that's an indicator where Trump's going. And they both made the same comment. Trump wants two things: safe and fair elections and honest currency, which are both very biblical. God says, I hate unjust scales and weights and measures. I hate and loathe those things. So God hates unjust weights and measures, unfair elections, fake money, fake currency. There's two main things that Trump's coming after, which is safe and fair elections, the SAVE Act, and number two, backing our currency with something that's going to increase trust on a global scale, where nations have been moving away from the trust in the currency. So these central banks are accumulating hundreds of tons of gold. And that's basically, they both said the same thing to me. They're like, that's an indicator you need to look at is what are the central banks doing? Not what's your neighbor doing, what's your buddy doing. What are the banks doing? The central banks are loading up by the tons of gold.
Loading up. So we get to do the same thing, right? It's like, oh, these central bankers are so smart and they're, they rule the world financially. Well, they're never going, I mean, they might be evil, yes, but they're never going to do something that's going to be a detriment to their portfolio. What are they doing? They're allocating into tangible assets like gold and silver. We should do the same, right? We don't have to do it by the ton. We can do it by the ounce.
Right.
Just do the same thing at whatever level is comfortable for your position. Maybe it's by the ounce for you. Maybe it's by the hundreds of ounces for you, right? It doesn't have to be by the ton. You don't have to do exactly what you're doing. Just mimic their strategy at whatever level you can. That's the key to success, right? In navigating through this. Because I can guarantee you this, the central bankers know what's coming. Why? Because they write the rules.
They're the ones that make it come.
I know. So it's therefore, if they're allocating into gold and they know what's coming, it's like, okay, maybe we don't have to like them. We don't have to agree with what they're doing. But you know what? Protect yourself just like they are. Allocate into gold, allocate into silver. I would allocate into silver more than gold because of the supply and demand equation, because of the industrial reasons. But you know what? Allocate into tangible assets. What they're doing is saying, we don't necessarily trust paper, and we create paper when they're allocating into gold. Take advantage of that news, of that foundational issue that they're dealing with is what should be trusted when it comes to currency. They're telling us it's not paper, it's gold and silver.
Yep. And they've not stopped. I think 10 of the last 12 quarters, they've been accumulating gold. They're not doing it because they think it's going to take a haircut. They're doing it because they know what's coming with the evaluation of currencies. We can be in the exact same spot. And, you mentioned, gold, several $1,000s an ounce. Silver, there's people watching the show that bought silver at $18 an ounce, $20 an ounce. And I would talk to people at Reawaken events and at different things. They're like, this mindset of like, hey, every time I could buy this trinket, or I could, get an appetizer, at a restaurant that's $20. It's like, that could be an ounce of silver. 30 ounces, 40 ounces, and it's still the same thing. You're a husband and wife, you got 2 kids, and you go out to Applebee's, you could have bought a couple of ounces of silver, instead of that. Like, this is the time to like tighten up the belts, not be buying, the sports car or the hot tub or whatever. Like, accumulate an asset that the people whose lives depend on this, the central banks, these are the kind of guys that like disappear when they do a bad job. When they're accumulating these physical assets, we can be doing the same thing on a smaller scale and position ourselves to be an umbrella for our children, our grandchildren to come in the future. It's time to do it. I love people being positioned with you because it's physical bullion. It's not printed coins with a funny story that's twice as much as it should be. It's the best value they get. So they're getting safety at the highest rate of return. If you guys want a conversation with Dr. Kirk and his team, it's flyovergold.com, flyovergold.com. We've been friends with him for almost 30 years and seen this process unfold, consistently right on the right side of these moves. The consolidation is building and there's an increase coming. This is the time you want to be doing what the big boys are doing. Nations and central banks are accumulating this. You can do the exact same thing in a smaller scale. But go to flyovergold.com. You enter your name and your email. It's a piece of cake. You also get a free copy of this book when you do it, emailed directly to you. A lot of values, a lot of wins. You need wise advisors. Go to flyovergold.com. Do it today. Enter your name and your email address and put your head on the pillow at night and know you're doing the right thing at the right time. Dr. Kirk, thanks for all that you do to take care of our family and the Flyover family as well. We're very thankful. If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Century H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or...
This is Secret America.
This little beast has your back.
Welcome, everybody.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Does anybody still know what that is? Or am I just old now?
That was McDonald's.
Yeah, but I don't know if anybody that's watching this under the age of, whatever I am now, 38, if they know what that is, because I don't know if they still have it. I don't go to McDonald's anymore, but
I don't think so. It was Grimace, it was the Hamburglar, it was Ronald McDonald.
See now, Jay, you know a little bit too much about it now. Now you're showing your age.
Jack, when I was young, they actually had commercials with the characters running around. I don't know if you ever saw those, but they had the characters running around the McDonald's, and you could go visit them. I think sometimes if they would show up at some McDonald's, like Disney characters almost. Yeah,
I think they stopped doing that because a bunch of kids getting snatched by the pedophiles. Who the hell's going to dress up in those costumes and hang out?
The kid burglar.
Oh my God, you got to know, you're dressing up as the Hamburger, and you're hanging outside the McDonald's play area. I mean, you tell me.
God.
Oh my God. All right. So yeah, we're going to talk about the biggest human heist in history. Things that actually one politician said today that if this was eradicated, it would actually balance the federal budget. Amazingly enough. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about someone that has stolen content for a long period of time, is been unfollowed by Elon Musk, which I think is, it's weird because on his thing, it says largest show on X. I don't know if that's true or not. People put whatever the hell they want, but that's what he says. So, it'd just be funny if Elon Musk suddenly unfollowed him because maybe he realized he was stealing content. I don't know, but it seemed to happen a lot. Him with a stolen content. It happened to us many times. He stole, a lot of our content over the years. So,
well, Mario Northfall, that's what it is. He ran big spaces on X. He ran a lot of big, he ran a lot of big spaces, and apparently now with the whole thing going on with Nikita Beer and authentic content and all the stuff going on the platform, if you're on X, and they've been having it going back and forth, and just Elon, I guess, just decided to unfollow him. Okay,
Jay, am I wrong for thinking Nikita was a woman?
No, I don't.
I don't look at profile pictures that often, and when I see Nikita, I thought woman.
Yeah, I know. I just knew he wasn't because of the profile picture. It's obviously like a caricature.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't look at those. I see the name. I saw Nikita, and I'm thinking woman for the longest of times until I saw the profile picture where he looks like a fucked up drunk. Why would you want that as your profile picture?
I don't know, but yeah, no, that name could go either way. Yeah, for sure. It's one of those names. It could be a guy, it could be a girl, right? Whatever. Yeah, but it's a guy.
Unbelievable. All right, well, we got Max Associates in the house, in the chat right there. That is awesome because I wanted to let everybody know. Be sure you guys go to maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. They have the absolute best stuff. I mean, you might as well go check it out because if you're going to get something anywhere else, you can get the same stuff here, only even better stuff, and 20% off any order of $20 or more and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place, like I said, in USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. They're always getting new stuff in too, always new products all the time. So you're going to want to check it out. Even if you've been there before and you've seen everything they've had and you've already ordered from them, I would go back and check it out because they're always getting in new stuff, pretty amazing stuff. And with Father's Day coming up and the 250th anniversary of the United States, heck, even with Memorial Day, what is today? Tuesday. Memorial Day was yesterday, wasn't it? Damn, time flies. With Memorial Day yesterday, you saw the way the Democrats were dissing America on Memorial Day. Now's the time to purchase something. Show the Democrats, that they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't miss it. They don't miss a chance, do they? Do they, Jack?
No, what was it they did? I'm trying to remember what the hell they did besides the George Floyd thing.
It was a George Floyd.
Honoring somebody else, though. Not just George Floyd. He was
apparently Alex Preddy too. The guy who decided to fight the ICE
else, man.
But I saw Alex Preddy and I saw George Floyd all over the place, like the mayor Jacob Fry of Minneapolis.
Oh my God, that is the worst. Oh my God. Dude was crying in front of dude didn't even know him. The guy was the guy that he didn't know. The guy was the guy who literally held a gun to the belly of a pregnant woman and robbed her. Yet he's kneeling at his casket, crying like a bitch. And he has no idea who this guy, doesn't even care. He just wants the photo op. But now I can tell you right now, that guy has low T. If anybody ever had low testosterone in the history of the world, it is this man. Because I don't care if that guy was his best friend. You don't kneel and cry in front of the cameras. What a bitch.
Well, I mean, he basically had to be goaded into even mentioning Memorial Day yesterday. These people are unbelievable. And they just don't waste a chance to just hate this country. They hate this country. There's no I don't see
Protesting
how.
ICE. Thank you. That was a good one. That was one of them, right?
What's
Brandon,
that?
Thank you. Protesting ICE was one of the
that's
things.
in Marion. Yeah, the Marion.
Not just that. I mean, I saw people. Some of the politicians actually put up people that were either deported or arrested by ICE, and that's who they were honoring as fallen heroes. The people that were arrested by ICE.
I just made a post today about just the one in New Jersey. Rapists, murderers, child molesters. These are the people in that facility that ICE has taken custody of. And you have politicians, this senator who said he got pepper sprayed. Well, good for you. Congratulations. You got pepper sprayed. These aren't protests. When you're attacking vehicles, the post you made, when you're doing that, that's not a protest. That's a criminal. That's a riot.
By the way, the federal government, the government allowed them to search vehicles in and out, going in and out. I saw the videos. I saw them search. I saw them say, okay, he's good, let him go. Then they opened up the barriers. They were allowed to search ICE vehicles going in and out of the facility yesterday. And I don't know if that's still going on. Oh, yeah. Every vehicle that went in and out, even if it wasn't an ICE vehicle, it could have been a personal vehicle. They were allowed to search them.
If ICE, all right, if ICE is allowed, first of all, nobody should have their vehicle searched by these people. They don't have the right to do that.
Random civilians can't just go up and even start looking in your fucking car and shit.
Cops can't do that. Cops just can't randomly just come up to your car and start looking at it either. But now we're just letting these thugs go out and stop people coming in and out of a federal building. This is amazing to me. And listen, people are getting pissed at Mark Wayne Mullen. And let me just start here.
I'm pretty pissed off at him right now, if you want the truth.
Well, hold on. I'm going to get to him.
Not just for this.
Well, I'll get to him on this. I don't know what you're mad about him. You can tell me in a second, right? But here's the thing. This is the local police being told to stand down. These are crimes being committed. This is disorderly conduct. This is impeding traffic. That is illegal. Equal treatment under the law says those people should be arrested by the local authorities. The mayors and the governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, the mayor of that area, they're all this sanctuary crap. I am so sick and tired of hearing that these people can't be arrested. They are violating the law. They're violating their oath. So now what I'm understanding, it takes a state prosecutor to prosecute that law. Federal prosecutors would have to do it civilly. That is ridiculous.
No. Let's forget the local cops for a second. It is a federal crime to impede federal officers. They can arrest these people if they want to. Federal officers, ICE, whoever it is, can arrest these people if they so choose. But they choose not to.
But they also don't have the manpower. And it's not, Jack, what's happening outside that facility, the local police should be stopping this.
They're supposed to, but where are you? You're in New Jersey. You got to know where you are.
But that's my point. You have the governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, who's obviously a left-wing Democrat, and the sanctuary status of the state, the sanctuary status of wherever this detention center is, and they won't let the police do their job. Now, if you were doing that, Jack, with a Trump sign in the middle of one of their busy streets, and you were stopping traffic, you'd be in handcuffs so fast it would make your head spin.
Oh, yeah. I'd be in the D.C. gulags.
And
they would literally transfer me from New Jersey to D.C. just so the liberal courts could put me in the gulags.
Correct. And here's my Mark Wayne Mullen thing, and then I'll listen to your Mark Wayne Mullen thing that you have on top of this. Okay? My Mark Wayne Mullen thing is, hey, if this is going on, deploy more personnel. Yeah. Deploy the amount of personnel you need to take control of your facility, to put people in handcuffs and arrest them. And I'm sick and tired of watching ICE officers push back on people. I saw one today where a woman with a bullhorn was talking right in the face, and the guy, I think it was a female, I don't know whatever it was, but they took the bullhorn away. But then they get into a shoving match. I'm like, why is there a shoving match? Grab her and arrest her. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
No, I completely agree. But let me tell you why I don't like this dude. First of all, he has a stupid first name, Mark Wayne. Why you got two first names? That's a serial killer name. That's John Wayne Gacy. I don't trust people with two first names, first of all. But let's just put that aside for a second, okay? The main that's the first thing I hate about that dude.
All right, fine. His name
January 6th.
All right, we don't like the name. I don't know, January 6th. Go ahead.
That was terrible. But let me tell you what's going on right now, okay? He is taking, and this is from somebody else's tweet that I actually, his name's David Harris. I actually thought it was a brilliant tweet. I don't know if this guy's a leftist or what, but it's a smart tweet. says DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen has taken a noticeably more measured approach to immigration enforcement than his predecessor. Mullen has paused plans for large-scale detention warehouse construction and is considering reductions in CBP staffing at airports located in sanctuary jurisdictions. Regarding ICE operations during the upcoming World Cup, Mullen stated, we're not there to go around and mass up individuals. We're just going to get the worst of the worst. This reflects a shift toward prioritizing high-priority targets while dialing back some of the more aggressive infrastructure and staffing moves. That's why I don't like him.
Jack, here's what's going on. I think after Kristi Noem, right? After everything that went on in Minneapolis with Renee Good and Alex Preddy,
I didn't vote to deport the worst of the worst. I voted to deport the illegals.
I hated the messaging, and I love Tom Homan, but I didn't like the worst of the worst messaging coming out of him from day one.
No,
and he kind of nuanced it and he did nuance it, and he said, "Hey, listen, we're going for the worst of the worst, but if you happen to be in the area of the worst, we're going to take you too. You're not off the table." I didn't like that. It wasn't enough for me. I just wanted to say, if you're illegal, you're on the table, whether you're the worst of the worst or you never even got a parking ticket. If you're here illegally, we're coming for you. That should have been the messaging.
The word illegally connotates illegality.
Exactly. You don't, Jack, do you have any carve-outs in the law for you? Is there any carve-out in the law that you know of for Jack Danger?
No. Now, if I was a leftist, I would have lots.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. In general,
I don't have any. Nobody on the right side has any. Illegals and leftists, those are the ones.
Right. There's no carve-out in the law. If you don't pay, if you get a speeding ticket and you don't pay that summons, is there a carve-out in the law that gives you a reprieve to say, hey, Your Honor, you know what? I just couldn't do it this time. Don't suspend my license, please. No, there is not that. Your license gets a license.
The most shocking thing you said there, was how calmly and coolly you said an illegal gets a license. That was what you just said right there.
No. I wasn't
it
saying
shows.
That.
It just shows how far. What, like when you were talking about how illegals will get a carve out for, they're not going to suspend your license. That has how normalized an illegal having a license has become in America. Not for you personally. I'm just saying that for people, illegals having driver's license equals okay now. Not you. I'm just saying it's just an example.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's the fact that even happens. The fact that they get any kind of ID, that's a valid ID.
You shouldn't be allowed to say that, Jay, with suspending the license, but you have to say that because they're allowed to have license.
No, but I mean, I was just making an example about Jack Danger, the American citizen. Yeah. If you got a speeding ticket and you couldn't pay the summons, they're not going to give you a carve out to say, "Oh, we won't suspend your license." No, you're getting your license suspended. There are no carve outs for you.
Well, I was just talking about when you said that. The only reason you're even able to say that is because illegals are allowed to have driver's licenses. I mean, we're like in an upside down world here.
Oh, it's been upside down. Listen, since 2009, and we know what happened in 2009. Up has been down, down has been up, left has been right, right has been left. The sky isn't blue. It's been everything, and nobody has any personal responsibility for anything they do. It's somebody else's fault. And that all started in 2009, and we know what happened in 2009. Barack Obama got elected, and we're still in that area now, even after 1 and a quarter, a little bit more of President Trump being president. We have a ways to go to dig ourselves out of the hole that we've been put in by Barack Obama. That's it. And this whole thing with illegals is it's you couldn't even fathom this 15, 20 years ago. 20 years ago. You couldn't fathom it. Just like you couldn't fathom the fact that we have to actually tell somebody that is a man, say Jack, right? If you have somebody who was a man but is now a woman, and you said you didn't want to date them because they're actually a man, you're the problem. That's where we are now. You couldn't fathom this 20 years ago, but here we are.
It's funny. And these are the kind of examples you need to tell to people when they say, oh, things that happened in the 30s and 40s can't happen now. We're like in medieval times here. We've gone all the way back to the Stone Age in terms of mental thinking here. How in 2026 are we at this point? We're at this point, and it's got a lot to do with MK Ultra and Operation Mockingbird. For me, I believe they were merged into one mass thing, like Tim Burchett said. But see, the thing is, Tim Burchett said that they were basically merged into one thing. They're done as it's a mass operation now, where they don't know who's going to commit the violence, but if they put it out there, eventually someone will commit. So that way they can wash their hands of it. They don't have to program someone. They can just put this shit out, and eventually someone will do it. But see, the thing is, what really bothers me about that, though, is is I believe that's 100% true. And it was never more clear to me than when Luna and them pushed back the MK Ultra hearing, and all of a sudden, there's not another day. You'll probably never see it again.
I hope you're wrong, but you probably won't be. And listen, we love Tim Burchett. And again, I sent you a tweet from him today.
Yeah.
Oh awesome. My God. I mean, you got to love it though. Whether he doesn't
I think
care.
He said it in jest though, because I don't think he actually believes we didn't land on the moon, which is, that bothers me only because I don't believe for a second we landed on the moon.
Wait, I think he, listen, I can't get in his head, but I tend to think he doesn't think we did.
Well, I've seen him make comments like that before and then qualify them afterward.
Okay. But it's funny.
So it's funny. It's damn funny. Yeah, it's it was funny because
Tim Burchett today tweeted back at Elon Musk. He quote posted him something about, he said, wouldn't it be just cheaper to put, build bases in a Hollywood studio or something like that?
He said, so Elon Musk said, we're going to build bases on the moon or whatever. SpaceX is going to build some bases on the moon. And Tim Burchett said, wouldn't it be easier just to keep it in the Hollywood studio? Something like that. It was hilarious. It was wonderful. I hope he doesn't qualify it and say, I didn't, I was just joking around, because quite honestly, I mean, I don't see in this modern day and age how someone can believe we landed on the moon, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, we're going to do a special episode. There's a lot of things going, unless something drastic and measurable happens between our show tonight and tomorrow, we are doing a special episode on the JFK assassination, not the JFK assassination itself, but there's so many people on this planet and in this country who still believe that either Oswald was the shooter or Oswald did not act alone and was part of a conspiracy. I am going to prove that Oswald did not even fire the shot tomorrow night. It's not going to change mainstream narrative. It's not going to change mainstream narrative. But for the people that watch this show, maybe we can prove it, Jay. I don't know what your thought process is on it. Maybe you think Oswald fired the shot. I don't know.
I
can tell you right now, basic physics will tell you he did not fire the shot.
No, and I've heard that. And you're probably going to bring some stuff that I haven't heard. And there's a couple things already that I know that I think most people don't know. About it.
Don't know.
It's out there, but most people don't know it because it's never really been talked about.
No.
And even stuff like that people have not heard before, but has been talked about, but it's just not out, will maybe make people think about it at least. But I've never thought that. First, I've never thought that if it was Oswald or if he was involved, I've never thought that he was alone. I just didn't think it was possible.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not. But I think I can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, actually, without. I mean, absence, the real ballistics and actual fingerprint evidence that I can't go back in time and gather. I believe absence those things, I can prove with beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not fire the shot at all.
All right. Well,
I've got videotape. I've got videotape of the shot, obviously. I've got videotape of the aftermath that shows things that people don't know about. There were also, we discussed this before, there are things prior to the assassination that most people don't know about. You know what the magic bullet theory is? Most people heard that name, but they don't know what it is. Do you know what the magic bullet theory is?
Go ahead.
The magic bullet theory is something from the Warren Commission, okay? And what it was, and I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow night, but basically it says that the bullet defied physics. It went through JFK's neck, upper neck, hit his back, hit through his back. Went through whoever the hell the governor was. I don't remember his freaking name. Whoever the governor was, hit him in the wrist, stopped in midair, made a left turn, and hit him in his right thigh. And that is what the Warren Commission said happened. Okay. And there's other things that people don't know. I'm going to give you a taste. Most people do not know that JFK's brain was stolen and never found again. And that's pretty weird considering he was shot in the head.
Don't give any more away. Save it.
It'll be fun. It'll be really good tomorrow night.
Yeah,
we got a lot of good stuff. So
save it for tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow, hopefully by tomorrow, we find out. Well, we'll know tonight, actually, in about 40 minutes. Guess what closes? The polls in Texas.
Oh, that's right, isn't it?
And we will have, hopefully, another rhino purged out of the Senate when Ken Paxton beats John Cornyn tonight.
Oh,
if you're in Texas... If you're in Texas, right, Jack, you still got some time. Get out to the polls.
Yeah, I'll get there as soon as possible. What time? No, actually, in Texas, it's probably like 2 hours behind us. So
That's
they got
I think it's 1
a
hour.
couple hours.
I think
1
it's
hour?
Central Time. Central Time, yeah. They got it. They got a little more than 40 minutes.
Yeah. Oh wow. Well, then I would get there as soon as possible. But if you're watching this, I would assume you would have already voted. I would hope
so.
you would have already voted.
Or
if
listen
you're
to us in the
Texas.
car and just get online. If you're online before the polls close, they can't kick you off a line. So get online.
You can vote online?
No. I mean on the line to the poll. Like they can't.
Oh,
If
I thought
you
you
get
said
online,
you can vote online. I'm like, holy
Yeah.
shit! There's just something. A good way to cheat. They're gonna start
Yeah.
voting online.
no, certainly not in Texas, especially. But no,
Yeah,
if
well.
get on the line before the polls closed, and they cannot kick you off the line. They have to let you vote.
Well, that's the premise. But we saw in 2020 that they very well will ignore the laws and quite possibly even arrest you if you're in line.
Especially if you didn't have a mask on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In 2020, during that election, there were people that were told to leave the line when it closed. You got to leave. And then the cops actually removed them from said lines against election laws. And the thing is, it doesn't matter. They can't go back and vote. It's over. So,
Oh yeah, once it's closed.
yeah, once
it's
the
closed.
vote is over and it's in, I mean, you're not gonna be able to file a lawsuit and have it done by 7 o'clock. So you're screwed. I mean, so that, yeah, if they want to remove you, they can, and nothing ever happens to them.
No, one day we should probably do a whole show on the 2020 election, just
Oh,
on
man,
election day, just election day itself.
There are so many good things that people do not know or don't remember. And that's the one thing. That's the biggest thing. People memory hole shit. Okay. They forget to remember the horrible things. That's why when I see people complain about Trump, now, trust me, I complain about Trump too. There are things I don't like, but I would never say I wish I didn't vote for him. I would never say I wish he didn't win. And I'm going to tell you, because people forget what it was like under Biden. They forget. It's been a year and a half, roughly. They forget how bad it was. Jay, humans are animals that tend to forget for some reason.
I agree.
And they forget what it was like under Biden. They forget that right this very moment, this might be the UK. We could be prosecuted for speech in America at this moment had Trump not won. They forget that.
Oh, absolutely. And I go back and talk about forgetting. I go back to 2016 when he beat Hillary. I do it all the time. If she would have won, you imagine Hillary Clinton appointing a few more Supreme Court justices instead of Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and Barrett? Just imagine. And we always have some issues with, especially Barrett, but it would have been 3 more Ketanji Brown Jacksons.
You know what's funny? Barrett is the one person I could see being appointed by any of those presidents. She's that kind of person.
Yeah, you get fooled by some people sometimes. And then obviously a brilliant person. I mean, I remember during her confirmation hearing, she had no notes. She was talking like out of her head, like the questions. Obviously a very smart person, but not ideologically aligned like the way we thought she was. I mean, on certain issues, obviously. And it is what it is. But again, it would have been way worse than Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, oh my God. And Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh.
When I saw the look she gave him, man, when he passed her, when they shook hands and he passed her in the line, I saw the look she gave him. It was pure hate. I saw that. I will never forget that.
Wait, that was a video. I heard, Jack, that video was taken out of context, that there was something else. I heard that
I don't
that
see
was like
how it could be. I mean, it was literally, he passes her, she gives him a look like, I wish you were dead. I mean, I don't see how that can be taken out of context. Unless he passed her and said, you smell like shit. I don't see why she would give him that look.
I got to look at that again. But yeah, listen, point is, we'll take her over anything Hillary Clinton would have given us or Joe Biden would have given us. And we know what Joe Biden gave us. He gave us Ketanji Brown Jackson, probably the dumbest Supreme Court justice in the history of the country.
Oh, my God. That is horrible. She is horrible. She's a horrible. Oh, Jay, I forgot to show you something. I wanted to show everybody this, okay? Something funny happened at that Newark ICE facility. Let me see if it was today. It was earlier today, I believe, actually. Earlier today, something funny happened there. I want to show you guys all this, okay? This is hilarious. So 2 brown guys walked out of ICE's Newark facility, right? The left just started cheering, only to find out they worked there. It was hilarious. Because
wait, hold on. So who are the racists here, Jack? Oh, they must be illegal aliens, right?
They thought, they were like, oh, it's 2 brown guys. Yeah. ICE is releasing them.
Right.
And then someone yells out, they work here, dumbasses. And you could see the other facility staffers laughing behind the gate. I mean, they're laughing at these people. It was, oh my God.
Who are the real racists? Oh, they must be illegals.
This was, but it was it was just so damn funny because they're oh my God. Okay. Yeah.
Idiots.
Let's just play this real quick. Cause this is hilarious, man. I must say, when you see something like this, I'm going to, hopefully it'll be loud enough. We're going to see if it'll be loud enough. Hopefully it will be. When you see something like this, it's absolutely funny. Let me see if the volume's all the way up on this. Yeah, it looks like it is. They're laughing.
That's racist. They just assumed.
They just assumed.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly. That's my point. They assumed because they have dark skin that they work there. Listen, if I get my tan in the summer and I walked out, they'd be cheering for me, Jack.
That was so funny because I think they did that intentionally, if you want the truth, because they spoke in Spanish as they left. Did you notice that? They said something muchachos. I didn't hear what the first word was. They said something muchachos. So then they started clapping. You know, that was so funny.
That's a great troll. Great troll. Yeah. Great job. Oh. Do it. Keep doing that. Keep doing that.
The best thing you can do is mock these leftists into oblivion. I mean, you got to make them feel stupid for what they're doing. Now, I will say it's not going to work on most of them because most of them are getting paid to do what they're doing. Okay. There is the occasional moron who joins them just because he's got nothing better to do. I saw a post earlier today that said, how do these leftists have all day to protest when I barely have an hour to go to the grocery store after work? Let me tell you, this is their job. They get paid to do this. So, I mean, most of these people are not here, just based on their own free will. They don't care about this shit, but they are paid to do it. If you were paid $25, $30 an hour, $5,000 a week, some of them, you would do it too. If it was on the right side, say it was something that you were maybe culturally aligned with, but you weren't actually going to go out and protest, but then they paid you a lot of money. Let's say, you went out there, Jay, they wanted to pay you $5,000 a week. Say you weren't rich, you paid $5,000 a week. And, they wanted you to protest whatever it is for Trump, Now, normally you're a Trump supporter, but you wouldn't normally go out there and just, stand in front of whatever facility and protest. But if they're going to pay you this kind of money, that's a lot of money. $20,000 a month.
Not only that, Jack, I think a lot of these people, they're also getting paid. A lot of them are probably on welfare. So they're getting paid. Yeah, they're getting paid by you and me.
Under the table also. They get paid on welfare, but then they also get paid under the table. Because most of these jobs are, quote, 1099 jobs where you're supposed to report it yourself and not actually given any money or like a check. I mean, you're actually giving like actual cash or something.
Well, Jack, before we move on from Texas, and it's very important, I want you to search on X, Low T Tallarico. Have you seen that commercial?
What the hell is a Tallarico?
Well, Tallarico is the person who Ken Paxton's going to end up running against in the Senate in Texas. He's the Democrat. He beat out Jasmine Crockett. This commercial, this guy, Jack, is left of AOC. This guy is.
Oh, this is that commercial you put up here. You reposted or something?
Yeah. Is
that the one you reposted?
The other day I did.
Well, this is what I saw. Is this it?
Yes. Play that.
Okay. All right. Let's take a listen and see about this guy. I don't know much about him. I can tell you he's not going to win. Well, as long as you vote, he's not going to win.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
God is non-binary. There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity. Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front. No need to sit and cry over.
I got to pause that just for a second. I wonder if he leaves his front door wide open at night.
Your whiteness or your masculinity. They're going to call me a radical leftist.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
The Democrats have a weird candidate.
Low T Tallarico, 2 weeks from Texas. Lone Star Liberty PAC is responsible for the content.
Very interesting. Low T Tallarico. What I'll tell you though, Jay, is I guarantee you what he just said, it would be akin to not being a front porch with a Malcolm mat. No, what it's akin to is leaving your door open, wide open, not unlocked, wide open at night, which I can promise you he does not do.
Of course not.
No.
That guy, Jack, if he ran in New York against a Republican that could thread the needle, kind of moderate, whatever, he'd lose.
Yeah.
That's how left that is. That is insanity. Everything that guy said is just off the reservation left. He makes AOC seem reasonable at times.
I gotta say, I like what Hickser says here. He says, I bet he leaves his back door wide open.
Very good, Hickser. Yeah, that's another thing. And that's another thing. This guy's talking about he's a Christian. He's this. Listen, save it, okay? Because everything that is about you isn't Christian, and we don't even have to say what it is. We could tell. We know.
Apparently, he's everything.
Yeah,
he's a Christian. He's a trans, loves trans children. Which, by the way, there are no trans children. There are just the people there are just the kids that you convince they are one thing or another.
Yeah, the kids you've groomed.
There's no child who's 5, 10 years old saying, you know what, I think I was in the wrong body, unless they have some sort of mental illness that starts at a young age, because I mean, like I've said this before, it's not, which is more likely, Jay, that you were put in the wrong body or that you have a mental illness? I mean, what is the most likely scenario?
You have a mental illness.
Yeah. But see, they don't want to believe that. They can't believe that because people with mental illness don't believe that they have a mental illness. That's why. Why did we shut down insane asylums? When did we shut down insane asylums?
In 1980s.
Really? I could have swore we had them in the 90s.
In the 1980s that they started to get shut down. I think it was actually Ronald Reagan. I could do a little research on that, but yeah, I guess that people, I guess it was
probably there was a lot
probably pushed on it that it's inhumane. It's this probably money came into it. Also, they cost a lot of money to run.
Well, they all did a lot of not only the abuse, but there was a lot of experiments done by the CIA at these particular facilities, and these people are helpless, man. They are helpless. So
could have been a lot of that. Could have been.
Now that I think about it, I can understand what. But we need something. If it's not an insane asylum, dude, there's got to be something short of prison, because you can't just round up people and put them in prison. But there's got to be something that someone can go commit somebody. Can you commit people still? Can you not even do that?
No, you can get committed into a mental ward. Yes, like in a hospital. We do it all the time in New York City when we would respond to an EDP, an emotionally disturbed person. You know what they called EDPs before I got on the job, Jack?
What's that?
They flat out referred to them as psychos.
Yeah.
And then they changed the language to EDP, emotionally disturbed person. So we would take them to the hospital. They'd be evaluated and, but they wouldn't go into an insane asylum. Maybe they'd hold them for like 72 hours and they would maybe get counseling and be out. Jesus. But it's bad. I mean, it's all over the country. But when it comes to the kids and the kids who, these people, they're being groomed. That's what I posted today, that drag queen stuff. You have a couple of representatives in New York who want to actually have taxpayer dollars pay for drag shows at libraries and schools.
Oh, yeah, that's been going on for a while.
You're grooming children. And children at that age, they can get confused and maybe they feel like, oh, I'm a girl. Why do I like baseball? Does that mean I'm a boy? No, it just means you're a girl that likes baseball. And if you have a problem with it and there becomes really a problem, we could have a counselor talk to you and help you through.
Jay, I got to say, you're frozen right now, so I don't know if you can hear me. But when you freeze, it freezes you in the worst possible picture.
Of course it
Every
does.
time you freeze. It's not like a good looking, statuesque picture, It's a weird, picture where you look like Puff Daddy.
Right, like that. Of course it does.
I was just watching the Puff Daddy documentary. Every picture of him has his mouth wide open, and I'm thinking,
why is that?
I have no freaking idea. It's like maybe he's half retarded. I don't know. But what I can tell you is every time it freezes you, it does the same thing. You look just like Puff Daddy.
Unbelievable. And again, my internet. It might be, today, Jack, it might be too clear outside. I think
that is the problem. When it gets too clear, it gets all discombobulated.
It can't get through the Van Allen.
Its own Havana syndrome. What?
It can't get through the Van Allen belt.
No, ain't that people kill me. I don't want to keep get back on that, but man, people kill me with shit. I like Hickser. Hickser comes up with good stuff. Make asylums great again. That could be the new MAGA slogan. I like that. He comes up with some pretty good stuff over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. That works too.
It does. It keeps it, keeps it the way it's supposed to be, but you can use it for different, different things.
Yeah.
Okay, Jay. Real quick, I want to talk about, because our thumbnail talks about the biggest heist in human history. So I want to just talk about that for a second, because there's people like Nick Shirley and others who are going out and documenting fraud, specific types of fraud. But what people don't understand is the biggest heist in human history isn't, like a bank robbery or, even a regular, just a one type of single fraud. It's the United States government, getting looted from the inside. You got, fake social security numbers, dead people collecting checks, illegal aliens gaming benefits, Medicare scams, Medicaid fraud, Pentagon accounting errors, COVID relief theft, unemployment fraud, SBA loans, NGO laundering schemes, foreign aid kickbacks, contractor corruptions, billions vanished into clerical errors, trillions lost with nobody ever prosecuted. The Pentagon alone has lost $6 trillion in the last 20 years. Do you know how much $6 trillion? People hear $6 trillion. They can't comprehend. $6 trillion in 20 years. They lost it. Lost. And just so people know, I'm going to tell you an actual fact here. On September 10th, 2001, Donald Rumsfeld comes out, gives a speech, says the Pentagon is missing $2.1 trillion. September 10th, 2001, Rumsfeld says we're missing $2.1 trillion. The next day, everybody forgot about it forever.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So,
and how many audits, Jack? How many audits in a row has the Pentagon
6.
failed? I think it was 7 or 10. Is it 10?
Well, if you go all the way back to 2021, I think they passed one. Right now, I believe it's 6 or 7. But before that, I think they failed like 6, passed 1, failed like 6 or 7 more. But see, the thing is, it doesn't matter if they fail. Why even have an audit if it doesn't matter?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's all the fraud. Forget about the fraud. All right, we're talking about. Would you say before and I've heard, I think the president might have said this, if they found all the fraud and eliminated fraud, we would have, our deficit would be like gone.
No, not the deficit. We'd be able to actually balance the federal budget, because if the fraud was put back into the federal budget, if they eliminated the fraud, it would actually balance to where there is no deficit anymore. I mean, it won't take away the current deficit, but it won't make a future deficit.
Right. We wouldn't be adding to it.
Exactly.
Basically, right. And then over time, you could probably eat away at it. But
yeah. Oh yeah. Well, at this point, it's like $1 trillion a month or a year or something, man. It's insane.
It's insane.
We can never catch up to that. Eventually, you mark my words, it may not happen in our lifetime, but eventually there will be a war over the debt. It's going to be China, or it's going to get tired of this shit.
Yeah. As long as we keep our economy the way it is, they'll deal with it. But listen, who knows? That's above my pay grade too. I'm not gonna. But it is kind of, the number is so staggering. You can't even. It's like trying to figure out what the universe is. Right?
Yeah.
You can't wrap your head around it. You cannot wrap your head around what $38 trillion is. It's impossible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You don't even know you wouldn't even know how to quantify that. You just can't do it.
No, when people hear things like that, they don't actually understand
how
what
much
it means. Jay, I want to ask you something. There's a rumor going around right now, and it's the Daily Mail is usually pretty right on point if you want the truth. And they're saying that J.D. Vance is considering abandoning his run for president in 2028. But I got to say, the reason I'm willing to kind of believe it, you want to know why I'm willing to partially believe this, if you want the truth? He's not part of the bloodline.
We've talked about that bloodline constantly.
He's not part of the bloodline. Yeah.
But I don't know. What is their, I didn't read that article. What is their reasoning? What do they say what are they saying the reason is why he?
They have anonymous source or sources that are telling them this. But Jay, the reason it's halfway believable is because he's not in the bloodline. If you want the truth, look at history. History projects future, okay? Anything that you have done in the past usually repeats itself in cycles, okay? And it does it every single time. Every single time. How many presidents have there been? 46 or 7 or whatever it is. Different people, probably 45 different presidents.
Yeah, 45
different
right?
different presidents, different people. And only one of them was not part of the bloodline. And not only that, he was a one-term president, and he only won because the Republican Party was not a party at that time.
Yeah.
And nobody ever won again.
Well, we're kind of hoping that we get 2 people that aren't part of the bloodline. that go against each other.
And there is two people. Kamala is also. That's why it makes me halfway believe the story, because there are two people right now that are supposedly the front runners that are both not part of the bloodline, and I don't see the people, whoever is in charge of that shit at this moment. I don't see them allowing it, man. I don't see it. Do you see it? I mean, let's be real. Let's pretend. Actually, we don't even have to pretend. We proved that it was real. Let's say that it's real. We know the bloodline is real. We know all of those were connected to the bloodline, and we know the odds of that all happening by chance were 1 in 96 quintillion, which is way more than trillion. If you guys, don't know math, it's way more than trillion. It goes trillion, quadrillion, and then quintillion. So if it's 1 in whatever the hell I said, quadrillion, or quintillion, excuse me, then that tells you that it's impossible for it to have happened by chance. Okay, and if we're at this point, 2028 coming up, and it hasn't happened by chance, do you really think that all of a sudden two candidates, front runners, are not part of the bloodline, are both going to run against each other? I don't see it. That's what makes this believable.
Yeah, I just need more than. Yeah, neither is Rubio. It's correct. I just need more than anonymous sources. I mean,
no. It's what they're saying. I can't believe anonymous sources.
Right.
But what makes the story, the rumor, believable?
Yes, I get you.
The bloodline. Yeah,
I get it. That's the only thing that makes it kind of believable.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I get
Otherwise,
it.
I'm gonna believe it.
Right. Otherwise, why would he give that up right now as a front runner to be the Republican nominee for president of the United States? Like, who gives that up?
But I can see him being pressured to give it up because he's not part of the bloodline. I can see that.
Right.
We proved that. I mean, we went through it, Jay. No. We went through it step by step.
Oh no, it's fact. It's absolutely fact. Anybody could look that up. Right. We've proven that. That's 100%. That is stone cold fact, not debatable. It's just not. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see as we come closer. I'm gonna make my prediction right now. And
I would wait a minute just to see if there's one person, a bloodline, against each other. If there's not, Jay, they're both not going to run against each other.
I'm just taking.
It's going to be one or the other. Okay.
I'm just taking my chances.
It's on. I mean, this is live. It's being recorded. I would just wait. Just wait. We're in 2026. There's no reason. You don't have to do it now.
Why not? I'm just gonna
because you know the bloodline.
If I'm wrong, nothing's gonna happen to me. I'm wrong. Whatever.
Oh, I'm gonna mock you mercilessly.
That's fine. What I'll say is this: I think JD Vance, regardless. Listen, trends are made to be.
Don't do it.
Trends are made to be broken, Jack. Trends are made to be broken.
This is not a trend. This is not a trend. This does not happen by chance, Jay. We know that.
All right, listen. I'm gonna say we break it this time around, and JD
Vance. It's
not
a trend, though. It's not something to be broken. This is a forcible thing.
Well, I'm saying
we know that.
I'm saying that it's over.
For it to be over, they would all have to be dead.
It's over. I think JD Vance. I'm saying this now. 5/26/26, 7:43 p.m. Eastern on Secret America. That JD Vance will be the Republican nominee for president in 2020.
Nominee, maybe.
Yeah.
President, no.
Well, then, who do you think? Well, we know that Kamala's not in the bloodline.
No, it depends on who runs that is in the bloodline.
Well,
whichever side it is.
Pete Buttigieg, Deborah just said not in the bloodline.
He wouldn't win even if he was in the bloodline.
I'm just saying.
My God.
Gavin Newsom, Jack, not in the bloodline.
No, he's not either. No.
You checked him. So what Democrat is there? Is it somebody we're just not thinking of? It's got to be
Obama. Come out of nowhere. Not Obama himself. No, I'm not talking about Barack Obama himself. I'm saying an Obama type that comes out of nowhere is what I'm saying.
So somebody like that.
Yeah, that'll come out of nowhere.
That'll come out of nowhere. Anything's possible. Absolutely. That can happen.
Happened with Obama. Happened with
did.
Vivek Ramaswamy. Don't tell me it can't happen again.
Of course it could. 100%.
People come out of nowhere.
Of course it could. It definitely could. But I'm just going to say for the Republicans.
Oh, she was talking about Hegseth.
Oh,
went straight to Buttigieg.
Oh, yeah. Well, I went for, of course I did because, but Hegseth, yes, we checked him too. I don't think Hegseth would run for president anyway, but.
No, he wouldn't win. No offense. He just wouldn't win.
Yeah, I don't think he would. Oh my God, Chelsea Clinton, Raina. Oh God, please.
Well, the Clintons are a part of it. We already know that. That's why we know Hillary and Bill are actually distant cousins.
Raina, we can't have that. We can't have that. Can't have Chelsea.
That's actually very possible, though. That is a possibility.
God.
She is part of that whole thing.
Let her run, please. Let her run, please. Let
But
Chelsea
CJ,
close
that's the
them
thing, though. If she is part of it, and which she is, we know she is part of it. If she runs against somebody that's not part of it, they've got no chance. We've been through the math on this, Jay.
And Jack,
we've been through
is Michael Obama part of the bloodline? We checked that. Is Michael Obama part of the bloodline?
Actually, I don't know. I don't remember checking.
Check Michael Obama, because
that's
Michael
interesting. You know what? I thought she was going to run in 2024. If you want God's honest truth,
well,
I thought she was going to run now.
Well, honestly, did we talk about this on Friday? It feels like it was a year ago, but that Michael Obama would be the one person that we might be afraid of.
Yeah. I mean, quite honestly, because there's still so many people that believe she's a good person and a she.
Yeah. Check Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it. Let's see.
And I think we did, and I don't think she is, or he is, whatever it is. I don't think so.
Let's check and see. So. Plantagenet. That's what people don't know. Plantagenet bloodline. The royal Plantagenet bloodline is what it is. So let's
King
check.
John Lackland. King John Lackland.
Yep. Well, the blood. It's the bloodline, and it's King John Lackland's the common ancestor, but it's the Plantagenet bloodline that runs through him.
All right.
No, there's no credible evidence. Yeah, see, it even says all this different bullshit. No, she's apparently let's see, what is she? She's actually African American roots. She's not got any English or any kind of roots from overseas, at least not European overseas, if you will.
Okay, so I mean, right? It's not. It's going to be real interesting, just because when we first broke that, we talked about it. We talked about it. We were the first ones that brought it back to the forefront when it was forgotten about for years. Nobody talked about it. And when we brought it back on that show, we were like, I can't wait to see who the nominees are. Like in the Republicans, you're going to look at the debate stage, right? And say there's like 8 of them. You're going to be like, okay, that one is he. Is he? Is she? Yeah. Is he? Is he? And then we're like, and then as they kind of fall by the wayside, you know how that works, right? When they, as the primaries go on, one get knocked off and another one gets knocked off, and we're like, we can't wait to see like who's left at the end and what happens.
Exactly. But I want to tell you right now, if someone is in the bloodline, is running for president, and the other person is not, I would run straight to Poly Market and put money down on that person that is part of the bloodline. If there was ever a sure bet in American history, this is it.
That is not financial advice, by the way.
No, it is not. I said that's what I would do. I'm not telling you to do
it. I'm telling you. I can't wait. But I made my prediction. I'm going to stick with it. I still think it'll be JD Vance. I think it'll be JD Vance.
It's possible that he becomes the Republican nominee because the other person might be part of the bloodline.
Well, that's another thing.
Democrat.
We can't think of the Democrat. Like, we can't see it right now. And usually, though, Jack, it would be somebody it's not going to be somebody out of like stone cold nowhere. Barack Obama still was a senator. He was a junior senator only for like a couple of years, but he did make that speech.
Out of nowhere.
Well, he did make that speech at the convention. They were grooming him, but he
that was for president. That was why he made that speech.
He made that speech for John Kerry.
I'm saying that's why he made the speech. Yes. Yeah, to push him in the public consciousness.
Correct, but we didn't think that he would move up that quickly, and he did. That
was all orchestrated.
Well, that's how it was, right?
And I have a book coming out about that, by the way.
All right,
it's gonna be very good.
What is it? Barack Obama.
Yep, that's him right there. It's funny because I it's gonna be funny, man, because it's not. Well, it's actually it's a novel, but wait till I get to the part, because I'm not at the part yet where I'm writing about Robin Michelson. I'm not at that part. It's not Michael Robinson. It's Robin Michelson.
I got it.
I'm not at that part.
Right, Barack Obama and. Fetterman. Didn't we check Fetterman? I don't think he is either.
Fetterman is actually the one person, and this might sound weird, and it might be a negative thing. I don't know, but he's the one person where if I didn't like the Republican candidate, I might actually vote for him. If you want the God's honest truth.
Well, I mean, that's a stretch for me.
I'm saying
still.
if I didn't like the Republican, I haven't met a Republican I didn't like. I'm joking. I hate some Republicans, but I mean, you can't like every freaking Republican. It's not possible. So
I would really have to hate him, Jack.
But if say someone like John Thune ran for president, right? I would vote for Fetterman over John Thune if you want the truth.
It'll never happen, thank God. John
Oh,
Thune,
my
and
God.
as we're going to see tonight, hopefully in very short time, we're going to see that part of the Republican Party is being purged. It's going to take
hope
time.
so.
Just like in South Carolina, we still have rhinos stopping the redistricting in South Carolina. It's going to
unbelievable.
take time. These people, Jack, and we've come up with a new name. When we purge a rhino, when we primary them out, it's the Indiana treatment. They got to get the Indiana treatment. That's what happened to that state. Remember real recently when you had all of them that went against redistricting and like 5 out of the 7 of them got wiped out? They need the Indiana treatment. That's what we got to do to these people. And it's going to take time. It's a process, but it's starting.
I will say that Florida's is going to go through. Florida's is looking real good right now.
Yes, Florida. Alabama got stopped somehow, Jack, in court. Somehow in court,
Yes,
Alabama.
due to you're not going to believe this. Okay, so Alabama, the Republicans redrew the lines in Alabama because the Supreme Court deemed them racially biased. They deemed them that they were drawn for black people. One of the seats. You can't do that based on color. But Alabama, a federal court just ruled that that's not going to go through because it's against black people, because black people don't have their own seat. So what the hell, are we just not going to do maps anymore? Is that what's happening?
Just bring it back to let it go right to the Supreme Court again. But the only problem is it's not going to be ready in the midterms, and we're going to get screwed out of that seat, probably. Whatever. But I'm just glad that they're actually trying, and I think actually Brian Kemp in Georgia. I mean, better late than never.
He is the worst.
Well, yeah, he finally decided, I think, that he's going to try to redo the map in Georgia, and that would net 2 more seats for Republicans. You know
why South Carolina didn't happen, right?
What's that?
You know the reasons they gave why South Carolina didn't happen? The same thing you just said. It's not going to happen by the midterms. Oh, we don't want to rush it. We don't want to.
Right.
That is the Republican Party in a nutshell. When they get power, oh no, we don't want to stomp on their agenda. We don't want to rush things. Take your time, slow down. 4 years is a long time. Take your time. And then before you know it, it's 20 years later, and we're all in camps.
Right, and we're not having this podcast anymore because we're not allowed to say anything.
Exactly.
Man.
By the way, Jay, real quick, just so everybody knows, it is possible to get rid of the Constitution. Venezuela has had 26 constitutions, just so you know that. So in America, people think, oh, the Constitution is going to protect us. No, it's possible to rip up the Constitution.
Listen, anything is possible. It's much more difficult to do it here. Obviously, you need a constitutional.
If they take over, yeah.
Listen, they even if they don't get rid of it, Jack, what they do is they neuter it. Mm-hmm. They weaken it, just like the Second Amendment. How much have they weakened the Second Amendment? All these laws and all these red flags and all these checks. And I'm not saying whatever how you feel about it, but they have neutered the Second Amendment, the Democrats, anytime they could. We've had to go to the Supreme Court to kind of get that back and to make it right with Bruin and whatever. But that's what they do. Just even if they can't outright get rid of an amendment, what they do is they neuter it, and that's what they want to do to pack the Supreme Court. Is basically. They want to put, I think, 16 people, and if the Democrats take power, they're going to put all Democrat leftist whack jobs like Ketanji Brown Jackson on the court, which means they'll never lose.
That's the whole point. Is you can neuter the Constitution by packing the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
If you put in there people are going to vote your way of thinking every single time, the Constitution no longer matters. But it is not ripped up, so it's still a symbolic thing that people feel like they have to follow.
Yeah, and they'll say, oh, and they could, and here's the other thing. See, they'll never get rid of it, Jack, because they'll always like to say, well, we believe in the Constitution. No, you don't. You believe in what you want it to say, not what it actually says.
Exactly.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
That's the thing. And it's kind of like when you brought up, it was a while ago, but you said with the Soros prosecutors, the Soros DAs.
That was brilliant the way they did it, I gotta say.
You don't have to get rid of laws.
No.
You just don't enforce them.
Exactly. And he was I got to say, Soros is a genius, man. I mean, I don't like Soros any more than the next guy, but he is the one that figured out over anybody else that local city and state DAs, you don't have to change any of the laws. You just don't enforce them. So if you can get people in there, won't enforce them. They're just happy to be there. They're happy to get elected. They're happy to collect their paycheck, happy to get the pension, whatever it is. And they won't enforce any of the laws. And that's why California is burning at this moment. By the way, I do want to say, I got to say, I was kind of, on Spencer Pratt, I was like, I don't really care because LA sucks. But I got to say now, I'm for Spencer Pratt because he just filed a complaint on Mayor Karen Bass for violating election laws. Now, nothing's going to happen. It's California, it's Los Angeles. But he filed the complaint. Right. And he actually is catching up to her in donation money. He is a heavy hitter now.
Jack, if Spencer Pratt's message is actually able to get out, all right, I think he's got a chance. I think there are plenty of people that are not completely crazy. We know the completely crazies are never going to vote for Spencer Pratt. We know that.
Yeah, but LA is like 50% illegals, man.
But that's a problem too. But I think there are people there that can be swayed by just common sense that Spencer Pratt's talking about with the homeless. How he says, no. You're going into mandatory drug treatment. You're not just going to be able to stay on the streets and do your drugs and test them on dogs and all the other crap you're doing. You're getting off the street. We're putting you into mandatory treatment, and we have housing for you, and we're going to put you in it.
That can't happen. As much as I would love for it to happen, you can't force somebody off the street into drug treatment. That's illegal.
I don't know. Is it?
You can't.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
In the absence of them committing a crime or being involuntarily committed, they cannot just be swept off the street and thrown into drug treatment.
They don't. But if they're not allowed to live on the street, Jack.
Well, yeah, you can arrest them. I mean, what if they're on a public sidewalk at the time? It just depends. There are so many freaking laws, non-laws.
If they're laying on a public sidewalk, they're blocking a sidewalk. They're not allowed to lay there. There are ways.
They're get arrested for that the other day on a video. That was unbelievable. But you're right. They arrested the guy.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
He was sitting there.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. All right.
But so they won't arrest protesters in the middle of the street. But the guy sitting on the sidewalk with his dog, they take him in.
That goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning of the show with what's going on in New Jersey. But there are ways. There are ways and workarounds to do this. Democrats always find a workaround. Maybe
True.
Spencer Pratt, find a workaround, make it work. And listen, the guy is just talking common sense. I didn't know Spencer Pratt before this. I didn't watch that show. I didn't care. Yeah. But all I can say is the show that he was on reality TV was Real Housewives or some shit with his wife Heidi Montage. I don't
watch reality TV. So
I don't either. But that's how he became famous. That's how he had his name out there.
We got a reality TV star. California, man. Arnold Schwarzenegger was the freaking Terminator. Now you got a reality TV star going to be the freaking mayor. Man, California is just out there.
Maybe that's the only way you could win out there as a Republican is actually have that kind of name clout. It's
probably
part
right.
of it.
You're probably right.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jack, we're almost coming to the end. You want to talk about our sponsor one more time and we'll get out of here.
I do, but I want to say one more thing about what you just said. Actually, I did think of a way they could do it. They could say, all right, look, you're either going to go to jail or you're going to go to drug treatment. Right. Because, if you're out there living on the street, it is illegal. If you're blocking a sidewalk, there's all kinds of ordinances you can charge somebody with. And you can say you're going to go to jail or you're going to go to drug treatment. Some of them will choose jail, but most will choose drug treatment.
Yeah. And in jail,
you can't force them in, though. You can give an option.
In jail, good luck doing drugs. Well, you probably can, but not the kind you want. But good luck.
And then the things that you have to do to get them, you have to be enthusiastic about. Boy.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just say real quick, for anybody that has not visited maxassociates.etsy.com, you guys are really missing out because, I know there's so many people that buy, patriotic things. Well, they have not just patriotic apparel, but also USA Pride gifts, and you get 20% off every order of $20 or more and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You're not going to beat that deal. You're not going to match that deal anywhere else. So there's a lot of people that watch the show that buy patriotic stuff all the time. They got flags, they got mugs, phone cases, clothing, bags, whatever. This is the place you want to go. If you're going to go buy something else somewhere else, here you could get that same thing. You could get better things, and you'll definitely get a better deal. So maxassociates.etsy.com. That is the place to go with Father's Day and the U.S.'s 250th anniversary coming up. All right, Jay, I want everybody to please make sure you guys follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. You can follow Jay on TikTok at @opinionsvary with an A. We are no longer on TikTok thanks to their very anti-free speech rules, which is weird because supposedly they were bought. The American version was bought by Ellison, who was supposed to be Elon Musk's best friend. but TikTok hasn't changed a lick. Very weird. But anyways, that's beyond the point. So X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, it's all Secret America TV. You can watch us live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow night, we have a special episode. We're going to get off here right now. But tomorrow night, we have a special episode, the Kennedy assassination. But it's not just Kennedy assassination. It is actually proving that Oswald not only was not part of a conspiracy, but he never even fired the shot. He had nothing to do with it, if you want the God's honest truth. And that's just what I believe I'm going to prove. And I think Jay, he's been doing some research into it too. And I feel confident that he believes the same thing. We'll find out tomorrow. We don't know. So we'll find out tomorrow. And as far as, say again, Jay?
I said, we shall see.
Yeah, definitely. And as far as Hickster said, thank you for asking about the Secret America shirts. We should have some of those at some point soon. We're going to have some Secret America stuff. Okay, so for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.